Players from around the world, aged 14 to 59, were transported into a game called Highway Survival. The system randomly matched them with 1 to 5 temporary teammates. Players can choose to form a team, refuse to match and find others, or even go on their own. During the first 24 hours, they will be protected from monster attacks. During this time, you must find vehicles and supplies and embark on a road survival journey. As for driving skills, there is no need to worry at all in this world. Everyone is the driving god of Akina Mountain. The game features treasure chests filled with various resources. A few are placed directly on the roadside, while the vast majority are hidden in foggy areas, waiting for players to explore. Only by constantly migrating and searching can you have a chance to obtain more treasure chests. Clicking on the personal information column can also draw a survival talent and query other information, while other players are still groping in the fog. The man was driving a 3-wheeled motorcycle, carrying the 2 sisters, and they were traveling freely, while others are still worrying about a bottle of water or a piece of bread. He was already lying in the comfortable RV, eating fruit salad and enjoying the massage from the sisters, while others are still worried about zombies and strange creatures. He has used his superpowers to blow up zombies with one punch. All this is because Chung Hao drew the survival talent of Omniscient Exploration. At the beginning of the game, he can grasp the specific locations of all nearby monsters and resource treasure chests in advance. At this moment, in a simple wooden house, Chung Hao gently pushed open the door. Looking up, he saw 3 old bicycles parked at the door. This cabin was unexpectedly built at a 3-way intersection. A gray fog enveloped both sides of the road, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Faintly, one could hear all sorts of eerie noises: crying, laughing, screaming, chewing. He listened for a moment, feeling creepy and goosebumps forming on his arms. Turning back to the girl with long, straight black hair, Chung Hao said helplessly, "I just said I didn't know what was going on. Do you believe me now?" The woman with long, straight black hair was a little embarrassed. She pushed her glasses and whispered, "I'm sorry, it happened suddenly and I was too scared. It's okay, I understand." Seeing her sincere attitude, Chung Hao did not pursue the matter any further. At this time, the girl with twin ponytails spoke timidly. "Sister, what should we do now? Can we go back to our original world? I'm so scared I miss home." Her tolerance was obviously much worse, and as she spoke, tears appeared in her eyes. The woman with long, straight black hair pulled her into her arms and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, I'm by your side and will definitely not let anything happen to you. As for whether we can go back, I'm not sure right now. The only thing we can do is follow the instructions of the game system and find a way to survive first." "That's right." Chung Hao nodded in agreement. "Didn't the system just say that clicking on the personal information column would allow you to extract the survival talent? Forget about everything else for now, let's get this first." Chung Hao is an orphan, with no particular attachment to his former world. He's here, making the best of it. In his former world, he was a lowly figure, with no hope of a resurgence. But here, perhaps, he still has a chance to defy fate and change his destiny. As he thought about this, a blue screen appeared before his eyes. Name: Chung Hao. Level 1, Survival Talent, Omniscience Exploration, 10 kilometers around, upgradable. Experience 0, Superpower, none. Vehicle, not selected. Upgrade materials, none. System space, 1 cubic meter. Upgradable. Items, none. Teammate, none. The moment he activated his Omniscient Exploration talent, a remarkably detailed panoramic map appeared before his eyes. The sides of the road, previously shrouded in fog, became crystal clear. With him as the center, he could see the entire 10-kilometer radius, along with the real-time road conditions. There are dozens of specially marked points on the map. Click any point to view the corresponding information. Point 1, about 30 meters from the current position, there is an electric tricycle. Point 3, about 880 meters from the current position, there is a superpower treasure chest. At point 10, about 6.8 kilometers from the current location, there is a supply treasure chest. At point 44, about 9 kilometers from the current location, there is a strange creature, red skirt scissor girl, level 10. Chung Hao was filled with excitement as he read this information. With this detailed intelligence, coupled with the guidance of the panoramic map, He would be able to find various resource chests in the fog without any hindrance and avoid all potential risks. In the unknown foggy area, what is the most important thing? Information. And at this moment, he is like the king behind the scenes who has all the information. Exiting the personal interface, Chung Hao looked curiously at Black Long Straight. An information panel appeared above her head. Name, Lin Qingyan. Level 1, Survival Talent, Marksmanship, Favorability, 1%, Age, 24, Height, 172 centimeters, Weight, 56 kilograms, Measurements, 32D, 62, 95, Number of unlocks, 0, Vehicle, not selected, Superpower, none. Wow, it even shows the number of times the lock has been unlocked? Is this the unlocking he was thinking of? Chung Hao's gaze turned and fell on the girl with twin ponytails again. Name, Lin Yuan. Level 1, Survival Talent, Gourmet Therapy, Favorability, 5%, Age 18, Height, 158 centimeters, Weight, 49 kilograms, Measurements, 36D, 58, 88 centimeters, Number of unlocks, 0, Vehicle, not selected, Superpower, none. Looking away from the data, Chung Hao stole a glance at Lin Yuan, who was wearing loose strawberry bear pajamas. He couldn't help but sigh. Small branches bearing great fruit, truly a gift. Then a thought flashed through his mind. Neither of these sisters has ever opened a lock. Could it be that they... Just as Chung Hao was lost in thought, Lin Yuan suddenly came up to Lin Qingyan and whispered, Sister, I drew the survival talent of gastronomy therapy. But I've barely even been in the kitchen since I was a child. How can I cook gastronomy? Lin Qingyan shook her head, her face also full of confusion. I drew shooting skills, which said that I could hit the target every time on the road. But I don't have a bow and arrow, nor bullets, so what can I use to shoot? Chung Hao overheard their conversation and immediately interrupted to explain. This is easy. Once we gather the relevant materials, we can retrieve the blueprints from the system and start manufacturing. If we're lucky, we might open a treasure chest and find weapons like bullets, bows, and arrows inside. After saying that, he looked at Lin Yuan again and added, As for your gastronomical therapy, it's actually equivalent to a chef-type nanny. Eating the food you cook, even just a bowl of instant noodles, can restore your strength and even heal injuries. It doesn't matter whether you could do it before. In this world, if the game system says you can do it, you will definitely do it. Chung Hao understood their abilities so thoroughly, even better than they themselves, which stunned the two women. They asked in confusion, How do you know all this? Chung Hao casually responded, I used to play games often, and a lot of the settings are basically the same. He then introduced himself. By the way, my name is Chung Hao, and I drew a survival talent, enhance vision, hearing, and smell. For example, in the foggy areas on both sides of the road, normal visibility is only about 5 meters. But now I can see clearly within a 50-meter radius, and my hearing and sense of smell have also been enhanced. He wasn't telling the whole truth, though. Chung Hao had been hiding his true abilities. After all, they were so incredible, he just fabricated a significantly scaled-down version. In this survival world, caution is always a good idea. After listening to this, Lin Qingyan immediately began to analyze. Being able to see 50 meters in a foggy area is already very powerful. Although my shooting skills are said to be accurate, they only work on the road. In a foggy area, vision is obstructed, and my ability is almost useless. She then briefly introduced herself and her sister. My name is Lin Qingyan, and this is my sister, Lin Yuan. Then, she went straight to the point. Mr. Qing, you know more about survival games than we do. And you're naturally gifted at finding treasure chests and supplies. I won't beat around the bush. Would you be willing to team up with us sisters? Lin Qingyan's directness surprised Chung Hao slightly. After all, her favorability towards him wasn't high yet. Compared to the naive Lin Yuan, Lin Qingyan clearly had a better understanding of the pros and cons. She knew when to make decisions that would benefit her. Chung Hao didn't object to this, but instead felt that she was someone worth cooperating with. In the world of adventure and survival, keeping a clear head can often determine life and death. He was also secretly assessing the two's worth. A marksman and a healer, they're indeed a good teammate combination. Plus, with the favorability alerts provided by Omniscient Search, I'll be able to spot any unusual movements from them immediately. Thinking of this, Chung Hao no longer hesitated and nodded decisively. Since the game system teleported the three of us to the same wooden house, it must be fate. Of course I am willing to team up with you sisters. As he spoke, he extended his right hand. I wish us a happy cooperation. Lin Qingyan also extended her hand with a professional smile. Happy cooperation. Seeing this, Lin Ranyuan quickly extended her white and tender palm. Hee, Brother Qing, please take care of me in the future. Okay, leave it to me. Lin Qingyan, favorability plus 1%, current, 2%, Lin Ranyuan, favorability plus 5%, current, 10%. Chung Hao looked at the subtle changes in favorability and couldn't help but secretly complain. We're already teammates? And the favorability only increased this little? But the next second, he noticed a subtle reminder below the favorability data. Chung Hao was in high spirits, and he immediately responded, when the favorability reaches 100%, the target will agree to your unlocking. Opposite sex only. Sister, Brother Cheng, where are we going next? Are we going to start our migration by riding the 3 bicycles at the door? Which road should we take? Outside the wooden house, Lin Nanyuan looked at the 3 forks in the road ahead and asked in confusion. Chung Hao waved his hand and said, Those 3 bicycles are too old and too worn. Riding them is tiring. There's an electric tricycle not far ahead. It's much more comfortable than riding a bicycle. Electric tricycle? Lin Nanyuan looked around, puzzled. Where is it? Chung Hao smiled and said, Don't look for it. You won't see it. It's in the foggy area, about 30 meters away from us. I thought so. Lin Nanyuan suddenly realized and sighed. Brother Qing, your talent for survival is really convenient. Not bad. Chung Hao smiled modestly. Everyone's talent has its place. He said to the 2 women. Just follow me and go straight over. Okay. Yeah. The 2 responded and followed Chung Hao to the side of the road, carefully stepping into the foggy area. Instantly, the 3 of them were enveloped in a thick gray fog, with visibility reduced to just 5 meters. The 2 sisters, nervous, instinctively scrambled closer to Chung Hao, feeling as if even the slightest deviation would lead to them being separated in the mist. Chung Hao felt attacked from both sides, the delicate fragrance of the 2 women lingering on his nose. His eyes fell on the slightly opened collar of Lin Nanyuan's loose pajamas, and he couldn't help but feel moved. It's not easy to be a craftsman. What a hard life I lived before. He suddenly stopped and lowered his voice to warn. There's a zombie coming up ahead. Let's not move, let it pass first. What? Zombies? Zombies? Although they had heard all sorts of strange noises in the fog before and had guessed there were dangerous creatures inside, they were still terrified when Chung Hao said there were zombies approaching. They subconsciously moved closer together, especially Lin Nanyuan, who hugged Chung Hao's waist and almost snuggled in his arms. Chung Hao didn't hesitate, wrapping his arms around the 2 women's slender waists. The feeling was simply wonderful. I'm going to work hard to improve my favorability and become an excellent locksmith as soon as possible. Chung Hao was about to comfort the 2 of them, joking in his heart, when suddenly a foul odor hit his nose, causing him to hold his breath. Then, a sound like thick phlegm stuck in the throat, unable to be spit out, echoed through the mist. Gruck 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 /. Footsteps followed, and a massive figure, nearly 2 meters tall, broke through the dense fog and slowly approached. It was a severely decayed zombie, its gender difficult to discern. Its wet hair was covered in dirt, and crawled with colorful worms. Half of its head was sunken in, and one of its eyes hung out of its socket, swaying like a bell with each step. Its arms hung down past its knees, and each finger had a nearly 10-centimeter long green nail, a terrifying sight. It's coming this way. Lin Nanyuan saw the zombie slowly approaching and shrank back into Chung Hao's arms, burying her face in his chest. Her rapid breathing, carrying a slight warmth, made him tense up, almost unable to hold it together. Lin Qingyan was also frightened. She clung to Chung Hao, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, as if only in this way could she feel safe. Chung Hao was somewhat pleased at first, but the 2 sisters' octopus-like clinging made him a little breathless. He coughed lightly and comforted in a calm tone. Don't be afraid, it's still the 24-hour protection period. As long as we don't take the initiative to attack, the monster will not touch us. In fact, Chung Hao had already marked this zombie on the map, but it kept moving, so he encountered it in advance. The map will refresh moving targets in real time, such as monsters or other players' movements, while static items, such as treasure chests, will disappear from the map once they are opened. This was why Chung Hao was so anxious to lead the two into the foggy area. No matter how accurate the information was, if they didn't grab the supplies in time, they would have no choice but to watch others reap the benefits. Fortunately, the zombies simply walked past them, as if they hadn't seen them at all, and walked deeper into the fog step by step. When it completely disappeared, the two sisters loosened their arms and took a few steps back. Recalling the posture just now, coupled with the masculine smell of Chung Hao, the sisters' cheeks suddenly flushed. They exchanged glances, lowered their heads in tacit understanding, and each adjusted their hair. No one said much, but their minds were quietly shifting. Lin Qingyan, favorability plus 3%, currently 5%. Lin Nanyuan, favorability plus 5%, currently 15%. Chung Hao chuckled inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. He took the two women's hands and walked towards the electric tricycle they had spotted earlier. Soon, they reached an open space and saw a shabby but intact three-wheeled motorcycle. Chung Hao inserted the key and the car started successfully. The battery showed that it had enough power and could still run for over 100 kilometers. He pointed to the back compartment and said to the two of them, "You guys get in. We'll use this opportunity to search around. The novice area usually has a lot of benefits, so we have to hurry. Once the protection period is over, it will be much harder to find such easy resources again." "Okay, Brother Ching, we'll listen to you." The two agreed almost in unison, clearly recognizing him as the team's backbone. After confirming the location marked on the map, Chung Hao got on his tricycle and led the two towards the next target point. There is a treasure chest hidden there that can gain superpowers. If they can grab it, it will be of great significance to the three of them. In this apocalyptic world, finding supplies is only the first step, and keeping them is the key. Chung Hao doesn't want to be someone else's granary. He knew full well that while the sisters were currently dependent on him, if a stronger player emerged, they might switch sides. Therefore, relying on strength was less important than relying on humanity. This was the unchanging rule of survival in the apocalypse. The map shows there are two other players near the target point. Chung Hao frowned, hoping they wouldn't be beaten to the punch. The three of them raced through the fog and finally reached their target point, but reality was worse than he'd imagined. Sure enough, there stood a man and a woman, seemingly wandering nearby. The man was a bald, fat man with a greasy face and a machete tucked into his waistband, looking like he wasn't a good person. The woman was dressed provocatively, wearing tight jeans and a white tank top, and her makeup was glamorous. She clearly knew how to exploit her appearance. Seeing Chung Hao approaching on his tricycle, the wavy girl waved and greeted him with an overly enthusiastic attitude. The bald man stared at Chung Hao with disdain until he saw the Lin sisters sitting in the carriage, and his eyes immediately turned obscene. Chung Hao had intended to ignore them, but the treasure chest happened to be right next to the couple. If he turned around and left now, he would have to give it to someone else. He had no choice but to stop the car and glance around as if nothing had happened. Seeing that the treasure chest was still there, he felt relieved. Before he could figure out how to respond, the wavy girl came up to him, twisting her waist and saying in a sweet voice, "Little brother, your car is really nice. How about giving us a ride? We are lost and too tired to walk anymore." She even deliberately flirted with Chung Hao, then glanced provocatively at the Lin sisters. Lin Nanyuan immediately puffed out her cheeks, looking unhappy, while Lin Qingyan stared warily at the knife at the bald man's waist. She felt a vague sense of unease, knowing that this matter might not be so simple. Sure enough, after walking around the car, the bald man suddenly stepped on the front wheel and started to talk nonsense. "Is this car yours? Do you have any evidence? It might be mine. But I'm a good person, so the two girls behind don't need to change cars, they can just stay in their seats. As for you, get off. I'm taking over this car." He pulled out the machete from his waist and waved it around in his hand, his tone becoming fierce. "Get out of the way if you know what's good for you, or I'll chop you down right now." Lin Nanyuan grumbled. "How could this guy be such a scoundrel?" Lin Qingyan sighed. Although she possessed a talent for shooting, she hadn't found a weapon yet, so she could only stare blankly. She knew that if this scoundrel really replaced Chung Hao as a teammate, the fate of her and her sister would be even worse. At this moment, Chung Hao whispered to her, "Hold on tight." Lin Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then noticed Chung Hao's subtle movements, immediately understood his intention, and hurriedly grabbed the handrail of the carriage to protect Lin Yuan. The next second, Chung Hao suddenly twisted the handlebars, and the three-wheeled motorcycle suddenly accelerated. Before the bald man standing in front of the car could react, he was knocked to the ground, and even the knife flew out. "You bastard, you dared to attack me!" he roared and climbed up, just about to pick up the knife. Before he could get up, Chung Hao turned around again and rushed directly towards him on the tricycle. He shouted, "Come on! Cut me! Let's see which is faster, your knife or my tricycle!" Bang! The wheel hit his crotch hard, knocking him several meters away, leaving a bloody mark on his face. The fat man rolled on the ground in pain, having already lost his fighting ability. Chung Hao didn't stop there. He did a tailspin, and the wheels of the car mercilessly ran over the bald man's head. Everything happened in an instant. Before the wave girl could react, the fat man had already fainted on the ground. Chung Hao stared at her with cold eyes. She was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly and said with a smile, "Handsome guy, this has nothing to do with me. I don't know him well. I'm leaving first." After that, she slipped into the fog without looking back. Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuan were stunned for a few seconds, their hearts shocked by Chung Hao's decisiveness. Who could have thought that Chung Hao, who had been so gentle and considerate along the way, would be so ruthless and decisive at the critical moment? But if you think about it, in this ruleless world, if they don't strike first, they'll be the ones to fall. Zombies, players, monsters, betrayal. There are no rules in this world, only survival. Because of Chung Hao's decision, the two sisters felt more at ease. Lin Qingyan, favorability plus 10%, currently 15%. Lin Yuan, favorability plus 5%, currently 20%. Chung Hao noticed that Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuan's favorability towards him had increased a bit, which surprised him. He had only casually taught a thug a lesson, but to actually gain their favor for doing so was a pleasant surprise. After calming down a little, he said to the two girls, "There is a treasure chest hidden in the tree in front. I'll go and get it." When the two sisters heard the word, treasure chest, they were stunned and seemed to have not yet realized what was going on. Chung Hao had already set off, quickly running to the osmanthus tree, grabbing the trunk with both hands, and nimbly climbing up the branches. Hidden among the branches was a suitcase about the size of an elementary school student's backpack. He picked up the box and jumped back to the ground. After standing still and looking at the bushes, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, "This place is too hidden." If it weren't for the omniscient exploration skill prompt, he probably wouldn't have found the treasure chest even standing under the tree. Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuan were surprised to see Chung Hao really find a treasure chest from the tree, and they immediately came over to see what was inside. Chung Hao did not hide anything and opened the chest in front of them. A flash of red light appeared before them, and a bottle of bright red potion appeared before them, looking quite technological. He activated his omniscient exploration ability, and immediately, lines of detailed instructions for the potion appeared before his eyes. This is a bottle of Red Gene Potion, which activates a superpower called Vajra Body after drinking it. The person who possesses this power will receive a significant increase in strength, defense, speed, and jumping ability. The ability is rated A, but only 10% is unlocked upon initial activation, and can be gradually developed to 100% with experience points. And most importantly, this potion has no side effects and can be consumed directly, without worrying about safety issues. After learning this information, Chung Hao no longer hesitated, unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back, and drank the entire bottle of potion in one gulp. Seeing him so straightforward, the two sisters were a little nervous. "He just drank it like that. Isn't it poisonous?" But Chung Hao immediately felt a surge of heat, as if a stream of energy was rapidly flowing through his blood vessels. Then, he felt the power in his body explode so powerfully that he could hardly contain it. His entire body became light and powerful. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a huge crater appeared in the air, scattering gravel everywhere. The reaction force launched him forward, and he jumped more than 10 meters high, like a soaring falcon. Lin Yuan was so excited when she saw this scene that she cried out, "Brother Qing actually has superpowers! So amazing!" Lin Qingyan also opened her eyes wide, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. This small bottle of potion could actually allow an ordinary person to have such terrifying power. She couldn't help but secretly feel fortunate that choosing to team up with Chung Hao was truly the wisest decision. Having a teammate like this would undoubtedly make them feel more at ease in this strange and dangerous world. Chung Hao didn't stop after landing. He turned and walked towards the bald gangster he had knocked unconscious earlier. He grabbed the man's ankle and swung it lightly. The 200-pound fat body was thrown dozens of meters away like a rag. Chung Hao then noticed the machete on the ground. It was the weapon the bald man had obtained through his survival talent. He picked it up, and the system immediately popped up a message: Black Iron Machete, Level 1, can be upgraded by consuming experience points. He thought for a moment, and decided to store the machete in the system space. Even if he didn't need it for the time being, he couldn't waste resources. Then he tested his newly acquired superpowers. His strength and jumping ability were amazing, but what about his offensive power? There happened to be a huge granite landscape stone nearby. He clenched his fist and punched it hard. With a loud bang, the granite instantly shattered into dozens of pieces of rubble, and the fragments flew everywhere. It's already so powerful after just developing 10% of the A-level ability. How terrifying would it be if it was developed to 100%? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. What's more, above the A-level, there are SS and SSS higher-level superpowers waiting for him to pursue. He believed that as long as he kept moving forward and exploring, he would one day stand at the top of the world. He opened his personal information panel and the data was clear at a glance. Name: Chung Hao. Level 6, Survival Talent, Omniscient Exploration, 16 kilometers radius, Experience, 0, Superpower, Diamond Body, 10%, System Space, 1 cubic meter, Item, Black Iron Chopper, Vehicle, Electric Tricycle, Teammate, Lin Qingyan, 30%, Lin Nanyuan, 35%. He discovered that as he gained superpowers, his level also increased from level 5 to level 6, and the scope of his omniscience exploration also expanded. However, he also understood that the level-up effect would only be achieved after taking the genetic drug for the first time. Even if he gained other abilities, he would still have to earn experience points and level up by killing monsters and completing quests. But since he already possessed such great power, leveling up was only a matter of time. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chung Hao turned to the two sisters who were still in a daze and said with a smile, "What are you in a daze about? Hurry up and get in the car. Let's continue on our journey. Maybe we can find other treasure chests. Don't worry, we are teammates. I won't take all these benefits for myself." The two sisters smiled immediately after hearing his words and obediently sat on the back seat of the tricycle. Their eyes were filled with trust and admiration. In their eyes, Chung Hao was no longer just a teammate. Chung Hao checked the map and prepared to head to point 10, 5 kilometers away. It was rumored to contain a treasure chest. The description mentioned water and food, perfect for replenishing energy, which was also the most needed resource at the moment. He started the car and sped along the road, arriving at his destination half an hour later. It was a seemingly insignificant seat placed on the side of the road, but he sensed something unusual with his skills. He squatted down and pushed aside the thick fallen leaves at the bottom of the seat, and sure enough, he pulled out a black suitcase. Lin Nanyuan was stunned and applauded repeatedly. "Brother Chung, you are amazing! You can even find it in such a place!" Chung Hao smiled and turned a blind eye. "This treasure chest has a special smell. My nose is a little sharper than yours." After that, he opened the box without hesitation. 2 white lights flashed, and 2 more things appeared on the ground. A can of mineral water and a box of bread appeared before them, both very important supplies at this stage. Mineral water, 550 milliliters x 24 bottles, egg and pork floss bread, 110 g x 30 bags. Seeing this, both girls couldn't help but reveal expressions of surprise, as if they had found a treasure. Although they had been in this world for less than an hour, the tension and high pressure had already exhausted them. Moreover, they hadn't eaten much since last night, so seeing water and food at this time was a lifesaver. Chung Hao took out 2 bottles of water and 2 bags of bread from the box and handed them to them. "Come, replenish your energy first. We still have to travel further, and you need to be well fed and well drinking to have strength. Follow me, and I guarantee you won't go hungry. It was not difficult for him to give them some benefits, draw a beautiful blueprint, and maintain the team atmosphere. Lin Yuanyuan was very happy to hear that. She took the water and bread and said with an excited smile, "Thank you, Brother Chen, I believe you can do it." Lin Qingyan also nodded slightly to express her gratitude. Although she didn't say much, the trust in her eyes was self-evident. Chung Hao opened the system and saw that his favorability had indeed risen again. Lin Qingyan, favorability plus 15%, currently 30%. Lin Yuanyuan, favorability plus 15%, currently 35%. Clearly, the two of them had completely recognized Chung Hao's abilities. This man before them was worthy of their reliance. Chung Hao picked up some bread and bottled water, sat down on a wooden chair, and began to eat heartily. It was obvious that he was already starving. Sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan also sat on either side of him, as if they had already formed some kind of tacit understanding between them. While eating and resting, Chung Hao opened the system interface while chewing on bread, and then switched to the official chat channel. According to the game settings, each channel initially gathered 10,000 people, and each person could only send a maximum of 10 messages per day. However, once you add each other as friends, you can chat without restrictions and trade items, which is very convenient. The trading method is not complicated. You just need to put the items into your own system space, select the items you want to exchange, and the system will automatically complete the transfer. After clicking into the channel, Chung Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. The screen was filled with conversations that refreshed rapidly, exploding with information. Unlike the three people on his side who had already accepted reality and slowly adapted to the environment, most people in the channel were still confused. Many people were still in a state of panic, clearly unprepared for the world of road survival that lay ahead. Some cried and shouted to go home, while others angrily questioned whether this was illegal detention and even threatened to file complaints with state agencies. Others worried about their studies being disrupted, their weddings being disrupted, and complaints and anxieties filled the chat room. Some reported waking up one night after their wedding to find their wives gone. Others ventured into a foggy area, got completely lost, and were terrified by the sight of zombies. There was even a player named Desert Lone Eagle, who opened dozens of treasure chests, only to find all of them were upgrade materials, not even a drop of water. He nearly fainted from thirst in the Gobi Desert. Seeing these messages, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan couldn't help but be curious and opened the system interface to check the content of the channel. As they read, they couldn't help but feel relieved in such a dangerous environment. They were so lucky to be able to follow Chung Hao. Of course, the channel wasn't entirely filled with cries. There were also a few lucky people who had drawn rare, survival talents, and were showing off in the channel. For example, someone named Xiao Yan claimed to have gained the ability to create flames out of thin air, and that he could upgrade them, aiming to become the king of the world. Then June Rain popped up, claiming he could automatically generate water, claiming that water could overcome fire, and taunting Brother Flame to be too confident. Some people even drew some bizarre talents, like the ability to control feces. The scene was too beautiful to even imagine. While this information was diverse, it also revealed a common message. This game relies not only on luck, but also on wisdom and resource management. At this time, the lone eagle of the desert spoke again, almost crying, repeatedly begging for water in the channel, saying that he was really dying of thirst. Soon someone reminded him that he could try contacting June Rain. After all, they would automatically generate water. But June Rain replied helplessly, saying that the water produced was seawater and could not be drunk at all, and she was also looking for fresh water. Seeing this conversation, Chung Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he had an idea, thinking this was an opportunity. Although Lin Qingyan possessed the combat talent of shooting, she couldn't craft guns and bullets without the materials, and her combat power was essentially zero. And according to the map displayed by his Omniscient exploration, there were no treasure chests containing upgrade materials within 10 kilometers. But the Desert Lone Eagle said that he had opened many treasure chests, all of which were raw materials. So he could definitely exchange bottles of water for materials. Once Lin Qingyan could make weapons, the three of them would be much safer in the face of future dangers. Without hesitation, he clicked on the profile picture of Great Desert Lone Eagle and directly sent a friend request. Soon, the other party accepted the request and sent an eager message asking, "Brother, do you have water?" Chung Hao replied directly. Yes, 550 milliliters of mineral water. What raw materials do you have? The lone eagle in the desert sent a list without hesitation: metal, wood, electronic components, gasoline, everything, all listed out. He even begged Chung Hao to pass on the water, offering to trade him for anything that would quench his thirst. Chung Hao could see he was truly on the verge of collapse, and figuring he'd be doing himself a disservice if he didn't grab a handful, so he simply made a long list. Metal, rubber, gasoline, electronic components, glass, gunpowder, leather, 10 of each. I thought the other party would bargain, but the Desert Lone Eagle didn't even look at it, and just agreed. Here you go, brother! As long as it can change the water, you can ask for anything. As the system prompt sounded, the materials were automatically transferred into Chung Hao's system space. However, his space was only 1 cubic meter, and it soon filled up. The remaining materials were piled on the ground in front of him. On his side, he just passed on a bottle of mineral water, which was a sure win. Lin Yuanyuan's eyes lit up when she saw the pile of materials in front of her, and she couldn't help but ask, Brother Qing, what can you do with so many things? Chung Hao smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Qingyan and said, These materials can be used for many things. For example, Qingyan's shooting skills can be used to make guns and bullets. In addition, the tricycle we ride can also be upgraded, and kitchen utensils, rice cookers, microwave ovens, etc. can all be upgraded according to the blueprints. Lin Yuanyuan clapped her hands. What are you waiting for upgrade now? Chung Hao, however, shook his head, his tone darkening. How can it be that simple? Both crafting and upgrading require experience points. If there weren't this restriction, Desert Lone Eagle would have already built an automatic water-making device using the materials he had, so why would he still be crying out for thirst? He added, The experience points of the three of us should all be 0 by now, right? Lin Qingyan was stunned. Then how do we gain experience points? Although she had awakened the shooting technique, she had never had a weapon. Now that she had the materials, she still lacked experience points, which made her anxious. Chung Hao thought for a moment, then slowly said, I guess we need to hunt monsters to gain experience points. What? Are we going to take the initiative to hunt monsters? After hearing Chung Hao's plan, Lin Yuanyuan's face immediately turned pale, as if she had lost all her blood. Involuntarily, she recalled the image of the rotting zombie she had just encountered in the foggy area. The zombie's face was twisted, its flesh sagging. Although it hadn't pounced on her then, the horrific scene still left her with a lingering fear. She asked hesitantly, Brother Qing, is it true that we can only gain experience by actively killing monsters? That monster is too scary. Although Lin Qingyan did not speak, her tightly bitten lips revealed her worry, and it was obvious that she was not relaxed either. The game system does say that monsters won't attack players within 24 hours, but the underlying message is, just because they won't attack first doesn't mean they won't fight back if you attack them. She shook her head, her tone firm yet slightly worried as she spoke. It's still too risky. After all, we've only just arrived in this world. We know so little about this world, and it would be irrational to risk our lives right now. Maybe we can find firearms and weapons somewhere. Once we have the equipment, we can help. It's too dangerous for you to go into battle alone. We are a team. We can't rely on you to carry it all. Chung Hao couldn't help but feel a warm sensation in his heart as he listened to the sister's advice. After a moment's hesitation, he replied firmly, I understand your concerns, but I'm confident in my abilities. I possess the superpower Vajra body, which provides strong defenses, so I won't be in danger that easily. Besides, once the protection period ends, those monsters will actively attack us. Instead of passively taking a beating then, it's better to practice now and gain some experience points. But what if something unexpected happens? Lin Qingyan was still worried, her brows furrowed. Chung Hao interrupted her directly. There is no such thing as an accident. I won't joke with my life. Experience points are not only for making weapons for you, but also for upgrading our transportation. Look at this 3-wheeled electric vehicle now. It's no use defending against monsters. If dozens of monsters rush over, we won't stand a chance. After hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan stopped objecting. They also understood that relying on makeshift tools was far from enough to survive. Chung Hao had them store the extra materials in the system's memory, then took them to the monster gathering point on the map. The tricycle sped along the dilapidated road, fog swirling on both sides, as if hiding unknown dangers. The two sisters sat in the back seat, holding each other's hands, looking at the back of Chung Hao in front of them, and whispered a prayer that he was safe. Soon after, Chung Hao arrived at the location marked on the map, and an abandoned gas station appeared in front of him. There were 6 zombies wandering around, moving slowly, their skin bluish-black, and dripping with pus. They shook their arms mechanically, making vague, hoarse cries that made your scalp tingle. Chung Hao parked the car, turned around and looked at the two sisters, and warned them. "Stay in the car and don't move. As long as these monsters don't attack, they will ignore you. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, he jumped out of the car without hesitation, ready to start his first real battle. Lin Qingyan suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm, her eyes full of worry. "You must be careful." Her expression was like a wife sending her husband off to war, gentle but reluctant. Lin Nanyuan also whispered, "Brother Qing, be careful and don't be so stubborn." Chung Hao smiled, patted his chest, and said confidently, "Don't worry, I'm not an ordinary person. Just wait and see, I'll show you my true fighting power." With a thought, the power of his Vajra body was mobilized. His muscles tensed, his skin took on a metallic sheen, and his aura instantly soared. Chung Hao clenched his fists and strode towards the zombies, completely fearless. According to the Omniscient exploration prompt, these 6 zombies were 2 level 6, 3 level 5, and 1 level 4. More importantly, they were not concentrated together, but divided into 3 groups according to their levels. This way, Chung Hao could defeat them one by one and avoid being surrounded. He was currently a level 6 player. His King Kong body had been developed to 10%, making him virtually immune to level 5 zombies. However, while the zombies couldn't hurt him, the stench and secretions from his body were still unbearable. He naturally wouldn't resort to forceful tactics, so he walked into the gas station and grabbed an old chair from the ground. After quietly approaching the lone level 4 zombie, Chung Hao swung the chair and smashed it over the head without hesitation. With a loud bang, the zombie's head exploded, and its body fell limply to the ground, motionless. Experience plus 40, Chung Hao was overjoyed upon hearing the system prompt. It seemed that a headshot was indeed the most effective method. He struck while the iron was hot, casting his gaze upon the 3 level 5 zombies gathered together, ready to continue the fight. He aimed at an abandoned car and, with a powerful tug, ripped the door off, using it as a makeshift shield. He found another iron bar by the side of the carriage and, after some simple processing, turned it into a simple weapon. After being fully equipped, Chung Hao suddenly leaped forward and charged towards the 3 zombies. One of the zombies noticed the movement, and immediately opened its mouth to spit out a cloud of green poisonous mist, raising its hand to grab Chung Hao. Chung Hao quickly blocked it with the car door, and the zombie's rotten palm made a sizzling sound when it touched the metal. He seized the opportunity to swing the iron bar and thrust it towards the zombie's head, hitting it hard. With a sizzle, the zombie's head exploded and fell to the ground. Experience plus 50. This completely enraged the other 2 level 5 zombies. They roared with their mouths wide open, their mouths full of broken teeth disgusting. They pounced on Chung Hao like crazy, ready to tear apart this human who dared to challenge them. Just as the 2 level 5 zombies were attacking him, Chung Hao sneered, without a trace of panic in his eyes. After he had killed a level 4 zombie and a level 5 zombie in quick succession, he had already formed a clear judgment in his mind. His Vajra body, whether in terms of strength or reaction speed, far surpassed the level of a level 5 monster. Even if these 2 guys joined forces, they were no match for him. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it was like seeing 2 targets delivered to his door. The 2 zombies were approaching quickly, their claws almost grabbing him. Chung Hao suddenly swung the car door in his hand and swung it out fiercely. With a loud bang, the zombie on the left was sent flying, crashing into the gas pump like a kite with its string cut, splattering foul-smelling pus all over the floor. The overwhelming force caused the zombie's head to explode like a watermelon, and its entire body shattered into pieces of bloody flesh. Just as the Experience plus 50 notification popped up, the zombie on the other side seized the opportunity to pounce, its jaws darting straight for Chung Hao's neck. But to Chung Hao, whose superpowers were activated, the attack seemed like a slow-motion replay. He grabbed a worn-out tire and lashed out. Another muffled bang sounded, and half of the zombie's body exploded under the impact, scattering brain matter and broken bones in a bloody scene. Experience plus 50 popped up again. From the time Chung Hao left the electric tricycle to the time he finished off the zombies surrounding the gas station, it took less than 3 minutes. There were 6 zombies, and now only the last 2 were left. Every time Chung Hao attacked, he almost killed them with one strike, which made the sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan completely relieved. Lin Yuanyuan was so excited that she waved her fist under the hat on the back of the tricycle and cheered to Chung Hao. "Brother Chung, come on! Kill the remaining 2 too!" Chung Hao nodded, but his eyes were more serious than before. He stared at the 2 remaining zombies, feeling a little more cautious. Their level, like his, was level 6. Chung Hao's heart sank. I couldn't let my guard down just because things had gone smoothly before. I had to give it a try this time. He bent down, picked up a brick, aimed it at the head of a level 6 zombie, and smashed it hard. The brick hit its target accurately, and the zombie's head exploded instantly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. But to Chung Hao's surprise, it was still standing firmly. Even more bizarre, the flesh on its neck squirmed at the broken part, and in just a few seconds, a new head had grown back. Seeing this, Chung Hao frowned. Headshots don't work. And it even regenerates on its own. That speed is too outrageous. Lin Yuanyuan, standing in the car, widened her eyes and nearly dropped her jaw. Sister, am I dazzled? Didn't Brother Chung smash that head? Lin Qingyan's face was solemn as she whispered. They are not human. Using common sense to judge them will only lead to disadvantages. Don't distract him anymore. Just watch quietly. Lin Yuanyuan shrank her head, murmured a promise, and sat quietly without saying anything more. At the same time, the level 6 zombie that had just regenerated its head looked at Chung Hao, a hint of ferocity in its eyes. However, it didn't attack immediately, instead roaring a few times at its companions. The next second, another level 6 zombie slowly turned and looked at Chung Hao. Sure enough, they're planning to join forces. Chung Hao's heart sank, realizing that these 2 guys were clearly more intelligent than the previous zombies. Before he could even think, 2 level 6 zombies suddenly fell to the ground at the same time, using all 4 limbs to pounce on him, their movements like cheetahs, swift and ferocious. Chung Hao didn't dare to be careless. With a thought, he fully stimulated the power of his diamond body. The metallic light on his body became even brighter, and a warm current surged through his body. At the same time, he activated his Omniscience exploration skill and scanned the 2 zombies' anatomy. The next moment, he saw a green crystal core mark within each. Crystal core, the energy core of a level 6 monster. Only by destroying it can its regenerative ability be ended. So this is the key. Chung Hao understood and quickly began to plan his attack strategy. He spotted a fire extinguisher next to a fire hydrant at the gas station and immediately picked it up and threw it at the zombie. With a loud bang, the fire extinguisher exploded on impact. The smoke and debris temporarily limited the zombie's vision, and foul-smelling liquid flowed out of the wounds. While their vision was blurred, Chung Hao suddenly realized what was happening and retrieved the silver-black iron machete from his system space. This was the very weapon he had taken from the bald man earlier. He spun around, circled behind one of the level 6 zombies, and precisely stabbed the blade into the spot where the green crystal core was. With a crackling sound, the crystal core shattered, and the zombie instantly turned into a puddle of flesh, collapsing to the ground, completely dead. Experience plus 60. Seeing its companion being killed, the other zombie roared in anger, a deafening roar. It suddenly leaped out of the smoke range, and then its mouth split open, transforming into 6 tentacles with suction cups. These tentacles suddenly swept towards Chung Hao at an extremely fast speed, making it impossible to defend against them. Chung Hao's eyes narrowed, and his heart tightened. This guy has mutated? Fortunately, I killed one just now. He dodged backwards, barely avoiding the tentacle's attack, but his shoulder was still grazed. The rancid liquid immediately emitted white smoke and a burning pain as it stained his skin. It even has a corrosive effect? Chung Hao gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. He took a deep breath, completely unleashing his inner potential, and his speed increased to its limit once again. As the tentacles closed, he dodged through the gap, circled behind the zombie, and slashed down with the black iron machete in his hand. The blade struck the crystal core with pinpoint accuracy, and with a crisp sound, the zombie collapsed, turning into a foul-smelling heap of flesh and blood. Chung Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief when the Experience plus 60 notification sounded. In just a few minutes, he had slain 6 zombies, earning a total of 310 experience points. Next, he could use this experience to upgrade equipment, or exchange for materials. Chung Hao had just finished taking out 6 zombies and wiped his sweat. The Lin sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Nanuan, in particular, jumped up and clapped her hands. "Brother Chen won! He took out all 6! Although Lin Qingyan wasn't as exaggerated as her sister, the icy expression on her face finally softened a bit, a smile playing on her lips. Chung Hao retracted his machete, and with a slight flash in the system space, the weapon was safely stored. He adjusted his breathing, walked to the side of the tricycle, looked at Lin Qingyan, and smiled a little relaxedly. "I got 310 experience points," he asked Lin Qingyan directly. "Do you have a weapon you want to build? What materials and experience points do you need? Tell me, and I'll provide it." Lin Qingyan was stunned when she heard this. She hadn't expected Chung Hao to kill zombies so desperately just to help her improve her strength. She looked at him in disbelief and whispered, You did all this just to help me build weapons?" Chung Hao spread his hands, shrugged, and smiled naturally. "What else? Do you think I like fighting zombies?" Lin Qingyan's eyes trembled slightly, and a warmth she had never felt before spread in her heart. Her eyes were red, and she was obviously moved. Her favorability towards Chung Hao instantly increased significantly. Lin Qingyan, favorability plus 20%, 50%. Chung Hao was a little surprised to see Lin Qingyan's favorability soar. He had originally thought that the passionate Lin Nanuan would be unlocked first. And now, my sister got there first. Apparently, it's really easy to break through with the aloof type. He thought to himself, but urged, "Don't hesitate. Make a weapon quickly. I also want to see how powerful you are once you have a gun." Lin Qingyan nodded gently, no longer refusing. She knew that once she had a suitable weapon, it would be a qualitative improvement for the entire team. She opened her personal interface and slid to the Survival Talent column, where various gun diagrams were clearly visible. After a quick glance, she looked up at Chung Hao and said, "I need 100 experience points, 2 units of metal, and 2 units of gunpowder. Can you give it to me?" Chung Hao answered without hesitation, "Of course." He then called up the system and, with a few clicks, transferred the required materials and experience points to Lin Qingyan's account. Lin Qingyan clicked confirm, then selected the production blueprint and began synthesizing. The moment her experience points and raw materials ran out, a silver light shone before her. As the light faded, a delicate silver pistol, 2 magazines, and 200 rounds of ammunition floated in the air. Chung Hao recognized it immediately. It was the infamous Desert Eagle. He scanned it with his Omniscience exploration, and the gun's capabilities immediately surfaced in his mind: incredible power, long range, and the ability to inflict heavy damage on targets even 100 meters away. But the gun also had an obvious disadvantage. The recoil was extremely strong, and most people couldn't suppress it at all. He couldn't help but worry about whether Lin Qingyan's physique could handle such a heavy weapon. As if sensing Chung Hao's concerns, Lin Qingyan slowly reached out and grasped the pistol. The moment her fingertips touched the gun, her shooting talent was instantly activated, as if the gun was a part of her body. She took a deep breath, holding the magazine in one hand and the bullets in the other, and skillfully pressed the bullets into the magazine one by one. But you have to know that before this, she had never even touched a real gun, let alone loaded a bullet. After reloading the magazine, she walked to an open area, holding her rifle steady, her posture as accurate as a professional instructor. 100 meters away, at an abandoned gas station, an orange drink bottle swayed in the wind. Lin Qingyan raised her wrist slightly, quickly adjusting the angle. Bang! The gunshot rang out, the recoil violently shaking her arm. Although she leaned back slightly, she maintained her shooting stance, unwavering. In the distance, the beverage bottle exploded, sending shards flying. The precision was astonishing. Chung Hao immediately applauded. "Excellent marksmanship!" His previous worries were completely unnecessary. Her control of the gun was beyond imagination. Lin Nanuan clapped her hands excitedly. "Sister, you're so cool! That shot is even better than the sharpshooters on TV. Lin Qingyan stared at the gun in her hand with some surprise. She'd fired that shot almost instinctively, without much thought, yet it had hit the target perfectly. She began to realize that the innate skills granted by the system were far more miraculous than she'd imagined. After Chung Hao confirmed that Lin Qingyan had adapted to her new weapon, he turned his gaze to the electric tricycle nearby. It was adequate for short-term use, but clearly not for long-term travel. He opened the system interface and quickly pulled up a blueprint for a van. I chose to consume 200 experience points and retrieve the remaining materials. After clicking confirm, a ball of white light completely enveloped the electric tricycle. Immediately afterwards, the body of the vehicle underwent a dramatic transformation. Metal and leather reshaped and fused, while shards of glass floated and combined to form windows. The electronic components automatically snapped into place, and even the fuel automatically poured into the tank, instantly activating the engine. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue praising her sister, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she was startled. She tugged at her sister's skirt and took a few steps back in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Lin Qingyan, holding her pistol, was also filled with surprise. A few seconds later, the light dissipated, and a silver-gray van appeared before them. The car had clean lines, the windows had anti-peeping coating, the tires were wrapped in metal mesh, and there were solar panels on the roof. The Lin sisters' eyes widened. This car was completely different from the previous three-wheeled motorcycle. Chung Hao walked to the front of the car with a satisfied look on his face, opened the door, and made an inviting gesture. "Ladies, please get in." Lin Yuan giggled and rushed in first, throwing herself onto the soft seat and shouting, "It's so comfortable! Brother Cheng, you're amazing! I'm so lucky to be your teammate!" Lin Yuan, favorability plus 30%, 65%. Lin Qingyan took the passenger seat, adjusted her seat, and a faint smile played on her lips. Lin Qingyan, favorability plus 10%, 60%. Seeing the two girls' favorability rising again, Chung Hao sighed silently in his heart. As expected, a man still needs to have a car, it really adds a lot of points at critical moments. Chung Hao circled the van, getting a thorough understanding of its configuration and performance before slumping into the driver's seat and buckling up. With a gentle twist of the key, the engine emitted a deep, powerful roar, like a beast awakening, steady yet powerful. In the back seat, Lin Yuan looked around excitedly, her curiosity overflowing, and everything she saw filled with novelty. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyan quietly placed the pistol on her lap, the uneasiness and fear in her eyes quietly replaced by a new light. Although they had been in this strange world for less than 2 hours, their mood had already quietly changed under Chung Hao's guidance. Originally anxious and terrified, they now began to look forward to this unknown world, even eager to try it out. As Chung Hao started the car, he activated his Omniscient exploration talent with a thought, and his gaze immediately locked onto the panoramic map. The map quickly expanded, with him at the center, and the surrounding area of 16 kilometers around him, various markers gradually appearing on the map. Chung Hao took a quick look. Some showed the distribution of monsters in the foggy area, some showed the locations of other players, and there were also a few resource points. He clicked on a few treasure chest icons, but found that they contained not food or water, but some miscellaneous items such as clothes, which made him a little disappointed. He thought to himself, are there no decent supplies? Just as he was hesitating about which spot to explore, a new marker suddenly popped up. Marker point 32, 9.2 kilometers away, there is a supermarket with a large supply store. Seeing this prompt, Chung Hao's eyes lit up and his heart beat faster. A large supermarket? This is a golden place for survival. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Drive to that supermarket and take whatever you want. It's much more satisfying than opening blind boxes one by one. Chung Hao immediately did what he said. He locked the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the van towards the supermarket at full speed. He turned his head to look at Lin Qingyan in the passenger seat and said seriously, "Qingyan, if you encounter zombies or monsters on the road, don't hesitate, just shoot. Killing enemies earns experience points. Whether it's leveling up characters, crafting weapons, or strengthening equipment, these experiences are extremely valuable." Lin Qingyan nodded, her eyes flashing with eagerness. "Okay, I understand. I'll give it my all." The van sped along the empty highway, the scenery outside the window receding, a thick fog shrouding the world on both sides like a curtain. From time to time, strange roars could be heard from the fog, as if some monster was approaching quietly, and the air was filled with an air of unease. Soon, 6 zombies slowly emerged from the fog ahead, seemingly wandering aimlessly along the road. Chung Hao took a quick look and used his Omniscience ability to immediately confirm. They're all level 5 zombies. A single headshot will kill them instantly. Lin Qingyan held the Desert Eagle in her right hand and calmly leaned out the window. Her body remained motionless, but her eyes were fixed firmly on the target. When the car was about 70 or 80 meters away from the zombies, she pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang! After a few crisp noises, 6 zombie heads exploded, scattering across the ground like smashed watermelons. System notifications chimed in. EXP plus 50, EXP plus 50. Every precise headshot yielded a bountiful reward. Lin Qingyan's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. It turns out that hunting monsters can be so cool. It's simply an experience harvester. Chung Hao didn't stop his actions. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the van rushed forward like crazy, directly knocking the corpses away. On the following stretch, they encountered several more waves of level 4 and 5 zombies. Lin Qingyan's marksmanship became increasingly accurate, and she dispatched them without hesitation. In less than half an hour, she had accumulated 780 experience points, but she didn't rush to use them because she knew that opportunities were created by Chung Hao. How to use this experience should naturally be decided by Chung Hao, and she chose to trust him. The van continued to speed, and when it was only 2 kilometers away from the target supermarket, Chung Hao's face suddenly changed, and he frowned vigilantly. He immediately straightened his posture and reminded Lin Qingyan and Lin Rangyuan. Sit tight and fasten your seatbelts. Then he turned to Lin Qingyan and gave her an order. Use 300 experience points immediately to reinforce the entire van. Make the body and glass bulletproof. Hearing the tension in his tone, Lin Rangyuan stopped laughing and immediately sat up straight, her expression suddenly serious. Lin Qingyan nodded and executed, consuming experience as instructed, activating the reinforcement function, and a silver light instantly enveloped the entire car. With a humming sound, the ordinary van seemed to be reborn, radiating a silvery, technologically advanced sheen. The bodywork became more refined, and even the windows reflected a faint luster, revealing a surge in defensive capabilities. Did you discover something? Lin Qingyan asked nervously, looking at Chung Hao. Chung Hao looked ahead and said in a deep voice, Yes, there's a group of players on motorcycles coming straight ahead. They're very fast and they're all armed. Although we're not sure if they're hostile, we have to be prepared. It's better to be safe than sorry. Lin Qingyan nodded. You're right. Better safe than sorry. Lin Rangyuan in the back row also clenched her fists. Humph, if these people dare to play tricks, I'll show you how I'll blow their heads off. As she finished her words, there was a sudden roar of engines ahead, and a group of 8 motorcyclists roared out of the bend. Chung Hao's van had brushed past them, and she had thought they would drive away, but unexpectedly, the sound of the motorcycles began to approach again. Lin Qingyan quickly noticed through the rearview mirror that the group of motorcyclists had turned around. The 8 motorcycles split into 2 lines, ready to double-team them. The leader, wearing a skull mask and a smile on his face, frantically banged on the van's doors and windows, gesturing for them to stop. Chung Hao glanced at them coldly and sneered. You want to play violent motorcycles, right? I'll let you know who is the road bully. After that, he turned the steering wheel sharply, and the van turned sharply and crashed into the 4 motorcycles on the left. But those motorcyclists were no pushovers either. They nimbly dodged the attack and then drew their guns and began firing. The dense barrage of bullets rained down on the bikes, creating a resounding metallic clang. But what these riders didn't expect was that the bullets not only failed to penetrate the car, but also didn't even scratch the paint. The sturdy window glass seemed to be made of steel, without even a crack. The guns in their hands suddenly became like children's toy water guns, completely powerless. Even more outrageous, a bullet ricocheted and sliced through a rider's arm, causing him to curse in pain. Damn, this bike is completely bulletproof? The leader, wearing a skull mask, roared angrily, then his eyes flashed with greed. He stared at the indestructible van and thought to himself, if we can seize this van, our team will be even stronger. he immediately shouted. Keep firing! Shoot at the tires! We must stop this car! The firepower is strong enough to penetrate even bulletproof vehicles! Bullets rained down on the van again, and the air was filled with smoke and murderous intent. Lin Yuan was huddled in the car, her head in her hands, afraid to look out the window. Lin Qingyan held her Desert Eagle, but the barrage of bullets was too intense, leaving her no chance to fight back. She could only close the car window and wait for her chance. Chung Hao still held the steering wheel firmly, his face unfazed. With his omniscient exploration ability, he could clearly gauge the power of the enemy's bullets and the van's protective capabilities. To put it bluntly, the group's firepower was no match for this reinforced van. You think you can penetrate my car with these few bullets? Then all the experience points I gained will be wasted. After another round of shooting, Chung Hao suddenly lowered the passenger window and shouted, Qingyan, shoot! Shoot the guy next to your window! He's changing the magazine! Lin Qingyan obeyed the order and without hesitation, thrust the muzzle of her gun through the window, aimed at the other party, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the rider's helmet on the left exploded into a ball of blood, and the rider instantly fell off the bike. The out-of-control motorcycle swayed from side to side and almost hit the car behind it. Fortunately, the person behind it dodged in time and avoided the disaster. But when he raised his head, he saw a slender hand holding a silver pistol by the passenger window, the muzzle of the gun pointed at him. Bang! Another headshot, the rider's skull exploded instantly, and he fell off his bike before he could even groan. Third brother! Eighth brother! The other motorcyclists roared in anger as they saw their two companions killed in succession, continuing to fire wildly at the van. But Chung Hao had already reminded Lin Qingyan to retract her arm and close the window again. With his ability, he could accurately grasp how many bullets were left in the enemy's gun, when to change the magazine, and when to prepare to shoot. While the other party's bullets were almost exhausted, Chung Hao decisively braked hard, and the van immediately left a long black streak on the road and came to a steady stop. The motorcycles that were sticking to the sides of the van had no time to react, and all rushed forward. They were about to slow down and turn around when Chung Hao lowered the window again and shouted, Qingyan! Prepare to fire! Lin Qingyan had already raised her gun. As soon as she stretched her hand out of the window, bang, 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 4 consecutive gunshots rang out. Blood gushed out of 4 helmets simultaneously, and the 4 riders fell to the ground instantly. In a blink of an eye, only the 2 riders in the front were left of the 8 motorcycle riders. These 2 were originally in charge of commanding the group, and they hadn't approached when Chung Hao slammed on the brakes, thus temporarily escaping the disaster. But seeing their teammates being killed one after another, the 2 of them suddenly lost their courage and immediately turned the car around, preparing to speed away. Want to escape now? It's too late. Chung Hao smiled coldly and stepped on the accelerator. The van was like an arrow shot from a string, chasing after them. Lin Qingyan gripped her gun tightly, her eyes fixed on the front, ready to fire once she came within range. As if sensing danger, the 2 riders suddenly crossed paths, employing a snake-like maneuvering to avoid the bullets. As expected, Lin Qingyan fired several shots, but none of them hit her target. She was so angry that she had to reload. Chung Hao looked at her and smiled helplessly. No need to bother. I'll just run them over. Although they can dodge bullets by moving like this, their speed is obviously slower. After saying that, Chung Hao stepped on the accelerator, and the huge engine roar exploded in the air. One of the riders in front looked back and saw the van rushing up. The next second, Chung Hao swerved the steering wheel, and the front of the vehicle crashed heavily into the motorcycle. The motorcycle lost control and fell, and the rider rolled on the ground. Before he could escape, the wheels of the van had already run over him. Bang! Heads exploded instantly. The scene was bloody and gory. Only the last rider wearing a skull mask remained, the leader from before. He watched his men die one by one, his face gloomy. Suddenly, he turned the car around and rushed into the thick fog on the side of the road. Seeing this, Lin Qingyan frowned. He's in the fog. If he's more than 5 meters away, I can't see him clearly. Chung Hao was silent for a second, then he slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a steady stop. He turned to them and said, Stay in the car, I'll go after him. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Chung Hao would not let this guy escape. He had long since sensed through his omniscience exploration that this skull-masked man was no ordinary person. Before he finished speaking, he had already jumped out of his car, picked up a fallen motorcycle, started it, and rushed into the thick fog without hesitation. The fog was damp, cold, and biting, with a foul smell that quickly surrounded him. Chung Hao sped along the foggy path for about 2 kilometers when he suddenly saw the rider parked in an open space ahead, waiting for him. The rider looked at him and sneered. "You're quite capable of chasing, even in the fog. Honestly, I was afraid you wouldn't dare come in." Chung Hao raised his eyebrows. "So you deliberately lured me in?" The rider snorted. "That's right. Because this is my home ground." Chung Hao was standing in the fog, puzzled. When he heard the skull-masked knight ask, "Your home turf?" he feigned confusion. He shook his head and replied, playing dumb. "What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying." The skull-masked knight across from him had been anticipating this reaction, and immediately burst into laughter, his expression utterly smug. Immediately afterwards, he raised his right hand high, and a black rune appeared on his palm. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly bent down and slammed his palm hard on the ground. With this movement, a strange energy spread out from him, seeping into the surrounding fog and stirring up waves. Then, zombies emerged from the depths of the fog, quickly closing in and surrounding Chung Hao. They were still in the novice protection period, so as long as Chung Hao didn't take the initiative, these zombies shouldn't attack him. But now these monsters' actions were clearly not restricted by the rules. Obviously, the skull-masked knight had used some special ability. Before Chung Hao could say anything, the other party shook his neck again and laughed even more arrogantly. "Don't worry, I will make you die clearly." He proudly talked about his talent. "I can see clearly 20 meters away in foggy areas, which makes it easier for me to find treasure chests than others. Half an hour ago, I happened to pick up a treasure chest with a potion inside. It gave me a new ability, Lord Summoning. This means that in the foggy area, I can control monsters." After saying this, he looked at Chung Hao with a smug look in his eyes. "Now you understand why I brought you into the foggy area, right?" Chung Hao nodded calmly. "You want to use these 10 level 5 zombies to kill me?" The skull-masked knight sneered. "Of course, otherwise would I summon them here for a class reunion? Although I can only summon 10 level 5 monsters now, it's more than enough to deal with you, kid. After I kill you, that female gunman won't be able to escape either. Your car and your woman will all be mine." Chung Hao ignored his madness and asked, "Then if I kill you, does that mean this A-level superpower will be mine?" The knight's expression changed at this, and he stared at Chung Hao warily. "How do you know Lord Summons is A-level?" Chung Hao chuckled and said slowly, "What do you think?" In fact, from the moment the knight led his men to attack him, Chung Hao had used omniscient exploration to see through the other party's true intentions. This, Lord Summoning, was an A-level ability that could control monsters in the fog area, and the level was no lower than his own Vajra body. However, this ability was still in the development stage, and its range of application was limited to the fog area, far less flexible than Lin Qingyan's shooting technique. It was precisely because of this that Chung Hao rushed into the fog without hesitation. He had long planned to kill this person and seize the superpower. The ability to control monsters has far greater potential than his Vajra body. The stronger the control, the more and stronger monsters he can summon, and sooner or later he can cultivate an army of monsters for his own use. Chung Hao knew that the man with the skull mask was lucky, having picked up a treasure chest and obtained an A-level ability, which seemed like a cheat. But unfortunately, his good luck ran out, and he encountered a tough nut to crack in Chung Hao. Seeing Chung Hao mocking him, the knight's face became extremely gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "You won't tell me, right? Wait until I knock you down, and see how long you can keep your mouth shut." After that, he waved his hand violently, and 10 zombies immediately rushed towards Chung Hao with roars, waving their claws, and looking very aggressive. He sat firmly on the motorcycle, arms folded, looking like he was watching a show, a sneer on his lips. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a scene that made his heart skip a beat. Chung Hao's body suddenly glowed with a metallic luster, and his entire aura exploded with it, as if he had changed completely. The skull-masked knight's face changed drastically, and he said in shock, "You have also awakened superpowers?" But Chung Hao ignored him at all. He picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it directly at the first zombie that rushed up. With a loud bang, the zombie's head exploded, sending black blood splattering everywhere. Experience plus 50, Chung Hao's movements were quick and decisive, and his speed was so astonishing that the opposing knight was stunned. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, the powerful impact cracking it and sending him soaring into the air. In midair, he grabbed with his backhand, and a gleaming silver machete appeared in his hand. The blade flashed so fast that it was almost impossible to see. With 3 muffled thuds, 3 zombie heads were neatly chopped off, black blood splattering the blade and billowing smoke. Chung Hao casually swung the blade, shaking off the blood. The black iron machete remained as sharp as ever. Experience plus 150. The remaining 6 zombies began to waver, seemingly sensing the human's terrifying presence, and attempting to retreat and flee. In reality, they weren't attacking Chung Hao on their own initiative. Rather, they were forced by their summoning power to follow orders. But now, even the skeleton masked knight was frightened and uneasy, and his summoning control began to weaken. The 6 zombies regained some consciousness and turned to flee. But how could Chung Hao let this movement experience escape? He rushed into the zombie horde like lightning, his blade flashing one after another, and the zombie heads fell to the ground one after another. A few seconds later, the scene fell silent, leaving only a mess of broken bodies and a pool of black blood. Experience plus 500, Chung Hao looked at the newly added experience points on the system interface, grinned, and looked at the stunned skeleton masked knight. "Thank you, buddy, for giving me 500 experience points. You're such a kind person." The knight's face was pale, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. He watched Chung Hao walk towards him step by step, and finally panicked, and hurriedly pulled out a pistol from his pocket. "Don't come over! If you come any closer, I will shoot! I will really shoot!" He screamed for mercy while secretly pulling the trigger, aiming the gun at Chung Hao's forehead. With a bang, the bullet whizzed out, hitting the vital part. But the unexpected result occurred: the bullet was blocked by Chung Hao's knife, making only a crisp, ding, sound. The knight was completely stunned. Before he could react, he felt the world spinning. The next second, he saw a headless corpse, blood gushing out. It was himself. He opened his mouth slightly and murmured, "That's my body." His thoughts were still burning in his mind, but he was unable to utter the last words. The skull-masked knight died completely. Chung Hao squatted on the ground, looking at the knight wearing a skull mask, his headless body lying motionless on the ground. He reached out and turned the body over, and soon found a walnut-sized black crystal core in the knight's chest. The surface of this crystal core was covered with fine lines, and it faintly emitted a strange energy fluctuation, as if alive, slowly spreading. This crystal core was actually the crystal formed by the supernatural energy in the knight's body after his death. Compared to the survival talents that ordinary people acquire through lotteries, these superpowers condensed by genetic drugs have a significant difference. They can be retained even after death. For example, Lin Qingyan's shooting skill is essentially a low-level ability, but once she dies, this skill will also dissipate. However, with superpowers like this, once the host dies, the potion in the body will condense into a crystal core again, which can be inherited by others. The black iron machete left behind by the bald man is an example of a physical gift that can be left behind, but this situation is extremely rare. Reminded by his Omniscient exploration ability, Chung Hao stretched out his fingers and dug the black crystal core out of the corpse. As soon as it landed in his palm, an icy chill immediately seeped through his skin and into his bones, bringing with it a strange sense of energy. Without hesitation, he squeezed it firmly. With a snap, the crystal core shattered. The black liquid inside didn't splash around, but completely absorbed into Chung Hao's body. The feeling was exactly the same as when he'd taken the Vajra body potion before. A warm current rose within him, coursing through his meridians. Immediately afterwards, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind: "Congratulations on obtaining an A-level superpower. Lord Summoning, current activation level is 10%, allowing you to summon up to 10 level 5 monsters as Lord Apostles. Continue to consume experience points to increase development level, up to 100%. Note, as a Lord, you cannot gain experience points by killing apostles." Seeing the last sentence, Chung Hao couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the system was still very strict, afraid that he would exploit the loopholes to gain experience. After all, the summoned monsters obeyed his orders. If he could kill them and summon them again, wouldn't his experience points explode? However, with only 10% development, the number, level, and range of summoned monsters are severely limited. A maximum of 10 can be controlled, and the range is limited to 5 kilometers. Chung Hao had originally wanted to try this new ability out, but after scanning the area with Omniscient's exploration, he discovered that the nearby level 5 monsters were already sparsely populated. The nearest level 5 werewolf was 4 kilometers away, so even summoning it would take quite a while. Thinking that Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanuan were still waiting for him in the van, he didn't bother and simply hopped on his motorcycle to head back. As soon as we drove back to the highway, we heard Lin Nanuan shouting excitedly from afar. "Sister! Brother Qing is back!" She lay on the seat of the van, staring at the direction of the fog without blinking. Seeing the familiar figure appear, Lin Qingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was still holding the desert eagle, her palms white from exerting so much force. "Brother Chung, where's that guy? Did you catch up?" Lin Nanuan couldn't help but ask loudly. Chung Hao responded with a smile. "I caught up with him and killed him. Also, I got superpowers from him." He did not hide it, because this new ability would be used in front of them sooner or later, so he might as well make it clear now. After hearing the story, Lin Nanuan's eyes lit up, and she almost jumped up. "Brother Qing, then can we have a group of monster bodyguards in the future?" Chung Hao nodded and added, "I understand, but for now, we can only summon low-level monsters, and only in the foggy area." Lin Qingyan also interjected. "That's powerful! Others are blind to the situation in the fog, and now you have an extra pair of eyes and help." "Yes, yes!" Lin Nanuan also echoed excitedly. "You are awesome, Brother Qing!" It's no surprise they're so excited. After all, the stronger Chung Hao is, the safer they'll be. This is the most direct guarantee. While listening to the sisters' chatter, Chung Hao opened his message board to check his status and prepare to arrange the next step. "The space is too small. Time to expand it," he muttered to himself. He realized that the upgrade materials he had previously acquired could only be distributed to Lin Qingyan and the other system space due to lack of space. He even planned to keep the motorcycle he had just ridden back, as the storage space was clearly insufficient. Chung Hao didn't hesitate and spent 10 experience points to expand the system space from 1 cubic meter to 101 cubic meters, which instantly became much more spacious. Then, he used the remaining 500 experience points to increase his player level. According to the system description, each level up in the first 20 requires only 100 experience points, but after level 21, each level up requires 1000 experience points, and the demand gets increasingly exaggerated the further you go. Furthermore, player level not only represents basic strength, but also directly affects the strength of talents and superpowers, with the three complementing each other. In that case, it would be better to prioritize leveling up so that all abilities could be enhanced simultaneously. So he leveled up to level 11 in one go. He soon felt changes in his body, such as the strengthening of his muscles, bones, and stamina. Refreshing the information panel again, his new stats are as follows: name, Chung Hao, level 11, survival talent, omniscience exploration, 21 kilometers radius, upgradable, experience, 0, superpowers, diamond body, 15%, lord summoning, 15%, can control 15 level 6 monsters. Vehicle, van, bulletproof upgrade materials, metal *3, rubber *6, gasoline *8, electronic components *5, glass *8, gunpowder *6, system space, 101 cubic meters, upgradable, items, mineral water, 550 ml *18, egg and pork flaw spread, 110g *20, black iron machete. Teammate, Lin Qingyan, 60%, Lin Nanuan, 65%. After the upgrade, the range of Omniscient exploration increased from 20 kilometers to 21 kilometers, and even the development level of superpowers increased to 15%. The only problem now is that we have too few supplies. Chung Hao frowned. But he soon smiled again. It's okay, there's a large supermarket just up the road, it's a good time to go shopping. Chapter 13 Big Harvest. Put the motorcycle into the system space. Chung Hao got into the van, started it, and continued driving towards the location of the large supermarket. On the way, Chung Hao took another quick look at the messages from Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan. After spending 300 experience points to upgrade the van, there are still 480 experience points left in Lin Qingyan's personal account. After a brief analysis, Chung Hao asked Lin Qingyan to consume another 300 experience points to retrieve relevant drawings and raw materials. A fully automatic heavy machine gun was built and mounted on the roof of the van. Lin Qingyan sits in the co-pilot's seat and can control the machine gun through the buttons on the screen. Sweep the outside 360 degrees without any blind spots. In this way, if you encounter malicious players or monsters on the road, you can directly crush them with firepower. Then, Chung Hao asked Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan to consume 90 experience points each, directly expanding their system space by 900 cubic meters. There are more than 2,000 cubic meters of system space for 3 people, and the supplies contained are enough for them to live for a long time. As for the player levels of Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, whether they are upgraded or not actually has little impact on the overall strength of their 3-person team. So Chung Hao put it on hold for the time being. As for Chung Hao's arrangements, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan obeyed them completely without any objection. Because they knew that if it weren't for Chung Hao, they would definitely still be in a state of confusion like most people in the chat channel. Now, they can sit in a safe and comfortable van, with water to drink and bread to eat. At the same time, he has the protection of a powerful and reliable companion like Chung Hao. How could they question Chung Hao's arrangements? More than 10 minutes later, Chung Hao drove a van and brought them to the door of a large supermarket. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the supermarket, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan felt more and more. What a correct decision it was to follow Chung Hao's arrangements. Through the glass, I looked at the brightly lit supermarket in front. For a moment, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan were both in a trance. It was as if they were back to the original world. When I opened the door, a warm breeze mixed with the aroma of food blew in my face. The central air conditioner was humming, and the goods on the shelves were shining attractively under the warm yellow light. Is this all real? Am I dreaming? Lin Qingyan's voice trembled, and her fingers ran across the cans neatly arranged on the shelf, as if touching a dream. You know, not long ago, they were still excited about getting a bottle of mineral water and a box of bread. And right now, mineral water, bread, and other food and items are piled up like mountains. Of course it's true. Chung Hao smiled first, then said to the 2 sisters, Hurry up and buy some goods. Everything I eat, drink, and use, regardless of whether I need it now or not, whether I like it or not, is all stored in the system space. Even if we don't need it later, we can still exchange it with other people in the channel. Good. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan nodded, and then started shopping. Just press your palm on the object and let the system scan it. The system space will automatically open and store it. Mineral water, drinks, snacks, rice, toothpaste, towels, and even frozen pork and steak from the frozen section were all packed in by the 3 of them. More than an hour later, the supermarket shelves that were originally full of goods became scattered and messy. At the same time, the system space of Chung Hao and the other 2 was filled with various goods. The items column of personal information is directly overloaded. The smiles on the faces of sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan have never disappeared since they entered the supermarket. Because even in their original world, they had never experienced such a refreshing 0 yuan shopping. At the same time, their favorability towards Chung Hao also increased further. After all, if Chung Hao hadn't brought them here, they might never have known. In this foggy area, there is actually such a large supermarket hidden. Lin Qingyan, favorability increased by 10%, 70%. Lin Nuanyuan, favorability increased by 10%, 75%. Chung Hao was also quite satisfied with being able to obtain so many supplies in this supermarket. This way, you won't find treasure chests containing bottles of water or bags of bread later. He can just ignore it, and there is no need to pick it up specifically. Instead, focus your energy on finding the treasure chest containing the superpower potion. Or go hunt monsters and gain experience points. After more than an hour, the system spaces of the 3 people were almost full. Only then did Chung Hao take the 2 sisters out of the supermarket. Back to the van. Brother Cheng, now that we have so many supplies, Where should we go next? Lin Yuan got in the car, her eyes gleaming. Can we find a safe place and hide forever? Those monsters are terrifying and disgusting. I don't want to wait until the 24-hour protection period is over and be besieged by them. You think too simply. Chung Hao shook his head first, then explained. Since the game system allows us to board vehicles and migrate constantly, there must be a corresponding punishment system if we violate it. If we stay in one place, the game system will easily summon an army of monsters to surround us. What good will it do you to have so much food and drink? Don't forget, what is our current player level? Various daily necessities are certainly important, but they can only maintain the most basic survival. Only by constantly migrating and finding superpower treasure chests that can enhance strength can you improve your strength. Then, you can hunt monsters, gain experience points, and increase your player level. When your player level is high enough and your combat power is strong enough, you can truly rest easy. But... Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, and finally said somewhat unnaturally. However, my survival ability is not like yours and my sister's. It is not the combat type. Brother Qin, you and sister are already so powerful now. If you continue like this, will you pull me further and further away? Will I be a drag on you guys? How is that possible? Chung Hao didn't expect that under Lin Yuan's seemingly innocent appearance, she actually had a sensitive heart. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation of his and Lin Qingyan's growing strength that he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Immediately smiled and comforted. I've never heard of a wet nurse being a hindrance. Yuan, don't overthink it. The time for you to truly demonstrate your abilities hasn't arrived yet. When your sister and I need you, you will know how important your abilities are. What's more, taking superpower potions can also transform you and give you combat power. Lin Qingyan touched Lin Yuan's head and comforted her. Silly girl, don't let your imagination run wild. No matter how the surrounding environment changes, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be your sister. You are also my only sister. The two of us will never be separated. Okay. After hearing what Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan said, Lin Yuan's originally wavering heart calmed down again. She turned her eyes and leaned closer to Chung Hao and asked, Brother Chen, where are we going next? Chapter 14, Horror Amusement Park. Next, let me think about it. Chung Hao murmured and silently unfolded the panoramic map of Omniscient Exploration. After the player's level is increased, the range he can explore has now reached 21 kilometers. The number of marked points on the map is more than double what it was at the beginning. But most of it is about other players' information and the location of monsters. Some treasure chests containing supplies or raw materials no longer arouse Chung Hao's interest. Is there no treasure chest containing superpowers within this 21-kilometer radius? Just when Chung Hao was feeling a little disappointed, a special red mark caught his attention. Clicking on the marked point, lines of information appeared before his eyes. Marker point 44, approximately 14 kilometers from the current location, Horror Amusement Park. This is a cursed amusement park where different types of monsters will appear randomly. Difficulty level, D. Remove the curse of the amusement park and you will receive 2,000 experience points as a reward, as well as a superpower treasure chest. The shorter your clearance time, the higher your rating, and the higher the level of the superpower potion in the treasure chest. After reading the message, Chung Hao's eyes suddenly brightened. Horror Amusement Park? Isn't this equivalent to a game copy? After clearing a level, you'll not only receive experience points, but also a superpower treasure chest. Although there may be danger, but if you give it a try, your bicycle can be transformed into a motorcycle. No, I already have a motorcycle and a van. It should be a gamble, the van can be turned into a luxury car. Next stop, let's go to the Horror Amusement Park. Having made up his mind, Chung Hao turned around and drove towards the location of the Horror Amusement Park. In less than half an hour, Chung Hao drove to the gate of the Horror Amusement Park. As I opened the car door and got out, a gloomy smell hit me in the face. Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuan shuddered at the same time. Looking at the deserted amusement park in front of them, they couldn't understand why Chung Hao brought them here. You don't want to experience the entertainment facilities in this amusement park, do you? Just as he was about to ask, Chung Hao pointed to a sign in front of the iron gate of the amusement park and said, "Look!" Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanuan heard this and walked forward, and saw the sign that read, "This is a terrifying amusement park shrouded in cursed power." Outside the amusement park, there are dedicated parking spaces with protective shields that can be activated to protect players' vehicles and other assets from being looted. The 24-hour protection mechanism will be disabled on the first day of entering the horror amusement park. Please proceed with caution. If you can lift the curse in the amusement park, the system will give you a certain reward. If the 24-hour protection mechanism fails, doesn't that mean the monsters in this amusement park will actively attack us? Lin Nanuan's expression changed at first, then she looked at Chung Hao and asked in a low voice, "Brother Qing, you don't want to go to this amusement park, do you?" Chung Hao smiled and nodded. Lin Nanuan hesitated. "But it should be very dangerous in here, right?" Chung Hao explained. "It should be said that danger and opportunity coexist. If the rewards are big enough, it's worth taking the risk." Then, he changed the subject and said, "Of course, if you're scared, just stay in the car. There are dedicated parking spaces here, which serve a protective function. As long as you stay in the car, you'll be fine." Lin Nanuan was about to say something when she heard this. Lin Qingyan interrupted and said, "No, I want to go in with you. You were right earlier. The 24-hour protection period can't last forever. Instead of being passive when the time comes, it's better to adapt in advance and find some monsters to practice with." After hearing what her sister said, Lin Nanuan mustered up her courage and said, "Then I want to go in too. After experiencing this myself, my healing abilities might be further developed. If anything happens to you, I can treat you on the spot." Lin Qingyan nodded, and then instructed Lin Nanuan, "After you go in, you must stay beside me and don't run around, understand?" Lin Nanuan nodded heavily. "Don't worry, sister, I will never cause any trouble for you." While the two were talking, Chung Hao had already parked the van in the exclusive parking space. This way, even if the vehicle is left unattended, it won't be damaged or driven away by other players. Pushing open the rusty iron gate of the amusement park, Chung Hao stepped in. Sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanuan stuck closely behind him. Lin Qingyan held the Desert Eagle in her hand and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a strange roar came from a distance. A group of zombies, like poultry that have been raised for a long time, see food. They rushed towards Chung Hao and the other two in all kinds of weird postures. Lin Nanuan quickly curled up and said in a trembling voice, "Sister, brother Chung, they are coming." Lin Qingyan held the pistol and was about to pull the trigger. Chung Hao stretched out his hand and stopped her. "Don't be impatient. I just wanted to test out that superpower I gained." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and slammed it hard on the ground. Dark light patterns spread from Chung Hao's palm, transforming into strange energy that spread and surged in all directions. With a low roar, 15 burly level 6 zombies suddenly stopped. The originally empty pupils now glowed with a dark light. They all turned around, opened their claws, and pounced on their companions. "So this is your superpower, Lord Summoning?" Lin Qingyan's pupils suddenly shrank, even though she had heard Chung Hao mention this superpower before. But seeing Chung Hao perform at this moment, she still felt incredible. "Those 15 zombies were controlled by you?" "Yeah, that's right." Chung Hao nodded, a smile appeared on his face. "Isn't it convenient?" The strength of the 15 zombies controlled by Chung Hao not only did not weaken, but increased instead. In addition, they were all unexpected betrayals. The other zombies had no time to react at all, and the zombie crystal cores in their bodies were crushed one by one. At the same time, Chung Hao's ears kept hearing the system's prompts. Experience points increased by 60. Experience points increased by 60. Experience points increased by 50. Except for the 15 zombies controlled by Chung Hao, all the other uncontrolled zombies were turned into meat paste. In the blink of an eye, Chung Hao's experience points accumulated to 950 points. Silently convey an instruction in the heart. Those 15 zombies were like real professional bodyguards, protecting Chung Hao and the other two. In this way, even if some powerful monster really appears randomly in this horror amusement park, these zombies can hold out for a while. Chapter 15: The Little Boy's Laughter. Sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan looked at these originally dirty, twisted, and weird zombies. At this moment, under Chung Hao's control, they were marching in unison, guarding around them. I was more and more amazed at the incredible superpowers of Chung Hao. After confirming the direction, Chung Hao and the other two continued to explore the amusement park. Suddenly, the carousel in the amusement park, which had been stationary, began to turn. Inside, a boy's laughter could be heard from time to time. Chuckle, chuckle. The sound was clear and lively, as if there really was a little boy sitting on a carousel, laughing happily. But no matter how hard Chung Hao and the other two opened their eyes and looked, they could not find the little boy. Strange! Even the Omniscient exploration ability can't find it. This horror amusement park is really weird. Just as Chung Hao was secretly complaining in his heart. Suddenly, a prompt sound came from my ear. A level 6 monster has spawned ahead, please be careful. Chung Hao was stunned. He looked up and happened to see a puppet wearing a zebra costume and a hood standing out in the carousel area in front of him. Because it is very similar to the stripes on those carousel horses. If it weren't for the ability of omniscient exploration and the timely reminder, Chung Hao would not have discovered it at all. After the zebra doll appeared, it bent its waist, holding a sharp knife in its hand, and rushed towards Chung Hao and the others. The speed was so fast that Lin Qingyan had no time to react and shoot. Chung Hao's mind moved, and the two zombies that were originally slow to move stood together to form a human wall. The zebra puppet had no time to stop and plunged into the belly of one of the zombies. He wanted to struggle, but more than a dozen zombies surrounded him. He stretched out his sharp claws and started scratching the puppet. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the zebra puppet died before it even got close to Chung Hao and the others. It turned into a ball of black and white smoke and disappeared. Experience points increased by 60. He was killed just like that. I don't even need to do it myself. Listening to the system's prompt tone, Chung Hao raised the corner of his mouth. The monsters in this horror amusement park are just SOS so. Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the strange zebra doll suddenly appeared and scared them. But in a flash, he was stopped by zombies controlled by Chung Hao. Such powerful control ability gave the two sisters more confidence in passing this level smoothly. Brother Chung, Lin Yuanyuan approached Chung Hao and was about to say something when she was suddenly interrupted by a burst of laughter. Chuckle, chuckle. Come and play with me, come find me, let's play together. It was the voice of the little boy again. It was more real than before, and he even spoke. In the silent and empty amusement park, it seemed even more eerie. Lin Yuanyuan got goosebumps, and she swallowed back the words she had originally intended to say. Chung Hao also frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Because he had just used his omniscient exploration ability to check again, but still couldn't find the little boy's hiding place. But his laughter was so genuine. Just as I was thinking about it, another prompt box popped up in front of me. A group of zombies similar to the previous ones have appeared in front of us, please be careful. Chung Hao was stunned. When he looked up, he saw a group of zombies rushing towards them. But what is extremely strange is that these zombies were destroyed by the zombie apostles, previously controlled by Chung Hao. But why did they come back to life? Never mind, let's destroy it first. Don't miss out on the experience points that come right to your doorstep. Chung Hao's mind moved, and he immediately controlled the zombie apostle to fight back. With perfect control and coordination, the zombies rushing over were quickly wiped out. However, what Chung Hao did not expect was he did not receive the system notification of gaining experience points. In other words, these resurrected zombies have no experience value. Could it be? Just as I was thinking about it, the little boy's laughter came again. Chuckle, chuckle. Horse, horse, run faster. A level 6 monster similar to the previous one has spawned in front of you, please be careful. As the prompt sounded, a zebra puppet rushed out from an inconspicuous corner. Holding a sharp knife, he rushed towards Chung Hao and the other two. Come again? Seeing this, Chung Hao felt an inexplicable surge of anger in his heart. This time, he didn't plan to let the zombie apostle take action. With a grab of his hand in the air, the black iron machete was held in his palm. Take a leap! As the zebra puppet rushed over, Chung Hao swung his machete and chopped it down hard. Squeak sound. The zebra doll was immediately split in half. It turned into black and white smoke and disappeared. However, a scene that Chung Hao could not understand appeared again. He had clearly destroyed this level 6 monster with his own hands. But I still haven't received the system's prompt about experience points. Could it be that this zebra puppet, like those zombies just now, can be resurrected infinitely? Also, apart from the first time you're eliminated, any subsequent eliminations after resurrection won't be counted towards your experience points. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. Chuckle, chuckle. As I was thinking about this, I heard the laughter of a little boy from not far away. As the laughter disappeared, another group of zombies, the same as before, rushed over. Although the zombie apostles, controlled by Chung Hao, were easily eliminated. However, there is still no experience points received. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan, who were standing by, also noticed that something was wrong. With deep worry in his eyes, he asked, Chung Hao, are we stuck in a maze? Why does the same scene keep repeating? Those zombies and zebra puppets were clearly eliminated, so why did they automatically resurrect? And where did that little boy's laughter come from? Chung Hao pondered for a moment and said, If my guess is correct, that little boy is the source of the curse of this amusement park. Have you noticed that these zombies are wearing work uniforms? They are most likely employees of this amusement park. For some reason, I was cursed and have been staying here forever. And the doll in the zebra costume. He must have some connection with the little boy. Only by clarifying the relationship between them can we break this cycle and pass the customs smoothly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan nodded in understanding. Then, they all said with a confused look, So what should we do specifically? Chung Hao thought about it and replied directly. Wait until that zebra puppet comes out and control him first. Don't kill him. Killing him is useless anyway, so it's better to keep him as a hostage. Chapter 16 The Source of the Curse. Leaving Weird behind as a hostage? Hearing Chung Hao's words, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan both felt a little unbelievable and quickly asked, After catching that weird zebra puppet, will that weird little boy show up on his own? Or is it that the zebra puppet is strange and knows where the little boy is hiding and can lead us to find him? Chung Hao shook his head. I'm not sure right now. Once we catch that guy and interrogate him, we'll know the details. Chuckle, chuckle. Horse, horse, run faster. As he was speaking, the strange and childish laughter of a child came again as expected. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Chung Hao's ears. A level 6 monster similar to the previous one has spawned in front of you, please be careful. In a flash, the zebra-striped figure once again pounced out from an inconspicuous shadow in the carousel area. Just like before, he brandished the sharp knife again, aiming directly at Chung Hao and the other two. Now! Chung Hao let out a low cry, his mind racing. This time, he did not let the zombie apostles rush forward and tear it to pieces. Instead, he issued completely different instructions. More than a dozen zombies changed their formation in an instant, and no longer adopted a violent attacking posture. Instead, they were like well-trained soldiers, interspersing and encircling at astonishing speed. They stretched out their rotten but powerful arms and tightly clamped the zebra doll's limbs and waist. Ugh! The zebra puppet let out a low roar and struggled and twisted wildly. The black and white striped fabric was violently deformed under the grip of the zombies. The sharp knife in his hand stabbed everywhere, but could not hit any target. Soon, it was firmly fixed and could not move. Chung Hao walked up to the zebra doll, took off his hood, and found that it was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he looked at Chung Hao with resentment, and said sternly, It's you! You're the ones who hid Lele! Hurry! Give my Lele back to me! If you don't find Lele, you will all die! In an instant, a fierce and violent aura burst out from the man. Chung Hao frowned, held the black iron machete, and chopped him on the chest. Although he avoided the vital parts, the middle-aged man's momentum was immediately weakened due to the serious injury. However, the blood red in his eyes became more intense. The resentment, hatred, and brutality emanating from him are becoming stronger and stronger. Realizing this, Chung Hao's heart moved and he suddenly said, "I think my thinking was completely wrong just now. The source of the curse of this horror amusement park isn't the elusive little boy, but the man in the zebra doll jacket. That boy named Lele should be his child. For some unknown reason, he got lost in this amusement park. So, he threatened the amusement park staff that if they didn't find the child, he would execute them all. And he himself has been continuing to search. But in the end, they searched everywhere and still couldn't find it. Finally, the man broke down and chose to take his own life. His resentment and unwillingness turned into a curse, dragging the entire amusement park into the abyss. He hated the staff for not helping him find the child. So he turned them into zombies, trapped forever in this nightmarish park, repeating the cycle of searching and killing over and over again. That's why, once that child's voice appears, the amusement park employee who turned into a zombie, and this middle-aged man disguised as a zebra puppet, will appear." After listening to Chung Hao's description, both Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan showed surprise on their faces. After a moment's silence, Lin Qingyan said in a low voice, "His experience is certainly pitiful, but it is too extreme. This amusement park is so big. If I can't even look after my own children, how can I expect the staff to take care of everything?" As soon as Lin Qingyan finished speaking, the middle-aged man burst into an unprecedented shrill howl. Black and white smoke overflowed uncontrollably from the gaps in his hood and the joints of his body, as if his soul was burning fiercely. I just don't know whether he was stimulated by Lin Qingyan's words or was making a fearless struggle. Chung Hao was too lazy to delve into it. Holding the black iron machete, he chopped at the middle-aged man several times in a row. The tyrannical aura that had just risen from him was immediately weakened by more than half. Kill him and he will be resurrected after a while. Then make him half dead. To some extent, it breaks the cycle. But Chung Hao also knew that this approach could not last long. The most urgent task is to find the hiding place of the little boy. Expand the survival talent of Omniscient exploration. This time, Chung Hao decided to explore in all directions without any blind spots. Don't miss any item in this amusement park. Because before, after hearing the little boy's sinister laughter, he subconsciously thought that the little boy was weird. Therefore, he also checked the panoramic map to see if there were any strange creatures in the amusement park. But what if the little boy wasn't weird? Even the sound was not made by him. It is the obsession of the amusement park employees and the middle-aged man. With this completely different idea. When Chung Hao searched again, he focused his attention on some inconspicuous corners of space that could accommodate a child's body. Sweep the walls and debris layer by layer. Most areas were empty or filled with decaying ride parts. Finally, his perception focused on the top of the carousel shed. Deep down a narrow, dusty ventilation duct. A skeleton was detected, matching the target characteristics. Found it! It's at the very back of the ventilation duct. Chung Hao was in high spirits, and immediately said to Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan, "I think I have a rough idea of where the little boy is hiding. Where is it hidden?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan hurriedly asked. Chung Hao pointed to the ventilation duct above the carousel shed and said, "Right there." Lin Qingyan took a look and immediately asked in confusion, "A ventilation duct? That high? Can a little boy crawl in there?" "It's actually very simple to climb up." Chung Hao walked to the wire fence next to the carousel shed and explained. "Just climb up along this wire mesh, and you'll see the entrance to the ventilation duct. Then crawl inside and you'll be completely hidden." The little boy probably just wanted to play hide and seek, but after climbing in, he got stuck for some reason and never came out. This triggered a series of tragedies. Now, if we dig out his skeleton from the ventilation duct and give it to this zebra puppet man, we can lift the curse of the horror amusement park. Hearing Chung Hao's last words, the eyes of Lin Qingyan and her sister brightened. Finally, I can leave this eerie and mysterious amusement park. Lin Nanyuan couldn't wait to say. Brother Cheng, what are we waiting for? Let's climb up quickly. If a little boy can climb up that iron fence, we can definitely do it too. After saying that, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to climb. Chapter 17 Skeleton. Wait! Nanyuan! Seeing Lin Nanyuan preparing to climb, Chung Hao acted quickly. He grabbed the strap of her clothes at the back and pulled her back. What's wrong, Brother Cheng? Lin Nanyuan looked back in confusion, her big eyes full of doubts. Chung Hao glanced at Lin Nanyuan before explaining. Nanyuan, I'm not doubting your climbing ability. But even if you do make it up, the entrance to the ventilation duct is too narrow. With your size, you'll probably get stuck. Lin Nanyuan was stunned at first, then she looked down at her proud chest. I looked up again and saw the ventilation duct above. Her fair cheeks instantly turned red. She subconsciously folded her arms across her chest, feeling shy and embarrassed. What should I do? Brother Cheng, you're so strong and your shoulders are so broad, there's no way you can crawl in there, right? Yes, it is. Chung Hao nodded first. Then his gaze naturally fell on Lin Qingyan. He looked him up and down and whispered. Qingyan, you're the only one here, and you're the most slender. Especially the shoulder width and chest circumference, the overall frame is more suitable. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to climb it. Hearing this, Lin Qingyan subconsciously glanced at her chest. Although not as curvy as her sister's, it is also well proportioned. A subtle emotion inexplicably passed through her heart. Could it be that in Chung Hao's eyes her figure is not good enough? After glaring at Lin Nanyuan, who was trying to hold back her smile, Lin Qingyan said unhappily. Can't we find a way to destroy the pipe and retrieve the remains directly after it falls? Do you have to crawl in? Chung Hao shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. What if the little boy's skeleton is damaged? Then the zebra doll man will deny it. I'm afraid the curse that shrouds this amusement park will never be lifted. After listening to this, Lin Qingyan took a deep breath and nodded. Got it. Okay, I'll go. After saying that, she used a hairband to tie her hair into a high ponytail. Then he grabbed the wire mesh with both hands and began to climb. Chung Hao followed her and said, I'll crawl under the entrance of the pipe with you. You go in front, and I'll meet you at the entrance. Then, he turned to Lin Nanyuan and said, Nanyuan, you stand down there and wait. Those 15 zombie apostles will protect you. At the same time, they will keep an eye on that zebra man and prevent him from moving. Good. Lin Nanyuan agreed and then stood aside obediently. Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan began to climb the barbed wire. The barbed wire fence has been in disrepair for a long time, shaking and making a harsh creaking sound. Chung Hao has a body of diamond, is strong and can climb very fast. But he deliberately slowed down and protected Lin Qingyan. Lin Qingyan's long black hair danced, emitting bursts of fragrance. After a while, the two climbed to the top of the iron net and the entrance of the ventilation duct. The entrance was indeed very narrow and pitch black inside. Take out a flashlight and a cloth bag from the system space. When he shone his light inside, dust danced in the beam of light. Deep in the pipe, a corner can be vaguely seen. Chung Hao pointed to the corner and explained to Lin Qingyan. The remains of that little boy are just around the corner. Put his bones in this cloth bag and drag it back. That's all you need to do. Yeah, okay. Lin Qingyan nodded and took the flashlight and cloth bag. He supported himself with both hands on the edge of the entrance and put his head and upper body in first. Then carefully adjust your posture, try to bring your shoulders together, and move inward little by little. The tight-fitting sports t-shirt rises slightly due to the movement, revealing a small part of the delicate waist. Every time she bent her knees and kicked her legs forward, the arcs and curves of her body appeared particularly clear in Chung Hao's perspective. Although Lin Qingyan's waves are not as turbulent as her sister Lin Nanyuan's. But this doesn't mean that her figure is not good enough. The slender waist, long thighs, and black stockings definitely have a different flavor. After a while, Lin Qingyan crawled to the corner. The flashlight swept inside. The next second, her body stiffened noticeably, and she spoke slowly with a trembling voice and a sense of relief. Found it! It's inside! There's a wire in here, and his clothes got caught. That's probably why. Well, then just slowly put him into the cloth bag. Don't be in a hurry. Chung Hao nodded and said softly. There's no other danger around here. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just focus on your own business. Good. Lin Qingyan replied and moved forward a little. Then move the cloth bag in front of you. Her movements were gentle, with a respect for the life that had been lost. A small, dust-covered, curled-up child skeleton was carefully placed into a cloth bag. Then he began to slowly retreat, saying, It's already been put away. I can't turn around, so I can only walk back like this. Okay. Slow down, I'll catch you at the pipe entrance. Following Lin Qingyan, he retreated back to the pipe entrance little by little. Chung Hao made way and let her move her long legs out first. But because the entrance was too narrow, Lin Qingyan had difficulty moving. Seeing this, Chung Hao suggested, Just put the bag at the entrance, and I'll pull you out first. After saying that, he grabbed the wire mesh with one hand, put his arm around Lin Qingyan's waist with the other, and gently pulled her out. During the pulling process, the two bodies inevitably stuck close to each other. Chung Hao could feel the warmth of her body and her slight trembling. Are you exhausted? Your body is stiff, right? Seeing Lin Qingyan's head covered in dust and sweat, Chung Hao said softly. Hold me tight, I'll take you down first. Good. Lin Qingyan's face flushed slightly, and she let Chung Hao hold her waist and bring her to the ground. Lin Qingyan, favorability increased by 10%, 80%. Hearing the system prompt sound, Chung Hao was a little surprised. I just carried her down, but her favorability increased so much? And it increased by 10% all at once? After all, the closer to 100%, the harder it is to improve. In this way, the time for unlocking is getting closer and closer. What an unexpected bonus! With a sneer in his heart, Chung Hao climbed back to the entrance of the pipe and took out the cloth bag containing the bones. He landed on the ground and walked in front of the zebra puppet man who was still controlled by the zombies. When the zipper of the cloth bag was unzipped, the remains of a little boy wearing clothes with cartoon patterns appeared inside. The moment the zebra doll man saw the skeleton, his body began to tremble violently. The crazy blood red in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by huge, unspeakable grief and confusion. He stopped roaring and just stared at the skeleton. There was a sobbing sound in the throat. Chapter 18 Infinite Bullets. I felt that the zebra doll man no longer had the previous brutality and murderous aura. Chung Hao thought about it and asked the zombie apostle to let him go. Losing control, the zebra puppet man almost stumbled forward. Carefully and with trembling hands, he touched the remains in the cloth bag. He held the small, cold skeleton tightly in his arms, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. A suppressed, heartbreaking whimper came out of his mouth. No longer resentment, but pure, desperate fatherly love that has lost everything. Lele, Dad finally found you. As the words fell, the black and white striped puppet costume on his body began to peel off and dissipate like burning ashes. His figure holding the skeleton gradually became transparent. Eventually, along with the bones, it dissipated into the air. The bodies of the 15 level 6 zombie apostles around them also quickly decayed, disintegrated, and turned into dust. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chung Hao's mind. Experience points increased by 900. With the disappearance of these monsters, the horror amusement park was filled with the gloomy, oppressive, and recurring curse atmosphere. Like morning mist dispersed by the sun, it quickly melted away. Ding! The core curse source has been detected and has been purified. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the horror amusement park. Experience points increased by 2,000. It took 26 minutes and 29 seconds. Rating S. Reward, Superpower Treasure Box, Grade AX3. Pleasant system notification sounds rang in Chung Hao's mind one after another. Chung Hao was extremely surprised. 2,000 experience points. Adding all together, his current experience value has reached 3,910 points. In addition, there are 3 A-level superpower treasure chests. This time I made a lot of money. Accompanied by 3 flashes of soft light, 3 treasure chests appeared in front of Chung Hao and the other 2. Unlock the survival talent of Omniscient Exploration. The superpower potions in the treasure chest, as well as the superpowers they represented, were displayed one by one in front of Chung Hao. The first superpower treasure chest. A-level superpower, unlimited bullets. First activation, development 10%, with the ability to fire unlimited bullets, maximum range 300 meters. The higher the level of development, the longer the range and the stronger the damage. In the later stages, it can be attached with various elemental damage. The second superpower treasure chest. A-level superpower, healing shield. When activated for the first time, develop 10%, and you can apply a shield to yourself and 3 teammates at the same time, which has both healing and defensive effects. The higher the development level, the stronger the healing and defense power. The third superpower treasure chest. A-level superpower, thunder power. First activation, development 10%, body wrapped in silver lightning, attack, and greatly increased speed. The higher the development level, the stronger the attack power and the faster the speed. After reading the introduction, Chung Hao immediately understood. These 3 treasure chests were clearly prepared for him, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan. They say it's a randomly generated treasure chest, but this game system is quite user-friendly. Since the systems have already been allocated, Chung Hao naturally won't keep them all to himself. What's more, given his own situation, even if he absorbed the 2 superpowers of infinite bullets and healing shield, it would not be of much use. Instead, it made his abilities more complicated. So he pushed the treasure chest containing unlimited bullets to Lin Qingyan. Pushed the treasure chest of healing shield to Lin Nuanyuan. He smiled and said, "The system rewarded us with 3 superpower treasure chests, just enough for 1 each. After taking the superpower potion in the treasure chest, we will all gain a new superpower." Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan were shocked when they heard this. Although they all had some expectations in their hearts, they still couldn't believe it. Chung Hao just distributed the extremely precious superpower treasure box to them. "Chung Hao, I. Brother Chung, I." The 2 women were so moved that they didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Qingyan, favorability increased by 10%, 90%. Lin Nuanyuan, favorability increased by 10%, 85%. Seeing the 2 women's expressions, Chung Hao smiled and replied, "Okay, stop being so me, and take the potion quickly to see what superpowers you can awaken." Although he already knew the answer, Chung Hao still kept the 2 women in suspense. "Good." Sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan responded in unison. After exchanging a glance, it was Lin Qingyan who took the first step. "Open the treasure chest and take out the genetic medicine." In Chung Hao's encouraging eyes and Lin Nuanyuan's expectant gaze, Lin Qingyan opened her little mouth and drank the medicine. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable burning sensation and a powerful flow of information flooded into her limbs and mind. She felt that her muscles, bones and even nerves were undergoing subtle transformations, as if they were imprinted with certain rules. Then, all the information about infinite bullets appeared one by one in Lin Qingyan's mind. "Sister, how do you feel? What superpowers did you gain?" Seeing that Lin Qingyan didn't speak for a long time, Lin Nuanyuan couldn't help but ask. "Unlimited bullets. The superpower I gained is called infinite bullets. Besides, it's A rank." Lin Qingyan replied excitedly, with an unprecedented brilliance shining in her eyes. "Hold the desert eagle in your hands." The pistol seemed to have a strange resonance with her, and the gun body became slightly hot. She didn't even need to open the magazine to check, she could clearly sense it. The gun barrel is filled with endless energy, those are invisible bullets. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and aimed at a broken metal bracket on the wreckage of the carousel in the distance. Bang! 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 There was no smoke, no flying shell casings, only the sharp whistling sound of the air being torn apart. 3 streaks of light that were almost impossible to capture with the naked eye shot out from the muzzle. "TSK. TSK. TSK. There were 3 crisp sounds, almost connected in one. The metal support as thick as an adult's arm broke with a sound. The fracture is as smooth as a mirror, as if it was instantly melted by high temperature. Lin Qingyan did not finish shooting. Da-da-da-da. Dense streams of light shot out like splashing water. A large cloud of dust exploded on the ground in the distance. This firing rate far exceeds the original limit of her gun. Moreover, she did not feel any sluggishness from ammunition consumption, only endless power. Infinite. Really infinite. Lin Qingyan looked at Chung Hao with joy, her eyes gleaming with the light of discovering a new world. Chung Hao! This ability is too strong! I can feel it. Bullets can be created wherever I think about it. Lin Qingyan, who is usually calm, now has a red face due to excitement. The more I stroke the desert eagle in my hand, the more I can't let it go. After a while, she calmed down and looked at Lin Nanyuan and said, Nanyuan, hurry up, it's your turn. Okay. Lin Nanyuan couldn't wait any longer. After agreeing, he opened his mouth and drank the genetic medicine with a gulp. So warm and comfortable. Lin Nanyuan first exclaimed in praise. Then, the whole person just stood there in a daze, not moving at all. Chapter 19, The Power of Thunder. Nanyuan, how are you? I saw Lin Nanyuan standing there motionless. Although he had just taken the genetic medicine and successfully gained superpowers, he knew that there were no side effects. But Lin Qingyan still stepped forward to ask with some concern. At the same time, Lin Nanyuan felt as if she was soaking in warm spring water. A cool and vital energy flows through the body. The principles of energy guidance, shield construction, and healing light emerged clearly in my mind. Amazing! Lin Nanyuan muttered to herself, finally recovering from her dazed state. She subconsciously stretched out her hands, and with a thought, an oval, golden energy shield completely enveloped her body. Blinking at Lin Qingyan, Lin Nanyuan suddenly said, Sister, try hitting this light shield with your fist. Okay. Although Lin Qingyan was a little confused, she still clenched her fists and smashed them at the golden shield surrounding Lin Nanyuan's body. As a result, she found that she seemed to have hit a wall. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through this thin, film-like defensive shield. Is this the power of the shield? Lin Qingyan's heart moved and she asked quickly. More than just a shield. Lin Nanyuan raised the corner of her mouth and said very proudly. Inside this protective shield, you can automatically heal your injuries and restore your strength. And it's not limited to me, it can also be used on teammates. After saying that, Lin Nanyuan crossed her fingers and pointed them at Lin Qingyan in front of her. There was a hum sound. A layer of the same golden light shield instantly appeared around Lin Qingyan's body. Sister, how do you feel? Lin Nanyuan asked nervously and expectantly. Very warm and comfortable. Lin Qingyan closed her eyes and felt it for a while, then exclaimed. And it's just as you said. The energy I consumed from shooting is recovering rapidly. Hee hee. Hearing this, Lin Nanyuan's face broke into a bright smile. It is a joy that comes from the heart, and is full of a sense of accomplishment. She turned her eyes and cast a healing shield on Chung Hao. Chung Hao felt the strength of the shield on his body and couldn't help but admire it. The defensive power of this shield can currently easily withstand attacks from level 5 monsters. Moreover, as your player level increases, your defense and healing efficiency will be further enhanced. Nanyuan, you should now know how important your abilities are to the team. Lin Nanyuan's face turned slightly red and her eyes became brighter after being praised. After a pause, Chung Hao said to Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan. When taking the gene potion for the first time, the player's level will also be increased. Check your personal information. You should have already reached level 6. It really is. Upon hearing this, the two sisters immediately opened the system interface and checked the personal information column. It was discovered that the respective player levels had indeed improved. Correspondingly, their original, survival talent, has also been enhanced. There was a burst of joy in my heart again. Then the two girls looked at the superpower treasure chest in front of Chung Hao and asked expectantly. Chung Hao, what kind of superpowers do you have in this treasure chest? Yes, Brother Chung, my sister and I have both unlocked our A-level superpowers. You should check yours out too. Maybe I can get an S-level superpower. How can an S-level superpower be so easy to obtain? Chung Hao smiled and shook his head. But under the expectant gazes of the two women, he still opened the treasure chest, took out the genetic potion, and drank it in one gulp. Boom! An extremely violent force instantly exploded in his body. Different from Lin Qingyan's scorching heat and Lin Nanuan's gentleness, this is an energy that is full of destructive power but also carries an extreme sense of speed. Crack! Sizzle! With a shake of his arms, silver arcs visible to the naked eye, like living things, instantly burst out from Chung Hao's body's surface and wrapped around his entire body. His hair moved without wind, and tiny electric snakes jumped between the ends of his hair. A heart-pounding pressure spread out from him. The air seemed to be ionized, making a slight explosion. Although they are both A-level superpowers, Chung Hao's awakened power of thunder dominates the killing. Just from the momentum of the explosion, he completely crushed Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanuan and gained superpowers. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanuan looked at Chung Hao, whose domineering figure was surrounded by lightning. Scenes that could only be seen in movies or animation in the past. At this moment, it is unfolding so realistically before my eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense fascination and awe. Chung Hao let out a low shout and moved suddenly. Only a faint silver afterimage was left. His men appeared more than 10 meters away. The speed was so fast that Lin Qingyan, who had just gained the ability, had her pupils shrink. Because she could sense that the speed Chung Hao had just displayed was faster than the bullet she had fired. Chung Hao saw a silver arc of electricity wrapped around his arm. He casually threw a punch at an abandoned ticket booth nearby. Boom! A loud bang. The fist wrapped in silver thunder smashed onto the ticket booth like Thor's hammer. There was a blinding flash of lightning, and the ticket booth, which was made entirely of steel, was blown to pieces. Strength and speed, both are very good. The body of diamond combined with the power of thunder is like adding wings to a tiger. But Chung Hao was not satisfied with this. Consume 900 experience points to raise the player level from level 11 to level 20 in one go. Chung Hao's personal information column also refreshed. Name, Chung Hao. Level 20. Survival talent, Omniscient exploration, 30 kilometers around, upgradable. Experience points, 3010. Superpowers, Diamond Body, 20%, Lord Summoning, 20%, Thunder Power, 20%. Vehicle, Van Bulletproof Upgraded Version. Upgrade materials, metal multiplied by 3, rubber multiplied by 6, gasoline multiplied by 8, electronic components multiplied by 5, glass multiplied by 8, gunpowder multiplied by 6. System space, 101 cubic meters, upgradable. Items, black iron chopper, rice X99, mineral water X99, bread X99. Teammates, Lin Qingyan 90%, Lin Nanuan 85%. As expected, level 20 is a threshold. After reaching this level, several important basic data are greatly improved. In particular, the range of omniscient exploration has been directly increased to a 30-kilometer radius. The 3 superpowers have all been developed to 20%. Its power is undoubtedly much stronger than before. Although Chung Hao still has more than 3,000 experience points. But he didn't consume it all, he used it to upgrade his level. Because from level 20 to level 30. Each level up requires 1,000 experience points. 10 points would only allow him to reach level 23 at most. Instead of doing this, it is better to use the experience points on areas that are more worthy of upgrading at the moment. For example, you can directly upgrade the van parked outside into a more comfortable, safer, more convenient and more spacious RV. Chapter 20 Fortress-type multipurpose RV. In fact, after learning that he had traveled to the world of road survival, Chung Hao had already started to think about owning a motorhome. Because only RVs can satisfy the following requirements to the greatest extent. The requirement is to live a relatively comfortable life while constantly migrating on the road. Other vehicles, whether they are vans, cars, or even large trucks and transport trucks. Nothing is more stable and comfortable than an RV. Not to mention, he was accompanied by a pair of beautiful sisters. With an RV, you have a bed. It will also be more convenient to be together in the future. Retrieve a blueprint for building a motorhome from the system. Chung Hao said to the two sisters who were still excited about experiencing their new abilities. Qing Yan Nanuan. Our strength has increased, and we have enough supplies to survive for a long time. It's time to start something new, upgrading our van into a motorhome that's truly suitable for living. RV? Lin Nanuan's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this. Really? Brother Chang? Are you planning to upgrade the van into an RV? Then, won't we be able to cook, shower, and sleep in the car in the future? Lin Qingyan also showed a look of surprise. That's great. The space and protection in the van are really limited. Having an RV will allow us to go further. After a pause, she said with some concern. However, if you want to build an RV, you will definitely need a lot of upgrading materials, right? Although we moved a lot of daily necessities from that supermarket, the raw materials for upgrading. Before Lin Qingyan could finish her words, Chung Hao interrupted. It's okay. As long as we have daily necessities, it's like having hard currency. If you need any upgrade materials, just exchange them with other players. Wasn't there a player who opened a lot of raw material treasure chests before? I'll go find him first. If he doesn't have it, I'll ask others. Yeah, okay. After hearing what Chung Hao said, Lin Qingyan and her sister no longer had anything to worry about. Followed Chung Hao out of the amusement park and come to the van. Chung Hao opened the chat channel and found the player named Desert Lone Eagle. Sent him a message. Brother, how are you doing now? Are you still opening treasure chests? Desert Lone Eagle, hey, stop talking. I've opened dozens of treasure chests in a row, and damn, they're all upgrade materials. I seriously suspect this damned game system is buggy. Isn't this a scam? I want to file a complaint. The Lone Eagle in the desert first cursed angrily, then sent another message. Brother, do you have any more water? Can you send me a few more bottles? The temperature here is too high. One bottle of mineral water won't last me long. Chung Hao immediately replied. We have more than just mineral water. We also have iced cola, black tea, green tea, herbal tea, and more. If you need anything, we can exchange. After Chung Hao sent this message, the Desert Lone Eagle immediately responded with several exclamation marks. Perhaps because he was too excited, he even changed the way he addressed Chung Hao. Really? Boss. Boss, you are my savior. I want 10 bottles of iced cola and 10 bottles of mineral water. Boss, what raw materials do you need? I will send it to you right now, immediately, right away. Chung Hao did not hesitate, and directly sent the raw materials needed to upgrade the RV. The Lone Eagle in the desert did not ask why Chung Hao needed so many raw materials. Only one reply. Boss, please wait a moment. Then, he began to organize the raw materials he had collected. A moment later, Chung Hao saw that his system space began to receive things one by one. It is the raw material sent by the Lone Eagle in the desert. Chung Hao directly opened the system space, and the raw materials automatically fell in front of the van. It took more than 10 minutes to gather all the necessary raw materials. Chung Hao didn't waste any words and asked Lin Nanuan to take out 10 bottles of iced cola and 10 bottles of mineral water from the system space and send them to the Lone Eagle in the desert. According to the characteristics of the system space, it will maintain the original state of the items when they enter. That is to say, if the first thing put in was a bottle of iced cola. Even if this bottle of Coke is taken out after 10 days, half a month or even half a year, it will still be at the original temperature. The Lone Eagle in the desert, after receiving Coke and mineral water, he quickly sent a message of thanks. Boss, you are truly amazing. If you need any more raw materials in the future, please feel free to contact me. Good. Chung Hao replied and exited the chat interface. Looking at the mountains of raw materials in front of the van, Chung Hao's eyes couldn't help but flash with heat, Okay, we have all the ingredients. Let's get started. He walked to the front of the van, placed his palm on the body, and said silently in his heart, System, consume 2,000 experience points to upgrade the van to a fortress-type multi-purpose RV. Okay. Ding. 2,000 experience points consumed. Upgrade confirmed. Vehicle upgrading. A soft but powerful white light instantly enveloped the entire van. The car body seemed to come alive in the white light. Start drastic deformation, extension, and reconstruction. It was like a starving monster, constantly devouring the raw materials beside it. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan both stared with wide eyes at this miraculous scene. The roof of the van is rising and the body is stretching both laterally and longitudinally. The chassis has become thicker and stronger, and the front of the car has become more angular and full of power. As for the heavy machine gun that was previously installed on the ground, it was not discarded either. Also reinforced and upgraded. After a few minutes, the light dissipated. The vehicle has been upgraded from a bulletproof, upgraded van to a fortress-type multi-purpose RV. Along with the system's prompt sound, a brand new steel behemoth quietly stopped in front of them. It is 3 or 4 times larger than the original van. The height is close to 3 meters and the length is close to 8 meters. The entire body is covered with dark gray reinforced composite armor. The lines are tough and the edges are clear, exuding a strong surreal sci-fi atmosphere. In the center of the roof, a heavy machine gun platform that can rotate 360 degrees is particularly eye-catching. Observation windows with shooting holes have been added around the vehicle body. There are 4 heavy machine guns on each side, and 2 on the front and back. The rear of the car becomes a thick hatch that opens into 2 parts. Cool! So cool! Lin Yuanyuan looked at the giant RV in front of her, opened her mouth and exclaimed in amazement. Lin Qingyan couldn't hide her shock, as if she were in a dream, and murmured in disbelief. This is our new home? Of course. Chung Hao nodded and said with a smile. It not only looks cool from the outside, it's luxurious inside. Come on, come with me and take a look. As he spoke, Chung Hao opened the side sliding door located in the middle of the car body. Walked up the stairs and went in. Chapter 21 Internal Facilities. After walking into the RV, Chung Hao turned around and introduced the 2 sisters behind him like a RV salesman. My 2 beautiful ladies, let me now introduce you to the interior of this fortress-type multi-purpose RV. Neither Lin Qingyan nor Lin Nanyuan expected that Chung Hao would suddenly do this. After a moment of distraction, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Lin Nanyuan clapped her hands and said, Okay, if you can convince me, I'll buy one. Good. Chung Hao replied, then pointed to the interior of the carriage and said, The interior of this fortress-type multi-purpose RV is divided into the following sections. First, the driver and passenger areas feature spacious and comfortable seats, a high-tech instrument panel, a central touchscreen console, and electronic displays. This allows for a 360-degree, real-time view of the vehicle's surroundings, anytime, anywhere. If an enemy is detected, the vehicle's defense system can be activated with voice commands for fully automatic interception and counterattack. Second, the living area. Behind the driver's seat is a simple but fully functional small kitchen. It has everything you need, including an induction cooker, storage cabinets, a small refrigerator, a sink, and other kitchen utensils. The kitchen also has an automatic water generator, providing an unlimited supply of fresh water. Third, the rest area. Behind the kitchen is a bedroom that takes up most of the carriage. It has a spacious bed with a thick, comfortable mattress and a built-in night light at the head of the bed. It's really atmospheric. Fourth, the bathroom. In front of the bed, there's a separate space separated by a frosted glass partition. Inside is a toilet and a shower. The water temperature can be adjusted as needed. Fifth, the power, electricity, defense, and attack systems are perfectly designed and seamlessly integrated with the vehicle's body, windows, doors, and chassis. As long as the vehicle isn't destroyed, it only requires 10 experience points per day to operate efficiently 24 hours a day. After listening to Chung Hao's introduction, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan's eyes widened. Kitchen, unlimited water supply, warm and comfortable bed, toilet, shower room. All of this, they dared not even think about when they were forced to come into this world. But now, just a few hours have passed, and Chung Hao has turned them into reality. Lin Qingyan, favorability increased by 5%, 95%. Lin Nanyuan, favorability increased by 10%, 95%. Hearing the system prompt tone, Chung Hao's heart moved. The favorability rating has reached 95%. Does that mean we're just one step away from success? At the same time, Lin Nanyuan cheered and pounced onto the big bed like a happy little bird, rolling around comfortably. Bed! Oh my God, it's a real bed! So soft and comfortable. I thought I'd be curled up in the vent seat to sleep tonight. Lin Qingyan was more concerned about practical functions. She walked to the kitchen counter and touched the smooth countertop. Then he walked into the bathroom and looked at the clean and bright toilet and bathroom with a look of relief in his eyes. For a woman adventuring in another world, this is an unimaginable luxury. Brother Chung! You are so awesome! Lin Nanyuan jumped off the bed and hugged Chung Hao's arm excitedly, her face flushed, her eyes full of admiration and dependence. This RV is amazing! We have our own home! Lin Qingyan also walked to Chung Hao's side, although she did not pounce on him like her sister did. But her body unconsciously moved closer to Chung Hao, and her voice was softer and more reassuring than ever before. Chung Hao, thank you! When the favorability reached 95%, the two sisters couldn't help but become closer and bolder in their actions towards Chung Hao. More importantly, neither the passionate Lin Nanyuan nor the arrogant and reserved Lin Qingyan felt that there was anything wrong. Chung Hao looked at the two excited sisters, feeling their heartfelt joy and dependence, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Looking at the small kitchen beside him, Chung Hao clapped his hands and said, Okay, the two ladies have finished inspecting the goods. I think they are quite satisfied, right? We have been busy for so long, it's time for us to take a good rest. Nanyuan, your survival talent is food healing. Since we have obtained so many supplies from the supermarket, we now have a ready-made kitchen in the RV. How about you show off your skills so Qingyan and I can enjoy the feast? Okay. I was just about to try it. When Lin Nanyuan heard that she was asked to show off her cooking skills, she immediately became excited. She rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the small, fully functional kitchen with shining eyes. Let me show you my culinary healing. Before, I only ate bread and drank mineral water, which was really torture to my stomach. From the system space, take out large pieces of fresh beef, beautifully textured pork belly, ribs, and a variety of fresh vegetables and seasonings. Picking up the kitchen knife, the sound of cutting vegetables suddenly rang out in the kitchen. After a while, the oil sizzled in the pan. The rich aroma of meat, mixed with the spicy scent of onion, ginger and garlic, quickly spread throughout the kitchen, whetting one's appetite. However, because this kitchen has a sophisticated design, its ceiling and ventilation are perfect. Although the small kitchen was filled with smoke and fragrance. But there was no smell at all in the front cab and the bedroom and rest area at the back. While Lin Nanyuan was cooking in the kitchen, Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan walked to the open space outside the RV. Start experimenting with the superpowers they have acquired. After Chung Hao integrated the Vajra body and the power of thunder, he began to unleash a variety of close-range attacks, as well as long-range attacks that released lightning and thunder balls. Lin Qingyan stood at the front of the RV, holding the Desert Eagle. Silently feel the wonderful connection brought by infinite bullets in your heart. With just a thought, the magazine is fully loaded. Aim at a small tree more than 200 meters away. Bang! 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 The crisp gunshots were continuous, with almost no intervals. 5 bullets hit the same spot precisely. The 3 of them are each immersed in their own abilities and roles. There is peace and warmth inside and outside the RV. The aroma of food adds a touch of homey flavor. Suddenly, Chung Hao had an idea and stopped using his superpowers. Because the panoramic map of Omniscient exploration showed that a convoy of 7 or 8 vehicles was heading this way. According to the direction they were heading along the road, they would inevitably pass by this amusement park. Judging from the distance and time, if we start the RV and leave here now, we can definitely avoid that convoy. Chung Hao first analyzed it silently in his mind. But then he dismissed the idea. Although the other side has a large number of people, they don't even have a superpowered person. Although there are only 3 of us on this side, we are actually a strong and powerful force. If that's the case, why should I hide from them? Besides, the warm meal is almost ready. If we suddenly suggest moving the restaurant, it will definitely spoil the sisters' fun. Thinking of this, Chung Hao calmly turned off the prompt and continued to test his superpowers. Make a decision in your mind at the same time. If that group of people had been sensible, and had just passed by and left quietly, he would not have made trouble. If they don't know what's best for them, he won't be polite. Chapter 22 Weapon System, Activate. As the convoy of 8 vehicles entered the detection range of the RV's radar warning system. Beep! 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 A clear beeping alarm suddenly sounded in the RV's cab. Chung Hao had sensed it before, so he didn't show much surprise. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan stopped what they were doing at the same time and walked quickly to the driver's cab. On the electronic display screen, multiple red dots representing the convoy were seen approaching rapidly. For a moment, everyone seemed a little surprised. Lin Nuanyuan was still holding a spatula in her hand. Seeing this sudden scene, she asked nervously. Brother Qing, sister, the RV alarm is ringing. Does it mean there's danger? Lin Qingyan stared at the screen, and the red dots, that were approaching one after another, and her brows couldn't help but frown. Chung Hao looked calm and said gently to the 2 women. It's okay, don't panic. It's the Fortress RV's early warning system. It's detected another player convoy approaching. Although the other side has many people, they don't necessarily have ill intentions towards us. Even if they have ill intentions, with the current strength of the 3 of us, plus the RV's weapon system, we can easily deal with them. I'll deal with them later, just follow my instructions. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Nuanyuan again. Nuanyuan, are your sweet and sour pork ribs almost done? Don't let them affect you, cooking is the most important thing. Okay. Chung Hao's calmness and the strong confidence he exuded quickly infected the 2 women. Lin Nuanyuan nodded, then walked back to the kitchen with light steps. Although Lin Qingyan didn't say anything, her bright eyes, after a moment of panic, became firm again. That's right, I have superpowers now, so what am I afraid of? The ones who should be worried are those people. Chung Hao continued to go outside, stretching his muscles, looking relaxed. But the power of diamond and thunder surging in his body is quietly dormant, ready to go. The roar of the engine came from far away. The rotation of the tires kicked up a cloud of dust. The convoy finally arrived at the road in front of the amusement park. When I saw a futuristic and sci-fi RV with a unique shape in the parking space in front of the amusement park. The driver of the large truck at the front of the convoy immediately stretched his arm out of the window. With a gesture, the convoys slowly stopped one by one along the roadside. The car doors opened one after another, and a group of ragged, weathered, and weary players filed out. There were about 20 people, men, women, young and old. As soon as they got out of the car, their eyes were immediately drawn to the fortress-type multipurpose RV, standing in the parking space like a steel behemoth. Holy shit! What the hell is this? A sci-fi fortress? A mobile fortress? This should be a RV, right? RV? Whose RV looks like this? With this thickness of armor, even missiles can't penetrate it, right? Oh my god, look at those wheels! Look at that shape! This is definitely top-of-the-line equipment. How did the owner of this car get hold of such a magical artifact? It's so unfair! There must be plenty of food and water in there. And a big, comfortable bed. The atmosphere was filled with sounds of amazement, envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Everyone's eyes were wide open, with a hint of greed in them. When I looked closer, I found a young man standing in front of the car. Inside the cab sat a young woman. In the small kitchen at the back, another young woman was busy cooking. Apart from this, there was no one else around. The car windows and doors were open, and it seemed that the car was not on guard against them. From this, they can basically determine these 3 people should be the owners of this RV. A young man, with 2 women, owns such a top-notch fortress RV. This combination instantly ignited the darkest desires in some people's hearts. Several men with burly builds and fierce eyes exchanged glances. They immediately surrounded him with bad intentions. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his face. He licked his cracked lips and shouted in a rough voice. "Hey! Boy! That's a nice car you have! Where did you get it?" Chung Hao didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he didn't hear it. The bald man hit a snag and his face turned completely gloomy. "Mad, my brother is talking to you!" Another young man with dyed yellow hair and holding a shotgun pointed at Chung Hao arrogantly. "Open the car door! We brothers are already hungry! There must be food in the kitchen of this RV. Hurry up and take out the food and drinks and share them. It's not easy for everyone, so help each other, okay?" Chung Hao sneered when he heard this. "You're hungry, what does that have to do with us? This car, as well as the food and water we obtained, were all obtained through our own hard work. Why should we share them with you?" As soon as these words were spoken, several women in the convoy immediately stepped forward to argue. "Young man, what you said is so inhumane. You can't be a human being like this." "That's right. You have such a big car, there must be a lot of food. Can the three of you finish it? What's wrong with sharing some? Don't be so selfish. There are several people in our team who are over 50 years old. They haven't had a drop of water or eaten anything since they came here. They really can't take it anymore. You watch someone die and don't help. Do you still have any humanity? Hand over your food. And your water. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Moral kidnapping, verbal threats, and threats of force. All kinds of means are used. The crowd's emotions were aroused and more people gathered around. Some people even pulled out knives, pistols, and other weapons. He stared at Chung Hao with fierce and greedy eyes. It seemed that if Chung Hao dared to say, "no," again, they would take action immediately. Faced with the overwhelming threats and moral blackmail from the crowd, Chung Hao finally raised his eyelids. His cold gaze swept across the shouting faces, especially those holding weapons and preparing to cause trouble. "Are you done?" Chung Hao's voice was not loud, but it clearly drowned out the noisy discussions, with a heart-wrenching indifference. Without waiting for the other party to answer, Chung Hao moved his lips slightly and uttered a clear instruction. "Weapon system, activate! Lock on all armed targets!" Buzz! A low and powerful sound of mechanical operation suddenly rang out. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the armor plate on the top of the RV and the fenders on the front, back, left, and right sides of the vehicle body all slid open immediately. On the roof of the car, a rapid-fire machine gun flashing with a cold metallic light protruded from the muzzle like a poisonous snake. Several shooting holes were also opened on the left, right, front and back fenders of the car body. The black muzzle of the gun, carrying a cold breath of death, accurately locked onto all the guys holding weapons on the opposite side. The red laser aiming points swayed slightly on their foreheads or chests, like the stare of death. Chapter 23 Bloody Suppression. Fuck! Machine gun! There's actually a machine gun on the roof of this RV. Isn't this a fucking mobile turret? There are machine guns around the car body. Is this really still an RV? Get out of the way! The crowd, who were so aggressive just now, instantly exploded after seeing the RV activate its weapon system. Screams of terror replaced the clamor of greed. The bald man also subconsciously took 2 steps back, and his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. They finally realized what a tough situation they had hit. Don't shoot! Brother, we can talk it over!" The bald man's voice changed, and he said in a timid tone, "We're just here to visit and chat, don't get so excited." Chung Hao glanced at them coldly and said in a stern voice, "Get back to your cars now and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Damn it! Who are you trying to scare?" The yellow-haired man holding a shotgun looked at his companions who were retreating, and a feeling of rebellion arose in his heart. Plus, he didn't believe Chung Hao would dare to shoot at so many people in public. So, he suddenly raised his arm, trying to point the gun at Chung Hao, and roared, "I don't believe you dare! Fire!" Chung Hao gave the order without any hesitation. "Da-da-da-da!" As soon as the words fell, a machine gun on the side of the RV spewed out dazzling flames. Dense bullets tore through the air, making a sharp sound. In an instant, the yellow-haired man and his two accomplices, who were equally unconvinced and tried to rush forward with knives, were completely covered. Puff, puff, puff! Blood mixed with flesh exploded amid the sharp gunshots and screams. The shotgun in Huang Mao's hand, along with his arm, were smashed into pieces. Immediately afterwards, his body trembled, twisted, and shattered wildly as if it had been hit by countless heavy hammers. The other two were also beaten into sieves. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned into 3 blurry lumps of flesh and blood. The gunshots lasted less than 3 seconds before stopping abruptly. The scene was dead silent. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Everyone on the opposite side seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. He froze in place, his face pale. There was only extreme fear and disbelief in his eyes. Vomit! Finally, someone couldn't help but bend over and vomit. Then, someone looked at Chung Hao and murmured with a pale face. Devil, he is the devil. Chung Hao's cold gaze swept across the silent crowd. The voice was the same as before, coldly saying, Anyone else want to try? No one dared to answer, no one even dared to look him in the eye. Now I'll give you 3 minutes. Chung Hao suddenly raised 3 fingers and said in a calm tone, Clean up these 3 piles of garbage on the ground. And then, get out of my sight! 3 minutes later, if there's still anyone left here. Although it was not stated explicitly, those people obviously understood what Chung Hao meant. He immediately nodded and replied, Okay, no problem. Let's go now. The scarred man directed several of his followers and said in a panic, You guys hurry up and clean up with me. So, several men rushed forward in a hurry and stuffed the remains of the 3 almost unrecognizable corpses into cloth bags. Others scrambled to get into their cars. He started the engine and fled in panic, not even daring to look back. In less than 2 minutes, nothing remained except the bloodstains on the ground and the faint smell of blood in the air. At the entrance of the amusement park, a quiet and peaceful atmosphere once again returned. The noisy and greedy convoy disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Obviously, Chung Hao's bloody suppression had a perfect effect. Looking at the fleeing convoy, Chung Hao's eyes remained calm. He didn't think that he was being too extreme by activating the weapon and killing someone. Because in this world, if you are not ruthless to your enemies will be ruthless to you. With the thought, the machine gun on the roof of the RV and the shooting holes on all 4 sides of the car body were quietly closed. Then, Chung Hao walked to the bloodstains again, and the power of thunder in his body flowed slightly. Several tiny silver arcs of electricity leaped out and landed on the ground. With a few sizzling sounds, the remaining blood and some mincemeat were completely carbonized and evaporated. After doing all this, he turned around and returned to the car. In the cab, Lin Qingyan's tense body relaxed. She withdrew her hand from the gun handle and looked at Chung Hao with a complicated look in her eyes. There was a shock at his decisiveness in killing. Have peace of mind about your own safety. There is also an indescribable throbbing. Lin Yuanyuan also poked her head out of the kitchen and saw that there was no one outside the car. She couldn't help but exclaimed, Brother Chung, they all ran away. What else? You want to keep them for dinner? Chung Hao made a joke at first, then didn't want to mention it anymore, changed the subject, and exclaimed, It smells so good. Yuanyuan, is it time to start your feast? I just stretched my muscles and now I feel a little hungry. Lin Yuanyuan's attention was immediately drawn back when he interrupted her. When asked about the food, her face immediately lit up. Yes. It's already done. Brother Ching, sister, wash your hands quickly and get ready for dinner. As they spoke, the 3 of them put the previous episode behind them. Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan washed themselves briefly in the kitchen sink. Lin Yuanyuan brought the carefully prepared dishes to the small dining table in the kitchen. The rich aroma spreads instantly. After the 3 of them sat down, they began to taste the food. Chung Hao picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, took a bite, and immediately gave a thumbs up, praising it sincerely. Wow! Yuanyuan, your cooking skills are amazing. It's so delicious. Even better than what a 5-star chef can make. Lin Qingyan also picked up a piece of vegetable with chopsticks and put it into her mouth elegantly. After chewing twice, his eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded. Crisp and refreshing. More importantly, I can feel my strength recovering. Nuanyuan, your food therapy is absolutely amazing. Being praised by the two, Lin Nuanyuan's face flushed with joy, and her eyes curved into crescents. Hey, as long as you like it. Eat it quickly. The three of them sat around the small dining table and began to feast. After a hearty meal, the three of them were not only physically full of energy, but their mental state also reached its peak. After helping Lin Nuanyuan clean up the kitchen, Chung Hao stood up and looked out the car window. It was still early and there were still 3 or 4 hours before nightfall. So he proposed. Before it gets dark, let's continue exploring along the road. Hopefully, I can find some more treasure chests containing superpowers, or gain more experience points, before the 24-hour protection period ends. Only in this way can we rely on our own powerful combat power to deal with various emergencies after losing the protective effect. Yeah, okay. Brother Qing, we all listen to you. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan had no objection to this. Along the way, it has been proven many times how reliable Chung Hao is. Moreover, with the sturdy Fortress RV and new superpowers, they are full of confidence and anticipation about exploring new areas. Chapter 24, Mutant Zoo. As Chung Hao started the RV, Lin Qingyan took the initiative to sit in the co-pilot seat, responsible for vigilance and auxiliary navigation. Lin Nuanyuan sat obediently in the back, near the kitchen, resting her chin on her hand, leisurely looking out the window at the scenery. While driving, Chung Hao used his survival talent of omniscient exploration to search. He wanted to see if he could find a new superpower treasure chest or a new copy. Because the ability of omniscient exploration is centered around Chung Hao and spreads to the surrounding areas. Therefore, as long as he keeps moving, the marked points on the panoramic map will continue to refresh. Along the way, he did find a few superpower treasure chests. But after clicking in, I found that they were all superpowers below level D. After obtaining several A-level superpowers in succession, Chung Hao really looked down on this level of superpowers. Drive a little further and refresh. If there's nothing better, go find those D-level superpower chests. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. If there is really nothing more valuable, Chung Hao can only settle for the next best thing. Just when Chung Hao was feeling a little disappointed, suddenly, a special marking point similar to the previous horror amusement park appeared on the panoramic map. Click in, and a line of information boxes pops up immediately. Marker point 196, approximately 17 kilometers from the current location, Mutant Zoo. This is a zoo composed of mutant animals. Different types of mutant animals will appear randomly. Difficulty level, D. Eliminate all mutated animals and find the cause of their mutation. You will receive 2,000 experience points and a superpower treasure chest. Mutated zoo? Wow, we just left the amusement park and now another zoo has popped up. Why does this game dungeon always have problems with various parks, right? While complaining in his heart, Chung Hao had already locked onto the location of this mutant zoo. After tasting the sweetness of clearing the dungeon, Chung Hao naturally would not let go of such a great opportunity. After driving for about an hour, we passed the edge of a deserted industrial area. A huge, rusty arched gatehouse appeared ahead. On the gate tower, several huge metal characters, although severely corroded, are still recognizable. Star City Wildlife Park. Zoo? When Lin Nuanyuan saw the huge park in front of her, she couldn't help but think of the amusement park she had visited before. He put his head next to Chung Hao and asked in a low voice, Brother Chen, could there be something in this zoo? Although Lin Qingyan didn't say anything, she had already taken her Desert Eagle in her hand. Seeing that both women were mentally prepared, Chung Hao stopped keeping them in suspense and said, I can sense that there are a lot of mutated animals in this zoo. So, here is another copy of the game. As for the customs clearance requirements, they should be written on the notice at the zoo entrance. We'll find out if we go down and take a look. Park your RV in the dedicated parking space at the zoo entrance. Chung Hao took the two sisters to the sign at the door. Just like the horror amusement park, there were several notices on it. This is a zoo that has been attacked by a virus, and various mutant animals will randomly appear in the zoo. The 24-hour protection mechanism will be ineffective on the first day of entering this mutant zoo. Please proceed with caution. If you can eliminate all the mutant animals in the zoo and find the source of their mutation, the system will give you a certain reward. Seeing the extremely similar words, Lin Qingyan and Lin Renyuan both appeared very calm at this moment. Chung Hao didn't need to explain anything. The two women were already prepared and planned to follow Chung Hao into the park. Lin Qingyan activated the superpower of infinite bullets and held the Desert Eagle tightly in her hand. Although Lin Renyuan has no weapons, she has activated the superpower of healing shield to ensure his own safety and not to hinder Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan. At the same time, she crossed her arms, intending to provide Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan with shield protection or shield light treatment at any time. Seeing that both women were so self-aware, Chung Hao didn't want to fall behind. With a shake of his arms, the two superpowers, Vajra Body and Thunder Power, were perfectly integrated together. Then, the three of them started walking and strode towards this mutated zoo. When I walked into the zoo, I didn't see any animals at first. Instead, the plants inside grew wildly, and the road was blocked by various weeds, vines, and trees. If there wasn't a zoo sign hanging at the door, someone would have thought we had arrived at some primeval forest. Chung Hao understood that the more such an environment was, the easier it was to hide unknown dangers. So he reminded the two women. Be careful, mutant animals may appear at any time. Lin Qingyan and Lin Renyuan nodded, their pretty faces full of vigilance. Under Chung Hao's organization, the three of them formed a triangle formation. Chung Hao was in the middle, Lin Qingyan was on the left to provide support, and Lin Renyuan was on the right to provide a shield. As soon as we entered the primate area, Omniscient Exploration issued a sharp reminder. Warning, a group of mutant monkeys moving at high speeds appear ahead. Quantity 30, level 6. Almost at the moment the prompt sounded, sharp and piercing screams rang out from all directions. On the tall trees on both sides of the road, gray-black shadows were moving at high speed like ghosts. After a closer look, I found that they were monkey monsters that were nearly twice the size of ordinary monkeys, with sparse hair all over their bodies and dark red skin. Their eyes are scarlet, and their fangs are exposed. The claws were like sharp daggers, flashing with cold light. It's a group of mutant monkeys! Be careful! As soon as Chung Hao finished speaking, the mutant monkeys launched an attack. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of fist-sized pieces of gravel shot towards us from different angles like cannonballs. Nuanyuan! Chung Hao turned his gaze and shouted to Lin Nuanyuan. Healing shield on! Lin Nuanyuan was prepared and pushed forward with both hands. A layer of golden light shield instantly enveloped the three people. Bang! 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 The rubble hit the light shield, causing ripples. The light shield fluctuated violently, but did not break. Lin Nuanyuan's face was tense as she tried her best to maintain the shield. Chung Hao shouted softly, and the power of thunder was activated. In an instant, dazzling silver arcs of electricity exploded all around him. At the same time, the Vajra body was also activated. The muscles are muscular, and the skin has a metallic luster. But before he could make a move, he heard Lin Qingyan's low voice. Court death! Lin Qingyan's eyes turned cold. The moment the rubble hit the shield, she had already locked onto several mutant monkeys in exposed positions. Raised the Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. 5 gunshots were heard. In an instant, it pierced through the heads of 5 mutant monkeys that were about to pounce. Their brains mixed with dirty blood exploded, and their bodies fell from a great height. Chapter 25 Fierce Battle. Experience points increased by 300. As Lin Qingyan killed the 5 mutant monkeys, the system prompt sounded in her ears. Lin Qingyan was delighted. Just as he was about to say something, 6 mutant monkeys suddenly jumped out from his side. They rushed forward and first used their sharp claws to tear apart the shield surrounding Lin Qingyan's body. Then, he opened his bloody mouth and showed his sharp fangs. He was about to bite Lin Qingyan's neck. Ah! Lin Qingyan was shocked. This sudden situation caught her off guard. After all, as a gunman, close combat is not her forte. Lin Yuanyuan on the side was also a little slow. Because of her lack of combat experience, after the first layer of her shield was broken by the mutant monkey, she actually forgot to continue to persevere. At the critical moment, a crackling sound of thunder and lightning was heard. The silver lightning arc jumped onto the 6 mutant monkeys like a long snake. In just a moment, their limbs were stiffened by the electric shock and they fell to the ground. How are you? Are you okay? Chung Hao turned into a shadow and flashed over. Looking at the frightened Lin Qingyan, he asked with concern. Are you hurt? Lin Qingyan shook her head. It's okay, luckily you acted in time. That's good. Chung Hao replied, then turned to look at Lin Yuanyuan and said, Yuanyuan, you've only just acquired your superpowers, so you're not yet proficient in using them. Now you just need to cast the shield on Qingyan and yourself. As for me, you don't have to worry about me. My body of diamond itself has extremely strong defensive power. These mutant monsters can't hurt me. This way, you have one less target to bless, your attention will be more focused, and the defensive power of a single shield will be stronger. Good. Lin Yuanyuan nodded, and then removed the shield covering Chung Hao. Concentrate on blessing herself and her sister Lin Qingyan. At the same time, the mutant monkey hiding in the tree saw 2 waves of its companions being killed one after another, and immediately let out an angry roar. More monkeys gave up long-range attacks. They crawled on all fours and pounced down from the treetops and behind the rockery like arrows, aiming directly at Chung Hao and the other 2. They are extremely fast, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Thunder Cage! Seeing this, Chung Hao did not retreat but advanced, slamming his fists into the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. With him as the center, violent silver thunder spread out like a spider web, covering an area of 10 meters in radius. The dazzling electric light jumped and flickered, forming a short-lived electric net cage. Swish! Swish! Several mutant monkeys rushing in the front were caught off guard and crashed into the power grid, and were instantly penetrated by the high-voltage current. They let out shrill screams, their bodies twitched violently, and they fell to the ground stiffly, emitting black smoke. The monkeys behind were frightened by the horrifying sight, and their attack was halted. Good opportunity! Lin Qingyan seized this moment and looked for the best shooting angle. She no longer pursues single-shot headshots, but instead uses the advantage of unlimited bullets to suppress with rapid bursts of fire. Bullets poured down like a tide towards the area where the monkeys gathered. We don't expect every shot to be fatal, but the dense firepower network greatly limits the monkey group's advantage in flexibility. Monkeys were constantly being hit by stray bullets and injured, falling down screaming. Chung Hao, like a human tank, rushed forward against several mutant monkeys that pounced on him fearlessly. The fist wrapped in thunder smashed out with tremendous force. Click sound! A mutant monkey sternum, along with its internal organs, was directly shattered by the violent force of the thunder fist. The other monkey's sharp claws grabbed Chung Hao's arm of the Vajra body. As a result, only a few shallow white marks were left. Instead, Chung Hao grabbed his arm and swung it to the ground. With a bang sound, this mutant monkey was thrown to the ground by Chung Hao like a sandbag. Puff! Blood gushed out and the ground cracked. This mutant monkey instantly turned into a pool of meat paste. The battle was fierce but short. With Chung Hao's violent melee suppression, Lin Qingyan's precise and intensive fire coverage, and Lin Yuanyuan's stable and reliable shield support, this group of mutant monkeys, known for their speed and harassment, lasted less than 5 minutes before being completely wiped out. Left on the ground were monkey corpses that were either charred by electricity or riddled with bullet holes. Chung Hao and his team also gained a lot. Killing 30 level 6 mutant monkeys earned a total of 1,800 experience points. Chung Hao asked Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan to consume 900 experience points each to raise their player level to level 15. In this way, their superpowers and survival talents will be further enhanced. As for Chung Hao himself, he also consumed 1,000 experience points to raise his level to 21. Because he vaguely felt that although it was the same D-level copy, however, the danger level of this mutant zoo is much higher than that of the horror amusement park. Therefore, he must be careful and cautious at every step. After the upgrade was completed, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan looked more calm and confident than before. Looking towards the depths of the zoo, I unconsciously felt a little more expectant. It seems that what is hidden in this mutant zoo is not an unknown danger, but they are experience points that can be activated one by one. Sure enough, after tasting the sweetness, the urgent desire to upgrade is simply uncontrollable. Since the two sisters couldn't wait any longer, Chung Hao didn't delay any longer. After waving to the two women, the three of them continued on their way. After passing through the primate area, the three arrived at the outskirts of the beast area. The smell of blood in the air became stronger. Lin Yuanyuan opened her bright eyes wide and searched for her target. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration from the ground. At the same time, Chung Hao's omniscient exploration talent issued a warning. In the zoo ahead, a mutant brown bear is spawning. It's currently level 8, and its level will increase as you fight. Please be careful. Chung Hao frowned when he saw the warning message. Will the monster's level continue to increase during the battle? Doesn't that mean that if it's not dealt with promptly, it might even reach level 21 or above? This game setting is a bit outrageous. Roar! Just as he was thinking about it, a deafening roar full of tyranny came from the depths of the collapsed animal house. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster smashed through the remaining concrete wall and appeared in front of the three people. This is a terrifying giant bear that is over 3 meters tall. Half of its fur was brown, and the other half was dark red, as if soaked in blood. It was covered with hideous keratinous tumors and festering wounds, and emitted a foul stench. Its eyes were a cloudy yellow, filled with madness. The most frightening thing is its huge paws. The nails have transformed into huge curved claws that gleam with cold metallic light. With just a casual wave, you can leave deep grooves on the hard concrete ground. Chung Hao looked at the mutated bear monster in front of him that was as big as a hill. After careful confirmation, it's level 8? This guy is only level 8. Could this crappy game system really have a bug, as that Desert Lone Eagle said? Chapter 26. Wonderful Cooperation. I could feel the terrifying aura emanating from this mutated brown bear, which was several times more powerful than the previous monkey group. Chung Hao's eyes were solemn. He turned to Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan and said, Qingyan, I'll launch the attack and attract its attention. You stand aside and look for its weaknesses, such as its eyes, mouth, nose, heart, and other vital areas, and shoot them. Yuanyuan, increase the shield strength to maximum. Protect yourself and Qingyan. Okay, be careful. Brother Chung, come on. The two sisters replied and then prepared to respond. Chung Hao shook his arms and turned into a silver afterimage, shooting towards the mutant brown bear. Roar! The mutant brown bear looked at the three invaders, and first let out a loud roar. The huge sound waves caused the surrounding leaves to fall down. Then, it stood up and kicked the ground with its hind legs. The huge body suddenly burst out with astonishing speed. Like a heavy tank out of control, with the momentum to destroy everything, it waved its terrifying metal claws and hit Chung Hao on the head. The sharp claws cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Well done! Thunder King Kong Fist! Seeing this, Chung Hao had no intention of dodging at all. His muscles bulged all over his body, his Vajra body was stimulated to the extreme, and his skin took on a dark golden color. At the same time, the violent power of thunder rushed into his right fist. His entire right arm was instantly wrapped in dazzling silver lightning, as if he was holding a small thunder sun. He roared, stepped forward, and punched the huge bear paw that was coming down. Bang! The moment the fists and claws collided, a deafening sound erupted. The violent air wave suddenly spread out from the collision point, blowing away all the dust and gravel on the ground. The dazzling lightning collided violently with the dark red energy erupting from the black bear's claws. Crack! The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard. The mutant brown bear's seemingly indestructible metal claws were actually bent and deformed by Chung Hao's Thunder King Kong fist. The palm of his hand was charred black, with the skin torn and flesh exposed, and bursts of black smoke coming out. Roar! The severe pain made it roar even more angrily. However, as the tumor on its body began to expand, the bear paw that was destroyed by Chung Hao actually healed automatically. More importantly, Chung Hao could feel that its momentum was actually increasing. Isn't there a bug in the system, but is there a large amount of drugs in its body that caused it to mutate? Chung Hao's heart moved, and he quickly shouted to Lin Qingyan. Qingyan, shoot at the tumor on its body. Good. Lin Qingyan was originally preparing to shoot at the mutant brown bear's eyes. But when she heard Chung Hao's sudden order, she immediately adjusted the muzzle of the gun and aimed it at the tumor on the mutant brown bear's body without thinking. Bang! 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 In less than half a second, 3 bullets were fired accurately in a triangular pattern, hitting the 3 tumors on the mutant brown bear's chest. The bullet rubbed against the air, creating a scorching airflow. Puff! 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 3 dirty blood flowers exploded on the mutant brown bear. Ouch! The mutant brown bear immediately let out a heart-wrenching howl. Its huge body shook violently. It seemed as if the pain caused by the tumor in his body being broken was several times more intense than when his arm was broken by Chung Hao just now. At the same time, Chung Hao also clearly felt that the mutant brown bear's momentum was still rising rapidly. After the 3 tumors on its body were broken, the speed at which the momentum grew has obviously slowed down a lot. Sure enough, those tumors are the key. Now that he has found the fatal weakness of this mutant brown bear, Chung Hao will not be polite. He shouted to Lin Qingyan again. Qingyan, continue to aim at the tumor on its body and shoot. I'll create angles and opportunities for you. Good. Lin Qingyan agreed and did not dare to relax the Desert Eagle in her hand for a moment. Chung Hao clenched his diamond fists, carrying the power of thunder, and bombarded the mutant brown bear's body. Every time the mutant brown bear was beaten back by Chung Hao, it had to turn sideways and crawl to avoid him. The tumor on its body will be exposed. Then, he was accurately shot down by Lin Qingyan, who was standing beside him. A moment later, dozens of holes appeared on the mutant brown bear's body, with dark green liquid constantly flowing out of them. The originally violent aura was now extremely weak. Seeing this, Chung Hao said coldly, I'll kill you while you're sick. It's time to end it. Thunderous! Taking advantage of the mutant brown bear's weakening momentum, Chung Hao pushed his Vajra body and power of thunder to the extreme. He jumped high, and his whole body turned into a dazzling silver lightning. His fists clenched together, like Thor's hammer, carrying the power to destroy everything. Smash hard on the relatively fragile cervical vertebrae of the mutant brown bear. Boom! As the fist landed, the mutant brown bear's thick cervical vertebrae immediately made a series of cracking sounds. The violent thunder energy was completely poured into the mutant brown bear's body. The dazzling electric light instantly swallowed up its huge body. Countless fine electric arcs jumped and exploded wildly on it. The mutant brown bear's huge body twitched violently several times, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The crazy light in his eyes quickly went out. Experience points increased by 80. Hearing the system prompt, Chung Hao was speechless. This mutant brown bear was obviously harder to kill than the previous group of mutant monkeys, and ended up with only 80 experience points. If I had known this, I should have allowed it to mutate and upgrade first, and then killed it when its value was high enough. However, this was just Chung Hao's momentary angry thought. If another mutant brown bear of the same type came, he would still choose the previous battle strategy. The less experience points, the less. The personal safety of him and the Lin sisters is the most important. Brother Cheng, are you exhausted? Let me help you regain your strength. Just as I was thinking about it, Lin Nanyuan's sweet voice came to my ears. Immediately afterwards, A circle of energy shield unfolded around Chung Hao. The physical strength that had been consumed was quickly restored. Chung Hao clenched his fists and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's great to have a nanny around. Where are we going next? After the mutant brown bear was eliminated, peace returned to the surroundings. Lin Qian observed for a while, but did not find any mutant animals, so she looked at Chung Hao and asked. Chung Hao first used the Omniscient exploration ability to search, and a prompt box popped up. 3 mutant crocodiles are spawning in the lake ahead, level 10, please be careful. After receiving the hint, Chung Hao pointed to a lake in the distance and said, There are a lot of mutant animals hiding in that lake. Let's go over there and take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan immediately nodded in agreement. So the 3 of them passed through the wild animal area and came to the artificial lake area near the reptile house. The lake water is turbid and green, emitting a strong fishy smell. There were some animal remains floating on the water. Lin Yuanyuan pinched her nose and said with some disdain, This lake water stinks. Brother Ching, are there really mutant animals in here? Chapter 27 Tiger Head Logo. Of course. Hearing Lin Yuanyuan's question, Chung Hao nodded first. Seeing Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan still approaching the lake on their own, his expression changed and he quickly shouted, Don't get close to the lake, back off. As he spoke, he opened his arms and pulled the 2 sisters who were about to approach the lake behind him. At the same time, 3 huge splashes of water suddenly exploded on the originally calm lake surface. 3 giant crocodiles, each over 7 meters long and covered with dark green bone armor, rushed out of the water like submarines. Their eyes are cold vertical pupils. The mouth opened, revealing dagger-like teeth. The thick tail is like a steel whip. The most terrifying thing is their limbs. Sharp bone spurs extend from the joints, flashing with faint light. At first, when Lin Yuanyuan and Lin Qingyan approached, they did not attack immediately. Instead, it dives into the murky water like a ghost, waiting for the best opportunity to pounce. It was almost successful, but failed because of Chung Hao's obstruction. After the attack failed, the 3 giant mutant crocodiles twisted their bodies, dived back into the lake and disappeared. Ah, that was close. Lin Yuanyuan looked at the lake's surface which had calmed down again, her face pale, and she said with lingering fear. Lin Qingyan's face was full of self-blame, and she apologized to Chung Hao. I'm sorry, Yuanyuan and I were too careless. If it weren't for you, we would have been bitten by that crocodile. It's okay. Every failure is a learning experience. Just be more careful next time. No one is born to be a fighter. Everyone grows through trials and tribulations. Chung Hao first comforted him, then pointed at the mutant crocodile in the lake and said, They have too much of an advantage in the water. Lure them ashore and then destroy them. Yes. We will cooperate with you. Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan cheered themselves up and displayed their respective superpowers. Concentrate and be ready to respond to Chung Hao's instructions at any time. With his King Kong body, Chung Hao is naturally not afraid of these level 10 mutant crocodiles. He walked to the lake and stomped his feet hard to make some noise. At the same time, he released a trace of thunder power in a provocative manner, and the electric arc jumped on the water surface, making a crackling sound. Such behavior immediately angered the mutant crocodile hiding in the lake. The one closest to Chung Hao suddenly jumped out of the water. This speed is as fast as an arrow leaving a bow. The bloody mouth opened to an alarming angle. With a strong fishy smell, it bit Chung Hao in the waist. That terrifying bite force is enough to bite through steel in an instant. Finally took the bait. A gleam of light flashed in Chung Hao's eyes, but he did not retreat. Instead, the moment the crocodile jumped out of the water, he infused his legs with the power of thunder. Sizzle! Dazzling lightning exploded under his feet. Chung Hao's figure moved several meters to the side and rear as if teleporting. It was this tiny difference that caused the crocodile's bite to fail. The crocodile missed its target and fell heavily on the shore, splashing a large amount of mud and water. Qingyan! Following Chung Hao's shout, Lin Qingyan, who had been prepared, immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 5 gunshots rang out, and 5 bullets were accurately fired into the crocodile's eyes and soft belly, exposed as it rolled over. Followed by a few puff sounds. The mutant crocodile's eyes were immediately blown out. The belly was also pierced and dirty blood gushed out. The mutant crocodile roared in pain, its huge body lost balance, and it struggled to roll over, trying to get back into the lake. Thunderbolt kill! How could Chung Hao miss this great opportunity? He steadied his body in an instant, and turned into a straight silver lightning. Jump high and fall hard. Boom! There was a loud sound. The feet carrying the power of King Kong and thunder directly stepped on the mutant crocodile's body and created a big hole. The mutant crocodile's huge body twitched violently, and finally collapsed to the ground, losing its life. Experience points increased by 100. However, the battle is not over. Just as Chung Hao dealt with the first crocodile, the other 2 mutant crocodiles lurking in the water suddenly emerged from the turbid water at the same time. Moreover, their target of attack was not Chung Hao, who was closest to the lake. A huge mouth opened and bit Lin Nuanyuan, who was applying a healing shield. The other one swung its giant tail like a steel whip and lashed it hard at Lin Qingyan, who had just finished shooting and was in a relatively exposed position. Nuanyuan, be careful! Sister! Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan exclaimed at the same time. The situation is extremely critical. But before the 2 mutant crocodiles could attack, Chung Hao had already opened his arms under a flash of silver light, and hugged Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan on the left and right, taking them away from the mutant crocodile's attack range. After stabilizing himself, Chung Hao sneered at the 2 mutant crocodiles whose attacks had missed. Playing tricks on me, competing with me in speed? You guys are still far away. As he finished speaking, he raised his palms towards the sky, and then dropped them heavily. With a loud boom, a silver lightning pillar as thick as a bow fell from the sky and struck a mutant crocodile hard. As the lightning exploded, the mutant crocodile was struck by the violent thunder, and its body was charred and bloody. Experience points increased by 100. The last mutant crocodile saw its companions and was killed so easily. I dared not stay on the shore any longer. He turned around and crawled towards the lake very quickly. You beast! Die! Seeing this, the angry Lin Qingyan quickly raised the Desert Eagle. Bring the firepower of infinite bullets to the extreme. Da-da-da-da! Dense bullets, like a rainstorm, shot towards the mutant crocodile that almost attacked Lin Nuanyuan. At the beginning, the mutant crocodile was able to withstand it thanks to its thick skin and flesh. But the crawling speed was much slower due to the constant attacks of bullets. However, as Lin Qingyan continued shooting, no matter how strong the mutant crocodile skin was, it couldn't hold up in the end. Soon, bullets penetrated the flesh, splashing dirty blood. The crocodile was beaten so hard that it rolled over and over, screaming in pain. Finally, after enduring nearly 100 bullets, the crocodile's eyes were blown out, and its head and neck were riddled with bullet holes. Its movements became increasingly slow, and finally it collapsed to the ground. Experience points increased by 100. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Qingyan stopped shooting. Looking at the huge crocodile corpse, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nuanyuan, quickly increase the power of the healing shield to restore Qingyan's strength. Seeing that Lin Qingyan could hardly lift her arms, Chung Hao quickly reminded her. Lin Nuanyuan nodded, and then began to increase the intensity of Lin Qingyan's treatment. After the 2 sisters have adjusted their condition to the best, Chung Hao opened the panoramic map of Omniscient Exploration to look for the next target. When a tiger head logo appeared on the map, Chung Hao's face became solemn. Chapter 28, Windsplitting Tiger. The reason why Chung Hao's expression became solemn after seeing the tiger head logo. This is because the detailed information of this tiger head clearly states: the wind-splitting tiger, the only animal in the mutant zoo that has successfully been fused with the mutation potion. Possessing supernatural power, wind-splitting tiger claw. Level 22. A level 22 mutant animal is 1 level higher than Chung Hao's current player level. If it goes as expected, that wind-splitting tiger should be the big boss of this mutant zoo. At the same time, he is also the strongest opponent I have encountered since entering this game world. According to the game rules of copy, if you exit now, the experience points you gained will not be deducted. But naturally, Chung Hao and the other three had no chance of getting the final reward. At the same time, this copy will be completely closed to Chung Hao and the other three. After hesitating for a moment, Chung Hao decided to meet the wind-splitting tiger. He's only one level higher than me. If you include the Lord Summoning, I now possess 3 superpowers. With Qin Yan and Nuanyuan helping us, it shouldn't be difficult to capture the mutant tiger. However, before leaving, Chung Hao decided to give sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan a shot of prevention first, to prevent the 2 sisters from being frightened by the strength of the wind-splitting tiger. After pondering for a moment, he said, Qingyan, Nuanyuan, I just sense that there's a very powerful mutant animal hiding in the forest ahead. Its strength should be the most powerful among the monsters we have encountered so far. So, you two should be prepared later. First and foremost, you must ensure your own safety. If you find something is wrong, leave the battlefield immediately. The situation is different from before. Once we enter the battle, I may not be able to distract myself and take care of your safety like before. Seeing that even Chung Hao became so serious and solemn, sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan also immediately realized that the monster they were about to face must be extraordinary. After the 2 sisters looked at each other, Lin Qingyan nodded and agreed. Don't worry, we will pay attention. But don't force yourself to risk your life. This is just a dungeon. You can just give up the reward. Lin Nuanyuan also said. Yes, Brother Qing. There will be many opportunities to obtain superpowers and experience points in the future. The most important thing is that the 3 of us are safe. Chung Hao felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard the 2 sisters say this, and then nodded in agreement. Don't worry, if I find I'm no match for my opponent, I'll send out a signal and we'll retreat together. I won't gamble the lives of the 3 of us on a small copy. Yeah. After hearing what Chung Hao said, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan felt relieved. Then, the 3 of them rested for a while. With the help of Lin Nuanyuan's healing shield, his physical and mental state were restored to their peak. They took firm steps and stepped into the Tiger Mountain, the deepest part of the beast area. That is the territory of the wind-splitting tiger. This was originally a zoo built to imitate the environment of a mountain forest. But due to the influence of mutation factors, the trees in the mountains and forests are now taller and twisted. There was dead silence all around, as if even the sound of the wind had disappeared. The air was filled with the oppression of the king of beasts, which was suffocating. Warning: extremely high energy reaction detected. Confirmed target: mutated tiger, fierce wind tiger, level 22. As soon as the prompt sounded, a low, powerful tiger roar was heard, which seemed to penetrate the soul. It came from deep in the mountains and forests. Roar! This tiger roar is different from the brutal roar of the mutant brown bear. It carries with it a kind of domineering majesty and a chilling murderous intent. The sound waves spread out like a substance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Immediately afterwards, a huge yellow and black figure appeared silently on a huge rockery in front of them like a ghost. This is a terrifying giant tiger, as big as an elephant. The muscles of the whole body are smooth and full of explosive power. Sharp bone blades like scimitars extend from the joints of its limbs. At the tip of the tail, a metal barb flashed with a cold light. Just standing there, it exudes heavy pressure and invisible wind pressure like a mountain. Seeing this giant mutant tiger that looked like a small mountain, Lin Qingyan's palm holding the gun couldn't help but sweat slightly. Lin Nuanyuan's face turned pale, and she was almost out of breath due to the terrifying pressure from the king. After gritting her teeth, she quickly cast a defensive shield for herself and Lin Qingyan. Roar! After appearing, the wind-splitting tiger did not attack immediately. Instead, it let out a low roar, as if the king of the jungle was scrutinizing the intruder who had stepped into its territory. Its golden vertical pupils swept across the gun in Lin Qingyan's hand and the shield released by Lin Nuanyuan. There was a flash of anthropomorphic contempt in his eyes. Lin Qingyan noticed this and frowned. She hated the feeling of being looked down upon. He gave Chung Hao a look and obtained his consent. Lin Qingyan no longer hesitated, immediately raised the Desert Eagle, and pulled the trigger first. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots were heard, and the bullets were like streams of light, tearing through the air and shooting straight into the Tiger King's eyes and eyebrows. However, when the wind-splitting tiger saw this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. It didn't even make any big movements, but just raised its huge front paw seemingly casually, and waved it lightly at the incoming bullet. Huh! One after another, green wind blades that were visible to the naked eye and as condensed as substance appeared out of thin air. The wind blade is like a crescent moon, and its speed is beyond imagination. Crash! A crisp metallic sound. Lin Qingyan's reinforced bullet that was powerful enough to penetrate steel plates was split into two halves in midair by the green wind blade, as accurately as cutting tofu. The broken bullet fell to the ground helplessly. What? Lin Qingyan's pupils suddenly shrank, her face filled with surprise. Although she had long anticipated that her attack would definitely not cause any substantial damage to the giant tiger. The reason why she took the initiative to attack was actually that she wanted to create favorable conditions for Chung Hao to attack through long-range shooting. As a result, the wind-splitting tiger simply waved its claws and cut off all the bullets she fired. Chung Hao, who was standing by, was also surprised when he saw this. A tiger can actually use its superpowers to such an expert degree. No wonder it's the only animal in this zoo that's been completely infused with the mutation potion. Chapter 29, Human-Tiger Battle. Just when Chung Hao and the other two were shocked by the strength displayed by the wind-splitting tiger, the giant tiger standing on a high place roared again. As the sound waves spread, a green wind blade that was even larger and more condensed than the previous one, with terrifying power that could tear everything apart, came slashing towards Chung Hao's position without any warning. Wherever it passed, deep furrows were plowed into the ground, and large trees as thick as a man's embrace were cut down silently. Obviously, the giant tiger has seen. Among the three invaders, Chung Hao poses the greatest threat to it. As long as this invader is killed, the other two will be nothing to be afraid of. This is easy. Along with the sound of electric current, silver arcs of lightning flickered on Chung Hao's body. Just as the green wind blade was about to hit Chung Hao's body, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. In a flash, he appeared on a huge rock more than 10 meters away. He turned his eyes and saw that the place where he had been standing before was cut by a huge crack caused by the green wind blade. Chung Hao also understood in his heart that when facing this level 22 mutant giant tiger, with Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan's current strength level, they are simply unable to participate in the battle. So next, it was his own battle with this mutant giant tiger. So he waved at Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan, signaling the two women to withdraw from the battle circle. Seeing this, the two sisters nodded in agreement and quickly retreated. This was the countermeasure they had already discussed before coming here. Once it is discovered that the gap in strength is too great, let Chung Hao fight alone. Otherwise, Chung Hao would have to divert his attention to protect the two of them, and he would definitely be defeated. Chung Hao, it's up to you now. Brother Qing, you must be careful. Roar! Just as the two women were silently cheering for Chung Hao in their hearts, the wind-splitting tiger roared again. It seemed as if it was completely enraged because Chung Hao dodged its attack. The powerful sound waves caused Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan's eardrums to hurt and their hearts to beat wildly. At the same time, another huge green wind blade, with fierce power, rushed straight towards Chung Hao. The speed was so fast that only a green afterimage was left in the air. Boom! The wind blade hit Chung Hao's location accurately. The violent shock wave suddenly exploded, forming a huge pit with a diameter of several meters. There was a burst of smoke and dust. When Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan saw this scene, their hearts were in their throats. Because they couldn't see clearly whether Chung Hao had dodged it or not. However, just when the smoke was about to dissipate, sizzle sound! A dazzling silver lightning, like a sharp sword at dawn, suddenly shot out from the side and rear of the smoke. Chung Hao's figure flashed like a ghost. With the dual protection of the diamond body and the power of thunder, Even a sharp green wind blade could only cut through the clothes he was wearing and failed to hurt his body at all. When Lin Qingyan saw Chung Hao appear, a huge rock in her heart fell to the ground. Then there was another strong shock. What a quick reaction! What a strong defense! Although they had long known that Chung Hao's strength was no longer on the same level as theirs. When Chung Hao killed those mutant monkeys, brown bears, and crocodiles before, he was just trying out his skills. It was not until this moment that she truly witnessed Chung Hao's true strength. Brother Chung is okay. That's great. Lin Yuanyuan patted her trembling chest and breathed a sigh of relief. After enduring a powerful blow from the wind-splitting tiger, Chung Hao decided to turn passivity into initiative. With the cover of smoke and dust, and the terrifying explosive speed bestowed by the power of thunder, in an instant he closed the distance between himself and the wind-splitting tiger. Chung Hao's goal is very clear: get close. In the previous test, Chung Hao discovered the wind blade of the wind-splitting tiger is mainly used for long-range attacks. Due to its huge size, its flexibility is bound to be limited in close combat. He wants to drag the battle into his own rhythm. With a low shout, the power of thunder surged on Chung Hao's legs, and his speed increased again. He was like lightning flying close to the ground, and in an instant, he rushed under the rockery. The wind-splitting tiger obviously did not expect that this invader could not only survive the attack of his full-strength wind blade, but even quickly launch a counterattack. A hint of surprise flashed across the golden vertical pupils. Then, it turned into deeper rage. Its huge body suddenly jumped down from the rockery. Like a mountain pressing down on one's head, the heavy tiger claws, with the pressure that could tear the air apart, slammed down hard on the rushing Chung Hao. At the same time, the metal barb on its tail swept towards Chung Hao's lower body with extreme ferocity. Facing this lethal attack from both sides, Chung Hao's eyes narrowed. Thunder step! Lightning flashed under his feet again. His body turned into afterimages, and he dodged the attack of the wind-splitting tiger again and flashed to its side and rear. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, and the power of the Vajra body condensed instantly. The arm muscles bulged and the skin had a metallic luster. Carrying jumping silver arcs, it was like a cannonball fired from a gun, smashing hard into the soft flesh on the side of the wind-splitting tiger that was exposed when it pounced. Thunder King Kong Fist! There was a sound of bang. A dull bang like a drum exploded. Chung Hao's fist hit Li Fengdu's lower back hard. The violent force, mixed with penetrating thunder, instantly erupted at the point of contact. Ouch! The wind-splitting tiger let out a roar of pain. The huge body was actually knocked sideways slightly by this punch. The charred hair exploded where it was hit. The skin and flesh were rolled up, emitting a burnt smell. You can even see tiny arcs of electricity jumping on the wound. The tremendous force of King Kong's body, coupled with the explosion of thunder power, actually hurt the mutant giant tiger for the first time. Hit! Lin Yuanyuan shouted excitedly, her eyes full of hope. What a powerful force! Lin Qingyan was also cheered up. Chung Hao's powerful attack proved that he indeed had the strength to confront this behemoth head-on. However, the ferocity of the wind-splitting tiger was also completely aroused. The severe pain makes it even crazier. Ignoring the injury on its lower back, it swung its huge head violently. The bloody mouth, with a strong fishy smell, was like a huge guillotine, biting fiercely at Chung Hao, who was close at hand. Because the distance was too close, Chung Hao could even smell the stench coming out of the mouth. But even so, Chung Hao still did not retreat. Vajra Thunder Body! Chung Hao crossed his arms over his chest, and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly. The metallic luster under the skin is brighter than ever. Clang! A teeth-grinding sound of metal friction was heard. The wind-splitting tiger's huge mouth bit Chung Hao's crossed arms fiercely. For a moment, Chung Hao felt an unimaginable force on his arms, as if they were about to be crushed. It seemed that he realized that Chung Hao's defense was not as sharp as his teeth. A hint of pride flashed in the eyes of the wind-splitting tiger. However, it fails to note that there was also a hint of teasing in Chung Hao's eyes. Chapter 30 Bandage Man. His arms were bitten tightly by the huge teeth of the wind-splitting tiger, and his body was unable to move. Instead of showing panic on Chung Hao's face, there was a hint of pride and madness. The power of thunder accumulated in the body, like a flood, gushed out from his arms. Chung Hao roared angrily and swung his arms outwards. Thunder burst. Open it, for me! Boom! The dazzling silver lightning exploded in the tiger's mouth. A powerful electric current instantly flowed through its head and body. The intense numbness and burning pain caused the wind-splitting tiger to let out a shrill howl. The giant mouth opened involuntarily, and the huge head was blown backwards, with wisps of green smoke coming out from its mouth and nose. Chung Hao took this opportunity and thunder exploded under his feet. With a flash of his body, he raised his fist and punched the wind-splitting tiger's head. The wind-splitting tiger, who was already dizzy from the electric shock, only had time to raise one of its claws to try to block, but it was obviously too late. Boom! A loud noise. Chung Hao's fist, carrying the power of Vajra and the pressure of thunder, hit the center of the wind-splitting tiger's forehead. Crack! The scalp-numbing sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard. The violent power of thunder instantly poured into the cranial cavity of the wind-splitting tiger, wreaking havoc. The terrifying power of King Kong's body was like a sledgehammer hitting its hard skull, directly shattering it and leaving a deep dent. Under the combined attack of the two forces, the wind-splitting tiger's mountain-like body suddenly flew backwards. It didn't even have time to let out a final wail, and its eyes instantly lost all their spirit. Then, his body tilted and he fell down completely. Experience points increased by 220. Win-win? Seeing the giant tiger's body fall, Lin Yuanyuan woke up as if from a dream, her voice trembling with disbelief. Win! Chung Hao won! He killed the mutant tiger! He succeeded! After Lin Qingyan recovered from her shock, she quickly pulled Lin Yuanyuan to Chung Hao's side and asked with concern. Chung Hao, how do you feel? Seeing Chung Hao gasping for breath. There were still clear teeth marks left by the giant tiger on his arm, so he quickly instructed Lin Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, hurry! Give him a healing shield to restore his strength. Good! Lin Yuanyuan nodded and quickly used her superpowers on Chung Hao. After a moment, Chung Hao's condition returned to its peak. Looking at the huge tiger lying on the ground, Chung Hao was speechless. The big boss only gives 220 experience points. This game's rewards are way too stingy. No, this instance isn't over yet. We still need to find the cause of these animals' mutations. Thinking of this, he quickly said to Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan. Don't relax. We only killed the strongest fighter, but the source of the mutations in the entire zoo has not yet appeared. Because the game system doesn't notify all challenges that have completed the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan's hearts, which had just relaxed, tensed again. The two sisters subconsciously moved closer to Chung Hao and looked around vigilantly. Sizzle sizzle. A faint and strange friction sound came without warning. The source of the sound is not any animal. Instead, it came from the depths of Tiger Mountain, from the direction of a cave built of rockery stones, originally used for tigers to rest. The sound became clearer and clearer, like heavy cloth dragging across the rough ground. A strange, mutated zoo director appears in front. His strength is unknown, as he has been researching various mutation drugs and has not yet taken them. As the prompt sound of Omniscient exploration sounded, Chung Hao immediately protected Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan behind him. The body of King Kong glowed faintly, and the power of thunder quietly gathered in the palm of his hand. He stared intently at the dark cave entrance. Obviously, this zoo director whose strength is unknown is the source of all the mutations. Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan also held their breath and looked at the rockery cave quietly. Finally, a figure slowly crawled out from the shadows of the cave. That doesn't look like someone who has walked out at all. His entire body, from head to toe, was tightly wrapped in a grayish-white bandage soaked in dark red stains, leaving no room for any air. The bandages were wrapped extremely thickly, layer upon layer, almost completely concealing the outline of the body. Only the space for two eyes was left, revealing two deep, turbid lights. The way he moved was also extremely strange. The body leaned forward slightly at an extremely uncoordinated angle, like a zombie. According to the description of the Omniscient Exploration ability, this man wrapped in bandages is the director of this mutant zoo. At the same time, he is also the keeper of this zoo. It was the mutagenic drug he researched that caused all the animals in the zoo to mutate after eating it. He is the source of everything. Just as Chung Hao and the other two were secretly shocked, the bandaged man stopped about 10 meters away from them. His cloudy eyes glanced indifferently at Chung Hao, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan through the gaps in the bandages. Finally, it stopped at the huge corpse of the wind-splitting tiger. No anger, no sadness. There was only a chilling, cold gaze, as if looking at a failed experiment. Coo, coo! The mouth beneath the bandage made meaningless hoarse sounds. The sound was dry and distorted, and it was completely unlike what human vocal cords could produce. Immediately afterwards, a strange wave that was more than 10 times stronger than before suddenly erupted from him. The invisible pressure hit the three of them like a tsunami. The light of Lin Yuanyuan's healing shield swayed violently, and Lin Qingyan groaned, her face instantly turning pale. Chung Hao also felt a heavy pressure falling on him, and his Vajra body was automatically activated to fight against it. The bandaged man slowly raised his arm, which was wrapped in layers and had a strange shape, and pointed at the tiger corpse on the ground. Finally, that turbid gaze fixed on Chung Hao. A hoarse sound came out of his mouth. "Since you destroyed my experiment, then you will take over." As soon as he finished speaking, the bandaged man pointed his finger at Chung Hao, and something strange happened. The gray-white bandage wrapped around the arm, pointing at Chung Hao, suddenly squirmed like a living thing. One by one, injection needles flashing with cold light suddenly popped out from the gaps in the bandage. There is a long and thin tube connected to the back of the needle. In the pipe, a colorful liquid emitting a strange light could be seen flowing. It was the mutant potion he was researching. Chung Hao growled, and without any hesitation, thunder exploded under his feet. A dazzling flash of lightning burst out, and his figure instantly moved several meters to the side and rear. Almost at the same time as he left the spot, more than a dozen needles with colorful liquid medicine shot out like poisonous snakes, and pierced the ground where he had just stood. The needle tip pierced the rock, making a harsh friction sound. The sticky liquid dripped down, corroding the rock and producing wisps of green smoke. Chapter 31, Windblade Slash. That was a close call. Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chung Hao dodge the attack of the bandaged man. Although they didn't know why the bandaged man wanted to inject the medicine into Chung Hao. But one thing is clear, it is definitely not a good thing. The bandaged man's attack missed, and his cloudy eyes turned to Chung Hao's new position. The bandages on his body began to wriggle, carrying the syringe like a poisonous snake, ready to launch the next lethal injection at any time. At the same time, after narrowly avoiding the attack, Chung Hao seemed to be panicked by the needle of the bandaged man. But in fact, he did not gain nothing. Because just when the bandaged man launched his attack, Chung Hao discovered with his omniscient exploration insight. Those seemingly airtight layers of bandages are actually fixed to the waist and abdomen of the bandaged person through some device. The bandaged man controls the bandages all over his body by twisting his waist to attack. At the same time, hide the syringe in the bandage and launch a surprise injection attack at any time. Therefore, his waist is both the core of all his attacks and his weakness. Thinking of this, Chung Hao hurriedly shouted to Lin Qingyan beside him. "Qingyan! Disrupt him! Shoot him where the bandages on his waist and abdomen are connected!" While shouting loudly, Chung Hao once again urged the power of thunder. His figure turned into a flash of lightning, and he rushed towards the bandaged man. He couldn't just passively take the beating, he had to get close and force the opponent to reveal a bigger flaw. Good! Although Lin Qingyan didn't know why, she shot the bandaged man in the waist. But since Chung Hao said that, he must have his own intentions. As soon as he raised his arm, the Desert Eagle immediately spewed out dazzling tongues of fire. Da-da-da-da! The dense bullets were like a rainstorm, accurately shooting towards the waist and abdomen of the bandaged man. Puff, puff, puff! The bullet hit the thick bandage, making a dull sound. Most of the bullets were deflected or stuck by the extremely tough bandages, splashing bits of debris but not harming the bandaged man at all. But Lin Qingyan's superpower is unlimited bullets. The continuous burst of firepower finally had an effect on the bandaged man. Under the huge impact of the bullet, the bandaged man's forward movement paused slightly. Roar! He let out an angry roar, as if he was irritated by Lin Qingyan's harassment. With a sudden swing of his arm, several bandages whipped towards Lin Qingyan like whips. Boom! But at this moment, Chung Hao flashed and came behind him. He clenched his fist wrapped in electric arcs, aimed it at the bandaged man's waist, and smashed it hard. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of thunder poured in like a tide. There was a crisp sound of crack, as if some mechanical device was directly smashed to pieces. Violent energy exploded from inside the bandaged man's waist and abdomen. Dazzling electric light, mixed with colorful medicine, suddenly gushed out from the wound in his waist and abdomen. Ah! For the first time, the bandaged man let out a shrill howl that was completely inhuman. The look he gave Chung Hao was filled with anger and surprise. He couldn't understand why his whole body was wrapped in bandages without revealing even a single flaw. How did this young man see his fatal weakness at once? But at this moment, thinking about these things is useless. His whole body twitched violently as if he had been electrocuted. The bandages wrapped around the entire body loosened and broke uncontrollably. The needles hidden in the bandages fell to the ground one after another. Seeing this, Chung Hao raised his right foot again, and while wrapped in lightning, he kicked the bandaged man hard on the lower back. Click sound! The bandaged man's waist was kicked directly in half. The bandages on his body, which had already begun to loosen, completely lost control and flew everywhere. Finally, a skinny man with dense needle holes all over his body appeared. He lay on the ground, muttering to himself. Why is it that my physique can't withstand the genetic medicine? In that case, I will create the most powerful genetic warrior. I will. Before he could finish his words, the man's pupils suddenly shrank and he completely lost his life. Chung Hao was slightly surprised to find that this man did not have any supernatural energy fluctuations. He is just an ordinary person. The reason why the bandages can be activated to attack is entirely due to a special device tied around the waist. Just now, it was first disrupted by Qingyan's bullet fire, and then it was shattered by my punch, completely losing its combat effectiveness. It's kind of ironic that a guy who created dozens of mutant animals can't even handle genetic drugs himself. Just as Chung Hao was thinking about it, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! The source of animal mutation has been detected and has been eliminated. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing Mutation Zoo. Experience points increased by 2,000. It took 1 hour and 36 minutes. Rating A. Reward, Superpower Treasure Box, A-Level Multiplier 1. Hearing the system prompt sound, Chung Hao frowned slightly. It actually took more than an hour? It must be because I rested for too long before, which resulted in only having an A-Level Superpower Treasure Chest. Although it is not as much as the rewards obtained in the previous Horror Amusement Park, a Superpower Treasure Chest is still pretty good. With a flash of light, a treasure chest appeared in front of Chung Hao and the other two. After explaining the situation to Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan, the two women took the initiative to give the treasure chest to Chung Hao. After all, from beginning to end, Chung Hao was the only one facing those powerful mutant animals. The two sisters just assisted from the side. Being able to gain experience points is already pretty good, so how could I dare to hope to get a superpower treasure chest? Seeing that the two sisters were so sensible, Chung Hao gave them 1,000 experience points and allowed them to raise their respective player levels to level 20. Then, Chung Hao turned his gaze to the superpower treasure chest on the ground. Use the Omniscient Exploration survival talent to scan the treasure chest. A line of prompt information unfolded before Chung Hao's eyes. A-level superpower, Wind Blade Slash. First activation, development 10%. Raise your hand to release a wind blade, slashing targets within a 50-meter range. The higher the level of development, the longer the range of the wind blade, the greater the slashing power and range. After reading the introduction, Chung Hao's face immediately showed a smile. This seems to be the superpower of the wind-splitting tiger, right? Wind blade slash. I finally have a means of long-range attack. Then, under the expectant gazes of Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, Chung Hao opened the medicine bottle and drank the genetic medicine inside in one gulp. Chapter 32 Sleeping Together. Brother Ching, what superpower did you gain this time? Seeing Chung Hao drink the genetic medicine, Lin Nuanyuan blinked her big eyes and asked impatiently. Lin Qingyan also stared at Chung Hao, her heart full of curiosity. Wind blade slash. Chung Hao's voice was filled with excitement. It's the same wind blade that the mutant tiger used. Wind blade slash? It sounds powerful. Lin Nuanyuan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and then she urged. Brother Ching, hurry up and show it to me and my sister. Good. Chung Hao nodded, then slowly raised his right hand. He spread out his 5 fingers and pointed them at a big tree not far away that was more than 1 meter in diameter. With a slight movement of his mind, the new wind power in his body responded instantly. Huh! There was no earth-shattering sound, only an imperceptible sound of breaking wind. A curved wind blade about half a meter long and almost completely transparent suddenly condensed into shape from his palm. The edge of the wind blade flashed with a sharp cold light, cutting the air, making a slight, hissing sound. Go! Chung Hao moved his finger forward. With a swish sound, that wind blade was like an arrow shot from a bow. He slashed towards the giant tree. Crack! A crisp breaking sound was heard. Dozens of meters away, the towering tree looked as if it had been cut by an invisible blade. With a crash, he fell to the ground with a loud bang. The fracture is as smooth as a mirror. Amazing! Lin Nuanyuan covered her mouth and exclaimed. This was just Chung Hao's first attempt, and he was able to do it so easily. And this is the 4th superpower Chung Hao has obtained. Lin Qingyan's eyes were also full of brilliance. It's incredibly fast. Faster than a bullet. And it's almost silent. It's a perfect weapon for sneak attacks. While the 2 women were amazed, Chung Hao looked at his palm. Feeling the endless force of the wind flowing through his body, he nodded with satisfaction. This wind blade slash is so powerful when it is activated for the first time. Once he raises the player's level, won't the power be even stronger? Thinking of this, Chung Hao immediately consumed 1,000 experience points and raised his level to 22. Click on personal information. His information has been refreshed. Name, Chung Hao. Level, 22. Survival talent, Omniscient exploration, 50 kilometers around, upgradable. Experience points, 420. Superpowers, Diamond Body, 35%, Lord Summoning, 35%, Thunder Force, 35%, Wind Blade Slash, 35%. Vehicle, Fortress-type multipurpose RV. Upgrade materials, metal multiplied by 1, rubber multiplied by 1, gasoline multiplied by 7. System space, 101 cubic meters, upgradable. Item, Black Iron Cleaver. Teammates, Lin Qingyan, 95%, Lin Nuanyuan, 95%. The development levels of the 4 superpowers have all been increased to 35% due to the player's level increase, making their subsequent use more coordinated. Afterwards, he combined the Vajra body, Thunder Power, and the newly acquired Wind Blade Slash together and experimented with it. Only after achieving the desired effect and proficiency did Chung Hao withdraw his ability with satisfaction. I looked up at the sky and saw that the afterglow of the setting sun had dyed the sky orange. Night is about to fall. Chung Hao turned his gaze to Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, who were also testing their superpowers, and said, Let's go, it's getting dark. We've cleared 2 dungeons in a row, so we should all be tired. Return to the RV and rest for the night. We'll decide on our next move tomorrow morning. Good. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan agreed, and the 3 of them quickly left the mutant zoo. Returned to the secure parking space at the park entrance. Once inside the RV, the 3 of them completely relaxed. Lin Nuanyuan first went to the small kitchen to prepare dinner and tea. After eating, drinking and washing up, it was completely dark outside. But at the same time, a real, difficult problem was placed before the three of them. Because the space inside the RV is limited, there is only a large bed in the bedroom. But there were three of them, 2 women and 1 man. Chung Hao rolled his eyes, then naturally took out a blanket and said in a gentlemanly manner, "You 2 sisters can sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the driver's side. The seat can be laid flat, and it will be fine." How can this be possible?" When Lin Qingyan heard this, an embarrassed look immediately appeared on her face. "Logically speaking, you contributed the most to this RV, so you're its true owner. How can the owner sleep in the cab while we sleep in the big bed? What's more, the 24-hour protection period will expire tomorrow, and we will definitely encounter various emergencies at that time. If you don't sleep well tonight, how can you be energetic tomorrow?" Lin Nanyuan also quickly echoed. "Yes, Brother Qing, you have done the most work and need a good rest the most." Chung Hao scratched his head. "If I sleep in the bed, what about you 2? The cab is so small, I can't let you 2 sleep there, right? Could it be? The 3 of us can just sleep in one bed." Lin Qingyan interrupted him. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she said in a very firm tone, "In extraordinary times, there's no need to be so particular." Lin Nanyuan's face was as red as a ripe apple. "Yes, sister is right. Brother Chung, it's okay, my sister and I both believe in you." Seeing the 2 sisters, one pretending to be calm and the other being shy, Chung Hao was overjoyed, but still had an embarrassed expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "Oh well. From now on, we will sleep in the same bed. However, when I think about the favorability between the 2 girls, it still remains at 95%. Chung Hao was still muttering in his heart. "It's been stuck at this number for a while. How can we achieve 100%? I was still thinking about unlocking the door for them." After making the bed, Lin Qingyan climbed onto it first. She leaned against the innermost part, her back facing the wall, and curled up as much as possible to leave space outside. Her heart was beating fast and her ears were red, but she forced herself not to look back. Lin Nanyuan lowered her head, took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed carefully, and lay down next to her sister. Also with its back to the outside, like a frightened little rabbit. Chung Hao looked at the 2 curvy figures on the bed with their backs to him. A surge of hot blood suddenly rushed to the top of my head. He took several deep breaths to calm his disordered heartbeat and breathing, and lay down on the outermost side of the bed as naturally as possible. 3 people can sleep in a double bed, especially when one of them is a tall man like Chung Hao. The space immediately became extremely cramped. Chung Hao almost had to turn sideways with his back pressed tightly against the cold inner wall of the RV to barely avoid touching Lin Nanyuan. Even so, he could clearly feel the warmth and softness of Lin Nanyuan's body through the thin clothes. Chapter 33 Unintentional or Intentional. On the other side, Lin Nanyuan's body was shaking slightly due to nervousness. She was closest to Chung Hao, and the strong masculine scent penetrated into her nostrils. It made her heart beat faster and her body stiffer. "Turn off the lights?" Suddenly, Lin Qingyan, who was at the innermost part, spoke. Chung Hao responded, and after issuing the command, the RV's lighting system was turned off directly. In an instant, the bedroom was plunged into darkness. The disappearance of vision makes other senses become unusually sharp. Each other's breathing can be heard clearly. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan's breathing was rapid and filled with nervousness and shyness. Chung Hao was itching to do it. He wanted to break through that relationship, but he also felt that it wasn't the right time yet. I don't know how long it took, but perhaps because they were really too tired, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan fell asleep one after another. Lin Nanyuan turned over unconsciously in her sleep. His body turned to the outside, and one arm naturally rested on Chung Hao's waist. The little head subconsciously leaned towards the source of warmth, almost resting on Chung Hao's shoulder. The soft touch on the waist and shoulders. Instead of pushing her away, Chung Hao stretched out his arm to help Lin Nanyuan, who was leaning against him, sleep more peacefully. In the darkness, Lin Nanyuan's even breathing carried the sweet scent unique to a young girl. Gently brushing Chung Hao's neck, like a feather tickling him, brought waves of subtle tingling. She rested her little head in Chung Hao's arms and rubbed it unconsciously. A small hand even unconsciously rested on Chung Hao's chest. Even through the thin clothes, you can clearly feel the soft touch. Chung Hao's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction and masculine throbbing surged in his chest. He carefully closed his arms and hugged the warm and soft girl tighter. His chin gently rested on Lin Ranuan's soft hair, greedily inhaling the girl's fragrance. But at this moment, Lin Qingyan, who was sleeping on the inside, suddenly moved. She seemed to be sleeping very uneasily, tossing and turning for a few times, then sitting up quietly. In the darkness, Chung Hao could hear her groping to get out of bed. There was the subtle sound of slippers stepping on the RV floor, followed by the sound of the bathroom door closing gently. Chung Hao's heart was instantly lifted. He subconsciously held his breath, his body somewhat stiff. Is Qingyan awake? Will she see me holding Nuranuan? Although the situation is special, this posture is indeed too intimate. As Nuranuan's older sister, she shouldn't be angry and stand up for her sister, right? A sense of embarrassment and uneasiness came over me. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened again and footsteps approached. Chung Hao's heart was in his throat, and he was ready to be caught. However, the footsteps did not stop at the end of the bed, nor did they go around to the outside. He felt the other side of the mattress dip slightly. Lin Qingyan did not return to the innermost position, but lay directly on the other side of him. Chung Hao was completely stunned. What is going on? He instantly went from sleeping on the outermost side to being sandwiched between the two sisters. A richer, feminine scent with a cool soapberry aroma penetrates the nostrils. That belongs to Lin Qingyan. He could feel the breeze brought by Lin Qingyan when she lay down, and the warmth radiating from her body. Although there was still a small distance between the two of them, they were not in direct contact. But this left-right surround pattern brings a sense of impact. It was 10 times stronger than when I was hugging Lin Ranuan just now. Was she just sleepy and did it by accident? Or did she do it on purpose? For a moment, Chung Hao couldn't figure out why Lin Qingyan slept in the wrong position. Forget it, since that's the case, I'll just put up with it, and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. In the darkness, the senses are infinitely magnified. Chung Hao can clearly distinguish Lin Ranuan's soft breathing on the left. Lin Qingyan on the right was calm, yet her breathing was slightly nervous. 2 different kinds of fragrance mixed together, completely surrounding him. He felt as if he had ascended to heaven. Road survival? A life or death adventure? At this moment, everything was thrown out of the window. All that remains is this intoxicating warmth and ambiguity. Before he knew it, Chung Hao fell asleep in the warm and soft embrace of the beautiful woman. I don't know how long it took, but a faint light shone in through the ventilation window on the top of the RV. Chung Hao drowsily opened his eyes, and the first thing he felt was a heavy sense of satisfaction on both sides. His left arm remained in the embracing position. Lin Ranuan was like a docile kitten, with almost her entire upper body nestled in his arms, her arms resting on his waist. Her little face was pressed against his chest, she was sleeping soundly, with a sweet smile on her lips. His right arm was around Lin Qingyan's waist. Lin Qingyan was facing Chung Hao sideways at this moment. Her cheek rested on Chung Hao's shoulder. Warm breath brushed against his neck gently. One of her hands naturally rested on his chest. The 3 of them slept together in an extremely intimate posture. Chung Hao was completely sandwiched between the 2 women, becoming a veritable sandwich. What's even more terrible is that as a young man full of vigor and vitality, when I wake up in the morning, I feel refreshed. Just when Chung Hao was feeling a little embarrassed, Lin Ranuan's eyelashes in his arms suddenly fluttered. The pair of big eyes, still hazy with sleep, blinked blankly at first. Then she focused on Chung Hao's face, which was very close to her, and then she clearly felt something. Ah! A short exclamation filled with shame almost came out of his mouth. Lin Ranuan's face flushed instantly, and she wanted to shrink back like a frightened rabbit. But Chung Hao's arms were still around her, and this attempt to pull her back failed, but instead made the awkward contact even more intense. She was so embarrassed that she immediately closed her eyes and buried her face deeply in Chung Hao's chest. His body was as stiff as a piece of wood, and even his ears were red. When she moved, Lin Qingyan on the right was also startled. Her long eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Those cold eyes held a hint of lazy confusion when he first woke up. But when she saw the scene clearly, she was almost clinging to Chung Hao's arms, her arms resting on his chest. And his sister huddled in his arms. Lin Qingyan's brain exploded with a boom sound. Her face turned red in an instant. As if he had been electrocuted, he wanted to withdraw his hand that was on Chung Hao's chest and move his body backwards. But the space was so limited, and when she moved, she stuck even more closely to Chung Hao's right arm and the side of his body. Time seemed to stand still. The three of them froze in place, no one dared to move, no one dared to speak. There was only the sound of each other's frantic heartbeats. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 34 Weather Warning. The atmosphere in the bedroom was extremely awkward. In the end, Chung Hao gritted his teeth and broke the silence in the calmest voice possible. Ahem, Mum, it's dawn. Should we get up? Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan let go of him almost at the same time, as if they had received a pardon. The two men quickly turned their backs and curled up at the edges of the bed, wrapping themselves tightly with blankets, leaving only the backs of their heads facing Chung Hao. Chung Hao also quickly sat up. He pulled the blanket over his embarrassing part, his movements somewhat awkwardly. Although he felt a little embarrassed, Chung Hao felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey. He could feel that after this night of unconscious intimacy, the vague barrier between the three of them seemed to have been completely broken. Use the Omniscient exploration ability to check. Really? Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan's favorability towards him has increased to 98%. It's only one step away from 100%. When that time comes. Just as Chung Hao was full of endless imagination in his mind. I'm going to wash up first. Lin Qingyan's voice came from under the blanket. Then she jumped out of bed and rushed to the bathroom without looking back. I'll go prepare breakfast. Lin Yuanyuan also quickly lifted the blanket and jumped out of bed with a blushing face. He didn't even dare to look at Chung Hao, and ran towards the small kitchen with his head lowered. Chung Hao looked at their fleeing backs, couldn't help but touch his nose and laughed softly. He stood up in a good mood and walked to the cab area. He asked the two sisters to clean up and wash up first, and then he opened the chat channel to see what other players were doing. Unexpectedly, in the channel, all the players were already in mourning. Starving ghost reincarnation, help! I hid in this junky car all night, and I'm freezing. I'm out of food and water. Could any of you please spare me some food? I'll trade it for upgrade materials I found. Summer wind, woohoo! I hid in an abandoned security booth last night. No windows or doors, and the mosquitoes were like bombers. I was practically being sucked dry. Does anyone have mosquito repellent? Or maybe let me join the team. Desperate lone wolf, damn it. I finally found a convenience store, but it's actually a dungeon. My 24-hour protection period is invalid, and I'm blocked by a pack of level 3 and 4 mutant wild dogs. I can't get in. I feel like I'm going to die here. Is there any big shot nearby who can help me? Coordinates, X, 347, Y, 211. Xiaofeng Kenwei, everyone, be careful. Last night, the 5 of us in our team were so hungry that we caught some field mice and roasted them for dinner. It seems we were poisoned. Now we have a high fever and are dizzy. What should we do? Is there a doctor? Or an antidote? Of course, there are also some players whose strength increases greatly because they picked up superpower treasure chests. Some of them now have a player level that is even higher than Chung Hao. This made Chung Hao feel a little pressured, and he also began to analyze his strategy yesterday to see if there was something wrong. Yesterday, he spent most of his time and energy searching for the superpower treasure chest. On the contrary, they are not so enthusiastic about actively hunting monsters in this world. But if you want to quickly increase your player level, you must kill a large number of monsters to gain experience points. It seems that the focus of today's operation needs to be changed. Of course, I still have to look for the superpower treasure chest, but I won't move around specifically to search for it. That would be a waste of time. As for the game copy, according to the published rules, it will only be open during a specific time period every afternoon. It also fits my schedule better. Just as Chung Hao was thinking about it, Lin Nanuan's voice came from the small kitchen. Brother Cheng, sister, breakfast is ready. Come and eat. There was a cheerful tone in his voice, and he seemed to have adjusted his mood. Here I come. Chung Hao responded and turned off the channel. After going to the bathroom to wash up, he walked to the small dining table. Lin Nanuan had already placed the fried eggs and toasted bread slices on the table. Lin Qian brought hot milk. When her eyes met Chung Hao's, she quickly dodged. Then he returned to his usual cool appearance, except that his ears were still slightly red. The three of them sat down. The atmosphere was subtle but warm. Chung Hao had a big appetite. While eating, he talked about his plan for today. I agree. After listening to this, Lin Qingyan nodded in agreement and analyzed. Superpowers are about quality, not quantity. Developing existing abilities to a higher level will significantly increase your combat effectiveness. And if you kill enough monsters, your upgrade speed may not be slower than finding treasure chests. During the battle, Nanuan and I will become more proficient in using our respective superpowers. Yeah, whatever Brother Ching says, we'll do it. When Lin Nanuan heard her sister say this, she naturally had no objection. After breakfast, Chung Hao sat in the driver's seat and started the Fortress RV. The engine emits a low and powerful roar. This steel fortress slowly drove away from the safe parking space of the mutant zoo. Chung Hao called up the panoramic map of Omniscient Exploration and adjusted the search mode to Monster Location. Dozens of red dots representing monsters immediately appeared on the map. The distances vary, and the number of people gathered and their levels of strength are also different. Let's go check out the nearest one first. There's a group of monsters around level 20. Let Qin Yan and Nanuan practice first. Chung Hao selected the target and was preparing to plan the route. Suddenly, several prompt boxes popped up in the game system. Not only Chung Hao, but even Lin Qinyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and Lin Nanuan, who was sitting in the back seat, had a change of expression. Apparently, they received the same message. Warning! Large-scale abnormal energy disturbance detected. Severe weather warning activated. Attention all players. 1 hour from now, 9 o'clock game time, the game world will enter the first stage of severe weather. Randomly generated weather patterns for each region: severe acid rain, massive hail, devastating tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, extreme cold blizzards. All players must find a sturdy shelter within 1 hour. Repeat. All players must find a sturdy shelter within 1 hour. Players in the coordinate area, X, 198, Y, 367, please note, your area will be hit by a severe hailstorm. The hail is expected to be 15 centimeters to 100 centimeters in diameter, and will last for approximately 2 hours. Please find an underground bunker or a shelter with strong roof defense as soon as possible. The cold and rapid system prompt sound rang 3 times in succession. It's like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. Bad weather? Lin Qingyan's expression changed slightly. In an hour? This is too fast. Chung Hao's expression also looked a little unhappy. The sudden announcement of the game completely disrupted his plans. In our area, it's hail, the largest one is 100 centimeters in diameter. After reading the prompt, Chung Hao's mouth twitched. Hailstones 1 meter in diameter falling from the sky. You might as well just call it a bomb. Chung Hao frowned and began to search for nearby shelters. Soon, several dots flashing green light appeared on the map. The nearest one was about 5 kilometers away and was marked as an abandoned underground air raid shelter. System warning, don't take it lightly. Chung Hao made a prompt decision. Qingyan, Nanuan, sit tight. Let's go now to the nearest underground air raid shelter. Chapter 35, Underground Air Raid Shelter. After determining the direction, Chung Hao turned the steering wheel sharply and stepped on the accelerator. The huge fortress RV roared and rushed in the direction indicated by the map. Brother Cheng, our RV is so sturdy, it should be able to withstand it, right? Lin Nanuan looked at the still clear sky outside the car window and asked hesitantly. Nuanuan, don't take it lightly. Before Chung Hao could reply, Lin Qinyan interrupted her seriously. The system issued a special warning and urged people to seek shelter, indicating this hailstorm is anything but ordinary. Hailstones 100 centimeters in diameter, falling from great heights, would have an impact force even more terrifying than ordinary artillery shells. Although our RV has strong defenses, the top armor may not be able to withstand continuous high-intensity bombardment. If it's smashed through or the critical equipment is damaged, the three of us will be finished. Chung Hao also said in a deep voice. Qinyan is right. If the RV is damaged, we won't have a way to retreat. Going to a shelter is the safest option. Lin Yuanyuan then realized the urgency of the situation, and her face immediately tensed up. Yeah, I'll listen to you. The RV sped along the empty road. The originally cloudless sky seemed to confirm the accuracy of the system's warning. In just over 10 minutes, a dramatic change occurred. Large patches of lead-gray dark clouds, like a raging tide, surged together from all directions and quickly blocked out the sunlight. The sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was still morning, but it was so dark that it seemed like night was approaching. The wind also began to howl. The dust and dead leaves on the ground were rolled up, making a strange humming sound and hitting the car window. Depressing. Dull. A sense of impending doomsday looms over the earth. Chung Hao was concentrating on driving the RV. With the precise navigation provided by Omniscient Exploration and the excellent performance of the RV, traveling through increasingly severe weather and worsening road conditions. Finally, within the limited time, he arrived at the location marked on the map. A lot of vehicles have gathered at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Most of them are modified off-road vehicles and pickup trucks. There are even a few buses that look relatively sturdy. When I saw Chung Hao's huge, brand-new, futuristic and technological fortress RV approaching, many people looked at them with shock, envy and even greed. Chung Hao ignored those people and drove the RV steadily into the spacious main passage of the air raid shelter. This is obviously a large-scale war preparedness facility with extremely spacious interior space. The height is enough to accommodate any large truck, and the length is endless. At this moment, both sides of the passage are filled with various vehicles. Leave a narrow passage in the middle. Chung Hao found a relatively spacious corner and parked the car. The temperature outside is becoming more and more depressing and dull. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying loud noise came from the entrance of the air raid shelter, and the whole earth was shaking. Like millions of war drums beating at the same time. It was like countless huge rocks falling from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the crackling sound, so dense that it made one's scalp tingle, poured down like a rainstorm. The sound was so loud that even the thick walls of the air raid shelter could not completely block it out. Chung Hao and the other two couldn't help but get out of the car and, like other players, went to the entrance of the air raid shelter to check. I saw that the world outside the entrance had turned into a vast expanse of white. Countless ice balls of different sizes fell to the ground like dense artillery shells. Even the smallest hailstones are as big as a fist. And the big one was as big as a millstone. They fell from the sky with terrifying kinetic energy. It hit the ground and exploded instantly. Ice chips flew everywhere, leaving behind holes. A dilapidated car that had just driven to the edge of the entrance had its roof smashed through by several hailstones as big as watermelons. The car window glass shattered like paper. There were shrill screams coming from the car, but they were instantly drowned out by the roar of hail. Immediately afterwards, more hailstones fell. The car was flattened and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it became a pile of twisted scrap metal, with blood slowly seeping out from the cracks. Another off-road vehicle that tried to force its way in was hit directly on the front by a huge hailstone. Glass shards and items inside the car flew out. The car body suddenly tilted, hit the wall of the cave, and completely stalled. The people in the car crawled out, covered in blood, and rushed deep into the cave in terror. Oh my God! Lin Yuanyuan covered her mouth, her face pale, her eyes filled with fear and relief. This is terrible. If we had come 10 minutes later. She couldn't imagine whether their RV could survive such a devastating blow. Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan also looked solemn. What they saw with their own eyes was far more shocking than the system description. The violent power of nature has been magnified countless times in this apocalyptic game world. The atmosphere in the air raid shelter was oppressive and noisy. The survivors were still in shock, and the sounds of crying, groaning and cursing were mixed together. Chung Hao and his crew's fortress RV stood out in this chaotic environment, and inevitably became the focus. Not only because of its exaggerated shape. What's more, the people who got out of the car were Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan, a pair of sisters with very different temperaments, but equally outstanding. Dude, that's awesome! Where did you get this car? A burly man in a jacket came over, his eyes first greedily scanning Chung Hao's RV, and then falling on Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan. Chung Hao glanced at him indifferently without saying anything. Hey, don't be so cold! The man in the jacket chuckled, revealing his yellow teeth. My name is Xinchang, and those over there are my brothers. He pointed to 5 or 6 men gathered not far away. You seem to have good equipment. In this world, fighting alone is very dangerous. Why not join our team? We can share the good and the bad together. He deliberately emphasized the 4 words. Share the happiness. And his eyes swept over Lin Qingyan unscrupulously. Lin Qingyan frowned, a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, and she turned her face away coldly. Lin Nanyuan shrank back behind Lin Qingyan in fear. Not interested. Chung Hao's voice was calm as he directly refused. He could tell at a glance that this group of people were definitely not good people. Xinchang's smile froze for a moment, his eyes instantly became gloomy, and he whispered. Boy, don't be shameless. In this world, there is strength in numbers. How far do you think you can go with these 2 burdens? They are not a burden, they are my teammates. Chung Hao's eyes turned cold, and an invisible aura emanated from him. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for being rude. Xinchang was startled by Chung Hao's gaze, but relying on the fact that they were in a large group, he became more daring and said, If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. Brothers. He was just about to call his accomplices. At this moment, Lin Qingyan moved. She raised her hand seemingly casually, and the Desert Eagle was already in her hand. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed steadily at the center of Xinchang's eyebrows. Xinchang froze in place instantly, cold sweat breaking out. He had no doubt that the cold and beautiful woman before him would pull the trigger. He quickly raised his hands, put on a smiling face, and said, Beautiful lady, don't get excited, I was just joking. Since you don't want to form a team, I'm leaving now. I won't bother you again. As he spoke, he took a step forward and slowly backed away. Lin Qingyan didn't take back the gun until Xinchang returned to his truck. This little episode temporarily calmed down the other people in the air raid shelter who were ready to make a move and were also coveting Chung Hao and his friends' resources or beauties. After all, they had only been in this world for less than a day, and many of them were just barely able to meet the most basic needs of survival. There were not many people present who could take out a gun as easily as Lin Qingyan. The hail outside is still continuing. The people in the air raid shelter suffered from fear and cold. Small-scale exchanges and material exchanges also began between each other. Chung Hao and the others did not participate, but just stayed quietly in the RV. Eat snacks and drink tea to replenish your energy. Finally, the earth-shattering roar outside gradually weakened until it disappeared. The system prompt sounded again. The severe weather disaster has ended. Dear players, you can continue your journey now. Chapter 36: The Power of Machine Guns. Hearing the system's prompt, the players in the air raid shelter couldn't help but cheer. Then they returned to their respective cars. Drive out an order of distance from the cave entrance. Chung Hao also returned to the driving seat and started the RV. The engine emitted a low and powerful roar. This steel fortress stood out among the many broken cars and once again attracted countless eyes. However, when some people saw the Desert Eagle in Lin Qingyan's hand, the greed in their eyes immediately turned into fear. Obviously, they also realized that, since they can own such a beautiful RV, the 3 people in it must be extraordinary. Brother Cheng, where are we going now? Back on the ground, Lin Nanyuan looked out the window at the scene that looked like it had been ravaged by a natural disaster and asked, The plan remains unchanged. Chung Hao looked at the muddy and chaotic road ahead and said slowly, "Find monsters and gain experience. The bad weather has just passed, so maybe this is the time when monsters are out and about and active." He called up the Omniscient exploration map and retargeted the gathering point of the group of level 20 monsters. A ruined industrial area on the edge of an abandoned city. The RV drove steadily on the hail-ravaged road. After driving for about 10 minutes, Chung Hao's expression suddenly froze, and he obviously sensed something, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. After a while, he reminded Lin Qingyan and Lin Rengyuan calmly, "Someone's following us." Lin Qingyan immediately looked at the rearview mirror vigilantly. When he discovered that there was a convoy following behind them, his eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. "Isn't that big truck driven by the guy named Shinchan from before? It's really hunting." Upon hearing this, Lin Rengyuan quickly sat up and checked. In the mirror, a modified black off-road vehicle with a ferocious horn installed on the front was leading the way. Following behind was a pickup truck that had also been modified and had crude steel plates welded onto it. The last one to arrive was Shinchang's huge truck, which also had thick steel plates welded on the front. The three cars followed the RV slowly, a few hundred meters behind it, and maintained a steady distance. Lin Rengyuan's face tensed up, and she subconsciously grasped the armrest. "What do they want to do? What else can I do?" Lin Qingyan snorted coldly. "I didn't get any advantage in the air raid shelter, so now I want to take advantage of the crowd and kill people and rob them." She held the Desert Eagle in her hand with a cold look in her eyes. Chung Hao seemed very calm and continued to drive according to the planned route, even slowing down a bit. Then he said to the two sisters, "Since they don't know what's good for them, then just play with them. It's a good way to warm up." After a while, the RV drove into a relatively open road section with low hills on both sides. "Get started!" Seeing that the time was ripe, Shinchan gave orders through the intercom, his voice filled with cruel excitement. The engine of the leading black SUV immediately let out a violent roar. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it suddenly accelerated. The ferocious horn on the front of the car flashed a cold light, and crashed straight into the rear of the RV. His intentions were clear. Want to use the impact force to force the RV out of control. Court death! A cold light flashed in Chung Hao's eyes, and his fingers quickly slid across the control panel next to the driver's seat. Buzz! The armor plate at the rear of the Fortress RV slid down instantly. 2 rows of black gun muzzles were revealed. Da-da-da-da-da! Violent tongues of fire burst out instantly. The dense reinforced armor-piercing bullets, like a metal storm, accurately covered the oncoming off-road vehicle. Ding-ding-dang-dang! Puff, puff, puff! The simple steel plates installed on the off-road vehicle are like paper in front of the powerful vehicle-mounted machine gun. The windshield was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and then shattered with a loud bang. The bullet penetrated the car body and blood exploded in the cab. The out-of-control off-road vehicle suddenly tilted, rolled and crashed into the hill on the side of the road. After a huge explosion, a raging fire broke out. The people in the pickup truck behind were obviously frightened by the sudden fierce firepower. They had originally intended to flank the enemy, but now they slammed on the brakes, their tires leaving long marks on the muddy road, as they tried to turn around and escape. Want to run? Chung Hao sneered, his mind moved slightly, and the power of wind and thunder in his body condensed instantly. He extended his left hand out of the car window, fingers spread out. He slashed through the air at the panicked pickup truck. Shh! An almost transparent, arc-shaped wind blade flashing with lightning silently condensed and shot out from the front of his palm. Crack! The lightning wind blade was extremely fast. In just a moment, it accurately passed through the pickup truck's fuel tank. The electric arc ignited the fuel tank, and it exploded with a boom. The people in the cab were engulfed in flames before they could even scream. Just 2 encounters, 2 cars, 5 people, all killed. Shinchang, who was sitting on the truck, was so angry that his eyes were about to burst. He had never expected that the firepower of the RV would be so terrifying. What's more, I didn't expect that Chung Hao himself actually had such a strange long-range attack method. But soon, his fear was replaced by greed and rage. When upgrading his truck, he had spent a lot of raw materials, and even installed special steel plates on the chassis. Enough to withstand those bullets. Damn it! I'm going to hit you to death! Xinqiang roared like a beast and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The huge truck, like a mad steel beast, made a deafening roar and slammed into the rear of the RV. He just didn't believe that the RV could withstand the full force of a truck weighing dozens of tons. Careful! Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan saw the truck coming and quickly called out to warn them. Chung Hao's eyes were calm, and there was even a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He swerved the steering wheel and pressed a button at the same time. The Fortress RV's huge body shows amazing flexibility that is inconsistent with its size. With a beautiful drift, he narrowly avoided the fatal collision with the truck. At the same time, the roof armor plate slid open and a short and thick machine gun slowly rose up. The muzzle flashed with a cold metallic luster, firmly locking onto the fuel tank position of the truck. What? This? How is this possible? When Xinqiang saw the rising muzzle, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles. A chill of death instantly enveloped the whole body. He couldn't understand why they had all just arrived in this gaming world yesterday. How did they upgrade the vehicle to that level? Even machine guns? Just when Xinqiang's mind went blank. Bang! A deafening bang. The armor-piercing bullets fired from the machine gun hit the target accurately. With a loud boom, a violent explosion occurred in the fuel tank area on the side of the truck. The raging fire instantly engulfed the entire cab. The Fortress RV was parked steadily in the middle of the road. The car door opened and Chung Hao jumped out first. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan followed closely behind, looking at the burning wreckage vigilantly. Sudden! A roar filled with pain and extreme madness rang out from the burning wreckage of the truck. Damn it, I want you dead! Chapter 37 Body of Rock. Angry roars came from the burning car. With a loud boom, a twisted and deformed car door was kicked away by a huge force. Next came Xinqiang, whose body was bathed in flames, his clothes were charred and torn, and his face was as hideous as an evil ghost. He actually walked out of the flames step by step. He was covered in an ochre-colored, rock-like halo. It was this halo that blocked most of the flames and high temperatures, saving his life. His eyes were red, filled with endless hatred and madness. You didn't expect that I have an A-level superpower, a body as strong as a rock, and can withstand artillery shells. Xinqiang's voice was hoarse, and he looked at Chung Hao with anger and complacency and said, I'm going to crush you into pieces, little bastard. Then, go and ravage those two women of yours. After saying that, he took big strides and rushed towards Chung Hao madly. Seeing this, Lin Qingyan immediately raised the Desert Eagle, and was about to shoot. Chung Hao waved his hand and stopped him. He's coming for me, so I'll take care of it. As he spoke, he looked up and down at Xinqiang, who was glowing yellow, and a scornful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rock body? Very hard? You'll know if you try it. Upon hearing this, Xinqiang grinned and swung out a huge fist like a rock, aiming at Chung Hao's chest and rushing towards him. But just when his fist was less than half a meter away from Chung Hao shook his arms, and the power of the diamond body and the power of thunder burst out at the same time. The muscles in his right arm bulged, and his skin instantly turned dark gold, gleaming with a metallic luster. The violent silver thunder wrapped around it like a mad dragon. A destructive aura spread instantly. Xinqiang only felt a flash before his eyes, and Chung Hao's figure disappeared from his sight like a ghost. Then, Chung Hao's voice came from behind him. Vajra Thunder Fist! Click sound! Xinqiang only felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and saw a fist wrapped in silver lightning piercing through his back. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The sinister smile on Xinqiang's face froze instantly. Instead, there was boundless horror and disbelief. It was no big deal that his rock-hard body, which he was proud of, lost to Chung Hao in terms of speed. How come its defense is so vulnerable? No. Impossible. This was the last thought that flashed through his mind. Then, a ho-ho sound of air leaking from his throat came out. His body twitched a few times, and the light in his eyes completely went out. The remaining ochre-colored halo on his body slowly dissipated like a candle in the wind. Chung Hao slowly retracted his fist, the thunder power wrapped around it gradually dissipated, and his skin returned to its normal color. He flicked his wrist as if it was just a trivial matter. With a strong breath, it was completely cut off. The superpowers he originally possessed turned into a yellow crystal core and condensed again in his chest. Chung Hao took out the crystal core transformed from the rock body, from Xinchang. After a slight sense of it, he had no intention of refining it. Although this rock body is also an A-level superpower. But no matter from which aspect, it cannot compare to Chung Hao's Vajra body. Even if it is refined, the improvement in Chung Hao's strength will be minimal. In that case, it would be better to give it to Lin Qingyan and her sister. So, he walked up to Lin Qingyan, handed the crystal core to her, and said, "This crystal core is the result of Xinchang's superpower. It can turn the skin into rock and enhance defense. It's not very useful to me. Which of you needs it more?" Hearing Chung Hao's words, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan were both stunned. Give it to us?" Lin Qingyan was a little bit unbelievable, and her cold eyes widened slightly. Just now she clearly heard that Xinchang say that he possessed A-level superpowers. In this world, every bit of powerful force means an extra guarantee of survival. Chung Hao actually gave it away so casually? Lin Yuanyuan also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with emotion. "Brother Ching, this is so precious. You were the one who defeated him, so you should use it yourself. My sister and I are already very good with your protection. Don't refuse." Chung Hao interrupted them, his tone unquestionable. "I said this ability is not suitable for me. It would be a waste in my hands. You are all members of the team. Strengthening your strength means strengthening the survivability of the entire team." He handed the crystal core forward and his eyes swept across the sisters' faces. When Lin Qingyan heard this, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Looking at the crystal core that could be transformed into superpowers, she took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, looked at her sister, and said, "Yuanyuan, your superpower is a healing shield, which is more supportive and defensive. This rock body is also a defensive ability, which overlaps with your development direction. My infinite bullets is purely offensive, without any defensive capabilities. If I can refine it and improve my survivability, I'll be able to deliver sustained damage more safely in battle and better protect you." Her analysis was clear and based entirely on the overall interests of the team. Lin Yuanyuan immediately understood what she meant and nodded in response. "Sister, you're right. This ability is most suitable for you." Then she looked at Chung Hao, her face full of seriousness. "Brother Cheng, just give it to my sister." Chung Hao felt very relieved when he saw the two sisters being humble and considerate of each other. He placed the crystal core firmly in Lin Qingyan's palm. "Okay, that's settled then. Qingyan, just crush it and you can refine it." Lin Qingyan nodded first. Then he took the crystal core, and it felt warm and cool when he touched it. With a little force, crushed the crystal core. A stream of fluid flowed through the palm of his hand and into his body. Feeling the powerful force contained in the crystal core surging in the body, Lin Qingyan sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. Concentrate your mind and fuse this A-level crystal core. Soon, a faint ochre halo emerged from her body. Lin Yuanyuan guarded her sister while Chung Hao began to clean up the battlefield. Although several of Xinchang's group's vehicles were severely damaged, they also had a lot of supplies hidden in their system space. After the owner dies, the system space he owns will collapse on its own. The supplies inside were scattered around the corpse. After searching for a while, Chung Hao gained quite a lot. Mainly food, drinking water and some common upgrade materials, including gasoline, metal, plastic, rubber and other items. Although the daily necessities that Chung Hao and the other three had were enough for them to use for a long time. But in the world of road survival, daily necessities are equivalent to universal currency. No one will ever complain about making too much money. After more than 10 minutes, the ochre-colored halo on Lin Qingyan's body slowly retracted into her body. She opened her eyes, and her whole demeanor became much calmer and more reserved. I stood up, moved my hands and feet, and felt the changes in my body. With a slight movement of her mind, a layer of ochre-colored light like rock texture instantly covered her skin, exuding a tenacious aura. Chapter 38 Sonic Boomer. How does it feel? Seeing that Lin Qingyan was already able to skillfully release the rock body, Chung Hao immediately asked. Lin Qingyan smiled and replied happily. My improvement in defense is very significant, and my strength has also increased significantly. With the rock body activated, I feel like ordinary bullets can hardly hurt me. As she spoke, she tapped her halo-covered arm with her knuckles. Immediately a dull dong 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 sound was heard. That's great, sister! Seeing this, Lin Yuanyuan immediately clapped her hands happily. Chung Hao nodded. In that case, we should set off. Go find some monsters to practice with, and get some experience points. Yeah, okay. The two sisters agreed and followed Chung Hao back to the fortress RV. With the roar of the engine, the RV started again. The target is directly at the ruins of the abandoned industrial area marked on the map. More than an hour later, a desolate and dilapidated industrial area appeared in sight. There are huge rusty factory buildings and the air is filled with the smell of rust and dust. This is it. Chung Hao parked the RV in a relatively open space with a good view. Through the panoramic map of Omniscient Exploration, he can clearly see 12 bright red dots of light, representing level 20 monsters, were moving slowly inside several adjacent factory buildings. Sonic Boomer, level 20. Features: no eyes or nose, only a huge mouth that can emit strong sonic attacks. Strong overall defense, but weak points are inside the mouth or vocal cord structure. Quantity: 12, 200 experience points each. The three of them got out of the car. Chung Hao took the lead, Lin Yuanyuan was in the middle to coordinate, and Lin Qingyan was the rear guard. They maintained a tight triangular formation and carefully stepped into the tallest abandoned factory building. The interior of the factory is dimly lit, filled with dust and abandoned machines. Suddenly, a low buzzing sound came from my ears. It was as if countless huge insects were flapping their wings. Be careful! Some monsters are coming out! Chung Hao whispered. Just as he finished speaking, 5 twisted figures staggered out from the dim shadows ahead. They are nearly 2 meters tall and have strong limbs. The most horrifying thing is their heads, which have no eyes and no nose. There is only a huge round mouth full of sharp teeth that occupies almost the entire face. At this moment, the monster's huge mouth was opening and closing slightly, making a distracting, buzzing sound. Because it is still within the 24-hour protection period, these monsters will not actively attack Chung Hao and the others. But even so, after seeing these monsters, Lin Yuanyuan's pretty face turned pale and asked, Brother Cheng, what kind of monsters are they? Why does it look so scary? Chung Hao thought for a moment and explained. Based on my years of gaming experience, they should be a monster called Sonic Boomers. The sound it makes can disturb people's minds. The sound waves emitted from their mouths can actually cause real damage. Their forelimbs are also very hard and sharp and can be used as weapons. Their weak point is their mouth. Immediately afterwards, Chung Hao began to formulate tactics. Their sonic attack range is quite large, it's a bit troublesome. I'm the main attacker, and you two will assist me. Yuanyuan, your shield is the core. Even if Qingyan now has a body of rock, you must protect her and not let her be disturbed or even injured by the sound waves. After all, your superpowers have an amplified healing effect. Then, he said to Lin Qingyan, Qingyan, your mission is to shoot accurately and try to hit the inside of their mouths. Finally, remember, no matter what happens to me, you must prioritize your own safety. We'll be careful, and you should be careful too. Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan first nodded in agreement, and then gave instructions together. Good. Chung Hao replied, then flashed and rushed towards those Sonic Boomers. They discovered that this intruder actually dared to initiate an attack. The leading Sonic Boomer suddenly opened its huge mouth. A circular shock wave visible to the naked eye shot towards Chung Hao like a cannonball. A strong sense of shock came instantly, even though Chung Hao's current player level is higher than theirs. I also felt dizzy and my eardrums were stinging for a while. As a result, the attack of this sonic boomer has not yet ended. The other four also opened their mouths and roared. Nuanuan, quick, release the shield! Chung Hao couldn't stand it anymore, so he stopped hesitating and shouted loudly. Guardian shield! Lin Nuanuan let out a delicate cry and pushed her hands forward suddenly. Buzz! A golden translucent light shield instantly enveloped the three people. The surface of the light mask is full of light and color, like rippling water. Boom! The invisible sound wave impact hit the light shield hard. The light shield fluctuated violently, making a buzzing sound as if it could not bear the heavy load, and even fine cracks appeared on the surface. Lin Nuanuan's face turned pale and her body swayed. But he still gritted his teeth and tried his best to maintain the output. The light shield did not break after all, successfully isolating the deadly sound waves. Well done! Chung Hao exclaimed in admiration, and waved his hands, and a series of slashing attacks flew out. Accompanied by a series of puff sounds, the attack of the sonic boomer was interrupted by Chung Hao. Qingyan! Do it! At the moment when the sonic impact was blocked, Chung Hao issued another order. Lin Qingyan, who had been ready for a long time, locked onto a sonic boomer that had just released sonic waves and whose huge mouth had not yet closed. Bang! 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 5 crisp gunshots rang out in a line. The 5 reinforced bullets, as if they had eyes, shot into the depths of the sonic boomer's black mouth with incredible precision. Puff! Puff! The sound of bullets hitting flesh was heard. The sonic boomer's huge body suddenly stiffened. A dull and strange roar came from the huge mouth. It was no longer a sonic attack, but full of pain. It staggered backward, and the violent aura on its body instantly weakened a lot. It really works! It seems the inside of its mouth is its weak point. Lin Qingyan cheered up and her face was full of joy. At this moment, Chung Hao used the swift speed of thunder power to flash behind the sonic boomer. Before it could react, he snapped his fingers and a wind blade slashed down at its open mouth. With a crackling sound, the mouth, which occupied most of the face, was split in half. Experience points increased by 200. Roar! The other 4 sonic boomers were enraged when they saw their companions being killed. They opened their huge mouths at the same time, and were about to make a sonic boom. Wind blade flurry! Chung Hao took the lead and waved both hands. SHHHHHHH! Dozens of translucent curved wind blades condensed in an instant. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, he slashed at the knees and joints of the 4 sonic boomers from different angles. Although it was unable to cause fatal injuries to them, the powerful cutting and impact force successfully made them stagger and disrupted their attack rhythm. Lin Qingyan's eyes were cold, and the muzzle of the gun spewed out flames again. Another 5-round burst, aimed directly at the open mouth of another sonic boomer. Puff, puff, puff! The 4 sonic boomers followed their companions' footsteps, opened their huge mouths and roared in pain. Chung Hao took this opportunity to flash in front of a sonic boomer. He simply clenched his diamond fist that was wrapped in the power of thunder, and with a bang, he pierced its head with one blow. Experience points increased by 200. Chapter 39 Speed Type. Roar. I saw 2 of my companions being killed one after another. The remaining 3 sonic boomers went completely berserk. They no longer tried to release powerful sonic booms that required charging, but instead opened their huge mouths at the same time and emitted continuous, high-frequency screams. The piercing sound waves were like countless steel needles, stabbing madly at the protective light shield. Chung Hao's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He knew that Lin Nuanuan's strength was not enough to sustain the combined strength of the 3 sonic boomers for a long time, so he had to fight quickly and decisively. Thunder step! Lightning exploded under his feet, and Chung Hao's figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, he was already behind a madly screaming sonic boomer. Wind blade, pierce the throat! He put his fingers together like a sword, and a wind blade that was condensed to the extreme and almost completely transparent took shape in an instant. It shot into the sonic boomer's wide-open mouth with incredible precision. The target is directly aimed at its fragile vocal cords and laryngeal structure. Puff! The wind blade enters the body. The high-frequency screaming stopped abruptly. The sonic boomer was like a duck with its neck pinched, making a ho-ho sound of air leaking. The huge body arched in pain. Qing Yan! Hearing Chung Hao's shout, Lin Qingyan immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Another 5-shot burst of incredibly accurate fire. The reinforced bullet seemed to have eyes, following the path cut by the wind blade and drilling into the deepest part of the sonic boomer's defenseless mouth. A shrill scream was heard, and the sonic boomer fell to the ground with a bang. Experience points increased by 200. Almost at the same time, thunder flashed under Chung Hao's feet again. He no longer gave the other two sonic boomers any chance to breathe and react. Thunder King Kong Fist! This time, he did not choose to attack the weakness, but pushed his strength to the extreme. The dark golden right fist was wrapped in violent silver thunder. With a terrifying momentum that could crush everything, he smashed hard into the chest of the closest sonic boomer. Boom! The terrifying force, mixed with the penetrating thunder, instantly tore through the tough stone skin of the sonic boomer. The chest collapsed and the ribs were broken. Experience points increased by 200. The last sonic boomer saw his companions killed instantly. After letting out a terrified roar, he turned around and tried to escape deeper into the factory. Want to run? Chung Hao snorted coldly, pointed his left hand in front of it, and grabbed it in midair. Huh! A wall of wind condensed and surrounded the sonic boomer. The sonic boomer's fleeing figure suddenly stopped. In this moment of hesitation, a silver flash of lightning arrived. Chung Hao's figure appeared beside it as if teleporting. The hand knife wrapped in electric arcs, with the help of the wind blade, easily cut across its relatively fragile neck. The huge head suddenly flew up. Experience points increased by 200. 5 level 20 sonic boomers were violently crushed by Chung Hao, the absolute main force, and the perfect cooperation of the two sisters. In less than 5 minutes, they were all destroyed. Hoo! Lin Nanyuan could no longer hold on. The protective light shield dissipated in an instant. Her legs went limp and she was about to collapse to the ground. Nanyuan! Lin Qingyan quickly supported her with concern on her face. Although Lin Nanyuan did not directly participate in the attack, the shield she provided played an irreplaceable supporting role. Otherwise, her bullets alone would not be able to directly penetrate the sonic boomer's mouth. I'm fine, just a little weak. I'll be fine after drinking some milk. Lin Nanyuan leaned in Lin Qingyan's arms, her face pale. He took out a bottle of milk from the system space and drank it, and his complexion immediately improved a lot. Then she looked at the two people in front of her and exclaimed, Brother Qing, sister, you are so amazing! Your abilities are amazing too! Lin Qingyan touched her sister's head and said with approval, Without your shield, we wouldn't have it so easy. Well, you two are awesome! Chung Hao followed with a sound of approval, and then said, After resting for a while and regaining our strength, we'll go to the next factory building. There are 7 more there. As he spoke, Chung Hao's gaze turned to the passage connecting deep inside the factory. That's another monster gathering point shown on the map. After a few minutes, the 3 of them recovered. Led by Chung Hao, they entered the second huge abandoned factory building. The light here is dimmer, the smell of rust in the air is stronger, and there is also a faint fishy smell. But Chung Hao couldn't care less. Aiming at a sonic boomer hiding in the dark, he raised his hand and struck out with a wind blade. Roar! With a roar, a dark figure swooped down from the top of the factory building. Seeing this, Chung Hao instantly slashed out with a condensed wind blade. Clang! A sonic boomer that was smaller than the previous ones but had longer limbs and moved as swiftly as a ghost was knocked back by the wind blade. After it landed, it let out an angry roar and disappeared into the shadows in an instant. What a fast speed! It seems a little different from the previous sonic boomer? Lin Qingyan's pupils shrank and she asked with a serious expression. Well, they're smaller, but faster, have stronger defenses, and their sonic attacks are more powerful. Chung Hao nodded first, then reminded. Nuanyuan! Reduce the range of the shield and focus on protecting yourself and Qingyan. Facing this kind of speed-type assassin, a large-scale shield not only consumes a huge amount of energy, but the reaction may not be able to keep up. Good! Lin Nuanyuan agreed and immediately did as Chung Hao said. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air came simultaneously from different directions. 7 ghostly gray shadows, waving sharp claws, aimed directly at Chung Hao and the other two. Seeing this, Chung Hao stomped his feet. The violent silver electric arc, with him as the center, spread out instantly like a blooming thunder lotus. Crackle! The 3 speed-type sonic boomers in the front rushed into the range of thunder. The dazzling electric light wrapped around their bodies, and they were immediately shocked into convulsions. Wind blade, strangle! Chung Hao did not stop, waving his hands like a phantom. Countless wind blades as fine as silk and almost transparent appeared out of thin air and instantly intertwined into a wind blade net. Enveloped the 3 sonic boomers paralyzed by lightning. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The sound of cutting rang out densely. The tough stone skin was finally torn apart by the continuous cutting of the wind blade. The 3 sonic boomers were dismembered and turned into fragments all over the sky. Experience points increased by 600. Careful! However, before Chung Hao could come to his senses, Lin Qingyan's exclamation suddenly rang out. Because she saw that the other 4 speed-type sonic boomers had circled behind Chung Hao at some point, opened their huge mouths, and were about to launch a sonic boom attack. Chapter 40, Distributing Experience Points. As soon as Lin Qingyan finished her reminder, Chung Hao had already taken action. He seemed to have his back to the 4 speed-type sonic boomers, but in fact, he had already used the ability of Omniscient's exploration to lock onto their movements. These guys, relying on their small stature and incredible speed, actually tried to sneak up on us from behind? You're just showing off your skills in front of an expert. The power of thunder, extreme urging. Chung Hao let out a low roar, and the power of thunder in his body exploded. Silvery white electric light surged through his body like a tide. Electric arcs exploded under his feet, and the whole person turned into a blurred afterimage, which was 3 times faster than those speed-type sonic boomers. Sizzle! Before the 4 sonic boomers launched their sonic attacks, Chung Hao's figure had already circled behind them like a ghost. After losing their target, the 4 sonic boomers were stunned and had not yet reacted. Chung Hao raised his arms, and the air around him instantly became violent. Wind cage! Countless translucent wind blades intertwined into a net, rapidly shrinking and solidifying. Finally, it turned into a circle of khaki wind prison, trapping the 4 sonic boomers inside. Nuanyuan, give me blessings! The wind prison was formed, and Chung Hao immediately shouted to Lin Nuanyuan beside him. Good! Lin Nuanyuan agreed, crossed her arms, and pushed forward suddenly. Layer upon layer of yellow shields continued to condense around the periphery of the wind prison. Roar! The sonic boomers rushed and roared frantically, but they could only create ripples on the wind prison and could not break out at all. Their high-frequency screams were blocked by the wind. It can only create a dull humming sound inside and can no longer hurt people outside the prison. It's time to end it! Chung Hao's eyes narrowed and he clenched his right hand. In an instant, countless silver lightnings gathered above the wind prison and turned into lightning arrows flashing with the aura of destruction. Then, his arm suddenly dropped. Those lightning arrows, like raindrops, shot straight towards the sonic boomers in the wind prison. Puff puff! The 4 sonic boomers were able to initially withstand the attacks of the thunder arrows thanks to the defensive power of their stratum corneum. However, Lin Nuanyuan cast a healing shield on Chung Hao. The power of thunder in his body continued to flow out. The number of lightning arrows condensed is increasing, and their power is getting stronger and stronger. After enduring the first 3 rounds of thunder arrow attacks, the 4 sonic boomers were clearly in decline. They didn't dare to resist with their bodies anymore and wanted to escape, but they found that the wind prison around them was still moving. Roar! The 4 sonic boomers were obviously panicking, roaring and growling, but they were still helpless. After a few minutes, the roaring sound in the wind prison became weaker and weaker. After a while, Chung Hao heard the system prompt sound. Experience points increased by 800. Finally solved! Letting out a light breath, Chung Hao signaled Lin Yuanyuan to remove the shield. Lin Yuanyuan wiped the sweat from her forehead, quickly took out a bottle of milk from the system space, and drank it down, gulp-gurgle, to replenish her energy. Chung Hao also took back the 2 superpowers of wind and thunder. As the wind prison dissipated, 4 badly damaged bodies of sonic boomers appeared. After Lin Yuanyuan recovered her strength, she immediately trotted over and handed over a bottle of water. Looking at Chung Hao, he said with respect, "Brother Chung, come here and have a drink of water. You were really amazing just now." I have to say, Chung Hao's smooth operation was like watching a wonderful performance. Lin Qingyan also came over and said softly, "Your speed and strength have improved again." From the amazement when they first met to the shock now, Chung Hao always brings her new surprises. Chung Hao smiled. "Your marksmanship is getting better and better. And with Nanyuan's shield, if it weren't for her continuous output, I wouldn't have been able to kill those 4 sonic boomers so easily." Open the system panel to view the experience points for this battle. Chung Hao calculated it and said directly, 12 sonic boomers, 2,400 experience points total. I'll take half, 1,200 points, and you'll each take a quarter, which is 600 points. Is that okay? Lin Qingyan agreed immediately after hearing this. That's fine with me. This time you'll be doing the heavy lifting, and I'll just be assisting in the attack. She knew that her contribution was far less than Chung Hao's, and she was already very satisfied to get 600 experience points. Lin Yuanyuan felt a little embarrassed. I don't think I did anything. She felt a little guilty because she felt that she only put up a shield but could still get 600 points. Chung Hao rubbed her hair and said with a smile, Your shield is crucial. Without you, how could we have such an easy time? You take this experience for granted. After a pause, he continued. Besides, we are a team, and none of us can be missing. Don't overthink it. Accumulating experience points and constantly upgrading are the most important things. Lin Yuanyuan looked at Chung Hao's sincere eyes, then looked at her sister, and nodded. Yes. I will work hard to become stronger and won't hold you back. She clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with determination. She didn't want to always be the one being protected, she also wanted to share the burden with Chung Hao and her sister. Lin Qingyan looked at her sister's serious expression, and a hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Then he looked at Chung Hao. Where are we going next? After observing for a while, the two sisters had already vaguely guessed. Chung Hao must have some kind of survival talent that can sense the location of monsters or copies. It was not as simple as he said at the beginning, that he could only see within a few dozen meters in the foggy area. Otherwise, how could he find the location of monsters or dungeons so accurately every time? Chung Hao simply stopped hiding it and briefly introduced his survival talent. After all, the two girls' favorability towards him has reached 98%, and their dependence on him is getting deeper and deeper. If even they don't believe it, then there is no one in this world that Chung Hao can trust. Chung Hao opened the system map and pointed his finger at it. About 6 kilometers ahead, there's an abandoned warehouse. Inside are 20 level 20 tongue whippers, each worth 200 experience points. Tongue whipper? What kind of monster is this? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan immediately asked in unison. Obviously, no one has heard of this monster. Judging from the name, it should be the type that attacks with the tongue. As he spoke, Chung Hao's eyes fixed. No matter what it is, as long as it gives us experience points, that's our goal. After determining the target, the three returned to the RV and continued their journey. On the way, Lin Yuanyuan couldn't help but ask curiously. Brother Chung, what does a tongue whipper look like? Is it scary? Chung Hao thought about it and said with a smile. Shouldn't be uglier than the sonic boom? Lin Qingyan laughed immediately after hearing this. The tense atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. More than half an hour later, the three arrived in front of the abandoned warehouse. This warehouse is even more dilapidated than the previous factory, and the gate has long been rotten. As before, during combat, prioritize your own safety. Chung Hao gave some instructions and walked in first. Chapter 41: The Tongue Whip. The warehouse was dimly lit and filled with a strong fishy smell. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After taking a few steps, a strange hissing sound came from deep inside the warehouse. Immediately afterwards, several dark shadows emerged from the darkness and looked at Chung Hao and the other two vigilantly. Although they did not actively attack, the sounds coming out of their mouths. Obviously, they were warning them not to invade their territory again. Is this the tongue whipper? Lin Yuanyuan looked at the monster in front of her and couldn't help but gasp. These ugly creatures were about 1.5 meters tall. He is tall and slender, more than 2 meters tall. The skin is gray-black and covered with wrinkles. They have no limbs, but instead 4 long, thin tentacles. There are sharp barbs at the end of the tentacles. The most terrifying thing is their heads. There are no eyes or nose, just a huge mouth. A whip-like tongue, more than 3 meters long, extended from its mouth. The tongue was covered with sticky green mucus that shimmered with a faint light. Watch out for their tongues! Chung Hao gave a reminder, then rushed forward first and launched an attack. Roar! Seeing this, a tongue whipper immediately let out a roar. Then, its tongue lashed out like a whip. With a sound of breaking through the air, it hit Chung Hao's face heavily. The mucus on the tongue emitted a pungent smell and was obviously highly poisonous. The power of thunder erupted from Chung Hao's body, and he dodged the tongue attack easily. At the same time, his right hand condensed a wind blade and slashed heavily at the tongue whipper's mouth. Swish sound. The wind blade instantly cut off the tongue whipper's tongue, and green mucus spurted out. It fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound and corroded the ground into small pits. Roar! The tongue whipper, whose tongue was cut off, let out a shrill cry of pain. Green mucus gushed out from the severed tongue like a fountain. It emits a disgusting fishy and corrosive smell. However, just as Chung Hao was about to step forward to finish off the opponent, an astonishing scene occurred. The flesh and blood at the base of the severed tongue was wriggling wildly like a living thing, accompanied by a hair-raising hissing sound and rising white steam. A brand new, long, scarlet tongue covered with mucus actually grew out in just 1 or 2 seconds. Its speed is far beyond the ordinary self-healing. After the new tongue took shape, it rose up again like a poisonous snake. Aimed at Chung Hao, he threw it hard. Seeing this, Lin Yuanyuan quickly reminded. Brother Cheng, be careful! Its tongue has grown back. Chung Hao dodged with a flash of his body, but there was no panic on his face. Because just now, while the tongue was healing and regenerating, his omniscient exploration talent was fully activated. Like a sophisticated scanner, it instantly locked onto the root of the tongue whipper's tongue, and an abnormal energy fluctuation occurred. His gaze penetrated through layers of flesh and blood, accurately seeing the root of the tongue connecting to the deep throat, inlaid with a soybean-sized crystal core that emits a faint gray light. It is this crystal core that provides a constant supply of regenerative energy. I see! Chung Hao immediately discovered the problem in his mind. Its ability isn't super speedy regeneration and self-healing. It's the energy core that's rapidly reshaping the limbs. As long as the core isn't destroyed, the tongue can regenerate infinitely. In other words, that soybean-sized energy core is its fatal weakness. Thinking of this, facing the tongue that was whipping at him again, he no longer dodged. Vajra barrier! A faint dark golden halo instantly covered the whole body. At the same time, he opened the 5 fingers of his left hand and pointed them at the incoming long tongue. Wind binding! Whoosh, a sound. A strong whirlwind appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around the long tongue precisely. Although it was impossible to completely block the huge force that was coming at him. But it successfully reduced its speed sharply and its trajectory became clear and controllable. At the same time, a spiral wind blade wrapped around the tip of Chung Hao's right index finger. Destructive arcs of electricity jumped on the edge of the wind blade, and dazzling silver-white lightning burst out in an instant. He perfectly combines the speed and penetration of thunder with the sharpness and cutting power of wind blade. Thunder as the arrow, wind blade as the tip. Thunder and wind-piercing arrow. Puff sound. The arrow carrying the power of wind and thunder, accompanied by a sharp whistle that tore through the air, arrived first after being fired. It shot into the position where the front end of the long tongue was bound by the wind with incredible precision. The spiral wind blade is like a high-speed rotating drill. Driven by the power of thunder, it follows the trajectory of its long tongue and goes upstream at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the tough tongue was easily torn and pierced. The green mucus and broken tissue were instantly vaporized by the violent energy. The wind and thunder arrows were unstoppable, following the internal channel of the long tongue at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound, and heading straight for the dragon. The target is the gray regeneration crystal core deep in the root of the tongue. Ah! The tongue whipper seemed to sense a fatal threat and let out an unprecedented roar of fear. It tried desperately to retract its tongue, but it was too late. Boom! A dull bang came from deep in the tongue whipper's throat. The wind and thunder arrow accurately hit the gray regeneration crystal core. The violent thunder and sharp wind blades completely annihilated it in an instant. The moment the crystal core shattered, the tongue whipper's body stiffened suddenly as if all its strength was drained away. Its huge mouth opened weakly. Dark green mucus gurgled out. Soon, the fierce light in its eyes was completely extinguished. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Experience points increased by 200. Success! Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. The monster's tongue can obviously regenerate very quickly. How come in the blink of an eye, its ability suddenly stopped working? Before they could ask, Chung Hao took the initiative to explain. At the base of the tongue whipper's tongue, there's a gray crystal core the size of a soybean. That's the key to its rapid self-healing and regeneration. Only by destroying the crystal core first can we kill them completely. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan nodded thoughtfully. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the other tongue whippers in the warehouse were completely enraged by the death of their companion. They no longer hide their temptations, and their dozen-long scarlet tongues are like deadly javelins. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air and corrosive mucus, it shot towards the three people from all directions. The mucus dripped onto the ground, making a sizzling, corrosion sound and white smoke rising. Thunderstorm, go! Chung Hao shouted loudly. Facing such intensive attacks, he no longer held back. He stomped his feet heavily, and a violent silver arc of electricity exploded with him as the center. Countless jumping electric snakes were moving wildly on the ground and in the air. Several long tongues that rushed into the range of the thunderstorm were instantly shocked by the violent electric current and caused them to tremble violently. The tongue whipper also let out a painful cry, and his movements became stiff and slow. Lin Qingyan, who was standing by, saw Chung Hao create an opportunity to attack, and immediately had an idea. The glimmer of a rock-hard body flows beneath the skin. He raised his desert eagle and pointed the muzzle deep into the gaping mouth of a tongue whipper. Guardian shield, condensed light! At the same time, Lin Nanyuan shouted softly and formed seals with her hands. A shield emitting a faint golden light instantly enveloped her and Lin Qingyan's bodies. This shield not only has strong defensive power, but also has a certain resistance to the corrosive mucus on the tongue of the tongue whipper. At the same time, it also has the effect of increasing attack power. Bang! 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 Chapter 42, Passers-by Seeking Help. As Lin Qingyan pulled the trigger, 3 reinforced bullets tore through the air. It shot with incredible precision into the deep of the mouth of a tongue whipper who was paralyzed by thunder and had his mouth wide open. The target is directly at the vaguely visible shadow of the root of the tongue, accompanied by a slight, crackling sound as the crystal core shattered. The one who was using the tongue whip let out a sharp scream. The long tongue, which was originally stiff, seemed to have lost all its strength in an instant and became limp. There was a sound of bang. Lin Qingyan fired another bullet, piercing the tongue whipper's head. Its body fell to the ground. Experience points increased by 200. Roar! The other tongue whipper, seeing that his long-range attack was blocked, suddenly jumped up. Like a giant spider, it pounced on Lin Qingyan. Sticky venom spurted out of its mouth. "Be careful, sister!" Seeing this, Lin Yuanyuan behind her exclaimed. At the same time, he exerted his strength to the extreme to maintain the stability of the shield around Lin Qingyan's body. Lin Qingyan's eyes turned cold, and instead of retreating, she took a step forward to face the monster that was rushing towards her. The rock body was pushed with all its strength, and a thick layer of ochre rock halo instantly covered the entire body. Clang! 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 The sharp barbs on the tongue whipper's tentacles grabbed hold of the rock halo. There was a sharp scraping sound and sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, the venom in its mouth splashed on the shield halo, making a sizzling sound and emitting white smoke. But it is still unable to quickly erode this powerful defensive shield. "Get out of here!" Lin Qingyan let out a delicate cry, and the power brought by her rock-hard body suddenly erupted. She actually used her arms wrapped in rock halo to fiercely block the monster's two tentacles. At the same time, the desert eagle in his right hand almost hit the tongue whipper's mouth, which was wide open due to the attack. Bang! 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 For bullets, carrying a stream of scorching hot air, penetrated deep into the monster's mouth at close range. The crystal core at the root of the tongue was instantly destroyed. Experience points increased by 200. Success! Sis, you killed another one! Seeing this, Lin Yuanyuan cheered immediately. Lin Qingyan corrected. It's us! Without your shield, I wouldn't dare to fight! And just as the two sisters were cooperating more and more tacitly, Chung Hao was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Wind and thunder instant body! His figure appears and disappears from time to time with the help of the two superpowers of wind and thunder. The speed was so fast that only afterimages were left behind. Every flash is accompanied by a deadly thunder wind piercing arrow. Puff! As soon as a tongue whipper raised his tongue, a wind and thunder arrow penetrated his mouth from the side, shattering his crystal core. Experience points increased by 200. The other one who tried to attack from behind was shot through the back of the head by Chung Hao with a thunder and wind arrow. Although he didn't die, he fell to the ground seriously injured. Before it could use the energy of the crystal core to heal itself and regenerate, Chung Hao hit it with a Vajra Thunder Fist, and its head and the crystal core inside it exploded. Experience points increased by 200. His attacks are precise, efficient, and deadly. The fighting was fierce and efficient. The warehouse was filled with the sharp screams of the tongue whippers. The roar of thunder, the whistling of bullets, the cutting sound of wind blades, and the sizzling sound of mucus corrosion are endless. The three of them work together in perfect harmony. Chung Hao is the absolute main force and spearhead. Lin Qingyan is an accurate long-range killer and a reliable close-range shield. Lin Yuanyuan maintains the energy of the entire team. One after another, the tongue whippers kept falling. Their regenerative abilities are useless after their crystal cores are destroyed. Experience points increased by 200. Experience points increased by 200. When the last tongue whipper was pierced through the mouth by Chung Hao with a thunder wind piercing arrow, the crystal core was crushed, and then a punch was punched through the chest. With an unwilling wail, he fell to the ground with a bang. Experience points increased by 200. The entire abandoned warehouse finally became quiet. The air was filled with a strong fishy and burnt smell. Chung Hao restrained the lightning and wind from his body and breathed a long sigh of relief. Lin Qingyan also lowered the slightly hot muzzle of her gun, and the halo of her rock-hard body disappeared. There was a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes were bright. Lin Yuanyuan sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, and the light of the healing shield completely dissipated. She was almost exhausted, but a victorious smile was on her face. Then, he took out another bottle of milk and started drinking it. After a short rest, Chung Hao opened the system panel and began to distribute experience points. 4,000 experience points. I'll take 2,000. Qingyan and Yuanyuan, you each get 1,000. This time, Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan did not refuse. They were clear about their contributions in the battle and understood Chung Hao's principles of distribution. Leave the warehouse and return to the RV. With the help of Lin Yuanyuan's healing shield, Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan quickly restored their mental and physical strength to their peak. Chung Hao activated his Omniscient exploration ability, and after searching for a while, he found his next target. So, he opened the RV's onboard map and introduced. The map shows that about 20 kilometers ahead, there's a wetland park on the edge of the city, with another monster marked as the swamp basilisk dot. There are quite a few of them, and they're all level 20. Killing them will earn you a ton of experience points. In that case, let's go! Lin Yuanyuan cheered while waving her little fists while drinking milk. After killing the sonic boomer and the tongue whip successively, she was no longer as afraid of the monsters in this world as she was at the beginning. Lin Qingyan wiped the desert eagle in her hand, her eyes also full of eagerness to try. Seeing that the two women had no objection, Chung Hao started the RV. The wheels rolled over the rubble among the ruins and headed towards the wetland park. The road was still bumpy, and traces of the previous hail were visible everywhere. After driving for about 10 minutes, a temporary rest area appeared ahead. This place had obviously suffered heavy damage in the previous bad weather. The wreckage of several crushed or overturned vehicles was scattered across the parking lot. Most of the simple rest sheds had collapsed. Just as Chung Hao was driving the car and preparing to pass through this area quickly. On the road ahead, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared. They were dressed in rags and most of them were injured. His face was filled with exhaustion, fear and despair. When he saw Chung Hao's huge, sturdy and obviously unique RV coming, this group of people rushed to the middle of the road as if they had seen a life-saving straw. He waved his arms desperately and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Stop the car! Please stop the car! Help us! Someone is dying! Give me something to eat! Even water would be fine!" They were stuck in the middle of the road and the RV couldn't pass at all. Chung Hao frowned and stepped on the brakes. The huge body of the RV was parked steadily less than 10 meters away from the crowd. Chapter 43, Born with the Holy Body of an Ox and Horse. Chung Hao had naturally sensed through Omniscient exploration, a long time ago, that a group of players were gathering near this section of road. It was precisely because of this that he had sped up earlier, wanting to get through here as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, this group of people would actually run to the middle of the road to intercept. If it weren't for the fear of bringing bad influence to Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan, Chung Hao really wanted to treat these people who didn't know how to live or die as speed bumps and run them over. "Brother Cheng." Lin Yuanyuan looked at the desperate faces outside the car window, especially the injured and helpless girls who were looking at her eagerly, and her heart tightened instantly. They are so pitiful, She subconsciously looked at Chung Hao, her eyes full of pity and a request for help. Her kind nature almost made her want to open the car door and take out food and medicine. Before Chung Hao could speak, Lin Qingyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, grabbed Lin Yuanyuan and interrupted him. "Yuanyuan, stop meddling in other people's business. We are now in a world of road survival, and the law of the jungle prevails everywhere. We just need to be loyal and kind to our teammates. Too much kindness will only bring us trouble or even danger." Lin Qingyan's voice was more serious than ever before. There's even a hint of warning. Lin Yuanyuan looked at her sister in confusion. "But they don't seem like bad people. Given their current condition, they shouldn't be able to cause us any harm." Lin Qingyan sighed helplessly and glanced sharply at the crowd outside the window. Then he explained. "I didn't say they were bad people, nor was I worried they would hurt us. But you have to understand one thing, there are at least dozens of people here, and there are definitely more people affected by the disaster in other places. How many supplies do we have? How many can we save? Even if we distribute medicine and food to them now, given their conditions, can you guarantee that they won't fight among themselves after we leave? And that they won't encounter other difficulties later? Could it be that you still want to take them on the road with you?" Lin Qingyan's words were like ice water, waking up Lin Yuanyuan's fevered head. She understood what her sister meant. "Even if I can save them temporarily, I can't save them forever." Then, she completely withdrew the compassion in her heart. While the two sisters were talking, Chung Hao's eyes calmly swept over the crowd outside. The survival talent of Omniscient Exploration is quietly operating. Quickly assess each person's status and potential threats. Most of them were truly weak, but there were also a few strong men with flickering eyes and their hands seemingly unintentionally placed behind their backs, as if they were hiding some weapons. Suddenly, Chung Hao's eyes locked on a figure on the outskirts of the crowd. She was a young woman of about 27 or 28 years old. He was wearing a pair of sportswear that was washed to a pale color but still clean. She has short hair, dust on her face, and her eyes are tired but unusually tough. She was alone and did not try to squeeze forward like the others, nor did she cry or shout. He just held tightly onto a worn backpack and stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. What surprised Chung Hao the most was that after experiencing devastating damage from severe weather, everyone around her showed varying degrees of fatigue. Only her breathing was unusually steady. His posture remained upright, as if he had endless energy. Chung Hao's heart moved, and his talent of omniscient exploration focused on the woman. Her identity information is displayed. Name Suwan. Level 6. Survival talent, unlimited energy and stamina. Favorability, unknown. Age 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 32D, 65, 96. Number of unlocks, 1. Vehicle, not selected. Superpower, none. Unlimited energy and stamina? After reading the message from the young woman named Suwan, Chung Hao was shocked. Even he, after possessing 4 superpowers, did not dare to say that he had unlimited energy and physical strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Lin Yuanyuan to provide him with shield protection so often during the previous battles. And Su Wan's talent for survival is actually unlimited energy and physical strength. This ability is simply a magical skill in a survival world that requires long journeys and continuous battles, especially for those who need to drive for a long time and maintain high alertness. A tireless driver, or night watchman, is invaluable. It can be said that he is born with the holy body of an ox or a horse. However, Su Wan's current player level is only level 6. It's really a waste for her to have such a strong survival talent. Looking at her condition, although she looked a little embarrassed, her eyes were clear and she did not have the numbness that comes from being swallowed by despair. After looking at Su Wan for a while, a plan formed in Chung Hao's mind. The crowd outside the car was still wailing and asking for help. Chung Hao immediately opened the window of the cab. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard over the noise of the crowd. Quiet! The crowd was stunned by his calm and majestic voice, and the shouting gradually died down. Everyone looked at him eagerly. Chung Hao's gaze went straight past the men in the front row with flickering eyes. Finally, it landed on the short-haired young woman Suwan, waved, and said, "You come here." Suwan was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that the RV driver would call her by name. She hesitated for a moment, but finally, amidst the confused and jealous gazes of the crowd, she walked hesitantly to the car window with her backpack in her arms. "May I have your name?" Chung Hao asked, even though he knew the answer. Suwan. Her voice was a little hoarse, but clear. Chung Hao asked again, "What's your survival talent?" A hint of surprise flashed in Suwan's eyes, but in Chung Hao's gaze she suddenly felt as if she could not hide the secret. Then he whispered, My survival gift is that I have unlimited energy and stamina. That is, I can walk a long way or stay up all night without feeling tired." Chung Hao nodded, his eyes swept over the backpack she was holding tightly, and asked again, "What's in there?" "Some emergency medicines, compressed biscuits and water, and a few changes of clothes. No one else knows. I kept it secretly." Su Wan lowered her voice and answered truthfully. In Chung Hao's heart, his evaluation of her increased by 1 point. Even in such a difficult situation, we can still maintain basic material reserves and clear thinking. This shows that she has strong survival ability and self-discipline. After a moment of silence, Chung Hao suddenly stared into Su Wan's eyes and asked, "Do you want to live?" Suwon nodded without hesitation. I want to. Good. Chung Hao nodded and suddenly said to Lin Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan, open the back door and let her in. What? Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan looked at Chung Hao in surprise at the same time, obviously not expecting that Chung Hao would suddenly make such a decision. But seeing that Chung Hao didn't seem to be joking, Lin Nuanyuan immediately opened the car door. He showed Suwon a kind smile, waved his hand, and said, Sister Suwon, come up quickly! At the same time, the crowd in front of the RV who were intercepting the caravan saw this scene and immediately exploded. Chapter 44 Full-time Driver Suwon. Seeing Chung Hao actively inviting Suwon to get in the car, various discussions immediately came from the crowd in front. Why should she get in the car? Is it just because she's pretty and has a nice figure? That guy looks quite decent, but I didn't expect him to be such a lecher. He already has 2 women in his car. Isn't that enough? That guy is so greedy. What about us? What should we do? Seeing this, the other women quickly twisted their waists and came to Chung Hao's car window, saying attentively, Handsome guy, take me with you. I can do everything those 3 can do. And I can only do it better than them. Me too. I'll do anything you ask me to do, as long as you let me get in the car. Good brother, or you can let me call you dad as long as you nod and agree. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan's faces turned pale and red as they listened to the words of the women outside. I was secretly worried. Could it be that Chung Hao really can't resist these temptations? Chung Hao didn't even look at the women outside, and shouted coldly, Roll! Get out of my way, I'm going to drive. When the women saw Chung Hao actually start the RV, they were so scared that they quickly dodged away. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd at the front of the car, seeing that Chung Hao had no intention of rescuing them, immediately started to riot. That's not fair. His car is so big, why can't he let more people get on? Take me with you. I can be your laborer. At least leave some food and drink. Don't be so selfish. Are you going to watch so many of us die here? Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's hold hands and form a human wall. I just don't believe he really dares to kill us. Seeing that Chung Hao was not moved by any persuasion, he saw Suwon get into the car. Jealousy and greed completely overwhelmed fear, and a middle-aged man began to incite the desperate crowd. Under his instigation, several equally unwilling strong men and several women who were overwhelmed by despair actually linked their arms and blocked the front of the RV. There was a twisted look of determination and provocation on everyone's face. They are gambling. I bet Chung Hao wouldn't dare to crush a living person in broad daylight. Court death! Chung Hao's eyes turned cold in an instant. His fingers quickly slid across a control panel next to the driver's seat. Click. Buzz. The armor plate on the front of the Fortress RV immediately slid to both sides. 2 thick 6-barreled heavy machine guns slowly stretched out. The black muzzle of the gun instantly locked onto the middle-aged man in the front who was shouting the loudest, and his 2 accomplices beside him. Is this a machine gun? What does he want to do? He's not going to use a gun to shoot us, is he? When the people blocking the road saw this situation, a trace of panic appeared on their faces, which were originally full of stubbornness. The 3 middle-aged men in the lead continued to encourage. Don't be afraid. He's just trying to scare us. We must not retreat. There was no fluctuation in Chung Hao's expression, and there was only a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to finish his words, he pressed the launch button. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The deafening sound of machine guns tore through the air. Dazzling tongues of fire spurted out from the muzzle. Like a violent metal fire dragon. Puff, 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 puff. Dense reinforced armor-piercing bullets instantly covered the 3 middle-aged men in the middle. Their bodies began to tremble violently like rag dolls. In the end, before he could even scream, he was completely torn apart by the violent storm of bullets. The 3 of them turned into a pool of mincemeat, leaving a gap in the original human wall. The gunshot lasted only 2 seconds. But these 2 seconds seemed like eternity. Time seemed to stand still. The crowd blocking the road seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. Everyone froze in place, the color draining from their faces. His eyes were dull, filled with boundless fear and disbelief. The strong smell of blood and gunpowder filled the air, irritating everyone's nerves. Several timid women collapsed to the ground, incontinent. At this time, Chung Hao's cold voice sounded through the car loudspeaker. "Get out of the way! Otherwise, you'll be like the three of them!" As soon as the words fell, the crowd blocking the road instantly scattered like a flock of frightened sheep. They rolled and crawled, crying and shouting for their parents, desperately running towards the sides of the road. No one dared to look at the RV that looked like a steel beast. No one dares to mention the human wall. The engine of the fortress RV let out a low roar and rolled over the glaring pools of blood. Without stopping at all, it drove out of the area smoothly. Inside the car, Lin Qingyan withdrew her gaze expressionlessly. She had long been accustomed to Chung Hao's decisiveness in killing, and even believed that it was a necessity for survival in the world. Lin Yuanyuan's face turned slightly pale, and she pursed her lips tightly. Although she was kind, she also understood that the three people just now were using her and other people's lives to threaten them. Chung Hao's thundering methods are cruel. But it is also the most effective means of self-protection. The last bit of reluctance in her heart turned into silent understanding in the face of cruel reality. With a light sigh, Lin Yuanyuan secretly glanced at the new member beside her. Su Wan's face was pale at this moment. His hands were tightly gripping the back of the seat in front of him, his knuckles turning white from the strain. She looked at the tall figure of the young man in the driver's seat. His eyes were filled with deep awe and fear. This man's cruelty and strength far exceeded her imagination. But at the same time, she also realized very clearly. In this cruel world, how lucky we are to be able to ride in this car. She must cherish this opportunity and prove her worth. Sensing that Su Wan was looking at him, Chung Hao broke the silence and, through the rearview mirror, his voice returned to its usual gentle tone. "Su Wan, right? Don't be nervous. Let me introduce myself to you. My name is Chung Hao, and I'm the owner of this RV. The person in the co-pilot's seat is Lin Qingyan, she is my main attacker. The person sitting next to you is Lin Yuanyuan, responsible for auxiliary treatment. We are a team. Of course, that includes you now. As you can see, we're not a charity. But as long as you abide by the rules and demonstrate your worth, this will be your safest refuge." Su Wan took a deep breath and tried to calm her pounding heart. Then she looked at Chung Hao and the Lin sisters and said, Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely do my best and not let you down." Chung Hao nodded and got straight to the point. "The reason I let you get in the car is actually because of your survival talent. Unlimited energy and stamina are extremely valuable and useful in the world of road survival. As long as you demonstrate your abilities, you can be our team's all-weather driver. After all, the theme of road survival is constant migration, constant transfer, and constant exploration. Having you as our dedicated driver is a huge boost to the endurance and survivability of our entire team." After hearing what Chung Hao said, Lin Qingyan's eyes suddenly flashed with understanding and appreciation. She had always wondered, why did Chung Hao make an exception and let Su Wan get in the car? Is it really because she is pretty? Now she understands. This Su Wan is indeed a moving, perpetual motion machine. Its strategic value is immeasurable. Then she looked at Su Wan with a look that was less scrutinizing and more approving. So she smiled and said to Su Wan, "Sister Su Wan, your abilities are indeed very useful. Welcome to join our team." Lin Yuanyuan also suddenly understood, and a sincere smile appeared on her face. "Wow! Never getting tired? What an amazing talent! Sister Su Wan, welcome! I'll have to trouble you with driving from now on." She was simple-minded and immediately accepted her new teammate, and was happy that the team had received support. Chapter 45 Lu Ziming. I heard Chung Hao explain his abilities and value so clearly. I also felt Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan's sincere acceptance from the bottom of their hearts. The fear and restraint in Su Wan's heart dissipated in an instant. Instead, there is a sense of belonging, of being needed and recognized. Her eyes were slightly red, and she nodded vigorously. I'm really happy to be able to help and be with you guys. I will definitely be a good driver and do everything I can do. Please believe me. The atmosphere in the car instantly became harmonious because of Chung Hao's frank explanation and the common pursuits and goals of several people. Lin Yuanyuan took out water and biscuits from the system space and handed them to Su Wan. Su Wan took it gratefully, ate it in small bites, and felt the precious warmth and security. The Fortress RV continued to drive smoothly towards the wetland park. With Su Wan, a tireless potential driver, Chung Hao felt the pressure on his shoulders was relieved a bit. Once Su Wan becomes familiar with the various functions of the RV, he will give her the driver's seat. While driving, Chung Hao explained the various functions of the RV to Su Wan. A few minutes later, the outline of the wetland park appeared in sight. This is an abandoned ecological park. The lake that once existed has mostly dried up, revealing black silt and withered aquatic plants. According to the map, the dense light spots representing the swamp basilisk are located deep in the reeds not far ahead. But Chung Hao was not in a hurry to hunt the swamp basilisk, because he sensed that several players were driving towards this side quickly. Someone's coming! Let's stay in the car and observe their intentions first. Chung Hao whispered a reminder to the 3 female companions in the car. Boom boom! As soon as he finished speaking, 2 heavily modified Hummer off-road vehicles with heavy machine guns mounted on the roof appeared. Like 2 ferocious beasts, accompanied by the roar of their engines, they suddenly rushed out from another fork in the road at the entrance of the wetland park. They were approaching Chung Hao's Fortress RV rapidly from the left and right with obvious intentions of intercepting. At the same time, there were 3 similarly modified pickup trucks following behind. There were several strong men standing on it, holding various weapons and with unfriendly faces. Chung Hao's eyes narrowed and he immediately slowed down. At the same time, he signaled Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan to stay alert. The weapon system of the Fortress RV is ready to go at any time. The window of the black Hummer leading the other team slowly lowered. A young man with slicked back hair and a sinister and arrogant look on his face stuck his head out. His eyes first swept greedily over the Fortress RV. However, when his eyes fell on Lin Qingyan sitting in the passenger seat, the arrogance on his face was instantly replaced by great shock and ecstasy. Qingyan? Qingyan! Is it really you? The man almost shouted, his voice distorted due to excitement. I'm Lu Ziming! I've been looking for you so hard! As the man shouted, the atmosphere in the RV suddenly became weird. Chung Hao and Su Wan both looked at Lin Qingyan at the same time. Lin Qingyan was stunned at first. When he saw the man's face clearly, his expression, which was originally full of surprise, suddenly changed. His brows were tightly furrowed, and a hint of obvious disgust flashed in his eyes. Lin Yuanyuan was even more helpless. It really is Lu Ziming. Sigh, even after traveling to another world, I still can't get rid of that abominable guy. Lu Ziming? Chung Hao first raised his eyebrows, glanced at the young man, and then turned to Lin Qingyan in the passenger seat. You knew each other in the original world? Lin Qingyan replied in a cold voice. Lu Ziming, the second son of the Lu group in Jiahai City, a self-righteous guy. Her tone was filled with undisguised rejection and disgust. Lin Yuanyuan also curled her lips and muttered softly. That guy is so annoying, he's just haunting me. I've rejected him 800 times, but he's still like a dogskin plaster. At the same time, Lu Ziming couldn't wait to open the car door and jump out of the Hummer. He adjusted his clothes and hairstyle, put on what he thought was a charming smile, and walked quickly to the passenger window of the Fortress RV. Ignoring Chung Hao in the driver's seat, he stared at Lin Qingyan with burning eyes. Qingyan! That's great! God is so kind! He let me find you here! His voice was filled with emotion. You have no idea how worried I am about you. This damn world is full of monsters. But now it's good, let me meet you here. My team is strong, with plenty of supplies and weapons. Besides that, my teammates and I have gained powerful strength. Quick, take Nuan Nuan, get out of the car and follow me. I'll protect you. He stretched out his hand and was about to open the car door. From beginning to end, he never asked Lin Qingyan whether she agreed or not. His attitude was strong and self-righteous, as if Lin Qingyan was already his property. Lin Qingyan closed the door that Lu Ziming had opened with a click. She didn't even look at Lu Ziming and said directly to Chung Hao, "Chung Hao, drive, ignore him." Lu Ziming's smile froze on his face, and his outstretched hand stopped awkwardly in midair. Then, he looked directly at Chung Hao in the driver's seat for the first time. Seeing that Chung Hao was young, handsome, and had an extraordinary demeanor, his eyes were instantly filled with scrutiny and undisguised hostility. "Qingyan, who is he?" Lu Ziming's voice turned cold, and he knocked on the car window with a questioning tone. "Your driver? Or bodyguard?" He obviously couldn't accept the appearance of a strange young man next to Lin Qingyan. "He is my captain, Chung Hao." Lin Qingyan's voice was devoid of any warmth. "We are a team. I won't go with you, so stop bothering me." "Team leader?" Lu Ziming sneered as if he had heard a huge joke. He looked Chung Hao up and down with contempt. "Just him? Alone? Qingyan, stop joking. How can he be your captain? Can he protect you and Nuanyuan by himself? Qingyan, look at my team." He pointed at the heavily armed cars behind him and the burly men in them staring intently at him. "This is what we call a team. This is what we call a force. If you and Nuanyuan follow him, you will only be in danger." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Qingyan again and said in a tough tone, "Qingyan, stop being so willful. I know you're still angry with me, but now is not the time to lose your temper. This world is too dangerous. Only with me, you and Nuanyuan will be safest. Come with me." I said no. Impossible. Besides, Chung Hao is my captain. He's very capable. I won't allow you to slander him. Lin Qingyan spoke each word clearly and decisively. She looked at Chung Hao with a hint of apology and determination in her eyes. "Chung Hao, let's go." Chung Hao nodded and prepared to shift gears. "Wait." Lu Ziming slammed the hard door of the RV, making a dull sound. His expression turned completely gloomy, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Lin Qingyan's rejection and defense of Chung Hao completely hurt his deep-rooted possessiveness and sense of superiority. Chapter 46 One-on-One, Single Duel. "Good. Very good." Seeing that Lin Qingyan didn't give him any face at all, and was trying her best to protect the guy named Chung Hao beside her, Lu Ziming laughed out of anger at first, and then his face became as gloomy as water. He no longer looked at Lin Qingyan, but fixed his hostile gaze on Chung Hao. "Boy, I don't know what sweet words you used to confuse Qingyan. But a loser like you who hides behind a woman is not worthy of standing beside her." He took a step back and suddenly unzipped his jacket, revealing a tight inner armor with a faint metallic luster. At the same time, a powerful energy wave burst out from him. "Boy, open your eyes and take a good look." Lu Ziming clenched his fist in front of Chung Hao to show off. Then, the air around him distorted due to the high temperature. The hot flames jumped and gathered at his fingertips, making a crackling sound. "Player level 22. A-rank superpower, burning flame. Kid, don't think that owning a fancy-looking RV is that great. Feel the real power." Then he continued to provoke. "What's the point of hiding behind a woman? Get down here if you have the guts. Let's fight one-on-one. If you lose, you will disappear from Qingyan's side forever. And leave this RV, including all the supplies and women inside." He deliberately emphasized the words, "all women," and glanced at Lin Nanyuan and Su Wan in the back row, his greed undisguised. "Lu Ziming! You are shameless!" Lin Qingyan was so angry that she trembled all over and shouted, "This is our business, and has nothing to do with Chung Hao. Get out of here with your people immediately." She knew very well that Lu Ziming was a vengeful person, and the fire ability he displayed at this moment was also extraordinary. Although Chung Hao is powerful, she doesn't want to get Chung Hao involved in unnecessary fights because of her own affairs. Lin Nanyuan also tried to dissuade him. "Brother Cheng, ignore him. Let's just rush over." Su Wan sat quietly in the back seat, not daring to make a sound. The violent fiery aura and undisguised malice emanating from Lu Ziming made her feel as if she was back in the bloody rest area just now. Chung Hao gently patted Lin Qingyan's tense arm, signaling her to be at ease. His eyes were calm as he looked at Lu Ziming, who was shouting like a clown outside the car, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Level 22? A-level superpower, burning flame? Chung Hao's voice came through the car window, as calm as if he was evaluating an ordinary object. It sounds just like that. You're looking for death. Lu Ziming was completely enraged by Chung Hao's nonchalant attitude, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He stopped talking nonsense and pushed his hands forward. Boom! A ferocious fire dragon as thick as a bucket, made of blazing white flames. With a terrifying high temperature that could burn everything, it instantly tore through the air and rushed towards the driver's cab where Chung Hao was. Wherever the flames passed, the air was violently distorted, and the dry grass on the ground instantly turned black and carbonized. The sound is extremely terrifying. The men behind Lu Ziming howled with excitement. It was as if he had already seen the tragic scene of Chung Hao, who was driving the RV, being engulfed by flames. Lu Ziming directed all his strength towards Chung Hao. Lin Qingyan, Lin Nanyuan and Su Wan in the cab could feel the powerful aura of the fire dragon, but they did not feel the change in the surrounding temperature. Facing this flaming dragon that was powerful enough to melt gold and iron, Chung Hao did not dodge. He stepped out of the car door facing the raging flames. When Su Wan saw this scene, her eyes widened immediately, her face full of fear and worry. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan didn't seem very nervous, because they all know Chung Hao's strength. The fire superpower released by Lu Ziming may indeed be terrifying to others. But unfortunately, he was facing Chung Hao. Just when the flames were about to engulf Chung Hao, a faint, almost transparent dark golden halo instantly covered Chung Hao's entire body. The halo seems thin, but it exudes a heaviness that is impervious to all attacks. Boom! The blazing white fire dragon slammed heavily into the dark golden halo. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the imagined burning smell. The terrifying flames that were enough to melt steel in an instant, after hitting the thin layer of golden light, were like hitting an invisible barrier. The raging flames were forcibly divided and blocked. The ground was charred black, but within 3 feet around Chung Hao, not even a trace of spark could penetrate. The clothes on his body rustled in the high-temperature air waves, but he was not damaged at all. The dark golden halo was as solid as a rock, without even a ripple. What? The sinister smile on Lu Ziming's face froze instantly. His eyes were almost popping out of his brow, filled with incredible horror. The full-strength attack he was so proud of couldn't even singe the edge of his opponent's clothes? Chung Hao waved his arm lightly amidst the scattered embers and sneered again. An A-level fire attribute superpower, and that's all it takes. You haven't developed it well enough. This ability is simply a waste of talent on you. You! Lu Ziming's face darkened, his mind turned, and then he said with a sneer. It seems like you have some kind of defensive superpower, right? But don't get complacent too soon. Just now I was just testing you. Next, I will let you see my true power. Fire explosion punch! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ziming stomped his feet on the ground and his body rushed out like a cannonball. His fists, wrapped in white flames compressed to the extreme, emitting destructive high temperature, smashed hard into Chung Hao's chest. He wanted to use his strongest power to smash Chung Hao's defensive power with one punch. Chung Hao's eyes were calm, and he still did not dodge the violent close-range attack. He simply raised his right arm, fingers spread out. A palm covered with a dark golden halo met Lu Ziming's flaming punch. Bang! There was an extremely dull bang, like the sound of a huge bell. Where the fists and palms collided, a terrifying air wave suddenly exploded in a circular shape, sweeping up the dust and charred grass on the ground. Lu Ziming felt as if his fist had hit a wall made of steel. The violent recoil force caused his arms to burst with pain. The compressed white flame on the fist was forcibly shattered and annihilated. The strength he was so proud of seemed so ridiculous in front of the opponent's rock-solid defense. Chung Hao's body didn't even shake. Seeing the flame on Lu Ziming's fist extinguished, Chung Hao's left hand, covered with a dark golden halo, stretched out as fast as lightning and grabbed Lu Ziming's wrist. Crack! There was a teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking, and the wrist was crushed in an instant. Ah! Lu Ximing immediately let out a shrill scream. The severe pain almost made him faint. Chung Hao didn't even look at him. He shook his wrist and threw Lu Ximing to the ground like a sack. Chapter 47: Burning Flame. Bang! Lu Ximing was thrown heavily onto the muddy ground, splashing a large amount of mud and water. His whole body seemed to be broken, blood was gushing out of his mouth, and he looked in a miserable state. But who could have imagined that this guy who looked like a dead dog was still full of arrogance just a few minutes ago? The whole place was dead silent. The excitement on the faces of Lu Ximing's men had long since disappeared. Only boundless fear and stupor remained. The boss, who was so powerful in their eyes, couldn't even break through his defense. And being ravaged by the other party like a doll? Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan had anticipated this, so they didn't show much surprise. Lin Yuanyuan even waved her little fist and whispered with gritted teeth, "Well done!" Su Wan stared at Chung Hao's back infatuatedly, her face full of admiration. In such a world where the strong prey on the weak, it is her blessing to be able to follow someone like Chung Hao. What kind of monster are you?" Lu Ximing struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot and fear, no longer the arrogance he had before. The rank and ability that he was so proud of seemed like a joke in front of the other party. Chung Hao looked down at him with an indifferent look. "I'm Qingyan's teammate, it's that simple." When Lu Ximing heard this, a trace of crazy resentment immediately flashed in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed a poisoned dagger with a strange shape that was flashing with a cold blue light. This dagger is obviously not an ordinary item, it exudes a cold and chilling aura. "Qingyan is mine! No one can take her away from me! Go to hell!" He roared miserably like a wounded beast. Using his last bit of strength, he threw the poisoned dagger fiercely at Chung Hao's face. The speed is as fast as lightning and the angle is extremely tricky. "Careful!" Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan exclaimed at the same time. Su Wan was so scared that she closed her eyes. However, Chung Hao's eyes remained calm. Just when the dagger was less than half a foot away from his face. Buzz! An almost completely transparent arc-shaped wind blade appeared silently in front of Chung Hao. The edge of the wind blade flashed with an unparalleled sharp green light. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing. The dark blue dagger that was coming at me with such force and was imbued with deadly poison was cut in the middle by the wind blade with incredible precision. The dagger broke into two pieces and fell to the ground helplessly. The venom seeped into the soil, making a sizzling sound. "What?" Lu Ximing's face turned pale. His final trump card was actually neutralized so easily by the other party? You actually have two superpowers? This isn't fair. Fair? A guy who wields a poisonous dagger and launches sneak attacks and plots against others, do you think he's fair? Chung Hao's eyes were completely gloomy. The murderous intent on his body spread like a substance. "I gave you a chance, you asked for it." After saying that, he slowly raised his right hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and pointed at Lu Ximing, who was lying on the ground with a pale face. On the fingertips, a dazzling silver-white lightning began to jump and condense, emitting violent power of thunder. "Thunder! You have 3 superpowers?" Lu Ximing was completely stunned. Only at this moment did he understand why Chung Hao had been dismissive of him from the very beginning. Because the two of them are not at the same level at all. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Chung Hao, Lu Ximing felt a chill on his back and quickly shouted, "No! Don't! I was wrong! Forgive me! I'll give you everything, please don't kill me! Qingyan! Save me! For the sake of us!" Lu Ximing felt the fatal threat. His soul was scared out of his wits. He begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face, and even tried to ask Lin Qingyan for help. But Lin Qingyan just looked at him coldly, without a trace of pity in her eyes. Chung Hao turned a deaf ear to it. "The power of wind and thunder, the finger of annihilation." Chung Hao lightly tapped his fingertips. A spiral wind arrow condensed with the power of thunder shot out. Puff! A soft sound. Lu Ziming's voice begging for mercy suddenly stopped. A finger-sized, transparent, charred hole appeared between his eyebrows. The edge of the hole was as smooth as a mirror, with tiny arcs of electricity jumping across it. The fear, resentment, and despair on his face were completely frozen. His eyes quickly dimmed, and his body collapsed limply to the ground, no longer breathing. There was dead silence inside and outside the Fortress RV. Inside the car, Lin Qingyan looked at Chung Hao's calm profile, feeling mixed emotions. There was relief that Lu Ziming had finally disappeared, and there was shock at Chung Hao's powerful strength. There is also an indescribable sense of relief. Fortunately, they are now in such a strange world where order has collapsed. She didn't feel any burden or guilt at all. Lin Yuanyuan was full of admiration and cheered softly. "Brother Qing is so handsome! This is how bad guys should be dealt with." Su Wan took a deep breath and looked at Chung Hao's back with a look of awe and determination. Outside the car, the men Lu Ziming brought with him seemed to be petrified. They froze in place, their faces as pale as paper, their hands holding their weapons shaking like sieves. They looked at Lu Ziming, who was lying on the ground with a bloody hole between his eyebrows and died in a miserable state. He looked again at the figure standing there like a demon. Boundless fear instantly overwhelmed them. How long has it been since he came into this world, and he already has 3 superpowers? Could he be using cheats? Just as these people were secretly guessing Chung Hao's identity, Chung Hao slowly retracted his fingers, and the arcs of electricity and the breath of wind at his fingertips quietly disappeared. Then, his cold eyes swept towards the Hummers and pickup trucks. Everyone in the car suddenly held their breath. "I didn't even dare to breathe. Within 10 seconds disappear. Otherwise, become like him." Chung Hao's voice was not loud, but it was like a cold wind from the underworld, freezing everyone's soul. Those strong men felt as if they had been pardoned. How could they dare to hesitate for a moment? The engines of several cars roared. The tires rubbed against the ground wildly, stirring up a cloud of dust. Several cars fled in the direction they came from, like stray dogs. It was going so fast that it wished it had a few more wheels. It disappeared from the end of the sight in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a glaring pool of blood on the ground and Lu Ziming's body. At this time, a red crystal core condensed from the superpower of Burning Flame appeared on Lu Ziming's chest. Chung Hao picked out the crystal core with his hands, held it in his palm, and crushed it gently. Crack! With a crisp sound, the crystal core shattered, and the superpower gene potion inside it flowed into his body through his palm. A violent current of heat instantly swept through Chung Hao's body. It was as if an erupting volcano was forced into his body. The blood vessels under the skin dilated and glowed slightly, presenting dark red lines like flowing lava. The burning pain came violently. He groaned, his brows furrowed, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. However, this violent burning sensation came and went quickly. In just a few breaths, the burning sensation quickly subsided. Chung Hao could clearly sense that there was a fierce and violent power lurking in his body. Like a sleeping lava monster, waiting for him to wake up and drive it. Chapter 48 Swamp Basilisk. As his body gradually adapted to the superpower potion of Burning Flame, Chung Hao slowly raised his right hand, his mind moving slightly. Huh! A small cluster of bright white flames leaped out from his fingertips without any warning and burned silently. The flame was extremely small, but it emitted a heart-pounding high temperature. The surrounding air was instantly heated and distorted, making a slight crackling sound. This pure and violent white flame is exactly the burning flame that Lu Ziming is proud of. Chung Hao snapped his fingers, and the cluster of white flames flew out lightly and landed on Lu Ziming's body. Sizzle! A sharp burning sound was heard and white smoke rose. Lu Ziming's body, along with the grass roots beneath him. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. With Lu Ziming's death, the system space he owned also collapsed immediately. The items inside were scattered around. Chung Hao picked out some useful ones and installed them into the system space. At the same time, the flames on his fingertips dissipated, and his eyes returned to their calm state. New powers have been brought under control, such as Vajra Body, Lord Summoning, Thunder Power, and Wind Blade Slash. become an integral part of his strength puzzle. Of course, simply acquiring is not enough. We need to truly develop this burning flame to a level comparable to several other superpowers. You need to consume experience points to increase the player level. So Chung Hao took a look at the swamp in front of him. Then, he turned to the three women in the RV and said, Qing Yan, Nuanyuan, the two of you get out of the car and get ready to deal with the monsters in the swamp ahead. After a pause, his gaze fell on Su Wan, who was sitting in the back row with a nervous look on her face, and his tone slowed down a bit. Sister Wan, your strength is not enough, so stay in the car. However, for the upcoming battle, you must watch carefully and learn well. Learn how to deal with monsters and understand our fighting style. This will be very important to you in the future. When Su Wan heard Chung Hao calling her Sister Wan, her body visibly tensed up. But after hearing Chung Hao's words, she relaxed again. After Chung Hao finished speaking, she nodded vigorously and replied seriously and firmly. Okay, I'll watch carefully. You guys have to be careful too. While they were talking, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan had already gotten out of the car. After several trials and tribulations, the sisters' psychological quality and combat skills have improved several levels compared to the beginning. But even so, before the battle, Chung Hao still habitually gave the two sisters a brief analysis of the monsters' levels, abilities, numbers and other intelligence information. When I heard that there were 50 level 20 swamp snakes in the swamp ahead, Lin Nuanyuan was not afraid at all. Instead, she counted on her fingers quickly. 50 times 200, 10,000 points. That's a full 10,000 experience points. I'm rich! I'm rich! Lin Qingyan was also infected by her sister's excitement, and the corners of her mouth also raised with an eager arc. Chung Hao was left speechless by this pair of sisters. Forget it, forget it. I won't bother with anything else. Just protect yourselves. After saying that, Chung Hao took a step forward and walked towards the edge of the swamp. When approaching the edge of the swamp, a fishy and foul smell hit me in the face. Chung Hao stomped his foot heavily on the ground, and the power of thunder surged into the swamp. The turbid muddy water began to churn and bubble violently as if it was boiling. Suddenly, the swamp exploded. One after another, figures broke through the mud and raised their ferocious heads. It was a twisted creature between a giant python and a strange insect, a swamp basilisk. Their bodies are as thick as an adult's thigh. They are generally over 3 meters long, and their bodies are covered with dark green scales stained with foul-smelling black mud. Unknown parasites are wriggling in the gaps between the scales. The most terrifying thing is their heads. It has no obvious eyes, only a circular mouthpart that looks like a giant suction cup and occupies most of the head. The inner wall of the mouthparts is covered with circles of fine and sharp teeth. As it opens and closes, a hissing sound of friction is made. Here I come! Lin Qingyan let out a low cry and instantly entered combat mode. Aiming at a swamp basilisk, she raised the desert eagle and spit out hot tongues of fire from the muzzle. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! The bullet tore through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. The snake monster rushing in the front, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, was about to roll towards Chung Hao's calf. A series of bullets, as if they had eyes, accurately penetrated into the vulnerable part where its mouthparts and tentacles connected. Puff! 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 As the bullet hit its mouth, the basilisk let out a sharp and piercing hiss. The giant mouth opened and a ball of corrosive mud bombs spewed out. Nuanyuan! Seeing this, Lin Qingyan quickly asked her sister for help. Clear! Lin Nuanyuan agreed, and her reaction speed was astonishingly fast. She pushed her hands forward suddenly, and the soft white light in her palms suddenly expanded and extended, turning into a translucent arc-shaped shield with slightly rippling water-like light patterns, accurately blocking Lin Qingyan's body. Puff! 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 Just as the shield was taking shape, several sticky mud bombs shot out from the side and slammed heavily onto the light shield. Sh! A heart-pounding corrosion sound was heard. Where the mud bomb touched the light shield, pungent white smoke instantly rose. Lin Nuanyuan's face turned slightly pale. It was obvious that maintaining the shield and resisting such a strong corrosive attack was quite exhausting for her. but she still gritted her teeth and tried to keep the shield stable. Chung Hao was in the center of the mud and rain of bullets, but he was like a reef in a rapid stream. Faced with the poisonous mud that was coming from all directions and was strong enough to corrode steel, he didn't even make a move to dodge. Buzz! A layer of dark golden halo as condensed as substance instantly covered his entire body. It was as if he was wearing a layer of invisible divine golden armor. Dense mud bombs hit the dark gold halo hard. The pungent white smoke rose wildly, and the sound of violent corrosion was continuous. However, that seemingly thin layer of dark golden halo was as solid as a rock. No matter how the mud that was strong enough to melt steel washed and eroded it, the golden light just rippled and flowed slightly, resisting it all. Not even the corners of his clothes got wet. Under the cover of the poisonous mud splashing and the white smoke, 3 swamp basilisks with particularly sturdy bodies and darker scales crept silently from the murky water. They were like poisonous pythons coming out of a cave, with shrieks that tore through the air, and rolled towards Chung Hao's ankles, waist, abdomen and back of the neck. The angle is tricky and the coordination is perfect. They are obviously experienced hunters. They open their mouths wide, and as soon as their tentacles wrap around their prey, they are ready to launch a fatal bite. Chung Hao, be careful! Su-wan in the car was frightened and quickly warned. Chung Hao seemed to have eyes behind him and had anticipated this. Just when the swamp basilisk's mouthparts were about to bite him, he suddenly swung his left arm to the side. With a crackling sound, a huge, almost transparent arc-shaped wind blade appeared out of thin air. The speed of the wind blade was extremely fast, instantly tearing through the air and sweeping out. The 3 swamp basilisks that attacked from different angles were like dead trees in front of the sharp green edge, and were cut in half at once. Chapter 49 Split. After the 3 swamp basilisks were cut in half by the wind blade, sticky and smelly dark green blood gushed out from the broken ends. The severe pain made the 3 ferocious monsters let out shrill screams. The huge body twisted and rolled wildly in the mud and water. For a moment, mud splashed and a fishy wind filled the air. Good! Seeing this, Su-wan in the car couldn't help but let out a low cry, and her heart was slightly relieved. Lin Qingyan and Lin Ranyuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingyan raised the desert eagle, ready to give the swamp monster the final blow. But what happened next made the relaxed expressions on their faces freeze instantly, and their pupils suddenly contracted. The 3 swamp basilisks whose bodies were severed twisted for a while, but their momentum did not continue to weaken. On the contrary, the strength of their struggle is getting stronger and stronger. Immediately afterwards, the turbid mud around them, as if pulled by some force, surged towards their broken ends like living things. The sticky mud quickly wrapped around the fracture, and expanded and took shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Squeak, squeak, squeak! In just a few breaths, a thick snake body covered with mud and dark green scales grew, again on the broken bodies of the 3 swamp basilisks. At the end of the new snake's body, a smaller, but equally ferocious mouthpart covered with spiral fangs is rapidly taking shape. The original 3 swamp basilisks suddenly turned into 6. What the hell is this? Seeing this, Lin Ranyuan couldn't help but complain with an ugly face. Not only does it not die after being cut off, but it can also turn 1 into 2. How can we fight this? Lin Qingyan's eyes focused. She quickly raised her gun, aimed at one of the newborn snakes, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The bullet hit the newborn head accurately, but it was swallowed up by the mud and had no effect at all. However, Chung Hao was relatively calmer, because he understood the split and regenerate ability of these swamp basilisks. In essence, it belongs to the same category as the superfast self-healing abilities of the zombies, sonic boomers, and tongue whippers encountered before. Although on the surface, the 3 swamp basilisks were split into 6 after being cut in half by him. But in reality, the actual number of monsters has not increased. To put it bluntly, it's just a trick of energy transformation. No matter how many strands you split into, as long as we find and destroy the energy core, we can annihilate you in one fell swoop. With a thought, the ability of Omniscient Exploration is activated. Chung Hao's sight instantly penetrated the slippery mud and tough scales covering the monster's surface and penetrated into its internal structure. In Chung Hao's perception, these snake monsters are no longer just flesh and blood. Their internal structure is presented in a translucent, energy-based form. A stream of dark green energy flows within its body. These energy flows, like the roots of plants, are deeply rooted in the mud beneath them, continuously absorbing the power of the swamp. And deep inside the mouth of each basilisk, near the throat, Chung Hao clearly saw an energy core the size of a fist, like a beating heart. Around the core, countless fine energy threads extend out, connecting every part of the basilisk's body. When the basilisk's body is cut off, a stream of energy will immediately be released from its core, which will carry with it a large amount of mud around it, and quickly shape into a new body at the broken end. As long as the core is not destroyed, as long as they are still immersed in the quagmire, this division and regeneration can almost continue indefinitely. The energy core is deep inside the mouthparts. After grasping the true situation, Chung Hao's voice instantly penetrated the hissing of the swamp basilisk and the noise of the churning mud. It was clearly heard by Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan. Only by destroying their core can we kill them completely. Don't worry about the newly split individuals. They are purely bait. Because as long as the larger mother is destroyed, the resulting offspring will also perish. So that's how it is. I understand. Lin Qingyan's eyes flashed, and she instantly captured the key information. The muzzle of the desert eagle in her hand was finely adjusted. It locked onto the hideous mouthparts of a mother basilisk that kept opening and closing, trying to spit out mud bombs. Bang! 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 A steady and accurate triple shot. The bullet did not hit the outside of the mouthparts, but penetrated into the basilisk's mouthparts that had just opened and were full of spiral fangs. Puff! 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 Dark green mucus and broken soft tissue exploded from the mouthparts. The mother swamp basilisk felt as if it had been hit hard in the throat by a punch. The spraying movement stopped abruptly, and the huge head tilted back in pain. Just at the moment when its mouthparts were forced to open to the maximum. Chung Hao moved. His figure turned into a blurry afterimage, instantly crossing a distance of several meters and approaching the bottom of the basilisk's head. He put his right hand together like a sword, and above his fingertips, two superpowers, wind and thunder, surged. Break it for me! With a whoosh sound, a wind and thunder arrow shot out from the fingertips, like a laser scalpel, piercing into the dark green energy core that was violently beating deep in the painfully open mouth. Sh! Accompanied by a muffled sound, an extremely thick green smoke suddenly burst out from the basilisk's mouth. Hiss! The swamp basilisk let out a shrill hiss. The huge body collapsed instantly as if all the bones were pulled out. The dark green scales covering the entire body lost their luster at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming charred and cracked. 2 breaths later, the huge body of the swamp basilisk fell stiffly in the mud. Like a huge piece of charcoal that has been completely burnt, no trace of life can escape from it. At the same time, another swamp basilisk offspring that was newly born from its broken end let out a wail. The huge body suddenly exploded with a puff sound. It turned into a large mass of mud and scattered in the swamp. Experience points increased by 200. Success! Seeing this, Lin Nuanyuan immediately exclaimed excitedly, her little face flushed with excitement. Su Wan in the car was also overwhelmed by what she saw. She subconsciously clenched her fists and pinched her fingertips into her palms. She understood. It turns out this is the correct way to deal with this kind of monster. Destroy the core. Chung Hao's precise finger, Qingyan's suppressive shooting coordination, and Nuanyuan's timely protection. None of them can be missing. Next! After killing the target, Chung Hao did not pause at all. His figure was like a ghost, moving across the muddy battlefield, avoiding the mud bombs spewed by the newborn basilisk. The target is locked on another original swamp basilisk that is suppressed by Lin Qingyan's firepower. With the successful experience, the hunting efficiency has also increased sharply. Experience points increased by 200. Experience points increased by 200. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen swamp snake monsters that emerged from the swamp were quickly killed with the exquisite cooperation of Chung Hao and the other two. Chapter 50 Fusion. Although more than a dozen swamp basilisks have been killed, but Chung Hao and the Lin sisters all understood that there was still a lot hidden in the swamp before them. But what surprised them was that no matter how actively they attacked the swamp, no swamp basilisk had emerged from the mud for several minutes. Chung Hao frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Gurgle. Gurgle. Just as he was about to use his omniscient exploration ability to investigate. Deep in the swamp, it suddenly began to roll violently, with huge bubbles forming. It was as if there were countless huge springs gushing out simultaneously under the mud. Brother Ching, something's not right. Lin Yuan sensed something keenly, her face tensed again, and she subconsciously took a step closer to Chung Hao. Lin Qingyan also immediately raised her gun and scanned the rolling water surface vigilantly. She could feel that a far more suppressed and massive energy wave was spreading from the depths of the swamp. There aren't any monsters of excessively high levels in this swamp. If that were the case, I wouldn't have brought you here to take this risk. But at this moment, the remaining swamp basilisks are gathering and merging. After using the ability of omniscient exploration to perceive, Chung Hao's voice was low and solemn, and his face looked a little bad. Gathering and merging? Lin Yuan was startled and asked doubtfully. What does this mean? That's what it means on the surface. You'll see it soon. As soon as Chung Hao finished speaking, there was a loud crash. Several columns of water filled with foul-smelling mud shot up into the sky. Then, under the horrified gazes of several people, one after another, the swamp basilisks suddenly raised their heads from the churning mud and water. Their number exceeded 20. After revealing themselves, they did not attack immediately. Instead, it twisted its huge body and gathered towards a point in the center of the swamp. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sticky friction sound that made your scalp tingle instantly resounded throughout the swamp. More than 20 huge snake bodies, like plasticine, were madly entwining, squeezing, and merging in the turbid mud. The sticky black mud, like adhesive, seeped out from their surface, sticking them tightly together. Their bodies continued to expand and grow taller during the fusion. 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. Just over 10 seconds later, a huge monster appeared in the center of the swamp. It was a monster formed by the fusion of more than 20 swamp basilisks. Its main body is like a hill made up of wriggling flesh and slippery mud. The most terrifying thing is that right in front of this meat mountain monster, there is a terrifying mouth that is huge enough to swallow a truck. This mouthpart is formed by forcibly tearing, expanding, and splicing together the mouthparts of all swamp basilisks. The inner wall is covered with layers of densely packed spiral fangs like meat grinder blades. This. Lin Yuan looked at the giant monster in front of her. Her legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Lin Qingyan's hand holding the gun was also shaking slightly. Although they had experienced several battles, they had never encountered a monster that was so oppressive. Su Wan in the car was even colder all over and her mind was blank. Roar! The swamp monster roared. The huge sound waves, accompanied by the smelly mud rain, rushed over like waves. The ground beneath the feet of Chung Hao and the other two was shaking slightly. Lin Yuan and Lin Qingyan were so shocked by the sound that they staggered back, their eardrums stinging. Just when the two women were about to become unable to bear it, Chung Hao's gentle voice came over. Qingyan, take Yuan back. Don't get close to this swamp. Just take care of the remote containment, leave it to me. As the words fell, Chung Hao's mind moved, Vajra body, thunder power, wind blade slash. These 3 superpowers that he used most skillfully burst out at the same time. Although these swamp monsters look terrifying, in fact, they are just level 20 monsters fused together. He can scare others, but Chung Hao is not afraid. On the contrary, he felt that it would be easier for him to hunt these swamp basilisks after they gathered together. Roar! As Chung Hao unleashed the 3 superpowers in his body at the same time, the swamp monster seemed to feel threatened, and the huge mouth of the abyss opened again. This time, the target was clearly locked on Chung Hao. The huge mouth opened, and balls of corrosive mud, like cannonballs, bombarded towards Chung Hao with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Seeing this, Chung Hao stomped his feet heavily on the ground. The soil beneath him exploded into a deep pit with a diameter of several meters. Chung Hao's figure suddenly turned into an afterimage surrounded by three-colored flowing light of wind, thunder and gold. At a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, he rushed towards the giant monster's gaping, abyss-like mouth. Lin Qingyan took Lin Yuanyuan away from the swamp. Seeing Chung Hao taking the initiative to attack, he quickly raised the Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger towards the giant monster's huge mouth. Bang! 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 Dense bullets hit like raindrops. Although they were all blocked by the sharp teeth in the swamp monster's mouth, no fatal injuries were caused. However, it also made the giant monster's movement of spitting mud much slower. It's just this moment of delay. Chung Hao's figure rushed to the edge of the huge mouth like a stream of light. The fishy stench that blew in my face was almost suffocating. Those densely packed, meat grinder-like spiral fangs are right in front of us. But Chung Hao didn't take it seriously at all. Under the guidance of omniscient exploration, the depths of the seemingly chaotic mouthparts concealed more than 20 violently pulsating, star-like dark green light spots. It is the energy core of all swamp basilisks. They are located in different locations of this super mouthpart. Some are in the roof of the jaw, some in the throat, and some are even embedded in the roots of those huge spiral fangs. They actually concentrated their fatal weaknesses together. Then don't blame me for being rude. The first one. Chung Hao sneered and clenched his left fist. Highly compressed thunder power is wrapped around it. He punched hard at the edge of the huge mouth, a dark green light spot deep in the folds of the gum. Thunderstorm fist! Crack! A crisp sound. The core, like fragile glass, shattered. The sticky pus and broken tissue splashed out like a fountain. Experience points increased by 200. Along with the system's prompt sound, part of the swamp monster's body turned into mud and collapsed. Hiss! The swamp monster let out a roar mixed with pain and rage. A muddy tentacle shot out from the body and lashed towards Chung Hao fiercely. Seeing this, Chung Hao made an incredible spin in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack of the muddy tentacles. At the same time, he put his right hand together and pointed like a sword. Wind and Thunder Thorn! Above the fingertips, a wind and thunder arrow instantly took shape. With a piercing scream, it pierced deep into the upper jaw of the giant mouth with incredible precision, and found another dark green core. The second one! Puff! The second core broke with a sound. Experience points increased by 200. Chapter 51, Healing Power. In the RV. Suwon looked at Chung Hao's figure entangled in fighting against the swamp monster. The shock in my heart is beyond words. The scene that she had only seen in superhero movies before was now unfolding before her eyes. It turns out that humans can really be strong enough to fight against monsters as big as hills. Lin Yuanyuan opened her mouth slightly and muttered to herself. So cool! Brother Qing is simply the god of war! Lin Qingyan was also shaken by what she saw. She was indeed filled with fear when the giant monster successfully merged with her. I felt that it was not a monster that could be fought against. Unexpectedly, Chung Hao was not afraid at all. At this moment, Chung Hao successfully caused substantial damage to the swamp monster. The fear in Lin Qingyan's heart suddenly subsided a lot. Mustering her courage, she raised her Desert Eagle again and fired wildly at the giant monster's body. She didn't seek to actually hurt the swamp monster, as long as she could delay its movements and create an opportunity for Chung Hao. At the same time, after dodging the attack of a mud tentacle, Chung Hao slashed out with his right palm. The highly compressed power of thunder, wrapped in the sharpness of wind, turned into a wind and thunder thorn like a spiral drill. It penetrated deeply into the huge mouth, and a dark green core was embedded in the folds of the throat. Puff! The core exploded. The giant monster's huge body trembled violently. The muscle tissue in that area collapsed instantly as if it had lost its support. It turned into foul-smelling mud that flowed down, and several huge fangs collapsed along with it. Experience points increased by 200. Roar! After its energy core was destroyed several times in a row, the swamp monster let out a roar. The voice was filled with rage, but also with a hint of panic. It didn't understand that it had clearly grown in size. The energy core is also hidden in the most hidden part of the mouthparts. Why can this invader be found and destroyed accurately? Its huge body twisted wildly. Mud tentacles flew out. He no longer whipped Chung Hao alone, but instead wove a giant net of death from different directions, strangling Chung Hao. When Chung Hao saw this scene, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He ignored the mud tentacles and concentrated his 3 superpowers on the soles of his feet. Step heavily on the void. With a whoosh sound, his figure was like an arrow shot from a bow. At a speed beyond the limit, he broke through the middle of the grid before the encirclement was formed. At the same time, he snapped his fingers and a wind and thunder arrow shot out. The target is directly aimed at the deep of the giant mouth, an energy core hidden in the upper jaw. Crack! There was another crisp sound. The swamp monster let out an even more shrill wail. Experience points increased by 200. As Chung Hao becomes more and more proficient in using his superpowers, his speed becomes faster and his attack power becomes stronger. The balance of the battle began to gradually tilt, and cores were detonated one after another. The 5th one. Experience points increased by 200. The 6th one. Experience points increased by 200. The 15th. Experience points increased by 200. A moment later, the swamp monster's body, which was as huge as a mountain, became riddled with holes. The more than 20 swamp basilisks that made up its body could no longer maintain its forcibly blended and terrifying form after losing the support of its core energy. The sticky black mud, like a flood bursting through a dam, kept gushing out from its body. The 15-meter-tall meat mountain monster began to collapse from the top at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! With a loud bang, the corpses of swamp basilisks fell into the swamp, and huge waves of mud rose into the sky. A moment later, only a huge deep pit remained in the center of the swamp. Win-win? Lin Yuanyuan was the first to react, jumping up and down with excitement. Her pretty little face flushed red with excitement. Brother Chung! You're awesome! We won! After this battle, we gained a full 10,000 experience points. A full 10,000! Lin Qian let out a long breath. It was as if he wanted to let out all the fear and tension that was pent up in his chest. She put down the desert eagle she had been holding tightly, looked at the cheering Lin Yuanyuan, and a very bright smile appeared on her face. Suwan got off the RV and stood aside obediently, glancing at Chung Hao from time to time. This man is so brave. Chung Hao retracted his superpowers and walked to a flat and clean place to sit down. After continuously using his superpowers at a high intensity, he was indeed a little tired. Seeing this, Lin Yuanyuan quickly said, Brother Chung, please sit down and rest. I will treat you. Yuanyuan, I'm fine. Chung Hao was about to refuse, but Lin Yuanyuan had already taken action. She took a deep breath and quickly clasped her hands together in front of her chest, palms facing each other. This time, the light ball she condensed was no longer a defensive shield. Instead, it is a soft, pure, milky white light that exudes a warm breath of life. This light is like the rising sun, full of tranquility and healing power. Holy Shield Guardian! Lin Yuanyuan cried out softly, her face tense with concentration. She carefully pushed the warm white light towards Chung Hao. Buzz! The milky white halo spread out like water waves, gently enveloping Chung Hao's entire body. An indescribable feeling of comfort instantly spread throughout my limbs and bones. Chung Hao felt as if he were immersed in a warm spiritual spring, and every pore in his body relaxed. The fatigue accumulated during the battle quickly faded away like ice and snow melting. Muscle soreness, minor injuries to tendons and bones from the recoil. They are all wrapped in this warm and pure energy, quickly repairing and soothing themselves. Even the wind and thunder power and the Vajra body, which seemed a little sluggish due to continuous explosions in the body, became smooth and active again under the nourishment of this gentle force. There was even a hint of improvement. A hint of surprise flashed across Chung Hao's eyes, and then turned into deep relief. Nuanyuan, it seems that you are becoming more and more proficient in using your abilities. When Lin Nuanyuan heard the compliment, her face instantly blossomed into a smile brighter than the sun. Hee, you and sister have become so powerful, I must work hard to catch up. After a moment, Chung Hao's condition returned to its peak. Looking at Lin Qingyan and Suwan on the side, he waved his hand, gathered the three women together, and said, After several battles, we have accumulated quite a bit of experience points. Now let's start distributing experience points and raising our respective player levels. There's not much time left before the 24-hour protection period ends. Next, the monsters in this world will take the initiative to attack the players. If we want to survive, we must be fully prepared both physically and mentally. Chapter 52 Big Upgrade. I heard Chung Hao say that we must be fully prepared both physically and mentally to deal with the world after the protection period ends. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan both nodded thoughtfully. Although, they already have some combat experience. But after all, they were the ones who provoked the monster first. Moreover, the levels of monsters chosen by Chung Hao are numerous. But in terms of individual strength, they are all within the range that they can handle with their current abilities. But as the 24-hour protection period ends, the monsters hiding in the foggy areas on both sides of the road may jump out at any time and launch a surprise attack on them. The monsters' power levels, numbers, and abilities are no longer controllable. If you don't have strong personal abilities and strong psychological qualities, it will be difficult to survive in this world. Suwan, who was standing by, became more aware after hearing this. She was so ignorant before that she had never even thought about these issues. If he hadn't met Chung Hao and the others, he would probably have been killed by the monsters that jumped out immediately after the protection period ended. Just as the three women were thinking, Chung Hao stood up and said, In this battle just now, we gained a total of 10,000 experience points. Based on contribution, I'll get 5,000 points, Qingyan and Nuanyuan will each get 2,500 points. Any objections? No! Lin Nuanyuan was the first to raise her hand, shaking her little head like a rattle. Brother Qing, even if you take 9,000 points, I have no objection. Yes, we have already taken a great advantage. Lin Qingyan also nodded. She knew very well that if Chung Hao had not pointed out the monster's core weakness and taken on almost all the frontal pressure, not to mention sharing experience, it is even a question whether these sisters can escape unscathed. Okay. Chung Hao nodded. After redistributing the experience points gained by the three people, he continued. Combining the experience points accumulated from killing the sonic boomer and the tongue whip, Qingyan, Nuanyuan, each of you now has a total of 4,100 experience points. I suggest you immediately spend 4,000 points to upgrade your player level from 20 to 24. Yeah, okay. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan replied in unison, then clicked on their respective panels to start upgrading. As the experience points were consumed, a warm current, far greater than the previous upgrade, instantly surged into Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan's bodies. Lin Qingyan felt as if her bones were being tempered again by an invisible force, making a subtle but clear, crackling sound. Muscle fibers become tougher, denser, and more explosive. At the same time, she possesses the survival talent of shooting, and her understanding of firearms has reached a whole new level. The desert eagle in my hand seemed to be an extension of my arm. He opened his eyes, his gaze swept across a dead leaf floating on the surface of the swamp in the distance, and his fingers moved slightly. Bang! The gunshot was crisp, and a small charred hole instantly appeared in the center of the dead leaf. This is not deliberate aiming, but an almost instinctive locking and stimulation. The two superpowers, infinite bullets, and rock body, have also been developed to 45%. Before the smoke from the muzzle had cleared, new bullets were already in place. With a thought, the rock-hard body was stimulated. The grayish-white glow beneath the skin became more solid and thicker. It's like wearing a layer of invisible rock armor, and the defense power is increased several times. Lin Nuanyuan's upgraded feeling is more gentle and full of vitality. The warm current was like a gurgling spring, nourishing her every limb. Not only did it strengthen her physique, but it also gave her a new understanding of the survival talent of food healing. Suddenly, hundreds of recipes appeared in my mind, each with different enhancing and healing effects. If it wasn't the inappropriate time, she would even want to rush into the RV kitchen and cook a big meal for Chung Hao and her sister. At the same time, the superpower of Healing Shield has also been developed to 45%. With a thought, the light shield was immediately activated. Defense and healing effects are greatly improved. While the Lin sisters were consuming experience points to level up, Chung Hao was also busy. He gained a total of 8,000 experience points, which was just enough for him to raise his player level to level 30. As the experience points were consumed, Chung Hao felt as if an invisible shackle in his body was shattered. Buzz! With Chung Hao as the center, the air made a low vibration. The fine gravel and dust on the ground were repelled by the invisible force field, forming a clear circular area. The pores all over his body dilated, the diamond body appeared light gold, the Lord's summoning appeared dark black, the power of thunder appeared silver white, the wind blade slash appeared light blue, and the burning flame appeared crimson. 5 different colors of superpower energy mist emanated. Intertwining and swirling together, they formed circles of magnificent and oppressive halos, enveloping Chung Hao, and finally achieving a delicate balance. The development level of the 5 superpowers has reached 60%. The detection range of the survival talent Omniscient's exploration also soared directly to 80 kilometers. The upgrade was completed and Chung Hao slowly opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, as if it contained a sea of stars. Every gesture and movement carries with it a deep and solemn aura. He felt the powerful force roaring within him, yet at his fingertips, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. What surprised him the most was the superpower of Lord's Summoning. Because I haven't used it for a while, I didn't expect the following. After being developed to 60%, this superpower has undergone earth-shaking changes. If I get the chance to use it, I'm afraid even Qin Yan and Nuanyuan will be surprised. Suppressing his excitement, Chung Hao turned his gaze to look at Lin Qinyan and Lin Nuanyuan, who had also completed the upgrade and whose aura was obviously much stronger. He smiled and asked, "How do you feel now?" "Very strong." As Lin Nuanyuan spoke, her mind moved, and a shield shining with golden light appeared in front of her. Then, he explained to Chung Hao, "Brother Chung, the shield I'm releasing now can not only defend, but can also rebound attacks to a certain extent. So, I now have a certain degree of independent combat capability." "Rebound attack?" After listening to this, Chung Hao nodded in appreciation. "Well, it's really good." Lin Qingyan briefly demonstrated her increasingly advanced shooting skills. It was the same Desert Eagle, and the same size bullets. But the distance is farther, and the power is greater. A bullet the size of a peanut can actually turn a cubic meter of granite into powder. This is the effect achieved by shooting combined with the superpower of unlimited bullets. Seeing that Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan were able to handle things on their own, Chung Hao turned his gaze to Su Wan and said with a smile, "Sister Wan, don't worry. There are still dozens of minutes left before the 24-hour protection period. Next, we will continue to hunt monsters. I can't say how many there are, but raising your player level to level 20 will be absolutely no problem." When Su Wan saw that Chung Hao still thought of her, her face turned slightly red. Then he said a little embarrassedly, "This? How can this be so embarrassing?" Chapter 53 Su Wan's Change. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't forget, we are a team now. The stronger you are, the stronger our entire team will be." Then, Chung Hao handed the key to the RV to Su Wan and said, "From now on, you are our driver." Su Wan took the key, her pretty face full of excitement. A warm feeling rose in my heart. Su Wan, favorability increased by 30/80. After hearing the system prompt, Chung Hao realized. Previously, because I was in battle, I ignored some system information. It turned out that without realizing it, Su Wan's favorability towards him had reached 80%. It seems that I made the right move by giving the RV keys to Su Wan for safekeeping. Although Su Wan already had experience in unlocking a lock. But Chung Hao didn't mind. Compared to the youthfulness of Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan, a young woman like Su Wan actually has more charm. The reason why Su Wan's favorability towards Chung Hao increased greatly because of a key, Because in her opinion, what Chung Hao gave her was not just a car key. It is also a trust and recognition. After bowing deeply to Chung Hao and the Lin sisters, Su-won said sincerely, "Don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations." Chung Hao nodded slightly. Sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan stepped forward, held Su-won's hands and encouraged her. "Time is running out. Let's set off immediately and try to help Sister Wan level up before the protection period ends." Chung Hao gave the order decisively. "Good." Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan agreed, and at Chung Hao's signal, sat in the back seat of the RV. Chung Hao went around to the passenger seat. Seeing this, Su-won took a deep breath and sat in the driver's seat. The large and comfortable seat wrapped around her. The sophisticated instrument panel and control interface come into view. She gripped the textured steering wheel, and a wonderful feeling of oneness between man and car arose spontaneously. She had never driven an RV like this before. But at this moment, the car seemed like an extension of her body, and every command was clear and smooth. Sure enough, as long as they come to this world, everyone is the driving god of Akina Mountain. The RV drove smoothly out of the swamp area and back onto the deserted road. Just keep driving along the road. There are some lone monsters or zombies on both sides of the road ahead. If you encounter someone of low level, use the vehicle-mounted weapon system to attack directly. If you encounter someone difficult to deal with, we will take action. Chung Hao sat in the passenger seat, acting as observer and commander. Left front, at the edge of the fog, 120 meters away, at the 9 o'clock position, there's a swamp walker, level 12. Just use the cannon on the roof to kill it. Chung Hao's omniscient exploration was like an invisible radar, penetrating the fog and quickly locking onto the target. It was a humanoid monster with stiff movements and foul-smelling mucus all over its body. Target locked. Lin Qingyan, who was sitting in the back, was holding a tablet computer and swiping the screen. According to Chung Hao's instructions, he turned the muzzle of the machine gun. Fire! Following Chung Hao's command, Lin Qingyan tapped the screen lightly with her finger. With a bang sound, the shell tore through the air and penetrated into the core of the zombie's rotten head with incredible precision. Its entire head exploded like a watermelon. The zombies fell down and turned into a pool of rapidly decaying mud. Experience points increased by 120. Well done! Chung Hao praised, and soon continued to issue instructions. Right front, 280 meters away, at 3 o'clock, 2 sharp claw hyenas, level 10. The new target was instantly locked onto. I'll do it this time. Lin Nanyuan volunteered, snatched the tablet from Lin Qingyan's hand, and began to turn the direction of the machine gun. Following the radar display on the tablet, aim at the target. Lin Nanyuan tapped her fingers twice. Bang! Bang! 2 shells shot out. Ouch! Accompanied by 2 screams, the 2 clawed hyenas in the foggy area beside the road were blown into pieces of meat. Experience points increased by 100. Experience points increased by 100. Su-won gripped the steering wheel tightly, listening to the occasional artillery fire, her heart pounding. Because once she gains experience, both Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan will immediately transfer the experience points to her. This unreserved giving and trust among teammates filled her heart with warmth and emotion. She also knew that the only thing she could do now was to concentrate on driving. Make the Fortress RV more stable and create the best shooting environment for teammates in the car. The rest of the journey turned into efficient hunting training. Chung Hao is responsible for accurate enemy detection and command. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan are responsible for operating the vehicle-mounted weapon system and conducting hunting. For the few that the vehicle-mounted system could not kill, Lin Qingyan would shoot them personally and use long-range sniping. From beginning to end, Chung Hao didn't need to take any action. The experience points gained flowed into Su-won's personal panel like a trickle of water. At Chung Hao's reminder, Su-won also quietly consumed experience points and began to upgrade. Level 10, Level 13, Level 15. With every upgrade, a warm current would wash over her body. She could clearly feel. I become stronger, my reactions are quicker, and my 5 senses are sharper. But the most important change comes from her survival talent: unlimited energy and stamina. At low levels, this talent simply manifests as tirelessness and the ability to work for long periods of time. But as the level increases to level 15 and 18, she began to feel the difference. What was originally just endless energy began to transform into an inner source of power. Every breath she took seemed to absorb the faint energy in the air and transform it into the power to support her actions. It was as if there was an inexhaustible energy furnace inside the body, operating efficiently. After the last 100 experience points are consumed, Su-won successfully reached level 20. A warm current, far more powerful than any previous one, rushed into Su-won's body. Buzz! A sense of abundant power instantly filled the whole body. The muscle fibers seemed to be rewoven, becoming tougher and more explosive. The spirit is clearer and more excited than ever before. I'm level 20! Su-won shouted in surprise, her voice filled with incredible excitement. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling surprised and delighted at the sight of her hands that seemed to have not changed much but contained amazing power. Congratulations, Sister Won! Lin Yuanyuan was the first to cheer, even happier than when she got the promotion herself. How does it feel? Lin Qingyan also put down the gun and asked with a sincere smile on her face. Very good, very comfortable. I am completely different now than I was before. Feeling the power surging in my body and the inexhaustible energy, an unprecedented sense of security and belonging arises spontaneously. Su-won realized that she was no longer the burden that could only hide in the corner and shiver. This strength is the new life given to her by the team. She looked at the three people around her, her eyes filled with gratitude and determination. Chung Hao, Qingyan, Nanyuan, thank you. If it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't have been able to level up so quickly. Chung Hao looked at the confident light flashing in Su-won's eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Teammate, this is what we should do. After a pause, he continued. When I have the chance, I will find you some suitable superpower potions. By then, your strength will be even greater. Okay. Su-won agreed, and a beautiful smile bloomed on her pretty face. Su-won, favorability increased by 10%, 90%. Chapter 54, End of Protection Period. As Su-won's player level was improved, the Lin sisters stopped hunting monsters. Lin Yuanyuan went to the small kitchen at the back to prepare food. Lin Qingyan also followed over and boiled water to make tea. After a while, delicious pastries and rich fragrant tea were ready. Chung Hao asked Su-won to park the RV, and they went to the small kitchen at the back to enjoy it first. The atmosphere became comfortable and peaceful. Only after eating and drinking enough can we continue on our journey. As they were chatting and looking at the scenery outside the car window, a series of prompt sounds suddenly rang in their ears. Warning! Warning! Attention players worldwide. Novice protection period, 24 hours, remaining time, 29 minutes and 57 seconds. After the countdown ends, the protection mechanism becomes invalid. Rule changes. 1. The safety fog zone on both sides of the highway has been lifted. Monsters of all levels will actively sense and attack players who enter their area. Attack modes include but are not limited to ambush, pursuit, and group charge. 2. The first wave of survival days is about to begin. Monsters that actively attack players on the first day will be capped at level 30. The number, type, and abilities of monsters will be random, so be prepared. 3. The system will randomly open a temporary shelter where players can enter to avoid monster attacks. If a player stays in a shelter for more than 2 hours, the shelter will lose its protective effect. Only by constantly migrating and finding a new shelter can you achieve safety. The system's prompt sounded like thunder from the sky, suddenly exploding in every player's mind. The atmosphere in the car froze instantly. The original ease and happiness were like being poured over by a basin of ice water. The smile on Lin Nanyuan's face froze, and Lin Qingyan's pupils also shrank suddenly. Although we were mentally prepared, the cold countdown and words like active attack and cluster charge still brought a huge psychological impact. Su-won trembled all over, and the sense of security brought by the power she had just gained was instantly overwhelmed by huge fear. Cold sweat broke out on her palms as she gripped the steering wheel. Level 30, random number, group charge. Lin Qingyan murmured the key information, her voice trembling slightly. She looked at Chung Hao, her eyes filled with relief and fear. If Chung Hao hadn't insisted on hunting monsters, gaining experience points, and allowing them to level up, they are probably not even qualified to face the first wave now. Chung Hao's eyes became as sharp as a knife the moment he heard the prompt. But there was no panic. He quickly glanced at the frightened faces of several women and said calmly and forcefully, "Everyone calm down! Don't panic! Level 30 cap? Perfect!" Chung Hao smiled slightly, with strong confidence on his face. "This means that the strongest monster on the first day won't be higher than my current level. And we just finished upgrading, and it's fully loaded. Qingyan's precise sniping, Yuanyuan's shield, Sister Wan's unlimited stamina, and this fortress RV." As he spoke, he patted the solid car body beneath him, making a dull metallic echo. "It's the perfect mobile fortress and weapons platform. We don't need to hide in a shelter. We are on this road." Chung Hao's gaze swept across every face, finally stopping on the road ahead illuminated by car lights. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the three women. Help them dispel their fear and ignite their fighting spirit. Let those monsters who dare to show their heads see it. Who is the real hunter on this road? After hearing Chung Hao's words, Lin Qingyan and the other two girls in the car quickly adjusted their breathing. They were infected by Chung Hao's confidence and forgot their fear for a moment. "That's right. We've been through so much, we can't just think about hiding before we even start fighting. If we don't even dare to fight on the first day and instead think of seeking shelter, then the monsters that appear later will surely be stronger. Doesn't that mean we'll have to keep hiding? The more monsters you kill, the more experience points you gain. Brother Cheng is right. It's still uncertain who the prey will be." After analyzing the interests involved, the panic in the eyes of the three women faded away, replaced by a burning desire to fight. Countdown 5 minutes. Hearing the system's prompt, Chung Hao also began to deploy a battle plan. "Yuanyuan, cover the entire car with shields, focusing on protecting the windows and hood. Qingyan, you're responsible for long-range attacks. Prioritize eliminating fast-moving targets approaching the vehicle. Sister Wan, you are responsible for the vehicle's weapons system. Cooperate with Yuanyuan and Qingyan." While speaking, Chung Hao started to use his survival talent of omniscient exploration. His reaction force was like an invisible giant net, fully spread out. Go deep into the swirling fog area on both sides of the road, full of strange energy. The perception radius of 80 kilometers is like a huge early warning radar at this moment. He could see countless energy spots of various shapes deep in the fog. Hiss. Gurgle. Gurgle. A mixture of the growling, crawling, and flapping sounds of various monsters began to faintly come from the depths of the fog. From far to near, like a tide of death. Newbie protection period ends. Buzz! As the system's prompt sounded, the entire world seemed to be shattered in an instant, as if there was an invisible barrier. The great fog rolling on both sides of the road was suddenly torn apart as if by an invisible giant hand. "Here I come!" Chung Hao suddenly opened his eyes and shouted sternly. Boom! Like a flood breaking through a dam. Dozens of hideous monsters rushed out from the torn crack in the fog with shrill screams and foul-smelling winds. On the left, there are more than a dozen huge, saber-clawed hyenas, with sharp bone-bladed forelimbs. Like a great tide, it dug the ground with its limbs, kicked up dust, and rushed towards the side of the RV at an astonishing speed. In their scarlet eyes, there is only pure desire to kill. On the right, there was a dense sound of flapping wings in the sky. A black cloud composed of hundreds of fist-sized, poisoned locusts, covered with metal shells and with dark blue stingers flashing on their tails. Like a curtain of death, it enveloped the front windshield and skylight of the RV. Right in front of us, the ground suddenly rose up. 3 rock rammers, each the size of a small truck, covered in thick rock shells and with heads like battering rams, roared dully. Every time their heavy footsteps landed, the ground shook slightly. Just like a locomotive out of control, it crashed into the RV with overwhelming force. Different types of attacks come from 3 directions: fast, dense, and deadly. In an instant, the fortress RV was placed at the center of the storm of destruction. Chapter 55, Siege and Counterattack. Ah! So many monsters! They're all rushing towards the RV! Looking at the 3 waves of monsters rushing towards us from different directions, Lin Yuanyuan was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed. Although Lin Qingyan tried to remain calm, the joints of her fingers holding the desert eagle turned white from excessive force. Su Wan's breathing became even more rapid, and she felt a chill rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. The overwhelming swarm of monsters in front of her almost suffocated her, and her hands holding the steering wheel were shaking slightly. "Calm down! Don't panic!" Chung Hao's steady voice, like a stabilizing force, resounded in the carriage, instantly drowning out the monster's roar. His eyes, sharp as an eagle, swept across the groups of monsters attacking from 3 directions, and his omniscient exploration ability was activated. In an instant, he had a clear grasp of the levels and abilities of the 3 waves of monsters. Then, he analyzed Lin Qingyan and the other 3. Although there are quite a few monsters charging at us, and they're making a lot of noise, not every one of them is level 30. Don't be fooled by their appearance. First, those 15 claw hyenas on the left are all level 22. They are characterized by their fast movement speed, sharp claws, and the ability to quickly heal and regenerate themselves. But their weak point is the diamond-shaped crystal core at the end of their tailbone. If you break the crystal core, they'll be killed in one blow. Qingyan, these 15 sharp claw hyenas are now in your hands. And then there are those poisonous locusts flying overhead. Don't be fooled by their sheer numbers. They look like a black mass, tens of thousands of them. But in reality, over 99% of them are offspring split from their parent locusts. The mother locusts are those 20 slightly larger female locusts with golden wings. They're only level 20. Once you kill the golden female locusts, the locust swarm will collapse. Yuanyuan, you control the vehicle's weapon system. Use the shield's power to cover the vehicle body to increase the power of the attack. Use the machine gun to lock onto the golden matrix and destroy them. The only real troublemakers are the 3 rock blasters right in front of us. They're level 30. Leave them to me. Sister 1, just keep driving and keep the direction steady. Good. Although Chung Hao spoke quickly, he accurately pointed out the monster's level, characteristics, and fatal weaknesses. At the same time, corresponding tactical division of labor will be assigned to each person. It can be said to be well organized and with clear goals. The strong self-confidence and calm judgment emanating from him were like a warm current, instantly dispelling the ice in the hearts of the 3 women. Got it! Leave those clawed hyenas to me. Lin Qingyan took a deep breath and pointed the muzzle of the desert eagle at the hyenas rushing towards her from the left window. Her brain raced, calculating the shooting angles based on the weak spot Chung Hao had pointed out. The sprinting hyenas, with their sharp claws, seemed to be slowed down in her eyes. The faint but deadly crystal core light at the end of the tailbone is like a bull's eye in the dark. Lin Yuanyuan bit her lip hard, and the slight pain made her sober instantly. Gold, lock on the golden locust. She muttered something, her little hands sliding and clicking quickly on the control tablet. The machine gun on the roof made a buzzing sound. The muzzle rotates at high speed and makes fine adjustments, quickly scanning and identifying the dense swarm of locusts. Su Wan held the steering wheel steady with both hands, trying hard to control the RV and continue driving fast on the road. Although Chung Hao did not assign her the task of killing monsters, Su Wan understood. The task she shoulders is not easy at all. Because once the RV is hit by the monster outside, it may even overturn. At that time, the 4 of them would be exposed to those monsters without any protection. Then their situation would be really dangerous. Roar! Just as the 4 people in the car completed their division of labor and made corresponding preparations. On the left, the 15 hyenas with sharp claws have already pounced close. Their sharp claws flashed with a cold metallic gleam, raised high, aiming directly at the tires and door hinges. These monsters seemed to know the vehicle's weaknesses. Bang! 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 Almost at the moment when the hyena's sharp claws were about to touch the car body. A series of crisp gunshots suddenly rang out. Lin Qingyan pulled the trigger, and infinitely generated bullets tore through the air and shot with incredible precision at every sharp-clawed hyena that pounced on the car. There is only one goal. The diamond-shaped crystal core the size of a fingernail at the end of the coccyx. Puff! Crack! Ouch! The sound of bullets drilling into flesh and shattering crystal cores, along with the hyena's short, shrill howl before death, intertwined into one. The hyenas that pounced on the car were as if their bones had been pulled out in an instant. Their ferocious expressions froze, their sharp claws drooped limply, and their bodies were knocked over by the car body. It crashed heavily onto the road or rolled into the fog beside the road, splashing up a cloud of mud. Experience points increased by 220. Experience points increased by 220. When Lin Qingyan heard the system prompt, her eyes did not fluctuate at all. Because after she killed several approaching sharp-clawed hyenas, the other hyenas that had originally planned to rush forward immediately turned around and retreated into the foggy areas on both sides of the road. But Lin Qingyan could feel that they did not leave. Instead, he continued to follow the RV and ran in pursuit. Lin Qingyan knew that they were obviously waiting for the right opportunity to prepare for the next round of attack. Therefore, she did not dare to relax at all until all these hyena monsters were eliminated. At the same time, the machine gun on the roof also made a deafening sound of shooting. Bang, 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 bang! Dense artillery shells, like a roaring fire dragon, instantly rushed into the sky on the right, into the group of terrifying poisonous locusts. Lin Yuan stared at the screen, her face tense, concentrating on controlling the muzzle of the gun. Stare intently at those golden spots that are cunningly moving through the silver torrent. The shells exploded violently among the locust swarms. Balls of blazing fireballs and deadly shock waves raged. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Countless silver locust phantoms were instantly annihilated like bubbles in the explosion. A female locust with golden wings was vibrating its wings at high frequencies, trying to command the phantoms around it to protect itself. A 25mm machine gun shell whizzed towards us as if it had eyes. Bang! This female locust, along with the phantoms in a small area around it, was directly blown into a smelly paste. Experience points increased by 200. Bang, bang, bang! A few more shots, precise bursts of fire. Several other golden female locusts that tried to escape or hide were also ruthlessly smashed to pieces by the machine gun controlled by Lin Yuan. Experience points increased by 200. Experience points increased by 200. Without the support of the mother locust, the dense silver curtain in the sky dissipated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a punctured balloon. Just as the Lin sisters were firmly suppressing the threats from the left and the sky, Chung Hao's eyes were fixed on the front of the car. Chapter 56, Shadow Summoning Beast. There were only 3 rock armor rammers right in front of the car. But the level of each one has reached level 30. They were covered with thick rock armor, and neither the vehicle-mounted weapon system nor Lin Qingyan's unlimited bullets could break through their defense. At this moment, the 3 rock armor crashers, like 3 out-of-control heavy tanks, rushed to within 50 meters of the RV with a violent momentum to crush everything. Every time they took a heavy step, the road surface shook violently and gravel flew everywhere. Suwon bit her lips tightly, her hands were bulging with veins, and she held the steering wheel tightly to keep the RV moving in a straight line. She knew that any slight deviation could cause the RV to lose its center of gravity and overturn sideways. There's no way we can stop those 3 giant monsters from the car. We have to get out and take the initiative to fight them. Chung Hao thought for a moment, and then opened the passenger door. With a flash of his body, he came out and quickly closed the car door while landing steadily on the ground. At the same time, 5 distinct energy auras. The pale gold of the diamond body, the dark black of the Lord Summoning, the silver white of the Thunder Force, the pale blue of the Wind Blade, and the crimson of the Burning Flame. Suddenly it rose and intertwined on his body's surface. The powerful energy fluctuations, like a real hurricane, spread out with him as the center. The scattered locusts flying around were instantly bounced away. Seeing that the speed of the 3 rock armor crashers did not slow down at all, Chung Hao pressed his palm against the ground, and streams of black energy spread out, his shadow, as if alive, began to twist and deform. Roar! Accompanied by 3 roars. 3 huge, solid black monsters emerged from Chung Hao's shadow. One is shaped like a giant bear, with exposed fangs and covered in shadow scales. One resembled a giant python, but had bony wings and spewed a corrosive black mist from its mouth. The last one looked like a saber-toothed tiger magnified several times, with cold flames burning on its limbs. This is another form of summoning that Chung Hao obtained after developing the superpower of Lord Summoning to 60%. Shadow Summoned Beast. Before this, he could only use the power of the Lord to control the nearby monsters and turn them into his apostles. Now, he is able to transform his shadow into a real monster according to his needs. Based on Chung Hao's current player level and the degree of development of Lord Summoning. Currently, he can only transform the shadow into 3 level 28 Shadow Summoned Beasts, and the duration is maintained at 3 minutes. Of course, if you lower the level of the summoned beast, the number will increase and the time will be longer. However, when facing those 3 rock-armored crashers, quality is definitely more important than quantity. As soon as the 3 Shadow Summoned Beasts appeared under Chung Hao's control, they rushed towards the 3 rock-armored crashers. The shadow giant bear roared, opened its strong arms, and hugged the rock head of a crasher fiercely. The giant bone-winged python was like black lightning, wrapping around the thick stone legs of the other attacker. The phantom flame saber-toothed tiger leaped high, its claws burning with flames tearing through the air as it grabbed the back of the last attacker. Boom! 6 huge monsters collided violently. The deafening roar instantly drowned out all other sounds on the road. In the RV, not only Su Wan was stunned. Even the sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan were a little dazed for a moment. When did Chung Hao develop such a powerful and strange superpower? After trying hard to recall, they finally remembered. Chung Hao has indeed demonstrated the ability to summon and control other monsters. But he never used it again when hunting monsters. Unexpectedly, without realizing it, his superpowers had evolved and become so powerful. The shadow giant bear's arms tightly clamped the head of the attacker. The huge impact force caused its body made of shadows to fluctuate violently, and even tiny cracks appeared. But it succeeded in stopping the forward momentum of the impactor. The giant bone-winged python wrapped around the stone legs, and the corrosive black mist madly eroded the rock shell, making a sizzling sound. The sharp claws of the phantom flame saber-toothed tiger fiercely grasped the waist of the charger. The cold flames penetrated through the cracks in the rock armor, burning the flesh and blood inside, causing the third charger to roar in anger and pain. The violent momentum of the 3-headed rock armor crashers was forcibly blocked by the 3-headed shadow summoned beasts summoned by Chung Hao. Due to the level difference of 2 levels, the shadow body of the summoned beast continued to crack and dim under the brute force of the rock beast. But they successfully bought the most critical time for Chung Hao. Chung Hao shook his arms and thunder exploded in his eyes. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and the hard road surface cracked instantly. With the help of the recoil force, his body shot like a cannonball towards the 3 rock-armored crashers, whose speed suddenly decreased and even lost balance temporarily due to being entangled by the shadow-summoned beast. He was in midair, his fists clenched tightly. Above the left fist, the violent power of thunder gathered and compressed madly, making a heart-pounding, crackling thunder. Above the right fist is a highly condensed burning flame. The terrifying high temperature caused the air to distort violently. The space around the fist seemed to be burning. Thunderous! Burning fist! Break it for me! Chung Hao roared. The left and right fists, which condensed all the power of thunder and flames, smashed down like 2 huge hammers. The target was directly aimed at the 3 crashers, and the relatively fragile neck-shoulder connection exposed due to being entangled by the shadow-summoned beasts. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shattering explosions occurred almost simultaneously. The blinding lightning and scorching flames instantly engulfed the 2 rock-armored crashers that were rushing in the front. The power of thunder directly shattered the thick rock shell and penetrated into the flesh and bones underneath. The terrifying high temperature emitted by the burning flame instantly melted the broken rocks into boiling magma, and ignited the muscle tissue inside the impactor. Moo! The two attackers who were hit let out shrill howls of pain. The rocky shell that was struck by lightning was cracked and charred over a large area. Electric snakes were running around inside, and flesh and blood were burnt. The part hit by the burning flames directly melted into a huge hole. The smell of burnt meat and barbecue filled the air instantly. Their huge bodies could no longer maintain balance. Like two mountains whose foundations were blown up, they collapsed to the sides with huge inertia. After a few twitches, he was completely dead. Experience points increased by 600. There's only one left! After quickly killing the two rock-armored attackers, Chung Hao fell to the ground, but his hands did not stop moving at all. The superpower of Wind Blade Slash is activated instantly. Several pale blue wind blades visible to the naked eye, like high-speed rotating circular saws, made a sharp scream. He slashed accurately at the last rock-armored crashers that were fighting with the phantom saber-toothed tiger. Chapter 57: The Cruelty of the World. Sizzle. Several light blue wind blades, like the god of death's razor, accurately cut into the neck of the last rock-armor crashers. That was a relatively weak point in defense, and it was also the location where the shadow-summoned beast had repeatedly attacked and created tiny cracks. The wind blade rotated at high speed, making a sharp scream and carrying unparalleled cutting power. Puff! 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 The hard rock shell was instantly cut into several gaps so deep that the bones could be seen. Dark red blood spurted out like a high-pressure water gun. Moo! The severe pain made the already frenzied beast go completely crazy. It shook its head violently, trying to throw away the phantom flame saber-toothed tiger that was biting its lower back. But its huge body twitched and staggered violently due to severe pain and rage. The blood gushing from its neck and shoulders dyed most of its body, and the road beneath its feet red. Chung Hao's eyes were cold, without any pause. At the moment when the wind blade cut in and caused huge trauma, the wind element flowed under his feet and his body approached like a ghost. Above the right fist, the burning flames rose again. The flames were compressed to the extreme, and all the destructive power was concentrated at one point on the fist. It's over! Flame fist! A punch was thrown. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a heart-pounding, sizzling sound that suddenly rang out, as if rocks and bones were instantly melted and carbonized. The organs inside the rock armor crashers were shattered by the power of fire. Its movements suddenly froze. The light in those eyes, which were filled with rage, quickly dimmed. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, as if all its support was taken away. Dark red flames gushed out from the huge wounds on its mouth, nose, and neck. The air was filled with the strong, pungent smell of burning and melting rocks. Experience points increased by 300. With the death of the last rock-armored crashers, the huge shadow and oppressive feeling that shrouded the front of the fortress RV dissipated instantly. Chung Hao fell to the ground, breathing slightly. The continuous bursts of high-intensity superpowers, especially the final condensed and compressed burning attack, consumed a lot of his energy. The five-colored halo interwoven on the body's surface was noticeably dimmer. But his back remained straight, and his eyes scanned the surroundings sharply. Inside the RV, Su-won let out a long breath. Looking outside the car, at the figure standing next to the three huge charred corpses, my heart was filled with an indescribable sense of security and shock. When the car passed by him, Chung Hao flashed and returned to the car. Turning his head, he said to Lin Qingyan and Lin Nuanyuan behind him, "Qingyan, Nuanyuan, take care of the remaining tails." "Yeah, I understand." After the biggest threat was eliminated, Lin Qingyan felt relieved and the pressure was relieved a lot. Those sharp-clawed hyenas that loom on the edge of the fog, waiting for their chance. At this moment, in her eyes, he was no longer a threat, but a moving experience pack. Pushed the survival talent of shooting to the extreme. The desert eagle in her hand once again let out a crisp and deadly roar. Bang! 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 One hyena after another died while howling, turning into experience points. Lin Nuanyuan also turned her attention back to the sky. Although most of the locust mothers have been destroyed, there are still a few that have escaped and are circling above the fog, trying to split the phantom again. She operated the machine gun like the calmest hunter, patiently locking and firing. Bang! Bang! The last few golden female locusts were reduced to dust in the explosion, and the sky completely returned to its gray and dead silence. Experience points increased by 220. Experience points increased by 200. With the last few system prompt sounds, this sudden monster siege was finally completely broken. The fortress RV, reeking of gunpowder, drove steadily on the deserted road. Inside the carriage, there was a sense of relaxation after surviving a disaster and the excitement brought by victory. "Huh, I finally made it!" Lin Yuan slumped in her seat, her little face still flushed with excitement. "But my body feels a little weak." While operating the machine gun, she also had to maintain shield coverage, which took a lot of mental strain on her. Taking out a bottle of milk from the system space, Lin Yuan tilted her head back and started drinking it, gulp gurgle, to replenish her energy. Lin Qingyan also put down the gun and rubbed her sore wrist. Suwan was driving the car attentively, feeling the endless power brought by the unlimited energy and physical strength in her body, and her heart was filled with peace of mind. For the first time, she felt it so clearly. I am also an indispensable member of this powerful team. After the battle just now, they gained a total of 8,200 experience points. After a little thought, Chung Hao proposed a distribution plan. "I'll take 40%, and you three will each take 20%. What do you think?" "No problem," Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuan replied in unison. Although on the surface, Chung Hao only killed 3 rock armor crashers, and only gained a total of 900 experience points. However, if Chung Hao had not analyzed the monster's weaknesses for them in advance, and given them a specific combat plan, they would not have been able to clear out the hyenas and locusts so efficiently. Suwan waved her hands quickly. I just drive a car, 20% is too much." Chung Hao corrected him. "Everyone is indispensable in teamwork. If it weren't for you, Sister Wan, who kept the RV steadily on the road, we wouldn't have had it so easy." "Yes, Sister Wan, please don't say such strange things in the future." Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuan also tried to persuade them. As the 3 people redistributed the experience points, they transferred them. Suwan looked at the numbers jumping on the panel, 1640 points. This is much more experience than the total she gained before by carefully killing sporadic monsters. A warm feeling surged in her heart, and she nodded vigorously, her eyes full of determination. "Thank you. I will definitely work hard to become stronger and not hold you back." Suwan, favorability increased by 5%, 95%. The RV continued to drive on the road. Lin Yuan looked out the window at the foggy areas on both sides of the road that had become calm again, and asked uncertainly, "Are we safe? Is there only one wave of attacks every day? If we successfully resist, will there be no new monsters attacking?" This question is also in the minds of Lin Qingyan and Suwan. The intensity of the previous wave of attacks was extremely high. If they were not so strong and coordinated, the consequences would have been disastrous. But if that level of attack continues, even if they are not killed by monsters, they will be exhausted to death. "Open the regional chat channel and take a look." Chung Hao did not answer directly. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said. He also had questions in his mind, but because the system did not give a clear answer, he could only look for clues and analyze it himself. As several people opened the system and entered the chat channel, their expressions became somewhat ugly. The bright red number that originally showed the number of online users as 10,000 now suddenly changed to 2917/10,000. Less than 3,000 people. This means that within just a few tens of minutes after the protection period ends, there are more than 7,000 players in this area who have died or completely lost contact. Cold numbers illustrate the cruelty of this world better than any words. Chapter 58 Intelligence Information. Although the number of people has been reduced by more than half, the chat channel is still constantly refreshing with messages. Number 9528, help! My truck is surrounded by monsters. They're about to flip it over. Anyone near my coordinates? Come and help me. Broken winged bird, it's over. It's all over. There are 5 of us on our team, and now I'm the only one left. My captain was trampled into a pulp while trying to distract that bone-spurred monster. I don't think I'll be around much longer, so this should be my last message. Spade King, ha ha ha. Awesome. This is fucking awesome. I survived. I even took down over a dozen acid-spewing lizards. My experience points are skyrocketing. Is there anyone else around who can fight? Come team up with me. Let's fight our way out and grab the resources together. Shoo Bewley, damn. These are bullshit shelter rules. I finally found a warehouse with a flashing blue light and crawled in. Just as I was catching my breath, a 2-hour countdown popped up above my head. Outside, all I could hear were monsters roaring and banging on doors. If I leave in 2 hours, I'm going to die. Iron Hand Achyang, YD area, shelter number 3. A healing talent is in urgent need of a master. My brother's lung has been pierced by a stinger, and he's dying. Does anyone have healing potions or abilities? Cure my brother, and I'll reward him handsomely. Lin Foam, don't believe the rescue coordinates. They're all traps. They're fake. Our team went to rescue them, and as soon as we approached the coordinates, we were ambushed by a bunch of bastards using homemade Molotov cocktails and crossbows. They stole our vehicle and ran off. Human hearts are more vicious than monsters. Shue 2, haha, a bunch of losers. You couldn't even withstand the first wave of attack, you deserve to be eliminated. In this world, the strong prey on the weak, it's just the way it is. I'm right here on the main XC road, with 3 monster heads strapped to the roof of my car as trophies. If anyone's dissatisfied, or looking for death, come and fight me. Chung Hao quickly flipped through the chat messages, his fingers sliding quickly on the virtual interface, as if looking for something. Suddenly he stopped and locked onto a name called the Lone Eagle in the Desert. This was an acquaintance, with whom he had previously traded fresh water using upgrade materials. Chung Hao sent a short private message. Brother, what's up? A moment later, the other party replied. Big boss. Hee hee, I knew you'd be fine. I'm fine here. I got super lucky last night, and opened an A-level superpower treasure chest. I can use the raw materials I found to transform it into a mecha war beast. I just experienced a swarm of insects, and a siege by 2 armored rhinos, and my mecha war beast took care of them all. But boss, do you have any more water? Can you send me another box? As usual, just list the upgrade materials you need. I don't have anything else, but I guarantee you'll have enough for the upgrades. After reading his message, Chung Hao thought that he really needed to strengthen the RV's defenses and build new weapons. In addition, Lin Qingyan's Desert Eagle can no longer meet her strength needs. So, after finding a few drawings in the system, I sent over the list of required upgrade materials. After a while, the Desert Lone Eagle transferred piles of upgrading materials to Chung Hao's system space. Chung Hao gave him a box of 24 bottles of mineral water. Desert Lone Eagle, got the water. Thanks, sir. This damn place has waves of monsters coming non-stop. I need to prepare for battle. Also, sir, looking at your coordinates, it seems you're in the same area as that guy named Blood Slaughter in the chat channel. He's no pushover, so be careful if you run into him. After Desert Lone Eagle sent a message, the profile picture went dark, obviously concentrating on dealing with the crisis at hand. Blood Slaughter? After seeing the message from the Lone Eagle in the Desert, Chung Hao subconsciously found the avatar of Shue 2. After clicking on it, he found that he was indeed in the same area as him. However, according to the prompt of the Omniscient Exploration ability, Shue 2 is now at least more than 100 kilometers away from him, and the probability of encountering it is extremely low. Even if he really encounters it later, Chung Hao will not be afraid at all. After looking at the messages in the chat channel for a while, Chung Hao logged out. At the same time, he waved to the 3 women. They then exited the chat group, and several pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Chung Hao in unison. Chung Hao thought for a moment, then presented the key information he had obtained from the chat channel and the Desert Lone Eagle in detail. First, judging by what others have encountered, monster attacks definitely don't stop in just one wave. My guess is that monster attacks are completely random. If you're lucky, you might not encounter a monster attack all day. If you're unlucky, one wave might just end and another one will arrive. So far, the highest level monsters we've encountered are around level 30. So there's no need to worry about monsters far stronger than us suddenly appearing. Secondly, regarding the temporary shelter, it's a ray of hope given to players by the system, but it's definitely not a way out. It can only last for a maximum of 2 hours, and during that time, monsters may even gather around it. If the monsters haven't evacuated once the time limit is up, it's truly over. Third, in this world, deadly threats aren't just monsters, they also include other players. We've experienced this before. So, no matter what, we must remain vigilant against others. Chung Hao's analysis was like a cold hammer, shattering the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of Lin Qingyan and the other two girls. In fact, after reading the chat content of the channel, they have already prepared themselves mentally. Obviously, the monster attack will not end in one wave. After a while, Lin Qingyan spoke first. Instead of praying that monsters don't come, we might as well keep improving our own strength. As long as we continue to grow stronger and remain stronger than the attacking monsters, there's no need to worry. Seeing Lin Qingyan's awareness, Chung Hao nodded in appreciation and said, Qingyan is right. So, improving your own strength is the key. My plan is, instead of just sitting here and waiting, we should take the initiative to hunt monsters like before. The more experience points we gain, the stronger we become. Just like Qingyan said, as long as our player level is always ahead of the monster level assigned by the system, there's no need to worry anymore. After hearing this, Lin Ranyuan waved her fist and said seriously, We must become stronger, tougher, more ruthless. Su Wan also nodded vigorously. Yes, I agree. To be on the safe side, let's reinforce our fortress RV before we set off. I've already retrieved the blueprints. All we need to do is contribute 500 experience points each. Also, Qingyan, it's time for you to forge a new weapon. A desert eagle alone isn't enough to deal with more powerful monsters. Chapter 59 Seraph, Laser Cannon. Hearing Chung Hao mention his weapon, Lin Qingyan immediately agreed. Well, I was thinking of making a weapon too. In that case, let's get started now while there are no monsters attacking. As he spoke, Chung Hao called up the system interface and quickly operated his fingers on the virtual light screen. A complex mechanical structure diagram was projected onto the car window glass. Lin Qingyan and the other two transferred their 500 experience points to Chung Hao. Chung Hao tapped the screen with his finger, and the experience points and the large amount of upgrade materials he had previously obtained were consumed together. With a hum sound, the entire RV was immediately enveloped by a ball of warm white energy. The core control center inside the fortress RV emitted a low roar. Countless silver energies like liquid metal merged into the car body. Whether it is the car window glass, body, doors, or tires, they have all been greatly strengthened. The originally rugged car body was quickly covered with a new layer of silver-gray armor with a cold metallic luster. At the same time, a huge mechanical sound came from the roof. The original machine gun turret was wrapped in a ball of energy. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a larger and more technologically advanced pedestal. A slender laser cannon with a prismatic barrel, named Seraph, occupies the center of the base. This, Seraph, laser cannon alone requires 1,500 experience points. It is also the top priority of Chung Hao's upgrade this time. The entire upgrade process lasted about 10 minutes. When the white light faded, the fortress RV looked brand new. The body lines are tougher and smoother. The new silver-gray armor exudes a sense of indestructible power. The car windows are crystal clear, giving people an incomparable sense of security. The dark blue laser cannon on the roof exudes a heart-pounding aura of destruction. Wow! So cool! Lin Ranyuan stood in front of the car, looking at the drastically changed body of the car, her face flushed with excitement. It feels like I've replaced it with a super tank. Especially the laser cannon on the roof. It's even cooler than the ones in science fiction movies. Chung Hao nodded with satisfaction and introduced the three women. This Seraph laser cannon doesn't just look cool. Its power is astonishing. A single shot can pierce the armor of a level 30 monster. It only costs 200 experience points to charge it daily, and the laser beam can fire endlessly. It's quite a bargain! After saying that, he turned his gaze to Lin Qingyan. Qin Yan, what kind of weapon are you going to make? I've already chosen it, look! Lin Qingyan's eyes flashed with excitement. With a flick of her finger, a weapon blueprint appeared on her system interface. It was a heavy sniper rifle with a ferocious shape and violent aesthetics, called Barrett Armor Breaker. After reading the relevant introduction, Chung Hao nodded in agreement. Well, this gun is really good. Combined with your unlimited bullets and marksmanship talents, it can elevate your lethality to a new level. Paired with the Desert Eagle, it's effective both at long range and near range. I'll pass on the necessary ingredients to you right now. Good. Lin Qingyan nodded excitedly. After obtaining the upgrade materials, she immediately consumed her experience points and began to forge weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Wrapped in a ball of white light, the sounds of metal colliding and components assembling rang out densely. Each component seems to be given life and is put together accurately and quickly. The whole process lasted about 5 minutes. Buzz. When the last sound came, a low and penetrating metallic vibration sounded. A Barrett, with a dark black body, a long and ferocious barrel, lines full of violent aesthetics, and gray-white energy lines faintly flowing on the gun body. It was floating in front of Lin Qingyan. She stretched out her hand, and the cold metal touch and powerful energy fluctuations made her unable to let go. It's really awesome! Lin Qingyan felt the new gun, and the sense of harmony it had with her blood, and her eyes lit up with astonishment. She lifted the heavy Barrett steadily. Looking through the high-tech energy sight into the distant fog, a powerful feeling of control over life and death arises spontaneously. She neatly put the Desert Eagle back into its thigh holster as a close combat weapon. The Fortress RV completed its upgrade and evolution, and Lin Qingyan's combat power also received a key improvement. In this way, the sense of crisis that had previously shrouded the hearts of several people disappeared. Instead, there is a desire for greater power. Especially Lin Qingyan, she couldn't even wait and wanted to use her Barrett to kill the monsters. In this case, Chung Hao did not delay and said to Su Wan, Sister Wan, keep going. Qingyan, Nuanyuan, stay alert. Our hunting ground is right along this road. Yes. The 3 women responded in unison. The voice was full of strength and confidence. Su Wan lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the upgraded Fortress RV was like a prehistoric beast wearing new armor. He let out a low and powerful roar and moved forward quickly along the deserted road. About 10 minutes later, Chung Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly said, There's an energy reaction at 4 o'clock in the right front. There's a level 30 armored rhino with strong defense and fast movement speed. The weak point is the eyes, but they are well protected. The eyes are surrounded by armor. Qingyan, Nuanyuan, I leave it to you. Nuanyuan, you control the Seraph laser cannon and test its power. Qingyan, just use your Barrett. You each only have 1 chance to shoot. If you miss, the rhino will become furious, and I will have to take over. Understood. The 2 sisters agreed at the same time, their eyes shining with excitement. Lin Nuanyuan rubbed her hands excitedly, and immediately controlled the laser cannon on the roof. The scarlet optical sight instantly locks onto the target. As Lin Nuanyuan clicked on the screen, the dark blue muzzle began to condense heart-pounding high temperature and energy. Buzz. Charging takes only 0.5 seconds. A dazzling blue beam of light broke through the air and instantly tore through the foggy area on one side of the road. Moo! A roar of pain and anger was heard. When the light faded, only a huge armored rhinoceros was seen, with a basin-sized penetrating wound on its thick shoulder armor. The area around the wound was charred black and smoking. Although it was not killed directly, the rhino was obviously seriously injured and its movements became staggering. Bang! Almost the next second after the laser hit, a dull gunshot like thunder exploded. It's Lin Qingyan's Barrett. Through the scope, she accurately captured the armored rhinoceros's eyes, which opened briefly due to severe pain. Puff! The bullet is hitting the brain. The huge body of the armored rhinoceros suddenly stiffened, and then it collapsed with a loud bang as if its spine was pulled out. Experience points increased by 300. Yeah! Lin Nuanyuan cheered. The power of the new weapon far exceeds expectations. After all, before this, with the power of that machine gun, it was impossible to penetrate the defense of a level 30 monster. But now, the two sisters have accomplished killing the enemy above their level. This makes them feel more excited than gaining 300 experience points. Suwon looked at this clean and neat long-range kill, and felt the strong sense of security brought by the upgrade of the Fortress RV, and a smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of her mouth. After killing the lone armored rhinoceros, the RV continued to move forward. After driving about 10 kilometers, Chung Hao, who had been calm, suddenly became serious. He sat up straight suddenly and said to the three women on his body, "Get ready, the second wave of monster attacks is coming!" Chapter 60, Mantis Slasher. Chung Hao's warning was like a blast of cold water, instantly dispelling the somewhat relaxed atmosphere in the carriage caused by the easy killing of the armored rhinoceros just now. The expressions of the three women tensed instantly. With the ability of omniscient exploration, Chung Hao sorted out the information he had obtained and said, "The monster we are about to face is called the Mantis Slasher. Number 20. Level 30. They resemble humanoid mantises, standing approximately 3 meters tall, with their arms transformed into two massive bone blades. They move at breakneck speed, possess incredible explosive power, and their attacks carry a high-frequency oscillating cutting effect. Their shells are strong for defense, but their joints are relatively weak." Then, he began to divide the work and arrange the tactics. "Sister Wan, keep going fast and drive straight. No matter what happens, don't stop the car. This is the only way to prevent the RV from being knocked over by those monsters. Don't worry, I won't make any mistakes." Suwon nodded heavily. "Nuanyuan, you have to release the shield to protect the car. At the same time, control the Seraph laser cannon and attack." "Clear!" Lin Nuanyuan responded crisply, and on the control panel, the muzzle of the Seraph began to adjust slightly. Finally, Chung Hao looked at Lin Qingyan. "Qingyan, your targets are those mantises that are trying to accumulate strength from a distance or preparing to launch long-range sword attacks. You must interrupt their energy accumulation. Also, be careful to finish off targets severely injured by Seraph. Remember, their weak points are their joints." "Understood." Lin Qingyan's voice was as calm as ice. She placed the Barrett at the shooting port of the car window, with the cold metal body of the gun pressed against her cheek. Her breathing became long and steady. The whole person immediately enters a state of absolute concentration. "As for those mantises rushing in the front, leave them to me." A cold light flashed in Chung Hao's eyes, and before he finished speaking, his figure shot out of the car like a cannonball. The moment the car door closed, 5 completely different energy halos exploded. Hiss! At the same time, the harsh chirping of insects tore through the air. The first wave of 3 mantis slashers emerged from the fog like ghosts. They brandished 2 huge bone blades on their forelimbs, carrying high-frequency shock waves, and slashed towards Chung Hao fiercely. "Lord summons, shadow summon beast!" Chung Hao pressed his palm hard on the ground, his shadow squirmed, and 3 giant shadow summoned beasts appeared in front of him. "Roar!" The giant shadow bear roared, and stretched out its 2 broad paws to grab forward, directly colliding with the 2 huge bone blades that were slashing at it. The harsh sound of metal friction and the sound of energy explosion rang out one after another. The giant bear's shadow arms were cut with deep cracks. But its huge body withstood the impact and forced the mantis slasher to retreat. The giant bone-wing python, like black lightning, coiled around the lower body of the other mantis slasher. Corrosive black mist gushed out, trying to corrode its joints. The phantom flame saber-toothed tiger leaped high, and with its sharp claws burning with cold flames, it grabbed the head of the last mantis. Upon seeing this, the mantis slasher immediately swung the bone blade of his forelimbs and blocked it at incredible speed. The phantom flame collided with the bone blade, sparks flying. Almost at the same moment when Chung Hao summoned the shadow beast to engage the enemy, the Seraph laser cannon on the roof emitted a deafening scream. Boom! A dazzling blue beam of light tore through the air and hit another mantis slasher with incredible precision. The mantis slasher was rushing out from the fog on the side at high speed and trying to chop the RV tire with its sword. The mantis slasher was blown away by the huge energy and crashed into the deep fog on the side of the road. A huge hole was created in its body by the laser cannon, and a large amount of green juice flowed out. However, as its wings continued to flutter, the injuries on its body seemed to be recovering. Bang! But at this moment, Lin Qingyan's Barrett made a slight sound of breaking through the air. A specially made armor-piercing bullet accurately penetrated the head of the mantis slasher, which was obviously accumulating some kind of self-healing energy. Puff! The green juice mixed with the shell fragments and exploded. The mantis slasher's accumulated power was interrupted, and his body suddenly leaned back and fell heavily to the ground. Experience points increased by 300. With the assistance of the two sisters, Chung Hao didn't have to be distracted to deal with the mantis slashers who were preparing for a sneak attack. He rushed into the front battlefield like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Die! His left fist was wrapped with extremely compressed thunder, like a silver dragon emerging from a cave, fiercely slamming into a mantis slasher that was shaken back by the shadow giant bear and was unstable. The violent power of thunder continues to surge. The entire body of the mantis slasher was paralyzed and stiffened by the electric shock. Seeing this, Chung Hao swung his right arm heavily. Wind sickle dance! Several light blue high-speed wind blades, like the scythe of the god of death, instantly cut through the exposed neck joints of the mantis in its paralyzed state. Sizzle! Green juice splashes. The mantis's head, along with half of its chest, was cut off cleanly by the wind blade. The huge headless corpse fell to the ground with a loud bang. Experience points increased by 300. The battle entered a fierce stage in a flash. Mantis slasher displayed amazing fighting instincts and coordination. They no longer charged blindly, but used high speed to shuttle through the fog, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. As the bone blade was swung, visible high-frequency oscillating blade energy separated from the blade, like an invisible shock wave, fiercely slashing towards the RV and Chung Hao. Bang, bang, bang! Several shocking blade energies slashed fiercely at the shield maintained by Lin Nuanyuan. The golden light shield fluctuated violently, making a sharp buzzing sound, and the light obviously dimmed for a moment. Lin Nuanyuan groaned, her face turning pale, but she gritted her teeth and persevered, and the golden light of the shield stabilized again. At the same time, the Seraph released the laser cannon again. Then, another mantis slasher that tried to pounce from the blind spot on the roof was knocked down from midair. Wait until it is ready to use its power and ready to heal the body. Lin Qingyan's Barrett fired bullets accurately. Every time a gunshot is heard, a mantis slasher who is trying to accumulate power will be shot in the head, or have his joints broken. In this way, no matter how well the mantis slashers cooperated, they would still be unable to launch an attack on the RV body. On the ground, Chung Hao was dancing on the edge of a knife. His figure was as fast as a ghost, and with the blessing of the wind element, he dodged the deadly bone blade. Thunderous! Dodged the attack and moved to the side. He aimed at the mantis slasher and smashed his violent thunder fist into the junction of its chest and abdomen, directly blasting a large charred hole. Experience points increased by 300. The three-headed shadow summoned beast's body continued to crack and dim under the siege of the mantis group. One of the shadow giant bear's arms was cut off, a section of the bone-winged python's tail was cut off, and the phantom flame saber-toothed tiger's body was covered with deep knife marks. But under Chung Hao's control, they still entangled their opponents tightly, creating opportunities for Chung Hao to kill. The battle is fierce and brutal. The number of mantis slashers is decreasing rapidly, but the attacks of the remaining individuals are becoming even more crazy. Suddenly, a mantis slasher, which was obviously larger than the other mantises and had a dark golden shell, let out a sharp hiss. It gave up attacking the summoned beast, dragging the huge bone blade behind it and crouching low. The muscles in its hind legs bulged, transforming into a dark golden stream of light, and it rushed straight towards Chung Hao at a speed far exceeding its previous speed. Chapter 61. Change of Mindset. Careful! Seeing the golden mantis slasher pounce on Chung Hao fiercely, the three women in the car screamed at the same time, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats. The speed of the dark gold mantis slasher was as fast as a ghost, obviously different from the others. The dark red energy condensed on the bone blade exuded a heart-pounding aura of destruction, rushing straight to Chung Hao's back. Chung Hao had just severely damaged another mantis slasher with the burning flame, and seemed to have not recovered yet. The cross-bone blades were about to hit Chung Hao. Suddenly, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Chung Hao's mouth. "I'm waiting for you." He had noticed this dark gold mantis slasher a long time ago, although the strength level is the same as other mantis slashers. But whether in size, speed, or strength, it is several levels stronger than other mantis slashers. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan joined forces and launched several attacks, but failed to kill it. At this moment, it aimed its attack at itself. Just when the bone blade was about to hit his body. The power of thunder, flash! A dazzling silver-white lightning suddenly erupted from under Chung Hao's feet. Chung Hao's figure seemed to teleport, leaving a blurry afterimage with an electric arc on the spot. The real body has appeared 5 meters behind the right side of the dark gold mantis slasher. The dark gold mantis slasher made a determined attack and slashed fiercely on the afterimage of lightning left by Chung Hao. The violent energy tore the afterimage into pieces, and the aftermath plowed 2 deep grooves on the ground. A hint of surprise flashed across its huge compound eyes. Apparently it was unexpected. The target could disappear so strangely. At this moment of surprise, Chung Hao's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and his hands quickly crossed and formed seals in front of his chest. The wind element in the left palm gathered and rotated at high speed, making a piercing scream. The burning flame in the right palm rose and compressed, and the blazing white high temperature distorted the air. Wind, flame, sky-splitting slash! He pushed his palms forward suddenly. Several high-speed rotating light blue wind blades were instantly injected with highly compressed burning flames. The wind blade was no longer a simple cutter, but turned into a spiral fire drill wrapped in white flames and rotating at high speed inside. The target was directly aimed at the pair of transparent insect wings vibrating at high speed behind the dark gold mantis. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The flame drill pierced into the root of the insect's wings with incredible precision. The harsh sound of drilling, the sound of shells crackling, and the sound of burning flames mixed together. Green juice and burning insect wings splashed everywhere. In just 1 second, the pair of insect wings that were strong enough to support its super high-speed movement were turned into burning fragments and charred residue under the violent ravages of wind and fire. Having lost its wings, the dark gold mantis slasher was like a bird with broken wings, and its sprinting momentum came to an abrupt halt. Due to inertia, its huge body fell heavily to the ground, splashing a lot of dust. The intense pain and loss of balance caused it to fall into a brief confusion. The dark golden shell undulated violently, making an angry and painful hiss. Now! Fire! Inside the car, Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan were already ready to go. Seraph, fire! Lin Nanyuan's face flushed with excitement. Her eyes were extremely determined, and she controlled the laser cannon to emit a beam of light. Bang! Lin Qingyan's Barrett fired bullets at the same time. She was aiming at the relatively fragile connection between the compound eyes of the dark gold mantis slasher, which was exposed due to severe pain. A blue laser beam and a special armor-piercing bullet with gray-white spiral patterns hit the target at the same time, almost without any particular order. Boom! The blinding blue light and exploding flames instantly devoured the dark gold mantis slasher's head and upper body. No struggle, no screaming. When the light faded, only a huge scorched crater remained. The head and upper body of the dark gold mantis slasher completely disappeared. Only the charred and broken lower half of the body remained, still twitching slightly and emitting smoke. Experience points increased by 300. The leader's sudden death became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the mantis monster group. The remaining few mantis slashers screamed in fear and instantly lost their will to fight. They flapped their wings and prepared to escape. But how could Chung Hao let these experience points slip away? He asked Suwan to increase the speed of the RV to the maximum and chase after the mantis slashers without letting up. At the same time, he asked Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan to aim at the wings of the mantis slasher and snipe. He himself has pushed the 2 superpowers of wind and thunder to the extreme. Once he finds a flaw in a mantis slasher, he will deliver a fatal blow without hesitation. Soon, the last mantis slasher was blown to pieces. The road suddenly became quiet. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell and the strong odor of insect body fluids. Chung Hao stood there, breathing slightly. The continuous high-intensity battles had indeed taken a heavy toll on him. The fortress RV slowly came to a stop. The car door opened. Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan rushed out first, followed closely by Su Wan. Chung Hao! How are you? Lin Qingyan rushed forward and looked at the traces of battle on Chung Hao's body, her eyes full of concern and fear. The sudden attack by the mantis leader just now was too thrilling. It's okay, it's just a bit consuming. Chung Hao waved his hand, and just as he finished speaking, Lin Nanyuan released a healing shield that wrapped around his body. A warm current flows through the body. Chung Hao felt that his mental and physical strength were recovering rapidly. After a moment, his fatigue disappeared without a trace. The whole person's condition has reached its peak again. This made Chung Hao sigh. It's so comfortable to have a wet nurse around. After resting for a while, several people returned to the car. Chung Hao will redistribute the experience points he has gained. 20 level 30 mantis slashers, with a total of 6,000 experience points. He got 3,000 points, and the other 3 women got 1,000 points each. The 3 women all agreed with Chung Hao's distribution method. Not to mention Chung Hao alone, he had already killed more than half of the mantis slashers and should have gained so many experience points. To take a step back, if the distribution is based purely on egalitarianism, this will only result in all 4 members of their team being mediocre and lacking an absolute main force. The previous battles have proved that having Chung Hao as the absolute backbone is the key for their 4-person team to always defeat monsters. According to the rules of player level advancement, to advance from level 20 to level 30, 1,000 experience points are required for each level increase. From level 30 to level 40, each level up requires 3,000 experience points. Therefore, Lin Qingyan, Lin Nanyuan, and Su Wan each consumed 2,000 experience points. Raised their respective levels by 2 levels. Sisters Lin Qingyan reached level 26, and Su Wan reached level 22. As for Chung Hao, after consuming 6,000 experience points, he upgraded himself to level 32. They recharged all the remaining scattered experience points into the system of the Fortress RV. After all, the operation of the entire RV, whether it is power, water, electricity, gas, or onboard weapons systems, all require experience points to maintain operation. As the experience points were consumed, the strength of the 4 people was further improved. This makes them look forward to the upcoming journey even more. Lin Nanyuan no longer had any of her previous worries. Instead, she looked out the window with a relaxed expression. A level 30 monster isn't that strong. I'm starting to hope there will be more of them. That way, we can all level up faster. Chapter 62 New Copy. Hearing Lin Nanyuan's words, which were a little proud and a bit heartless, a few bursts of laughter suddenly rang out in the carriage. Lin Qingyan rubbed her sister's head unhappily. Girl, if those people in the chat channel who are being chased by monsters with nowhere to go but up to heaven or down to earth heard this, they would probably drown you with spit. After hearing this, Su Wan couldn't help but complain. Nanyuan's words are really too versatile. She looked out the car window at the rolling gray fog outside that seemed to have no end, and couldn't help muttering. Just yesterday, I was huddled in that beat-up truck, afraid to even breathe loudly for fear of attracting monsters. Thinking of this, she looked at the calm and steady figure in the passenger seat. Looking through the rearview mirror at the vibrant Lin sisters, his eyes were filled with indescribable joy and gratitude. Just because of Chung Hao's decision, I can sit here, driving a sci-fi fortress RV, and even start looking forward to monsters giving me experience. This feeling is so unreal. Chung Hao replied with a smile. Strength is the only way to succeed. What Nanyuan said is true in a sense. If we want to become stronger, we must kill more monsters. If the monsters don't come to us, we'll go find them. However, reality seemed to play a joke on them. The Fortress RV was on the road for nearly 3 hours. The fog on both sides of the road continued to roll, and the desolate scenery remained unchanged. As expected, the monsters that followed one after another actually disappeared. Not to mention hordes of monsters, there wasn't even a trace of a lone zombie or low-level monster. There was dead silence on both sides of the road, with only the roar of engines and the sound of tires rolling on the road echoing. Lin Yuanyuan's initial excitement and anticipation gradually turned into boredom. Little by little, the little head began to doze off. Lin Qingyan also put down the barrette, leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest. Suwan was driving attentively, but there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Chung Hao frowned slightly. This abnormal calmness actually made him feel a little alert. He continued to activate his omniscient exploration ability. His powerful perception, like invisible radar waves, repeatedly scanned the foggy areas on both sides of the road. No. Nothing. There was no energy reaction from monsters, no foul smell from zombies, and not even an energy light spot representing a resource chest. This area seemed to be completely cleared. It became a pure, dead and deserted area. Strange, it's so quiet. Chung Hao muttered to himself. This feeling of emptiness is even more depressing than facing a group of monsters. Just when Chung Hao was feeling bored and even a little irritated. Within the range of his omniscient exploration, perception, an extremely abrupt and unnatural energy gathering point suddenly appeared. That energy point was not the violent aura of a monster, nor was it the gentle glow of a treasure chest. It is a special energy field with a strong sense of constraints. Chung Hao sat up straight abruptly, a gleam in his eyes. What's wrong, Chung Hao? Suwan immediately noticed his change and asked. Lin Qingyan also opened her eyes instantly, and clenched the gun in her hand. Lin Yuanyuan rubbed her eyes and asked dazedly. Brother Cheng, what's wrong? Is there a monster coming? Not a monster. Chung Hao's voice was solemn, yet also filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. A new copy appeared ahead. A copy? Suwan was stunned, with a puzzled look on her face. What is that? Lin Qingyan and Lin Yuanyuan exclaimed. Is it the same place as the amusement park and zoo? Yeah, that's right. Chung Hao nodded. However, this time the copy is in a roadside hotel, Chung Hao said, and shared the information he sensed on the car screen. Marker point 14, approximately 14 kilometers from the current location, strange hotel. Instance type, rule-based puzzle. Number of people allowed, 1 to 8 people. Difficulty, B level. Instance description. The once prosperous Red Moon Hotel has become a restricted area after a bizarre murder. All staff and guests have been transformed into eerie beings. Finding the true murderer and uncovering the truth behind the tragedy may help soothe the deceased's resentment and lift the curse of this deadly hotel. Clearance conditions. Find the murderer who killed all the hotel staff within 2 hours. Clearance reward. 15,000 experience points. 1 superpower treasure chest. Failure penalty. 3,000 experience points will be deducted from each person. If the experience points are insufficient, the corresponding level will be lowered. Dungeon rules. Use force with caution. Hotel staff and guests, as parties involved in the case, will provide relevant clues, so force should not be used against these NPCs. After the murder, the powerful resentment of the deceased attracts many dark and strange creatures, which will prevent players from obtaining clues and seeking the truth. Players can eliminate these dark and strange creatures as needed for the investigation. Limited identification. Each team entering the dungeon is allowed a number of identifications equal to the number of members. Current team, 4. Each identification requires the target's identity, motive, or key evidence. Note, there is only one murderer, and he does not possess any special abilities. Time limit, 2 hours after entering the hotel. No early departure. If the murderer is not identified at the end of the countdown, or if the number of incorrect identifications is exhausted and the true murderer is not found, it will be considered a failure. Looking at the bright red words, Weird Hotel, on the screen, as well as the following rules and requirements, everyone in the car fell silent. After a while, Lin Yuanyuan broke the silence and murmured. After entering the hotel, you cannot use force against NPCs. You must use relevant clues to find the real murderer to complete the mission. Everyone only has one chance to identify the murderer. That means there are only 4 chances for the 4 of us. If we get all 4 wrong, or if it takes more than 2 hours, will it be considered a failure? After saying that, she looked at Chung Hao. Brother Chung, am I understanding correct? Chung Hao nodded. Yeah, that's right. Then, he glanced at the 3 women and asked, How about it, are you interested in giving it a try? If we fail, a total of 12,000 experience points will be deducted from the 4 of us. But if you pass, you'll get 15,000 experience points, plus a superpower treasure chest. I have to say, the rewards given by this system are really attractive. In the end, none of the 3 women expressed any opinions. Instead, they all looked at Chung Hao and said in unison, We all listen to you. Well? Chung Hao smiled bitterly and then said, Since you all said you would listen to me, there's nothing to hesitate about. Sister Wan, let's go check out that strange hotel according to the map. Chapter 63 Weird Hotel. Good. Since Chung Hao gave the order, Su Wan agreed. We drove the RV, following the map's instructions, off the main road and through an area of exceptionally thick gray fog that seemed to absorb light. When the fog cleared, a hotel with a retro style, but full of dilapidated and gloomy atmosphere, was revealed. It stands abruptly in the open space beside the road. The hotel has 5 floors and its exterior walls are made of dark red bricks and stones, many of which have peeled off, revealing the gray-black walls inside. A huge neon sign, Red Moon Hotel, hung on the door, but it only had the word, red on it, and it was flashing a faint, intermittent dark red light. Most of the windows were broken and dark, like countless prying eyes. There is a small parking lot at the entrance of the hotel. When the Fortress RV slowly drives in and parks in a parking space, it obtains the corresponding protection mechanism. At the same time, the hotel's heavy glass revolving door with a brass handle opens silently and automatically. A figure walked out from inside. No, it should be said that a figure floated out. She was a waitress wearing a red uniform. Her makeup is as delicate as a mannequin. Her face was as pale as paper and her lips were painted with bright red lipstick. There was a stiff smile on the corner of his mouth. Like a puppet, she bowed deeply towards the RV and said, Welcome. Immediately afterwards, 2 middle-aged women in faded blue cleaning uniforms also jumped out from the door. Their postures were extremely strange. His arms hung at his sides like broken wings. His legs were like springs, bouncing forward. With a twisted expression that looked like crying and laughing, he kept mumbling. Guests are coming, clean up quickly. The boss said we have to clean it up. Otherwise, we'll deduct money. After they finished speaking, they took a broom and swept the open space in front of the hotel. Such a strange scene made everyone in the car stunned. Lin Yuanyuan was so scared that she grabbed her sister's arm tightly. Lin Qinyan also felt a chill on her back, but because Lin Yuanyuan was beside her, she didn't dare to show it. Su Wan's face turned pale. Chung Hao seemed much calmer and glanced at the waitress. Then he whispered, Don't worry, although they are weird, according to the rules, they won't attack us. According to the timeline, they actually didn't know they were dead, and their memories were still stuck in the few hours when the case happened. So, we need to communicate with them more and try to find as many clues as possible. Only in this way can we find the sole murderer hidden among them and complete the dungeon mission. After saying that, he pushed open the car door and before getting out, he reminded again. Remember the rules, stay calm, and observe carefully. After hearing what Chung Hao said, the 3 women nodded in understanding. After looking at each other, they followed Chung Hao out of the RV one after another. Seeing this, the waitress stepped forward immediately. The same mask-like smile was still on his face, without any change. Dear distinguished guests, please follow me to check in. Good. Chung Hao nodded, and walked into the hotel with the 3 women and the waiter. The hotel's reception hall is spacious but dimly lit. Only a few wall lamps emitted a pale green light. The air was filled with the smell of stale dust and a faint smell of blood. Behind the counter stood 2 uniformed receptionists, their faces equally pale and their smiles stiff. Proof of identification, please. Chung Hao thought about it, and the system automatically generated 4 identity cards with their portraits printed on them, and handed them over calmly. At the same time, They took a look at the ID badges hanging on the chests of the two receptionists. One is called Li Linlin and the other is called Xia Fang. Li Linlin took the ID card with her cold fingers and typed stiffly on a dusty computer behind the counter, making a harsh, clicking sound. After a moment, she raised her head, and her lifeless eyes swept over Chung Hao and the other three. Registration completed. Dear guests, your room is on the 4th floor, room 404. She deliberately emphasized the number. 404. The curve of the corners of his mouth seemed to widen a little, making him look even weirder. This is your room card, please keep it. She seemed to assume that Chung Hao and his three companions would live in the same room. Since that was the case, Chung Hao didn't say much. In fact, in this situation, if the three women were allowed to live in separate rooms from him, they would probably be even more reluctant to agree. Okay, thank you. Chung Hao replied and took the ID card and room card. At the same time, the waitress who had greeted them outside the door, with a name tag on her chest and named Huang Xinxing, bowed and waved at them. Everyone, please follow me. After saying that, he led them towards the elevator. The elevator was spacious, but the walls on both sides were covered with rust and unknown stains. The lights inside the elevator became even dimmer. The light bulb flickered and made a hissing sound of electricity. As the elevator rose, it made strange friction and chain-dragging sounds, as if it would fall at any moment. In the enclosed space, all one could see was Huang Xinxin's stiff back and the flashing lights. The atmosphere was suffocating and oppressive. Bye! A shrill bell rang and the elevator door slowly opened. We've reached the 4th floor. Lin Qingyan, Lin Nanyuan, and Su Wan all breathed a sigh of relief. If they stayed in the elevator any longer, they probably wouldn't even be able to breathe smoothly. Exit the elevator and walk into the corridor. The corridor was covered with dark red carpet, which had long faded and turned black. It was still soft when you stepped on it, absorbing all the sounds of your footsteps. The walls were covered with dark green wallpaper, which had peeled off in many places, revealing the moldy wall behind it. The wall lamp is an old-fashioned style with a wrought iron lampshade. The dim light flickered, casting distorted and swaying shadows on the wall. At the same time, Chung Hao discovered that the mixed smell of staleness and blood in the air became stronger. On both sides of the corridor are tightly closed doors. The house number was faintly visible under the dim light. 401, 402, 403, and then there 404. 405, 406. All the way to 414 at the end of the corridor. Huang Xinxin stopped in front of the door of 404 and swiped the room card on the door lock. With a soft beep sound, the door opened. Guests, please go into the room and rest. Huang Xinxin turned around, still with that same stiff smile on her face. Dinner is at 7 p.m. Please be at the restaurant on the 1st floor on time. After saying that, she didn't stop, but turned and walked towards the elevator with stiff steps. The four of them walked into room 404. The room was large, a suite, but equally run down. The sofa in the living room was covered with thick dust, and the curtains were made of thick dark red velvet, drawn tightly. There are 2 double beds in the bedroom, and the sheets are clean. But the color is grayish-white, giving it a sense of age. The bathroom door was half open, revealing the old-fashioned white tiles and rusty faucets inside. Huh! The door closed, isolating the eerie atmosphere of the corridor outside. Lin Nanyuan dared to breathe deeply and patted her chest. I was so scared. Those receptionists and cleaners are scarier than monsters. I couldn't even breathe. Chapter 64 Blue Dress. After listening to her sister's complaints, Lin Qingyan also frowned and said, This room also feels a bit weird. The receptionist even emphasized the room number 404, which feels unlucky. Su Wan walked to the window and wanted to open the thick dark red curtains to get some fresh air. But I found that the curtains seemed to be welded to the window frame and did not move at all. A chill ran up her spine, and she looked at Chung Hao anxiously. Chung Hao, the countdown has already started, right? Do we only have 2 hours left to solve the case? Yeah, that's right. Chung Hao nodded first, pondered for a moment, and then said, Since we are solving the case, we need to clarify 3 issues. First, who were the dead? Second, what was the cause of their death? Third, who is the murderer? There's no need to elaborate on the first question. The deceased are naturally everyone else in this hotel except the 4 of us. As for the second question, you just saw the waiter, the 2 cleaning ladies, and the 2 receptionists. Based on your observations, what do you think was the cause of their death? Hearing Chung Hao's question, the 3 women immediately started to think seriously. In the end, it was Lin Qingyan who speculated. Those people on the first floor, although they all looked strange, had no obvious external injuries on their bodies. According to the system's prompts, there is only one murderer in this case, and he does not possess any superpowers. And for an ordinary person to single-handedly kill all the staff and other guests of this hotel without causing any external injuries is no easy task. As she spoke, Lin Qingyan's eyes lit up. Unless they died of poisoning? Chung Hao nodded and said with great appreciation. As expected of Qingyan, your observation and analytical skills are very strong. That's right. They all died of poisoning. Chung Hao was so sure because he had used his omniscient exploration ability to investigate the hotel employees he had encountered before. Their internal organs were all black, which was obviously a symptom of being poisoned. Because of this, their walking posture is so strange. Poisoned? Hearing this, Suwan couldn't help but ask. Then how did the murderer poison so many people in the hotel? It's not like the staff and guests are together. Before she finished speaking, she thought of something and exclaimed. That's right. It's dinner. This hotel will prepare dinner at 7 o'clock. Is there poison in the food? If that's the case, then the murderer is most likely someone from the kitchen of this hotel. After listening to Su Wan's analysis, Lin Ranuan also said. Sister Wan is right. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's the owner of this hotel. Just now, when we were outside, I heard the 2 cleaning ladies secretly complaining about the owner of this hotel. He seemed very strict and stingy. And yet this is the man who actually provides dinner? Isn't that strange? Anyway, we have 4 chances to identify the murderer. How about this? Sister Wan will point out the chef in the kitchen, and I'll point out the owner of this hotel. How about that? Chung Hao heard them talking and they were about to start identifying the murderer, so he quickly interrupted them. Don't be so anxious. Besides the staff, there are other guests staying in this hotel. Although it is certain that they died of poisoning, what is the motive? Without a motive, you won't be able to explain why when you point fingers, and you'll definitely not be able to get through. Also, this hotel always gives me a weird feeling. It must have many more secrets than what we've encountered so far. After saying this, Chung Hao closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and extended his omniscient exploration ability to penetrate the wall and sense the energy fluctuations of the entire hotel. The first floor is the front desk and reception hall, needless to say. The second floor is the kitchen and dining area. The third floor is a place for employees and guests to have activities. There are billiard rooms, chess and card rooms, gyms and other places, all with all kinds of equipment. I have to say that the owner of this hotel is really good at doing business and is willing to invest. The 4th and 5th floors are where guests stay. However, what Chung Hao found strange was, there are so many rooms, but the occupancy rate is pitifully low. From the moment he stepped onto the 4th floor of the hotel, he had already thoroughly explored all the other rooms on this floor. Room 401 was occupied by a middle-aged couple. The man was smoking nonstop, while the woman was lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone. In room 402, an old man was watching an anti-Japanese war TV series alone in the room. In room 403, a middle-aged woman was pacing back and forth in the room, looking very anxious. Room 405 houses a pair of twin girls, about 4 or 5 years old, who are not accompanied by an adult. Room 406 is occupied by a young couple playing games in the room. In room 407, a tall, rugged middle-aged man stood alone by the windowsill smoking. As for the other rooms, including the entire 5th floor, they were all empty. Is it because business is so bad? Or is it because something happened that there are so few guests in this hotel? So he released his perception again and conducted a carpet search in every room on the 4th and 5th floors, not missing any details. Soon, Chung Hao discovered something suspicious. A blue dress was neatly placed on the bed in an empty room on the 5th floor. Chung Hao clearly remembered that he did not find the existence of this blue dress during his previous investigation. Yet at this moment, it lay there, as if someone had just taken it off and placed it on the bed. Faintly, he could sense that the blue dress seemed to still carry the resentment and obsession of its owner. But the problem was that, even at this moment, on the entire 5th floor, he did not sense the existence of any other energy except this blue dress. It seems that this blue dress is a very crucial clue. Chung Hao opened his eyes and immediately said to Lin Qingyan and the other two. 5th floor, room 507, found something. Brother Chung, what did you find? Lin Ranyuan immediately asked, her little face full of anticipation. A blue dress folded on the bed. The energy residue is very unique, like the core of some obsession. After saying that, Chung Hao stood up. It appears so abruptly. It must be a key clue given to us by the game copy. I must go and see it. Okay, let's go up together. Lin Qingyan agreed immediately. Su Wan and Lin Ranyuan also nodded. This hotel is full of weirdness, and they will only feel safe if they stay with Chung Hao at all times. Okay, let's go up the stairs. I secretly tried the elevator before and pressed the 5th floor button, but there was no response at all. Chung Hao replied and then opened the door. Follow me closely. With a whispered warning, he took the lead and stepped into the dim corridor. Chapter 65, Stairs. At the end of the corridor, a heavy fire door was closed with a faded, safe passage sign hanging on it. Chung Hao gently pushed open the fire door, and a cold air mixed with rust and strong musty smell hit him in the face. Behind the door is a spiral concrete stairwell. Chung Hao snapped his fingers lightly, and a ball of pure white flame emerged. The entire stairwell was brightly lit. Watch your step. Chung Hao gave a reminder as usual and went up the stairs. There are not many steps to climb from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. However, when Chung Hao looked up again to confirm the floor instructions, his body suddenly froze. On the wall, the 5th floor mark that should have appeared is still a big 4. At first, Chung Hao thought it was a printing error. But when they entered the corridor and checked the room number, they felt a chill down their spines. 401, 402, 403, 404. He could even use the room card to open the door to their room. But the problem is, they just climbed one step along the stairs. How could this happen? Why are we back on the 4th floor again? Su Wan looked at room 404 in front of her, her face full of confusion. Could it be that we have encountered a ghost wall? Lin Ranyuan bit her lip lightly, looked at Chung Hao, and asked softly. Brother Chung, what should we do? Do we still need to go to the 5th floor? Chung Hao's eyes flashed with determination, and there was a hint of sarcasm on his face. Go! Of course I'll go! The more they resort to these devious methods to stop us, the more it proves that the blue dress in that room on the 5th floor is the key to solving the case. As he said this, he walked into the stairwell again and went up the steps. Seeing this, the three women hurriedly followed behind. This time, Chung Hao deliberately slowed down. At the same time, the ability of Omniscient Exploration is released. Invisible perception spreads violently like a radar pulse. Buzz! A chilling energy wave, filled with endless malice and mockery, rippled out from the corner of the stairs. There really is something! Chung Hao's eyes turned cold and he said in a cold voice. It's the dark and strange creature mentioned in the dungeon rules. It was attracted here by the resentment in this hotel. The reason it stopped us from going up is that it doesn't want us to solve the case, so that this hotel can become its permanent dark lair. Before he finished speaking, the thick shadow at the corner of the stairs suddenly squirmed and stretched like a living thing. Immediately afterwards, a distorted human figure struggled to peel off from the angle between the wall and the ground. It has no facial features and its entire body is made of sticky dark shadows. The limbs were disproportionately slender, with shadow claws extending from the fingertips as sharp as knives. As it appeared, a pungent smell of burnt and blood instantly filled the entire narrow stairwell. Stair Trick, Level 20. Features: No entity, immune to physical and elemental energy attacks. Ability: Shadow Claws. When Lin Nanyuan saw the dark figure, she was so scared that she stuck close to Chung Hao and asked in a low voice, "Brother Cheng, what kind of monster is it?" "It's a stair trap that exists exclusively in stairwells. It only has 20 steps." Chung Hao replied first, then frowned and said, "But the problem is, according to the hint, it's immune to physical and elemental energy attacks." When Lin Qiyan heard the second half of his words, her expression changed. "Immune to physical and elemental energy attacks? Then how can we deal with it?" As soon as she finished speaking, the stair ghost suddenly opened its black hole-like mouth and leaned forward suddenly. Like melted asphalt, it flowed down the steps at such a speed that only a blurry black afterimage was left behind. Then, it stood up from the steps again, and a huge claw made entirely of shadows tore through the air and rushed straight to Chung Hao's head in the front. Seeing this, Chung Hao's eyes flashed with lightning, and he advanced instead of retreating. He clenched his right fist tightly, and a violent blue arc of electricity instantly wrapped around it, and it slammed into the giant shadow claw that was grabbing him. Boom! Violent lightning exploded in the shadows. A blinding blue light briefly illuminated the entire stairwell. However, the electric snake that was powerful enough to shatter rocks was like hitting the empty air, and it penetrated through the sticky shadow body without any hindrance. The stairs moved strangely without even a pause. The giant shadow claws, carrying a cold breath of death, still grabbed towards Chung Hao's face. Chung Hao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his reaction was as fast as lightning. He leaned back suddenly and narrowly avoided the fatal claw. A cold wind brushed past his nose, and a few strands of hair broke silently. Just as Chung Hao dodged, Lin Qiyan raised the Desert Eagle in her hand. The specially made armor-piercing bullet, with a scorching airflow, was accurately shot at the ever-changing head of the stair ghost. Bang, bang, bang! 3 gunshots were heard. 3 bullets hit the stair monster, but it was like shooting into a bottomless quagmire. It only caused a few faint ripples on the surface of the surging shadow before completely disappearing without a trace. The staircase was so strange that he didn't even look at Lin Qiyan. All attention is still fixed on Chung Hao. It seemed to realize that if it knocked this man down, no one else would be able to detect its existence. It roared silently, and its body suddenly stretched and deformed. It turned into a twisted black lightning and pounced on Chung Hao again. Wind Blade! Chung Hao let out a low roar and suddenly crossed his hands in front of his chest and swung them out. Several extremely sharp translucent wind blades appeared out of thin air, whistling and tearing through the air, and instantly cut through the body of the stair monster. Although it still couldn't hurt it at all, it at least slowed down its movements. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chung Hao's brain was also working rapidly. Since bullets and the elemental powers of wind and thunder can't harm it, the burning flame will definitely not have any effect either. In that case, let it deal with you. While thinking in his mind, Chung Hao suddenly pressed the ground with his palm. Circles of dark energy rippled out. Lord summons, Shadow summon beast. Shadow bear. As Chung Hao's shadow twisted, a huge shadow black bear appeared. Roar. With a roar, it opened its thick bare paws and pounced on the staircase. The stair creep, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, turned into a mouse seeing a cat after seeing the huge shadow black bear. He twisted his body and tried to sneak into the shadow of the stairs and escape. Seeing this, the shadow black bear kicked its hind legs hard and accelerated suddenly. The bear aimed its sharp claws at the stairs and grabbed them hard. Squeak sound. The staircase ghost's back was scratched with hideous wounds. A dark liquid like oil flowed out. A shrill scream also came from the stair monster's mouth. It really works! When Chung Hao saw this scene, a relieved smile immediately appeared on his face. He had just had this spur-of-the-moment idea, wanting to give it a try. It turned out that his bet was right. A shadow summon beast summoned by the Lord Summoning superpower. In a sense, it is of the same type as this stair ghost. Moreover, Chung Hao's player level has been raised to level 32. This allows the shadow summon beast he summons to reach a maximum level of 30, and the duration can reach 10 minutes. Therefore, the stare trick, which was originally immune to physical and elemental energy attacks, was like a chick in front of this level 30 shadow giant bear and was vulnerable. After being scratched on the back, the shadow giant bear opened its bloody mouth and bit down hard on the staircase ghost's neck. There was a crisp, click sound. The stare ghost's head and body were immediately separated, and then it turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared. Experience points increased by 200. As the stare ghost completely turned into ashes, it dissipated into the air. The suffocating darkness in the stairwell receded quickly like the tide. Chung Hao looked up at the wall at the stair exit and saw that the original 4 had changed into 5 after a while. Chapter 66: Long-haired Ghost and Hanging Ghost. Now we can finally enter the 5th floor. Chung Hao chuckled as he watched the floor numbers return to normal. Then, without any hesitation, he took the lead and stepped onto the last few steps, reaching out and pushing open the door leading to the 5th floor. Squeak! The harsh friction sound was particularly clear in the dead silence. The scene behind the door is not much different from that on the 4th floor. The corridor was covered with the same faded black carpet and the same dark green moldy wallpaper. The wall lamp was also dim and swaying, making the shadows sway ghostly. The only difference is that it is emptier and more silent here. The mixed smell of decay and blood in the air became stronger, with a suffocating sticky feeling. 507, over here. Chung Hao's eyes quickly locked onto a door deep in the corridor. He brought the 3 women with him, walked on the carpet, and quickly approached the target. The shadow giant bear followed at the end of the group of 4. However, when they were still more than 10 meters away from the door of room 507, something strange happened. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there are the mold shadows left by the peeling wallpaper, and the distorted light and shadows cast by the wall lamps, which were originally ordinary. Suddenly, it surged violently like boiling ink. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterwards, 6 black shadows of different shapes appeared, emitting strong malice. They peeled off from different shadow corners, condensed, and transformed into 6 figures, blocking the door of room 507. On the left, 3 dark figures of similar appearance were suspended. Unlike the completely black stair monsters, they were wearing tattered clothes. A long rope was tied around his neck and dragged upwards to the ceiling. They lowered their heads, their pale and swollen faces mostly covered by their messy, withered long hair. All that could be seen was the corner of his mouth, which was wide open and oozing with black pus, and he was wailing non-stop. Hanged Ghost, level 25. On the right, the 3 figures appeared even more twisted and weird. They have no specific shape, and their main body is a mass of thick black hair that wriggles wildly and grows like seaweed. Occasionally, scarlet eyeballs and sharp teeth flashed among the hair, emitting a disgusting fishy smell. Countless strands of hair, like living venomous snakes, spread and slithered along the ground, walls, and ceiling, completely blocking the path to the door of room 507. Long-haired Ghost, level 25. With the appearance of these 6 dark and strange creatures, the temperature in the corridor dropped sharply. Ah! Seeing such a horrifying and weird situation, Lin Nanuan and Su Wan couldn't help but scream and quickly hid behind Chung Hao. It's not that the energy fluctuations emitted by these 6 monsters are so powerful, but the way they appear and their appearance are really terrifying. Combined with the dim lighting in the corridor, it is even scarier than a horror movie. Lin Qingyan was also frightened. She raised the Desert Eagle in her hand instantly, but suddenly remembered. His attacks were completely ineffective against this darkness and weirdness. Sure enough, there are still dogs blocking the road. A cold light flashed in Chung Hao's eyes. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. With the experience of dealing with stair traps, he was no longer panicked. He pressed his hands to the ground and said in a low voice, "Lord summons! Buzz! Buzz!" 2 other energy fluctuations, completely different from the shadow bear but equally powerful, suddenly descended. The shadow on Chung Hao's left side suddenly expanded and stretched like a boiling swamp. A giant tiger with a huge body and hair like flowing lava jumped out with a roar. Its body was burning with dark flames, and its 2 huge fangs, curved like sharp swords, were flashing with cold light. It was the phantom flame saber-toothed tiger. As soon as it appeared, a hot air wave swept over, and the surrounding cold air was forced back a lot. And in the void right in front of Chung Hao, a circle of pale bone rings appeared out of thin air. A giant python with a slender body, covered with white bone armor and a pair of huge bony wing membranes extending behind it, slithered out. Plus the previous shadow bear. 3 hideous shadow summon beasts, like 3 towering mountains, instantly blocked Chung Hao and his 3 companions. Completely suppress and push back the cold aura emitted by the 6th level 25 dark and weird monsters on the opposite side. Roar! The shadow giant bear took the lead in attacking. Its huge bare paws, wrapped in thick shadow energy, ignored the web of hair woven together by its long hair. Just like swatting a fly, he slapped the nearest hanged ghost hard. The hanged ghost tried to wrap the giant bear's arms with an illusory rope. However, as soon as the rope touched the surging shadow energy on the giant bear's body, it broke into pieces like melting ice and snow. The huge bear paw slammed down on the swollen body of the hanged ghost. Puff! It was like a leather bag filled with sewage, bursting in an instant. The hanged ghost didn't even have time to scream before his entire body exploded into a foul-smelling black mist under the crushing force of the shadow. Experience points increased by 250. Hiss. Seeing the shadow giant bear kill the emperor with one blow, the bone-winged python also moved. Its huge bony wing membrane vibrated violently, and its huge body immediately showed incredible flexibility. Just like white lightning, it shot into the group of long-haired monsters. Those dark hairs that were strong enough to corrode steel were bounced away with only a faint, sizzling sound when they came into contact with its white bone armor. The giant python opened its bloody mouth, revealing 2 rows of dagger-like fangs. Biting the core of a long-haired ghost, the eyeball hidden deep in the hair, constantly flashing red light. Crack! The fangs pierce and the poison is injected. The core eyeball immediately exploded like a crushed glass bead. The long hair that was wriggling wildly suddenly stiffened and withered. Then, it turned into wisps of black ashes and drifted away. Experience points increased by 250. Roar! The phantom flame saber-toothed tiger let out a deafening roar, its 4 hooves stepped on the black flames, and it turned into a dark stream of light, rushing straight towards the area where the hair net was most densely packed. The flames burning around it suddenly exploded, forming a small firestorm. Those extremely tough hairs that carried a cold curse were instantly ignited and burned. There was a crackling sound and a pungent burnt smell. The saber-toothed tiger swung its sharp claws, bringing up a wave of scorching flames, tearing a hanged ghost that was trying to wrap a rope around it into burning pieces. Crush! Absolute crushing. In front of 3 level 30 shadow summon beasts, these level 25 hanged ghosts and long-haired ghosts are as fragile as paper toys. In less than a minute, the 6 dark and menacing creatures were completely wiped out. In the corridor, only a few wisps of black smoke remained that quickly dissipated. Lin Qingyan and the other 2 girls, who were originally terrified, were stunned when they saw this scene. Chung Hao couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, I obtained the Lord Summoning, from that cyclist, a superpower that can be called a bug level. Otherwise, facing these dark and strange creatures that are immune to conventional attacks, no matter how strong the 4 of them are, they will be helpless. His shadow summon beast is simply the nemesis of these dark and weird things. Chapter 67, The Woman Who Jumped from the Building. As the darkness and weirdness blocking the door were eliminated, Chung Hao's eyes were once again locked on the door of room 507. Without any obstacles, he stepped forward quickly, grabbed the cold door handle and turned it gently. Click sound. The door was pushed open. A chilling aura, even thicker than that in the corridor, blew towards them, causing Lin Qingyan and the other 2 girls who were following closely behind to shiver. The room was tidy. Coming to the bedroom, in the middle of a double bed, a blue dress was folded extremely flatly and carefully. Made of sky blue fabric, with a simple design and a small silver bow at the neckline. It lay there quietly, emitting an indescribable purity and sadness in the dim light. The moment Chung Hao's eyes touched it, a line of prompt information appeared. This is my favorite dress, and I don't want to get it dirty. There seems to be a kind of stubbornness and deep attachment in the text. At the same time, it also conveys a certain message. Then, the blue dress turned into smoke and disappeared. Huh! Where's that dress? How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? Lin Yuanyuan came back to her senses and asked in surprise. Because the message it wants to convey has been clearly delivered. Chung Hao replied, walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, pushed open the window, and looked down. On the cement floor downstairs, there was a large pool of dark red blood that had already dried up and turned black. That shape was clearly the mark left by a person falling from a height and hitting the ground heavily. The three women followed Chung Hao and looked down. When they saw the pool of blood, they all vaguely guessed some of the plot. Someone once opened this window in this room out of desperation, jumped from the 5th floor, and ended his life. But at the last moment of her life, the only thing she cared about was taking off her favorite dress. Fold it neatly, not wanting it to be stained by the filth of my own death. Who was the dead person? Why did they leave this clue? Lin Qian looked at the pool of blood, her voice a little hoarse. Have no idea. Chung Hao shook his head first, glanced across the room, and added. But her death must have some profound connection with the mass poisoning tragedy that later occurred in the hotel. Jumping off a building poisoned. Su Wan frowned, trying to think of the possible connection. Could it be that the murderer wanted to avenge the death of this girl? So he poisoned everyone in the hotel? But if it's really revenge, why use such extreme methods? Besides, why did she jump off the building? What exactly happened to her? There are too many questions. Motives, methods, connections, we still have too few clues. Seeing that the three women were all lost in deep thought, Chung Hao immediately comforted them. There's no need to dwell on things you can't figure out. Anyway, we now have a very crucial part in our grasp. Next, contact more people in the hotel and ask them. Maybe we can connect all the clues together. Now, let's go back to the 4th floor. There are no other valuable clues on the 5th floor. We must seize the time and use this crucial dinner time to contact all possible parties involved. Whether it's the NPC employees and residents who don't know they're dead, or the murderer hiding among them. Good. After hearing what Chung Hao said, the three women felt enlightened and responded in unison. The four of them quickly left room 507 and carefully closed the door. They walked quickly down the corridor back to the staircase, which was clear this time. Soon they were standing in front of room 404 again. Chung Hao used the room card to open the door, and they returned to the room. Gurgle. A clear and loud protest from the abdomen suddenly sounded in the silent corridor. Lin Yuanyuan's face flushed instantly. She covered her stomach, feeling so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I. The previous series of shocks had caused great mental exhaustion, making her involuntarily feel hungry. Chung Hao smiled and said without any concern. That's perfect. I'm hungry too. Let's take this opportunity to get something to eat. After all, if our speculation is correct, we definitely can't eat the food at the dinner later. Yeah. Lin Yuanyuan nodded, then took out some food from the system space and shared it with a few people. Chung Hao was drinking a drink and eating bread while sorting out the information he had just collected in his mind. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stopped what he was doing and looked towards the door. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. The sudden noise startled the three women who were concentrating on eating. They all looked at Chung Hao and asked in a low voice with doubtful expressions. Who's knocking on the door? Chung Hao replied in a low voice. There's a pair of twin sisters in room 405 next door. Let's go over and see why they are knocking on the door. When I opened the door, I saw two identical twin girls wearing little white dresses standing outside. They all had pigtails, pale faces, and big eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Uncle! Auntie! One of them spoke timidly, his voice tinged with tears. Have you seen our mother? Your mother? Chung Hao squatted down and tried to make his voice gentle. Isn't she in the room? Gone! Another little girl shook her head with tears in her eyes. When we woke up, Mom was gone. She said she was going to buy something delicious, but she didn't come back for a long time. We were scared. Their little hands were clenched tightly together, and their bodies were trembling slightly. After hearing this, Chung Hao frowned. From beginning to end, Chung Hao did not sense the mother that the twin sisters were talking about. At this moment, seeing them coming to look for their mother, Chung Hao realized that something was wrong. Given the age of the twin sisters, it is indeed impossible for them to stay in this hotel. It is obvious that they came with their family members. If that's the case, then why did their mother disappear after bringing them to this hotel? Or their mother is actually... Looking at these two little girls who came to look for their mother, Chung Hao was filled with doubts. But soon, he had an idea, and comforted the two little girls and asked, "Don't be afraid, Uncle will help you find your mother. But you have to tell Uncle what Mom looks like and what she wears. Mom is very beautiful, wearing a blue dress." A little girl sobbed as she described it. Another added, "She has long hair." "A blue dress?" Hearing the little girl's reply, not only Chung Hao, but also Lin Qingyan and the other two were startled. Sure enough, this pair of twin sisters is likely related to the woman who jumped off the building. If the facts are as they guessed, they obviously don't know that their mother is dead. In this case, Chung Hao did not intend to tell them the truth. After all, judging from the actual situation, these two little girls have actually. After frowning and pondering for a moment, Chung Hao said, "How about this? You guys go back to your room and wait, close the door, and don't run around anymore. I'll go ask other neighbors for you to see if they've met your mother." He needed a reason to approach the guests in other rooms. Of course, this opportunity that comes to your doorstep cannot be missed. Chapter 68, The Tenants Behaving Weirdly. "Thank you, Uncle." When the two little girls heard that Chung Hao was willing to help them find their mother, they first expressed their gratitude politely. Then they walked back to room 405 hand in hand, looking back every few steps, and gently closed the door. "Qingyan, Nanyuan, Sister Wan, listen carefully. I'm going to check in the other rooms next door." Chung Hao whispered something, signaling them to stay alert. Then, we came to the corridor. He first went to room 401 and knocked on the door. "Who?" A man's voice came from inside the door, alert and dull, with obvious impatience. Chung Hao immediately replied, "I'm the new guest in room 404. Have you seen the lady in a blue dress with long hair? Her two daughters are looking for her." There was silence inside for a few seconds, and then the door opened a crack. A middle-aged man with a haggard face and numb eyes, half of his face was exposed. Standing behind him was a woman with an equally dazed expression. When the man's eyes swept across the empty corridor behind Chung Hao, his pupils seemed to shrink suddenly. The numb expression on his face was instantly replaced by a mixture of tension and disgust. "I didn't see it. What a mess! Don't bother us." The man's voice suddenly rose. After saying that, he slammed the doors shut with a bang. Chung Hao frowned. Is this reaction a bit excessive? Or do they know the mothers of those two girls but don't want to be linked to them? Out of curiosity, Chung Hao came to the door of room 402. "Knock, knock, knock. You're knocking on the door again. Are you annoying me? I don't want to live here, but you won't let me go. I already told you, I don't know that woman, and I don't know why she jumped from the building." Before Chung Hao could ask any questions, the voice of an irritable old man came from the room, saying a lot of things impatiently. At the same time, the door was suddenly opened. An old man with gray hair and wearing a vest glared at Chung Hao angrily. When he found out it was a strange face, the old man was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, What do you want from me?" "Excuse me, have you seen a woman in a blue dress? She's the mother of two little girls in room 405. She suddenly disappeared. I'm asking for them." What Chung Hao didn't expect was that the old man, who was originally surprised, suddenly changed his expression after hearing the words, "blue skirt." As if he had thought of something terrible, his eyes were filled with fear. I don't know. I didn't see anything." After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Seeing the old man's violent reaction, Chung Hao was not surprised at all. Some doubts that had been lingering in my mind were gradually resolved. Now, he can basically conclude. The mother of the twin girls, the woman in the blue dress, seems to have some kind of relationship with the guests staying on the 4th floor. They are either witnesses or the culprit who caused her to jump off the building. Otherwise, why would these guests end up staying in this hotel? The real murderer was most likely seeking revenge for the woman in the blue dress and harbored great resentment and obsession. This is why, even though these people have died, they still remain in the hours before their death. In this hotel, scenes from their lives are played on an endless loop. But what exactly happened that caused the woman to jump off the building? Only by digging deeper can we find out the truth. So he walked to the door of room 403. Before I even knocked on the door, a woman's crying voice came from inside. "I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't ask me. Go away. Go away." She seemed to know what Chung Hao was looking for. Her tone was full of fear, and she didn't open the door at all. In room 406, the young couple continued playing games. Chung Hao knocked on the door several times, but they always ignored him. Chung Hao felt it was boring and stopped disturbing him. Just as Chung Hao stood at the door of 407 and was about to knock on the door, from the direction of the elevator, there was a crisp sound of a door opening. Then, a light sound of footsteps was heard. But it was the waiter Huang Xinxin. She had a stiff smile on her face that never changed. She walked straight to Chung Hao as if it were a pre-programmed move. "Dear guest, how may I help you? The 2 little girls in room 405 are looking for their mother, so I'm here to ask for them." "Ms. Huang, you are a hotel employee. Do you know where their mother went?" Chung Hao stared at her eyes, trying to find a flaw in her empty eyes. "The mother of twin girls?" The curve of Huang Xinxin's mouth seemed to widen slightly. The smile on his face looked particularly strange under the dim red light. "Sir, don't worry about those 2 little girls. Their mother is not here." Chung Hao was stunned and asked deliberately. "Their mother isn't here? Then who did they come with? Given their age, they shouldn't be able to check in, right?" "Oh, sorry, I didn't explain it clearly." Huang Xinxin changed the subject again after hearing this, and explained in a flat voice. "Those 2 little girls are Xinyun's children. Xinyun is a waitress here, and she went back to her hometown on vacation, to visit her family. She left the children in the store temporarily. It's the off-season recently anyway, and since she's a long-time employee, the boss agreed." "Xinyun? Is she another waitress?" Chung Hao didn't expect that the woman in the blue dress was actually an employee of this hotel. If that's the case, then why did she jump off the building? What exactly happened? And what is her relationship with the murderer hiding in the dark? Could it be her husband? Thinking of this, Chung Hao immediately asked, "What about their father?" "Their father? Oh, you mean Xinyun's husband, right?" Huang Xinxin heard this and blurted out. "He died in a car accident 5 years ago. I heard people say she was destined to be unlucky and a jinx. Humph, some people just don't believe it and insist." Halfway through her words, Huang Xinxin seemed to realize that she had spoken too much and quickly stopped talking. Then, a stiff smile appeared on his face again, and he looked at Chung Hao and said, "Sir, please go back to your room. I'll take care of the 2 little girls. Please don't knock on other guests' doors to avoid disturbing their rest." After saying that, she ignored Chung Hao and turned to walk to the door of number 405. Without knocking, he took out a universal door card and swiped the door open with a beep. Seeing Huang Xinxin turning her head to look at him, Chung Hao had no choice but to return to room 404 first. The door is closed, but the perception extends beyond. In the next room, after seeing Huang Xinxin, the 2 little girls did not ask for help or show friendly expressions like they did when they saw Chung Hao. Instead, a look of fear appeared on their little faces. Seeing Huang Xinxin walk into the room, the twin girls subconsciously took a step back. Huang Xinxin squatted down, still with that stiff smile on her face. The voice was gentle, yet carried a chilling threat. "You two, be good. Don't disturb other guests, understand? Otherwise, Auntie will be angry. If Auntie gets angry, you know what the consequences will be." Chapter 69 Hotel Owner. Listening to Huang Xinxin's threatening words, the 2 little girls nodded heavily, and were so scared that they quickly took off their shoes and got under the quilt of the bed. Chung Hao stood at the door of room 404, sensing the fear and obedience of the two little girls in the next room. There was a chill in his eyes, but he did not try to stop it. At the same time, he signaled Lin Qingyan and the others not to speak. Sure enough, after Huang Xinxin settled the little girl, she did not leave the fourth floor directly. Her figure floated silently to the door of room 404 like a ghost, and she put her ear against the cold door panel and listened, quietly for more than 10 seconds. That posture, focused and full of prying eyes, is totally not what a normal waiter should do. After confirming that there was no suspicious discussion in the room, Huang Xinxin stood up with satisfaction. The stiff smile on his face seemed to deepen a little. He walked silently towards the elevator and disappeared. Chung Hao then turned around and looked at Lin Qingyan and the other two, who were all confused. He told them everything that had happened and the information he had extracted from Huang Xinxin. After listening to this, Lin Qingyan immediately concluded. So, the twins' mother is called Xingyun. She was a waitress here. 5 years ago, her husband died in a car accident, and she raised 2 children alone. But for some unknown reason, she committed suicide by jumping off a building? Su Wan added. Now, can we conclude that this is the trigger for the entire incident? There must be something else behind Xingyun's death. So, someone resorted to extreme measures, poisoning the dinner and killing everyone in the hotel who might be involved, to avenge her? Hearing this, Lin Yuanyuan pouted and said in surprise. Who could it be? Her family? Her friends? Or someone pursuing her? It can't be those little twin girls, right? Chung Hao shook his head. It's hard to say for now. After all, we don't even know why Xingyun jumped off the building. As he spoke, he glanced at the time. We still have over an hour until dinner. Qingyan, Yuanyuan, and Sister Wan, keep trying to contact the guests in the other rooms on this floor. Find an excuse to keep knocking on their doors and see if you can find any useful clues. I'll go downstairs and see if I can get anything out of the other employees. Okay, then be careful. The 3 girls heard this and gave instructions at the same time. Chung Hao nodded and walked out of 404 again. Take the elevator down to the first floor lobby. The hall was still dim. Li Linlin and Xia Fang at the front desk stood like 2 wax figures, with eternally stiff smiles on their faces. Chung Hao did not disturb them, and glanced at the 2 cleaning ladies in the corner of the hall. Lu Guifan and Xia Cailian. Compared to others, they are obviously more approachable. While working, he was humming a tuneless tune. Chung Hao pretended to stroll casually, and slowly approached them. Oh, this is so hard to clean. Chung Hao deliberately sighed, his voice neither too loud nor too soft. Lu Guifan, who was mopping the floor, paused, turned her wrinkled face towards Chung Hao, and nodded. Who says it's not true? The boss is so stingy. He has used the carpet for years and just can't bear to replace it. Chung Hao nodded first, then showed a gentle smile. Auntie, how long have you been working here? How long? I can't remember. Lu Guifan tilted her head and rolled her cloudy eyes. Anyway, it's been open for a while, so we're here. Chung Hao lowered his voice and suddenly asked. In that case, do you know all the staff of this hotel, Auntie? Then do you know Xingyun? Xingyun? You mean Xiaoyun, right? Oh, what a pity! Such a good person, but she is so depressed because of that incident. Why bother? In fact, it's not a big deal at all. What a pity! Pity? Xia Cailian, who was standing next to him, suddenly interrupted with a sharp voice, with a hint of strangeness in her voice. What a pity! She looks like a flower. Her ambition is as high as the sky, but her life is as fragile as paper. Lu Guifan tugged at Xia Cailian's sleeve, as if trying to stop her from talking nonsense. But I couldn't help but lower my voice, with a hint of mystery and regret. Who says she isn't? The boss loves her so much, giving her gifts and raising her salary. But she's just stubborn. She doesn't like them. She insists on staying with those 2 burdens. That's right. Even if she doesn't like the boss, isn't Coach Song a good guy? She actually looks down on him. I don't know what's going on in her head. I tried to introduce my nephew to her, but she wouldn't even meet him. Isn't she, who is proud and arrogant, actually just a widow? Xia Cailian interjected, her tone tinged with gloating. And what happened? She offended a customer and ended up in trouble. That necklace was worth so much gold. The customer insisted she stole it. The boss didn't even defend her and forced her to pay compensation. Otherwise, he'd fire her and tell her to leave with her kids. She deserved it. Necklace? Chung Hao realized that he was close to the truth and asked quickly. Could it be that a guest in some room lost the necklace and said that Qin took it? Qin jumped off the building because she couldn't bear the pressure and grievances caused by this incident, right? Lu Guifan and Xiao Cailian were about to reply when they suddenly saw something. His face changed, and he stammered. We don't know. We don't know anything. After saying that, they grabbed the brooms and tools and staggered away. Just as the two cleaning ladies left in a hurry. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the second floor. Hey! Isn't this a new guest? Why is he not in the room but downstairs? Is he dissatisfied with our hotel service? Chung Hao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a fat middle-aged man wearing a flashy purple silk shirt and a thick gold chain around his neck, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walking down the stairs. He had a warm smile on his face. But in those small eyes squeezed into a slit by fat, there flashed shrewdness, sophistication and a hint of imperceptible sinisterness. He had a striking name tag hanging on his chest. Manager Li Fugui. Chung Hao had sensed his presence a long time ago, but he didn't expect that the two cleaning ladies would be so afraid of him. She had only said half of her words when she hurried away because of his appearance. Li Fugui walked up to Chung Hao and extended his hand enthusiastically. My name is Li Fugui, the manager of this hotel. What's your name? Please let me know if you need anything. If you're not satisfied with anything, you can also raise your concerns. Manager? Chung Hao shook hands with him politely and said jokingly. He should be the manager and the boss. Mr. Li is too modest. This hotel is so large, it must be doing very good business, right? Hey! What boss? We're all the same, just workers. I would rather be a professional manager than a boss. Li Fugui waved his hands, looking helpless. If I were given another chance, I would never open this hotel. It's so hard to make money in this world. Li Fugui laughed, his eyes rolling around. Since you're interested, why not let me show you around? We have a fantastic leisure area on the third floor. We have billiards, chess, and a gym. We guarantee you'll feel right at home. His tone was enthusiastic, but it carried a tone that could not be refused. Visiting the third floor? Chung Hao was startled. This sudden, enthusiastic invitation seems more like a form of surveillance and control. Could it be that they wanted to stop him from continuing to contact the cleaning staff or exploring other places? Chapter 70 Reason. Facing Li Fugui's invitation, Chung Hao was alert in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface and replied with a smile. Activity area? I'm looking to stretch my legs too. Could you please lead the way, Boss Li? This way, please. The smile on Li Fugui's face deepened, and he turned sideways to lead the way, his movements stiff and slow. His fat body, intentionally or unintentionally, walked in front of Chung Hao, blocking his sight that might be directed elsewhere. The two went up to the third floor. Unlike the dim lobby on the first floor and the dead silence of the accommodation area on the fourth floor, the third floor is brightly lit. The decoration style is modern and divided into different areas. Billiard room, chess and card room, reading area. At the innermost part is a gym with quite complete facilities. I took Chung Hao on a tour and came to the gym. Li Fugui looked around quite complacently and introduced. How is it, Mr. Cheng? Is it acceptable? It's a small place, not as good as a big city, but it has everything you need. Especially our fitness coach Song Ming, he graduated from a professional sports school. As if to confirm his words, a young man in a tight sports vest and shorts was using a butterfly machine with his back to them. His movements were as stiff as a zombie, which looked extremely weird. Song Ming! Li Fugui shouted. The young man stopped what he was doing when he heard the voice, turned around slowly, and looked at Li Fugui and Chung Hao. This is Mr. Cheng, the new guy from room 404. He wants to move around. Could you give him some guidance? Li Fugui stretched out his fat palm, patted Chung Hao on the shoulder, and smiled. Mr. Ching, you'll be absolutely professional if you train with Coach Song. I have something else to take care of, so I'll excuse you for a moment. After saying that, he glanced at Song Ming, then turned around, twisted his fat body, and walked out of the gym step by step. What does Mr. Ching want to practice? Song Ming walked up to Chung Hao and asked in a stiff tone. Just move around. My back is a bit stiff after sitting for so long. Chung Hao stretched his shoulders, looked at Song Ming and asked. How long has Coach Song been working here? Almost 2 years. Song Ming gestured to Chung Hao to go to the free weight area next to him, picked up a dumbbell of appropriate weight, and demonstrated the curl movement. But because of his strange nature, his movements were not standard at all. Chung Hao raised it twice casually and said, This hotel has a nice environment, but it feels like there aren't many guests? Song Ming casually replied, It's probably because it's the off-season. When the peak season comes, there will be more customers. Oh, really? I just heard the cleaning lady downstairs mention a waitress named Qinyun, who seems to be an old employee? I heard that she stole something from someone else, so... Chung Hao paused deliberately, observing Song Ming's reaction. Because the 2 cleaning ladies had mentioned this. Coach Xiao Song. Before, he seemed to be pursuing Qinyun, but was also rejected. Hearing Chung Hao mention Qinyun, Song Ming's knuckles suddenly clenched as he held the dumbbells. He suddenly looked up at Chung Hao, his tone suddenly filled with warning. Mr. Ching, I hope you won't ask about the private affairs of our hotel staff. The police haven't come to a conclusion on Qinyun's case yet. As a new guest, how can you make comments based on some rumors you heard? I was just saying it casually, Coach Song, please don't get so excited. Chung Hao smiled, stopped asking questions, and focused on the action. Song Ming also returned to his silent and taciturn self, giving instructions mechanically. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became a little depressing and awkward. Just as Chung Hao finished a set of shoulder presses and put down the barbell, the walkie-talkie that Song Ming placed on the equipment rack suddenly made a click sound. Then, Wang Xinxin's rigid voice came. Song Ming, today's guests are all last minute, and the restaurant kitchen is short-staffed. Hurry up and help out. The boss asked you to. Song Ming frowned, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. But still picked up the intercom. Got it. I'll be right there. He looked at Chung Hao and said apologetically. Mr. Ching, I'm sorry, I have something urgent to do. Please practice on your own for a while, dinner time is almost here. After saying that, without even looking at Chung Hao, he took off his training gloves and threw them away, then leaned over and walked out of the gym step by step. Chung Hao glanced at the countdown on the system interface. There are less than 15 minutes left until dinner starts at 7 o'clock. Without stopping, he quickly left the gym and headed towards the restaurant on the second floor. The restaurant is located on the easternmost side of the second floor. It is quite large and has more than a dozen round tables covered with white tablecloths. At this moment, the dim chandelier lights up. The air was filled with a mixture of the aroma of food and some indescribable stale smell. Lin Qingyan, Lin Nanyuan and Su Wan were already sitting at a table in the corner. When they saw Chung Hao coming in, they immediately waved to him. At the same time, other residents on the 4th floor also walked into the restaurant one after another and found a seat. The numb middle-aged couple in room 401 chose a corner farthest away from the crowd. The grumpy old man in room 402 pulled out a chair and sat down, mumbling to himself. The anxious middle-aged woman in 403 had a wandering gaze and nervously clutched her handbag as she sat down. The young couple in 406 were still playing with their phones as if no one was around, but their faces were expressionless and their eyes were empty. The burly guest from room 407 also arrived. He sat alone at a table, calmly looking through the menu on the table. He seemed very interested in tonight's dinner. As for the twin sisters, probably because they were afraid of Huang Xinxin, they were still hiding in room 405 and dared not come out. Huang Xinxin and 2 other receptionists with equally expressionless faces shuttled between the tables, placing the tableware stiffly. Li Fugue stood near the entrance of the restaurant, a fake smile on his fat face, his eyes scanning the entire audience. Chung Hao quickly walked over to the 3 women and sat down. How is it? What did you find? Lin Qingyan lowered her voice and asked anxiously. Chung Hao briefly recounted the news he had received, and then analyzed. Xingyun probably jumped off the building to prove her innocence after a customer's necklace was lost, and she became a suspect. And Coach Song Ming almost got angry when I mentioned Xingyun. It shows that his feelings for Xingyun are indeed extraordinary. Also, Huang Xinxin just called him over the intercom to help in the kitchen. The timing is very delicate. Necklace. That's right. Suwan immediately joined in, lowering her voice with a hint of certainty. I used the excuse of looking for something to chat with Mrs. Zhang from room 403. She was distraught, and her words were filled with guilt. She admitted that the so-called lost precious necklace wasn't lost at all. She had accidentally put it in the compartment of her suitcase and didn't notice it. But by the time she discovered it, it was too late. Suwan said, with a flash of anger in her eyes. Just because she had asked Xingyun to help her clean her room before, and she found the necklace missing, she immediately insisted that Xingyun had stolen it. She made a big fuss in the corridor, humiliated Xingyun in front of everyone, called her a thief and a slut. She even threatened to call the police to arrest her. Xingyun had no way to defend herself and collapsed at that moment. Chapter 71 Clues. After hearing Suwan's words, Lin Ranuan clenched her fists and said angrily, That's too much. Just because she's a waitress, does that mean she deserves to be wrongly accused? Lin Qingyan added, I also spoke to the couple in room 401. They said that Mrs. Zhang's abuse was particularly harsh, and Xingyun cried heartbreakingly. However, because they and the old man in room 402 were all Mrs. Zhang's card-playing friends, they didn't try to stop her. Instead, they sided with Mrs. Zhang and blamed Xingyun. Then what? Chung Hao asked. He didn't expect that Lin Qingyan and the others could ask so much key information. Maybe it's because being a woman makes it easier for these NPCs to let down their guard. Then the owner of this hotel showed up. Lin Qingyan said. Her expression became even uglier. Not only did he not help Xingyun clear up the matter, but under pressure from Mrs. Zhang being a VIP guest, he demanded that Xingyun either find the necklace within 3 days or pay compensation, otherwise he would fire her. He even threatened to call the police and told her to get out with her 2 little burdens. I heard from the couple in room 401 that Xingyun's face turned pale at the time. She didn't say a word, but just stared at Boss Li and Mrs. Zhang. As for the couple playing games in room 406, they could have provided evidence to Xingyun because she was changing the sheets in their room at the time. But because they didn't want to cause trouble, they didn't say anything. So, as Chung Hao spoke, his eyes first swept over Li Fugui, who was pretending to be polite to the tenants in the distance. It also passed by Mrs. Zhang, who was fidgeting and constantly glancing at the restaurant entrance. Xingyun couldn't bear the blows and humiliation, and in despair, she chose to jump off the building. Her death angered someone who cared deeply about her. This person, in the most extreme way, made everyone involved in this incident, or those who stood by and watched, pay the price with their lives. In the end, probably out of despair and fear, he took Xingyun's twin daughters with him, consumed the poisonous food, and set out on a road to destruction together. Well, that should be it. It's Song Ming. Suwan thought of what Chung Hao had just said and immediately analyzed. His feelings for Xingyun are definitely special, and he's a hotel employee, so he knows everything that happened. The most important thing is, he just went to the kitchen. That's the most convenient place to poison, and the timing is right too. He had every chance to do it during the dinner preparation stage. Upon hearing this, Lin Ranuan immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Qingyan looked at Chung Hao with a serious look. Chung Hao, should we identify him? Time is running out. She glanced at the system countdown, and saw less than 10 minutes left. Chung Hao frowned slightly when he heard this. Song Ming is indeed the most suspicious. He had the motive, the conditions, and the timing was right. But, it's too natural. Just then, Huang Xinxin came over pushing a food cart with 4 main courses covered with silver plates. She had a stiff smile on her face, the same as it had been for thousands of years, and placed the plates on Chung Hao's table one by one. Dear guests, tonight's main course is beef stew with potatoes. Please enjoy. After putting down the plate, she did not leave immediately. His eyes swept across the 4 people's faces, and the strange curve at the corner of his mouth seemed to deepen a little. By the way, I'll pick up the 2 little girls from room 405 later, so you won't have to worry about them. Her words seemed considerate, but they also carried a cold warning, as if reminding them not to meddle in other people's affairs. After saying that, she pushed the food cart and walked silently to the next table. Chung Hao looked at the beef stew in front of him that exuded a suspicious aroma, then raised his eyes and looked towards the kitchen. Several chefs, including Song Ming, were still busy in the kitchen. As time ticked by, an eerie atmosphere of dead silence filled the restaurant, and the temperature rose. All the tenants related to the case sat quietly, like puppets waiting for the final judgment. Soon, they will all die here because of eating food containing highly toxic substances. The Red Moon Hotel has since become a den that attracts dark and strange things. These have become a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. But in order to pass the game copy, Chung Hao needs to identify the murderer before the tragedy scene is reproduced. This will relieve the resentment and obsession in the hearts of these strange undead spirits. Otherwise, they will never know who killed them. But the question is, who to point fingers at? Song and Ming? Huang Xinqin? Or is it the hotel owner Li Fugue? Or is it a chef who likes Qingyun just like Song Ming? Chung Hao's brain was working rapidly, frantically piecing together and deducing all the clues in his mind. Qingyun's humiliation and death, the twins' fear, the tenants' abnormal reactions, Li Fugue's hypocrisy, Huang Xinqin's weirdness, Song Ming's anger and departure. The outline of the truth is vaguely visible in the thick fog. But Chung Hao always felt that he was missing something, and was always missing the most crucial link. The fragrant potato-stewed beef in front of him exuded an ominous aura in his eyes. The countdown numbers on the system interface were beating relentlessly, like drumbeats beating on the heart. Chung Hao's eyes swept across the entire restaurant. The numb couple in 401, the irritable old man in 402, Mrs. Zhang in 403 who was so nervous that she almost crushed her handbag, the couple in 406 who were addicted to games, the silent strong man in 407. Li Fugue wore a hypocritical smile, and walked around the room like a puppet. Huang Xinqin was like a programmed robot, serving dishes as she went back and forth. Song Ming was still in the kitchen and hadn't shown up. Suddenly, a huge question exploded in Chung Hao's mind like thunder. He suddenly looked at Lin Qinyan and the other two, and said in a very low voice with a hint of urgency. Qinyan, Nuanyuan, Sister Wan, when you interacted with other tenants, did you ever ask why they were here today? Lin Qinyan and Su Wan looked at each other. A trace of confusion appeared on their faces, as if they didn't understand why Chung Hao asked this question. Lin Nuanyuan suddenly thought of something and replied. I asked the couple playing games in room 406, and they said they received a notice from the police to cooperate with the investigation of Xinyun's suicide case as witnesses, so they had to be there today. They even complained about the delay. Police notification? Must you be there today? Upon hearing this, Chung Hao immediately asked. But where are the police? There's not a single one here. Shouldn't we go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation and record our statements? Why are we asking everyone involved to gather at the hotel where the crime occurred? Lin Qinyan also instantly understood the absurdity of this. That's right, this doesn't make sense at all. Unless that so-called police notice is completely fake. Someone deliberately summoned them here. Who called them here? That person is the biggest suspect. Just check their communication records and you'll know. This thought was like lightning, illuminating Chung Hao's confused thoughts. His eyes were like a searchlight, sweeping across the entire audience again. Just then, there was a slight commotion near the restaurant entrance. Oh no, the water dispenser is out of water. What happened? Is the air conditioning in the restaurant broken tonight? Why is it so hot? I'm dying of thirst. Huang Xinqin's stiff voice sounded with a barely perceptible hint of anxiety. I saw that the water dispenser bucket in the corner of the hall was empty. Li Fugue frowned, as if complaining about the logistics support. But the other employees were busy, and he was a fat man and couldn't lift the bucket at all. Moreover, he also felt that the air conditioning in the restaurant seemed to be not working properly. I'll go change. At this time, a low voice sounded. It was the burly, rugged middle-aged man in room 407. He had been sitting silently before, but now he stood up on his own initiative. He moved calmly and walked to the water dispenser. He easily picked up an unopened bucket of water next to him, skillfully tore off the sealing film, lifted the heavy bucket, and with a clang, he firmly fastened it to the water dispenser. The whole process was clean and neat, as if it had been done countless times. This small, seemingly ordinary action. But it was like a match with a lit fuse, instantly detonating all the fragments of clues in Chung Hao's mind. Water! He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the glass of clear boiled water on his table, which had been poured for him when he sat down. There are water cups like this on every table in the restaurant. At the same time, another very important detail is like a beacon in the darkness at this moment. In front of Chung Hao, it was extremely clear. From the time we entered the dungeon until now, whether it is the front desk, cleaning staff, Huang Xinxin, Li Fugui and fitness coach Song Ming, all of their movements were carried with an inhuman stiffness. The only difference is that the tenant number 407, the way he changed the water just now was so smooth and natural. So natural, like a person who is really alive and familiar with this place. Chapter 72 Reenactment. Pick up the glass of water in front of you. Then I looked at the staff in the restaurant who were busy serving the dishes. Chung Hao naturally thought of a very critical question. Since they are all so busy, when was this glass of water poured? When all the clues are connected together, the original mysteries are solved by themselves. Seeing that the copy time is about to end. The guests were already planning to dine. The busy employees were also preparing to drink water because of their dry mouths. Chung Hao suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Actually, what's truly poisonous is the water on the table and the bucket that was just replaced." As he spoke, he pointed to the tenant number 407 who had just helped change the water. "You came upstairs early and put the water glasses on the dining table, right? You broke the air conditioner on purpose. You are the murderer who caused the tragedy in this hotel." This sudden accusation made Lin Qingyan and the other two, who were still suspicious of others, stunned. The tenant of room 407? He was not on their list of suspects just now. But as Chung Hao pointed out, the originally noisy restaurant seemed to be paused. All the guests preparing to eat and the busy employees stopped working and froze in place. The entire restaurant fell into an eerie silence. Tenant number 407, Wang Jianfeng, who had just changed the water and was about to walk back to his seat, also paused. He turned around suddenly, his eyes like a poisoned dagger, fixed on Chung Hao. Those eyes were filled with astonishment, anger of being exposed, and a kind of calm, almost crazy coldness. "Oh!" Wang Jianfeng let out a meaningless low laugh from his throat, breaking the suffocating silence in the restaurant. He did not try to hide it anymore. He glanced at Chung Hao, then his eyes swept over the guests and employees in the restaurant who were like lambs to be slaughtered. The voice was hoarse and cold, filled with deep hatred. "You are very smart, much smarter than those idiots who just wait to die." He paced slowly, his leather shoes making a dull sound on the carpet, like a death knell. "Yes, it's me." Wang Jianfeng's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the restaurant. "I called them back one by one in the name of police. Reason? Of course, to cooperate with the investigation of Xiaoyun's case. They felt guilty, so I used some harsh words and they all came obediently." As he spoke, his gaze was like a concrete icicle, fiercely piercing Mrs. Zhang in room 403. "Zhang Lihua! You're a filthy, bullying bitch! Just because you lost your tattered necklace, you falsely accused Xiaoyun of being a thief. You forced her into the corridor and, in front of everyone, called her a thief. You called her a slut. You told her she didn't deserve to live. You called her child a burden. How dare you say that?" Mrs. Zhang was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She screamed and tried to crawl under the table, but she was bound to the chair by invisible rules and could only whimper in fear. Wang Jianfeng turned his gaze to Li Fugui again. "And you, Li Fugui, you beast in human skin! Xiaoyun has worked diligently for you for 5 years. How long have you been coveting her? Giving her gifts? A raise? Is that a reward for your employees? You clearly just want to buy her body with some filthy money. How many times has she rejected you? You're holding a grudge, aren't you? When that bitch Zhang Lihua framed Xiaoyun, not only did you not help her clear her name, but you actually added insult to injury. Forced her to pay compensation. Forced her to leave. And even threatened to call the police. Call the police? Fine. Why didn't you? Xiaoyun is innocent. If she stole anything, I'd tear my head off and give it to you. But you forced her to death. For the first time, real fear appeared on Li Fugui's fat face. His lips trembled, he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. And you too! Wang Jianfeng's eyes swept over the couple in 401, the old man in 402, and the couple in 406, his eyes filled with contempt and cold murderous intent. You all heard it, didn't you? You all saw it, didn't you? Did anyone stand up and speak for her? No! Each and every one of you is an accomplice. Each and every one of you is a bloodless executioner. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he wanted to vent all the pent-up pain and anger. Xiaoyun. She loved cleanliness and beauty so much. Before she died, she was afraid of soiling her favorite blue dress. She was so kind, so foolish. She died with a huge grievance. What about you? You murderers who forced her to death are still living with a clear conscience. As if nothing happened. Why? Wang Jianfeng roared suddenly, his voice shaking the chandelier. Why should Xiaoyun die while you can live? Since God can't give Xiaoyun justice, then I will give her justice. Use all of your lives to bury Xiaoyun. He pointed at the water dispenser, a grin of cruelty and relief on his face. Do you know? Watching you all finish your dinner, pick up your water cups to drink, and then collapse to the ground with your faces turning blue and holding your throats in pain, it's the most satisfying sight in the world. As his cold words fell, the dead silence in the restaurant seemed to be broken in an instant. Ugh! The first person to scream was Mrs. Zhang from room 403. She seemed to be suddenly strangled by the throat, and her eyes bulged out. He scratched his neck frantically with his hands, and his face turned purple at a speed visible to the naked eye. She slid off the chair in pain, her body twitching and twisting violently. Immediately afterwards, the old man in room 402 suddenly covered his chest with his hands, opened his mouth wide, and let out a ho-ho sound of gasping. He was like a fish out of water, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, filled with incredible fear. 401 The numb couple, the husband suddenly let out a beast-like howl and banged his head hard on the table. The wife curled up into a ball, screaming shrilly and digging her nails deep into the carpet. The couple in 406 finally put down their phones. The girl looked at her boyfriend's face in horror, which was instantly distorted and foaming at the mouth. Then she herself began to vomit and convulse violently. Li Fugui's fat body was shaking violently as if he was electrocuted. He grabbed his collar tightly and wanted to breathe, but it was as if a giant hand was strangling his neck. His face quickly turned pale. Huang Xinxin looked at Li Fugui's expression and stepped forward anxiously, asking with concern. Boss, what's wrong with you? Don't be in trouble. You promised me that you would divorce your wife and marry me. Before she could finish her words, she fell to the ground and began to twitch. The entire restaurant instantly turned into hell. The screams of pain, the desperate struggles, the sounds of the table overturning and the breaking of cutlery were all intertwined together. The strong smell of death and despair instantly overwhelmed everyone. This is the scene when the Red Moon Hotel tragedy occurred. At this moment, he reappeared in front of Chung Hao and the others. Chapter 73 Dissipation. Wang Jianfeng stood in the center of the restaurant, watching those figures struggling in pain and heading towards death. There was no ecstasy of revenge on his face, only bottomless sadness and relief. He slowly raised his head, his gaze seeming to penetrate the ceiling in layers of space, and fixed on the open window of room 507 on the 5th floor. Xiaoyun! He whispered hoarsely, his voice barely audible over the howling of pain. Yet, it reached the ears of Chung Hao and the other three clearly, carrying with it endless nostalgia and sadness. I avenge you! He slowly turned around and his gaze fell on Chung Hao and the others again. The madness and coldness had faded, leaving only a tired emptiness. Then, he seemed to be talking to himself, and also seemed to be talking to Chung Hao and the others. Xiaoyun and I met 2 years ago. 3 years after her husband passed away, she had been struggling to raise 2 children alone. I was on a long-distance trucking trip when my truck broke down, and I stayed at this hotel, where I met her. She was gentle yet strong. I could see her weariness, but I could also see the light in her eyes. Later, I took the initiative to pursue her and wanted to take care of her and the child. But Xiaoyun never agreed. I knew she couldn't forget her dead husband. But it didn't matter. As long as I could see her occasionally, I would be satisfied. As for that blue dress, it was a birthday gift from Xiaoyun's husband. She said it was her favorite. She said blue resembles the sky, and wearing it is like wearing a good mood. I know she still thinks of him, but I don't mind. Because this proves that Xiaoyun is a good woman. His voice choked. She was afraid of getting it dirty until her death. Then, that deep hatred appeared on Wang Jianfeng's face again. So, of course I have to take revenge. They forced my beloved woman to death. I wish I could cut them into pieces. Then, this pleasure turned into deeper pain and determination. As for those 2 children, Wang Jianfeng's voice sank, filled with heartbreaking fatigue and despair. They are too young. Xiaoyun is gone and I can't survive even after killing so many people. Who should I leave them to? Who will take care of them? Rather than leaving them alone in this world, rather than letting them suffer in this world, it's better to take them with me. At least their family can be reunited in the underworld. You're too extreme. When Lin Qingyan heard this, she couldn't help but speak out, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. You lunatic! This is all purely wishful thinking on your part. Even if you want revenge, the children are innocent. They are so young. Who are you to decide their lives? Innocent? Wang Jianfeng suddenly looked at Lin Qingyan, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Then it dimmed again, leaving only endless grayness. In this fucked up world, who is truly innocent? Being alive isn't necessarily a blessing. Perhaps death would be a relief for them. His voice became lower and lower, and his figure began to become blurry and transparent, as if it would disappear in the wind at any time. Chung Hao looked at Wang Jianfeng's gradually blurred figure, but his face was almost coldly calm. To him, this was ultimately just a copy that needed to be cleared, a cycle of resentment bound by rules. Wang Jianfeng's choice is extreme or cruel. In this distorted fragment of time and space, what has already happened cannot be changed. He has only one goal to end it all. It's time to end it. Chung Hao's voice was calm, as if he was stating an established fact. Wang Jianfeng was slightly startled and murmured, Yeah, it's time to end it. As he spoke, he looked at Chung Hao again, and a smile of relief suddenly appeared on his face. Come to think of it, I should thank you for identifying me. Due to some kind of energy law, I've been repeating what happened in the past few hours of my life. At first, it was really satisfying to watch those people die in such a miserable state over and over again. But after seeing it so much, I'm a little tired of it. So, let's end it all here. As Wang Jianfeng finished his last words, he turned into gray-black dots of light like sand blown away by the wind and completely disappeared into the air. Immediately afterwards, the entire restaurant scene began to fluctuate violently, like water into which a stone had been thrown. The bodies of those NPCs who were struggling and wailing in pain, Li Fugui, Huang Xinqin, Mrs. Zhang, the couple in 401, the old man in 402, the couple in 406, Song Ming in the kitchen and other employees, also shattered and decomposed quickly, and then disappeared. All the sounds stopped abruptly. It was as if it was instantly snuffed out by an invisible hand. The smell of blood, the smell of death, and thick resentment filled the restaurant. It also dissipated quickly like the receding tide. The next moment, the suffocating, sticky feeling of coldness and despair that enveloped the entire Red Moon Hotel melted and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like ice and snow under the sun. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in the minds of Chung Hao and the other 3. Congratulations to the 4 players for successfully completing Strange Hotel. Rating A. Reward: 15,000 experience points, superpower treasure box, A-level multiplier 1. Team experience, distributed according to contribution value. Chung Hao, 40% add 6,000 experience points. Lin Qingyan, 20% add 3,000 experience points. Lin Yuanyuan, 20% add 3,000 experience points. Su Wan, 20% add 3,000 experience points. A series of system prompts startled the four people. Especially the generous experience value rewards, which instantly diluted the heaviness brought by the dungeon story. Lin Yuanyuan jumped up excitedly, her face flushed with excitement. Her previous fear and sadness were replaced by great surprise. Yeah! We did it! Su Wan also breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile on her face. It's finally over. This dungeon was so depressing. Although Lin Qingyan was also happy about passing the level and upgrading, there was still a trace of complicated emotions between her brows about the ending of Wang Jianfeng and the twins. She sighed softly and said nothing. Chung Hao saw that the system had already distributed the experience points, which saved him time. His eyes turned towards the superpowered treasure chest as the Omniscient Exploration ability unfolded. The type of superpower represented by the genetic drug inside is revealed. A-level superpower gene potion, the power of flying. Gives the user the ability to freely control gravity and harness air currents, enabling high-speed, sustained aerial flight regardless of terrain. Flight height, speed, and flexibility will continue to improve with the player's level and development. Chapter 74 Toll. The power of flying? After reading the introduction, Chung Hao immediately lost interest in this superpower. Because he already possesses the power of thunder and wind blade. Moreover, as he developed these two superpowers to more than 60%, he already possesses quite impressive flying abilities. Therefore, this single power of flying is undoubtedly redundant for him. So he said to the three women, "The superpowers in this treasure chest allow one to fly. I already have a similar ability, so you three should discuss it and see who needs it more." Su Wan looked at the genetic medicine in the treasure chest, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But after a little thought, he shook his head. "This ability is very powerful, but it's not suitable for me. After all, I'm a driver, and driving the car well is the most important thing." Lin Yuanyuan also quickly waved her hands. "I don't want it either. I'm a healing assistant and need to stay close to everyone. Flying around will only make me a target. Besides, I'm a little afraid of heights." The two of them naturally looked at Lin Qingyan. Lin Qingyan looked at the bottle of genetic medicine and began to think. As a sharpshooter, she knows exactly what this ability means to her. The absolute commanding heights, the unimaginable sniper vision, and the perfect shooting position free from terrain restrictions. This is simply the ultimate dream of a sniper. So, she said to Lin Yuanyuan and Su Wan, "This superpower is very important to me, thank you. Next time, no matter what superpower potion I come across, I won't take it." Seeing that the three women had already reached an agreement, Chung Hao took out the genetic medicine from the treasure chest, handed it to Lin Qingyan, and said, "In fact, it is very compatible with your abilities. From now on, you will be our eyes in the sky. Lin Qingyan took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. He solemnly extended his hands, took the gene medicine, and said gratefully, "Thank you. I will definitely not let this power go to waste." After saying that, she drank the genetic potion in front of the three people. Buzz! As the potion took its mouth, a powerful energy instantly surged into Lin Qingyan's limbs and bones. Her body involuntarily became light, as if it had lost weight. With a slight movement of her mind, a gentle yet powerful airflow appeared out of thin air beneath her feet. Holding her body, he slowly left the ground. Lin Qingyan let out a light cry and subconsciously clenched her fists. But soon, I got used to this wonderful feeling. She was suspended more than a meter above the ground, trying to move. His body was as light and agile as a feather, floating around the restaurant. The movements quickly became smooth and natural from being awkward at the beginning. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. That is the confidence in the control of power, and the excitement about the changes in future fighting methods. After Lin Qingyan became almost familiar with her new superpowers. At Chung Hao's reminder, several people will use the experience points they have gained to upgrade their respective player levels. Chung Hao spent 6,000 points to upgrade his level to 34. Sisters Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanuan consumed 3,000 points and reached level 29. Although Suwan started late, she has now reached level 25 because she needed less experience points to advance in the early stages. It has to be said that they gained a lot from the short 2-hour dungeon experience. Okay, now that we have our rewards, it's time for us to get out of here. Looking at the restaurant in front of him, Chung Hao said. The resentment here has been resolved. It will no longer attract dark and strange things. The three women nodded when they heard this. Then he followed Chung Hao and walked towards the gate without hesitation. Their fortress RV was still quietly parked in a parking space not far away. Like a loyal steel behemoth, it is waiting for its master's return. The four of them got into the car, followed by a low roar. The fortress RV, carrying the four people whose strength had greatly increased, drove onto the winding gray foggy road again. Brother Chen, where are we going next? Are there any other copies? Sitting in the back seat, Lin Nanuan looked at Chung Hao expectantly and asked. What's next? Chung Hao sat in the passenger seat, staring at the endless gray fog swirling on both sides of the road. Of course, we have to keep exploring, looking for new superpowered treasure chests, gathering monsters, or dungeons. Only by constantly gaining experience points and becoming stronger can we survive in this hellhole. With a thought, his Omniscient exploration ability was activated. The invisible spiritual power, like mercury pouring out from the ground, surged out in all directions with the fortress RV as the center. The powerful perception penetrated the thick gray fog and scanned all the suspicious energy fluctuations around. A moment later, Chung Hao suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. What did you find? Seeing this, the three women in the car asked in unison. According to the exploration, there is indeed a new copy ahead. Chung Hao opened the in-car map and pointed to a location and said, to the southeast, approximately 30 kilometers away, there's a very strong energy field. The dungeon type is labeled Strange Campus. Strange Campus copy? Lin Nanuan's eyes lit up. This is completely different from the previous copies we encountered. Lin Qiyan is more concerned with practical matters. How dangerous and difficult is it? It's marked A+, which is higher than the hotel we were at just now, but the rewards are naturally more generous. Then what are you waiting for? Lin Nanuan waved her fist excitedly. Let's go there now. After receiving the dungeon reward, Lin Nanuan even felt. This is much more convenient than gaining experience points by killing monsters. However, game copies are not open all day long. Once you miss it, you may never see it again. So, they must go as soon as possible. But Chung Hao shook his head again and said, the problem is, there's a serious traffic jam on the road leading to the weird campus. Traffic jam? Suwan was stunned when she heard this, and subconsciously slowed down the car. In this world there are still traffic jams? How is that possible? Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanuan also looked incredulous. In the world of road survival, apart from the occasional wandering monsters and sporadic groups of survivors, there is no possibility of large-scale transportation. Traffic jam? This word sounds so unreal. Lin Qingyan pondered for a moment and guessed. Are there a large number of monsters ahead? No. Chung Hao shook his head and sensed it carefully again. After confirming, he began to explain. It's a man-made blockage. About 10 kilometers from us, in front of a steel bridge spanning the fault zone, someone has deliberately set up a checkpoint. There were about 20 cars behind us, blocked at the bridge head and unable to pass. How so? After listening to this, Lin Qingyan frowned. Who did it? What was the purpose? Chung Hao did not answer immediately. His Omniscient exploration ability continued to scan the specific situation at the entrance of the bridge like an invisible tentacle. Soon, his expression darkened completely, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was done by a group of players. They are collecting tolls. Chapter 75 Bloody Massacre. What? Tolls? After hearing this, Lin Nanuan's eyes widened. Then he couldn't help but curse. In a place like this? And doing this kind of thing? You must be crazy! What kind of people are they? How can they be so hateful? Don't they think there are enough dangers and troubles in this world? Why can't we just stick together? There's nothing we can do. Some people are just naturally hateful, especially in a place like this where order has collapsed. Without the constraints of rules, they will only become worse. Chung Hao first gave a wry smile, then shared the information he had obtained with the three women. There are at least 50 people gathered at the bridgehead. They are well equipped and quite powerful. The leader was a huge guy, wearing heavy alloy armor and holding a huge machete. He looked very fierce. His information is marked as blood slaughter by the system, and his level is 36. Level 36? When Lin Qingyan and the other two heard this, their expressions changed slightly. This level is much higher than theirs. Even Chung Hao is currently only level 34. At this level, he might even possess some kind of superpowers. No wonder they dared to set up checkpoints and collect tolls. Wait, Shuai-Tu? This name seems to have appeared in the chat channel before. Lin Qingyan suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. Chung Hao nodded. Yes, that guy. When I was doing business with Desert Lone Eagle before, he warned me to be careful of this guy. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Except for Shuai-Tu himself, the people around him, excluding some small minions, there are 7 or 8 people, and their levels are not low either, generally between level 25 and 30. While analyzing the group's strength, Chung Hao continued to describe what he saw. They occupied the advantageous terrain of the bridgehead, set up simple bunkers, and even specially built heavy weapons such as machine guns. All the player teams that wanted to cross that bridge were stopped by them. That's why there was a traffic jam behind. Chung Hao's perception clearly captured the scenes happening on the open space at the bridgehead. A team consisting of 5 off-road vehicles was forced to stop in front of the checkpoint by several armed assailants. The captain of the off-road team was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He suppressed his anger and fear as he negotiated with the giant named Shuai-Tu. Brother, please give us some convenience. We just want to go over there. The man smiled and tried to hand over a few packets of compressed biscuits. Bang! The one who responded to him was a bald, strong man next to Shuai-Tu. He first knocked the biscuit away, then kicked it hard on the hood of the SUV. The loud noise scared the people in the car. Sending away beggars? The bald man grinned, his saliva almost spraying on the other man's face. Our boss said that if you want to cross this blood slaughter bridge, you must either leave behind half of your supplies, or leave behind a B-level or higher superpower gene potion, or... His lustful eyes swept over a pale young woman in the other team. Leave a woman behind to entertain the brothers. You are robbing! Upon hearing this, the captain of the off-road team was so angry that he trembled all over and put his hand on the weapon at his waist. Robbery? A hint of sarcasm appeared on Shuai-Tu's face as he raised the huge, stained machete. The tip of the knife pointed at the captain of the off-road team, and he grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. You're right. I'm robbing. In this damn place, the bigger the fist, the more law. Don't want to give it? That's fine. He slammed the machete to the ground with a dull thud, his murderous aura overflowing. Then leave your lives behind. After you die, the system space will collapse on its own. Then, all your things will be ours. The powerful feeling of oppression and the undisguised murderous intent made the members of that team turn pale in an instant. The captain's hands froze on his weapon, and cold sweat covered his forehead. In the end, under the watchful eyes of Shuai-Tu and his men, he chose to compromise in humiliation. He gritted his teeth and transferred half of the supplies he had worked so hard to accumulate to Shuai-Tu. Humph, you're smart. Get lost. Shuai-Tu checked his system panel and smiled with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand, signaling his men to let him go. The off-road team started the car immediately as if they had been pardoned. Under the mocking gazes of the criminals, he carefully walked around the wreckage of the vehicle and drove onto the bridge. Immediately afterwards, another team trying to reason was stopped. They were numerous and seemed to have some strength, and tried to negotiate forcefully. After several unsuccessful attempts, someone drove a van and prepared to force their way in. Seeing this, Shuai-Tu sneered, then took action himself without hesitation. Suddenly, streams of blood-red mist emerged around his body. At the same time, it burst out with terrifying speed and crashed into the opponent's convoy like a human tank. The huge machete in his hand swept out with a fierce sound of breaking through the air. Puff! Crack! The sounds of metal colliding, bones breaking, and screams rang out almost at the same time. The van that tried to break through the checkpoint was cut in half in an instant. The people sitting in the car were hit by the knife energy and died on the spot. Blood and internal organs were splattered all over the ground. After just one encounter, the van that tried to break through the checkpoint was turned into scrap metal. Everyone in the car died. After the system space collapsed, the supplies they collected fell all over the ground. When the players behind saw this scene, they were so scared that they quickly turned off their cars, fearing that Shuetu would misunderstand them. Then, they followed Shuetu's request. Only after handing over half of the collected supplies or producing and used genetic medicines will they be allowed to pass. If it weren't for the rules of the game, experience points could only be transferred to each other after forming a team and becoming teammates. The experience points they worked so hard to gain will probably be slaughtered and drained away to nothing. After describing the explored scene to the three women in the car, Lin Nanuan's face flushed with anger, and she clenched her fists tightly as she cursed. Those guys are so abominable! Su Wan's expression was also very ugly. They rely on their high rank and numbers to rob people and take their lives with impunity. People like this will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Lin Xingyan, however, appeared much calmer. However, she subconsciously held the sniper rifle in her hand. She looked at Chung Hao and asked in a low voice. Chung Hao, what should we do? Should we take a detour or… Chung Hao withdrew his perception and stared coldly at the winding road ahead and the swirling, foggy area. His sight seemed to be able to penetrate the fog and see the bloody checkpoint and the arrogant and domineering blood butcher. A detour? Chung Hao pondered for a moment, then said, That bridge is the only way to the strange campus dungeon. Taking a detour would add at least 10 hours to the journey, and there's no guarantee the dungeon will still be there by then. As he spoke, his fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the seat, making a light clacking sound. As for that blood slaughter, although his player level is 2 levels higher than mine, he also possesses 2 A-level superpowers. But in terms of overall combat power, he's not necessarily better than me. After all, I now possess 5 A-level superpowers. At this point, Chung Hao's mouth curled up into a cold arc. What's more, I have already seen through his abilities. So, he's not good enough for us to take a detour. Sister Wan, keep the speed and drive straight ahead. Qingyan Nanuan, prepare to fight. Leave the blood slaughter to me. You guys handle the others, I'll have the Shadow Summon Beast assist you. Good. Seeing Chung Hao's confident look, the three women responded in unison. There is no fear in his eyes, only ignited fighting spirit. After spending some time together, they already had a good understanding of Chung Hao's character. He won't take risks if he's not sure. At this moment, Chung Hao has made up his mind to fight against Shuetu and his gang. You will definitely be sure to win. The fortress RV is like an awakened steel giant, crushing the fog with an indomitable momentum. It drove towards the bloody bridge, shrouded in blood. Chapter 76, Strike First and Gain the Upper Hand. The fortress RV was like a silent steel behemoth, moving steadily forward on the road filled with gray fog on both sides. They were getting closer and closer to the Shuetu Bridge, which was named by Shuetu after his nickname. The faint smell of blood and the tense atmosphere in the air became stronger and stronger. On the roadside, vehicles that were forcibly stopped formed a long queue. Behind the car window are pairs of eyes filled with fatigue, fear, anger, and helplessness. Seeing the fortress RV, the behemoth drove towards it without slowing down. Some car owners showed a hint of shock and envy in their eyes. When I saw 3 women and a young man sitting in the RV, someone couldn't help but roll down the window and shouted anxiously. You guys, stop the car now! Don't drive over here! Someone has set up a checkpoint on the bridge ahead and is blocking the road to collect protection money. Stop now! They're killing people without blinking an eye. They want supplies and women. Considering your situation, they won't let you pass easily. Yeah, let's take a detour. There's still time. There's no need to risk your life. Warnings sounded one after another, all of them were kind reminders. Especially when I saw the three women in the car, all of them were stunningly beautiful. They felt more and more that Shwetu and his gang would definitely target them. Although he knew that these people meant well, Chung Hao sat in the passenger seat with a stern expression, ignoring the shouts outside the window. Lin Qingyan was sitting in the back seat, and the sniper rifle, Barrett, had been quietly set up on the edge of the car window. Lin Nanyuan's face was tense, her hands clenched tightly, ready to open her golden shield at any time. Su Wan gripped the steering wheel tightly, staring sharply ahead as the outline of the bridge became clearer and clearer. The engine of the Fortress RV let out a deep and powerful roar, as if responding to the coming storm. Chung Hao looked ahead and reminded in a low voice. Sister Wan, be ready to activate Fortress mode at any time. Clear! As Su Wan responded, her finger was already pressing on a red button on the center console. At the same time, the Fortress RV accelerated like an arrow, leaving the vehicles lined up on both sides of the road behind. Crushing over the scattered debris on the ground, with an indomitable momentum, he rushed straight to the open space at the bridge head that had been forcibly cleared. Squeak! With the sound of brakes, the huge body of the Fortress RV stopped steadily less than 10 meters away from the checkpoint. The wheels plowed shallow marks on the ground. The ferocious horn on the front of the car flashed coldly in the dim light. Facing the Shwetu gang, the makeshift bunker, and those black heavy machine guns. This sudden, forced intrusion gesture instantly broke the suppressed balance at the bridge head. Damn it! Where did this fool come from? Are you looking for death? What a huge car! How was this thing modified? There seems to be a woman in the car. And she's quite pretty. Shwetu's men were shocked at first. When he saw the women in the RV, he immediately burst into arrogant shouting and lewd laughter. They all poked their heads out from behind their cover, loaded various guns and aimed them at the uninvited guest. A bald, muscular man with a face full of flesh even grinned, picked up a rocket launcher, aimed at the front windshield of the Fortress RV, and shouted, "Get out of the car quickly! We've already taken over this bridge. If you want to pass, you must get our boss's approval." Before Chung Hao and the others could respond, Shwetu's huge figure, like a human bear, walked out from behind the crowd. His heavy alloy plate armor made a dull friction sound when he moved. The scar on his face looked even more hideous in the dim light. He was holding the iconic huge machete in his hand, with dark brown blood scabs still on the blade. A pair of beast-like eyes first swept over the exaggerated armor and horns of the Fortress RV, and a trace of solemnity and greed flashed across his eyes. But soon, his eyes were fixed on Su Wan in the driving seat, and Lin Qingyan and Lin Nanyuan in the back seat. Three women with very different temperaments, but all outstanding looks. In this gray and hopeless world, they are like three flowers blooming in the darkness. It instantly ignited the filthy desires in the hearts of Shwetu and his men. As for Chung Hao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, apart from his handsome appearance, there was nothing special about him, and he looked ordinary. In this world, what's the point of being handsome? Therefore, he was simply ignored by Shwetu. Coming to the front of the car, Shwetu licked his lips and laughed. The car is great. The women are even better. The car and these three women can stay here, but that guy in the passenger seat can get out. After saying that, he suddenly pointed the huge machete in his hand at the Fortress RV. He stared at Chung Hao with cold eyes. You only have 10 seconds. Facing Shwetu's threat, Chung Hao only responded with 2 words. Sand dollar. Then, he shouted without hesitation. Sister Wan, do it! Activate the Seraph laser cannon and shoot the bald guy carrying the bazooka first. Since fighting is inevitable, it's better to strike first. Good! Hearing Chung Hao's instructions, Su Wan responded. Put your finger on the button, harder. The armor plates on the roof of the Fortress RV suddenly slid to both sides. A sci-fi looking gun barrel flashing with a faint blue energy light. The Seraph laser cannon rises. Buzz. The dazzling blue light condensed instantly. Boom! Before the bald man carrying the rocket launcher could react. After a loud bang, the bald strong man, the rocket launcher on his shoulder, and the bunker behind him were gone. Under the blazing high-energy laser beam, it is instantly vaporized. All that was left was a large, charred pit emitting smoke and a few wisps of smoke that quickly dissipated. Such a powerful and swift attack directly stunned Shui-Tu and his gang. They had never imagined that there was such a powerful laser cannon on this RV. What was even more unexpected was that the people in the RV would take the initiative to attack without any warning. Hateful! Open fire! Smash this car! After coming to his senses, Shui-Tu's eyes suddenly turned red. The veins on his neck and forehead bulged as he roared angrily. Vehicle-mounted weapon system, fully activated! At the same time, Chung Hao's voice sounded in the cab. As soon as he finished speaking, the fortress RV was like a waking war machine. The alloy panels on both sides of the vehicle rose up, revealing the rapid-fire machine guns hidden underneath. Dense bullets, like a metal storm, splashed towards the criminals who just popped their heads out from behind the cover. Da-da-da-da-da! Shui-Tu's men were caught off guard and immediately fell to the ground. The sound of bullets and screams were endless. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were beaten into sieves. Chapter 77 Fighting. The ferocious firepower of the fortress RV was like thunderclaps out of the blue, instantly shattering the dead silence at the bridgehead. The bullet casings fell to the ground like a rainstorm, making crisp impact sounds. The flames spewing from the muzzle cast flickering red lights on the dim bridge. Shui-Tu's men were immersed in the lust of the beautiful woman and the arrogance of bullying others just a second ago. The next second, he was completely stunned by this sudden storm of bullets. When had they ever seen such a fierce, precise, and unexpected attack? How can this be called an RV? This is clearly a mobile steel fortress, a war machine spewing flames of death. My legs! Oh my God! Get out of the way! What kind of monster is this? Seeing their accomplices being beaten into a pulp, the criminals who had originally planned to shoot were now in chaos like ants being poured with boiling water. Some of them fled in panic, rushing to the back of the shelter in a panic. Some of them panicked and jumped directly into the drainage ditch nearby. The operators of several heavy machine guns, which were highly anticipated, fled their positions tumbling and crawling. The gun barrel lay alone and tilted to one side, never daring to show its head again. At the same time, there was a long traffic jam at the rear. The deathly silence had long been broken, replaced by a series of gasps and exclamations of disbelief. Oh my God! What kind of cannon is that? It blew up everyone and the entire bunker in one go. Oh my God! This firepower is too strong. Look, the people from Shui-Tu were beaten like grandsons, they couldn't even lift their heads. Who are the people in this car? 4 people actually completely suppressed more than 50 people from the blood slaughter army? I must be dreaming. I knew that car was something special. Look, even the heavy machine guns are muted. That's too fierce. It's so satisfying. Hit me. Hit me hard. The car owners who had previously reminded Chung Hao and the others to turn around and take a detour now had their eyes wide open and their mouths opened so wide that an egg could fit in. They leaned on the car windows and stared at the RV at the bridge head, which looked like a fortress of a fire-breathing monster. And the bloody slaughter gang that was suppressed and suffered heavy casualties. His face was filled with extreme shock and ecstasy. They were trapped here, enduring humiliation and fear. They had imagined countless possibilities, but they had never thought of. There will be a car that will crush these demons to the ground with such a domineering and overwhelming attitude. The deafening sound of gunfire sounded like the most beautiful war drums in their ears. Every time the Fortress RV fires, it brings them an indescribable sense of pleasure and relief. My goodness! I thought they were going there to die. I didn't expect. A middle-aged driver who had given the most warnings before was now muttering to himself. Looking at the Fortress RV standing tall in the smoke, his eyes were full of admiration. This isn't just a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. This is a dragon crossing the river. Damn it! Damn it! He saw his men being suppressed by the RV's firepower and suffering heavy casualties. Shui-Tu's eyes were red as he let out a series of roars and snarls. He knew that if he didn't take action, the 50-plus men he had painstakingly gathered would be wiped out. With a thought, the blood mist surrounding him suddenly expanded and rolled, facing the incoming bullets like a living thing. The bullet shot into the blood mist, its speed suddenly decreased, making a muffled puff sound, and finally fell to the ground weakly. Immediately afterwards, his huge body rushed forward like a bloody monster. The huge machete in his hand rolled up a dazzling blood light, and with a sharp scream that tore through the air, it slashed fiercely at the laser cannon on the roof of the fortress RV. This sword contains all the power of his A-level superpower, the mountain-splitting sword technique. The force is so strong that it is enough to split a small mountain. Before the blade arrived, the sharp wind from the blade had already cut deep grooves in the ground in front of the car. With the current defensive capabilities of the Fortress RV, it really cannot withstand this domineering and fierce sword attack. At this critical moment, the passenger door of the Fortress RV suddenly popped open. A figure appeared in front of the car as if teleporting. It's Chung Hao. Facing this terrifying sword that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, Chung Hao did not dodge or evade, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a low shout, a layer of extremely tough light golden energy membrane instantly covered the whole body. The energy of the Vajra body caused the density of Chung Hao's muscles and bones to increase dramatically, as if cast in Vajra. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge blood-red machete, with the power to split mountains and rocks, chopped heavily on Chung Hao's crossed arms. The deafening sound of metal clashing resounded across the bridge. A violent energy shock wave suddenly exploded with the two of them as the center. The ground was cracked and gravel was flying around like bullets. Several abandoned cars that were nearby were overturned. The shock wave dissipated and Chung Hao stood firmly in place. He saw that it was the young man sitting in the passenger seat of the RV who blocked his full-strength sword attack. A look of surprise and shock first appeared on Xuetu's face. But then, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said coldly, "Boy, I didn't expect that you are the leader among those 4 people. Your A-level superpower defense is indeed quite good. But unfortunately, your level is not as high as mine. You can block my first blow, my second blow, my third blow. Can you still hold on?" After saying that, Xuetu turned his wrist slightly, and after another spin of the huge machete, he chopped down heavily at Chung Hao's waist again. Sizzle. However, a silver light flashed on Chung Hao's body. His figure disappeared from the spot. Xuetu's powerful and fierce sword strike actually missed. Damn it! He actually has 2 A-level superpowers! A flash of anger appeared in Xuetu's eyes. But then greed and ecstasy emerged again. A-level superpowers are not something that can be obtained easily. With 2 A-level superpowers, he raised his level to 36 through bullying and robbing along the way. If I kill that kid later, I will merge his superpowers. By then, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Turning his gaze, Xuetu looked at Chung Hao, who was more than 10 meters away. A burst of blood mist surged from his body, and he rushed towards him, brandishing a big knife. "Boy, I'm going to take all your superpowers today!" Just as Xuetu and Chung Hao broke out in battle, after the initial shock and panic. Among Xuetu's men, more than a dozen people with levels above level 25 gathered together. They used their respective abilities to start counterattacking the RV. After a round of baptism of fire, they have realized. Although the Fortress RV has fierce firepower, the only thing that can pose a real threat to them is the laser cannon on the roof. As for other machine gun weapons on the vehicle, as long as they are above level 25 and have B-level superpowers, they can be defended. Therefore, as long as they destroy the laser cannon, the Fortress RV will not be a threat. At that time, the 3 women in the car will be captured and taken hostage. That kid with 2 superpowers, why doesn't he just surrender to their boss? Chapter 78 Sniper Lin Qingyan. Don't panic! The laser cannon is the biggest threat, take it down first. That RV will be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Now that the woman in the car has become our prisoner, that brat won't be anything to fear anymore. A thin man wearing a black vest and with eyes as cold as a venomous snake gathered his elite men together and began to arrange tactics. He is Xuetu's deputy, named Du Hui, level 30. He is the highest ranking and most powerful person in this group except Shui Tu. Under his command, more than a dozen subordinates above level 25, with B-level defense or speed-type superpowers, began to act. They used bunkers and abandoned vehicles as springboards, moving in and out as fast as ghosts. Among them, 6 guys with relatively flexible bodies and extremely fast speeds were obviously specially selected attackers. Their bodies are either covered with a rocky gray-brown cuticle or wrapped in streamlined gusts of air. Resisting the continuous stray bullets, like 6 arrows shot from a bow, they clearly aimed at the roof of the Fortress RV, the Seraph laser cannon that emitted a faint blue light. As long as it is destroyed, the threat of the RV will no longer exist. Nuan! Shield! Inside the car, Su Wan saw the 6 rapidly approaching figures through the surveillance screen and immediately shouted. Lin Nuan reacted very quickly and crossed her hands in front of her chest. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from inside the Fortress RV. A huge, extremely solid golden diamond-shaped shield suddenly enveloped the entire car. 6 attackers crashed into the golden shield almost at the same time. Their fists, feet, and weapons, which were full of strength, slammed hard on the surface of the shield, making a dull, loud noise. Cover them! Suppressive fire! Du Wei yelled from behind, and several of his men with long-range attack capabilities opened fire. Bullets rained down on the Fortress RV, trying to interfere with Su Wan and Lin Nuan and create an opportunity for the 6 people to break the shield. The rapid-fire machine gun in the Fortress RV immediately turned its muzzle and fired back at the enemy's firepower. For a moment, bullets were flying and explosions were heard everywhere. When the 6 attackers saw that the shield was solid, a fierce light flashed in their eyes. They took out special blasting devices or energy cutters from the system space, ready to stick them on the shield to forcibly break it open. The shield vibrated violently, and the light flickered. The combined power of these 6 people is extraordinary. Lin Nuan's face was pale, obviously under tremendous pressure. At this critical moment, puff! Suddenly, an extremely slight muffled sound, almost drowned out by the sound of gunfire, was heard. Rushing in the front, a big man covered with rock cuticles, who was holding up a high-energy cutter, suddenly froze. A bloody hole suddenly appeared on his face without any warning. Red and white, mixed with broken keratin fragments, splashed out backwards. The ferocious expression on his face didn't even have time to turn into astonishment. The whole person fell straight back, and the cutter in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Old Stone! What's going on? Who fired the shot? The remaining 5 assaulters were horrified. Lao Shi possesses a B-class defensive superpower called Rock Skin, and its level has reached 28. If an ordinary bullet hits him, there won't even be a white mark. How could he be shot in the head instantly? The 5 people subconsciously stopped attacking the shield and looked around in horror, looking for any trace of the attacker. Puff puff. There were 2 slight muffled sounds in succession. On the left, there is a tall and thin man with whirlwinds surrounding him and moving very fast, and on the right, there is a bald strong man who is preparing to install a blasting device. Almost at the same time, he followed in Lao Shi's footsteps. The heads of the 2 men exploded instantly as if they were hit by an invisible hammer. Sniper! There's a sniper! One of the assaulters seemed to have seen something and suddenly screamed loudly, his voice filled with fear. In the sky! In the sky! The remaining 2 people, along with Viper and the others who were commanding from the rear, suddenly looked up. I saw it in the gray sky, about 100 meters above the ground. A slender figure was quietly floating there. A black professional suit outlines his agile figure. The long ponytail fluttered slightly in the airflow. In her hand she held a Barrett rifle with an exaggerated shape and a thick barrel, which was firmly placed on her shoulder. The cold muzzle of the gun is facing downwards. It's Lin Qingyan. She had previously taken advantage of the chaos and used the power of flying to quietly rise into the air. Free from the limited vision of the Fortress RV, you can overlook the entire battlefield like a falcon soaring in the sky. With the superpower of rock body, her body can be as stable as a rock when flying at high speed and sniping. The survival talent of precision shooting coupled with the terrifying power of Barrett, makes her the silent sniper god of death on the battlefield. What amazing marksmanship! And most importantly, she can actually fly? Du Hui's pupils suddenly shrank. He didn't expect. In addition to that young man, this seemingly weak woman actually possesses more than one superpower. Although their number was far less than theirs. But if we add the RV with fierce firepower, the overall strength of these 4 people is probably not much worse than that of their group. No wonder they dared to engage in a firefight with us. Hide! Find cover! While thinking in his heart, Du Hui roared. They can no longer afford to lose any more elite subordinates. As a result, the words had just fallen. Puff! An assaulter who was trying to find cover had his head exploded while running. The last attacker was completely frightened. He desperately rushed under the chassis of a truck, trying to use the car body as cover. However, Lin Qingyan's gun muzzle was like the eyes of the god of death, having already locked onto his moving trajectory. Her body adjusted its position in the air. Adjust the muzzle and pull the trigger. Bang! An armor-piercing bullet, with a sharp scream, accurately penetrated the tiny gap between the truck chassis and the ground. Puff! The last assaulter hiding under the car felt his body shaken violently, and a horrific hole was blown in his chest. 6 carefully selected elite assault troops, intent on destroying the laser cannon. With Lin Qingyan's precise shooting skills, the entire army was wiped out in just over 10 seconds. Asshole! Seeing his carefully arranged assault team destroyed in an instant, Du Hui's eyes were bloodshot, with anger and unwillingness mixed together. He suddenly stood up from behind the wreckage of the truck, staring at the figure in the air, his eyes full of resentment. Think you're safe just by flying high? Come down! Du Hui let out a beast-like roar, and he suddenly tore open his tactical vest, revealing his muscular upper body. Buzz! A cold, slippery, and disgusting energy wave burst out from his arms. The skin on his 2 arms instantly turned as black as ink, and twisted, expanded, and stretched wildly. Chapter 79, Joining Forces to Defeat the Enemy. As Du Hui used his superpowers, his 2 arms turned into 2 ferocious black pythons nearly 100 meters long in just 2 or 3 seconds. A-level superpower, Hand of the Giant Python. Hiss! 2 giant black pythons transformed entirely from arms let out a shrill hiss. Like 2 black lightning bolts, carrying fishy and poisonous air, one on the left and one on the right, they bit towards Lin Qingyan, who was 100 meters high at an astonishing speed. The huge snake's mouth opened, and its fangs flashed with a cold blue light, as if it could swallow a small car. A distance of 100 meters is reached in a flash for this giant python that has stretched to its limit. Lin Qingyan's pupils shrank slightly. She obviously didn't expect that the other party had such a strange ability with such a long attack range. Her reaction was as fast as lightning, and the air flow under her feet suddenly burst out. Whoosh! Her figure made an extremely agile right-angle change of direction in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack of the giant python on the left. The snake's kiss brought a fishy smell as it brushed against the black silk stockings on her legs. However, the giant python on the right seemed to have predicted this. The snake's head twisted strangely in the air, and its huge body lashed towards Lin Qingyan's dodging path with a terrifying sound of breaking through the air like a steel whip. This attack was fast and fierce. Lin Qingyan was in the air, her old strength was gone and new strength had not yet been generated, and she was about to be hit by the giant python. With the power contained in this giant python, even if she has a body of rock to protect her, she would probably not feel good if she was hit. At this critical moment, buzz! With a sound, an extremely solid golden diamond-shaped shield emitting a sacred and warm aura appeared in front of Lin Qingyan without any warning. Complex runes flow on the surface of the shield, which is Lin Yuan's guardian shield. Boom! The snake's tail, with tremendous force, hit the golden shield hard. A deafening roar exploded 100 meters in the air. The golden shield shook violently, and its surface was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and its light dimmed rapidly. However, even so, this shield still bought her the crucial time to relieve the force. Coupled with her own rock body ability, it was stimulated to the extreme in an instant, and a rock-like gray-brown luster appeared on her body's surface. Under the double defense, Lin Qingyan stabilized her body again and did not suffer any harm. "Humph! Let's see how long you can hold out." Seeing this, a fierce look flashed in Du Hui's eyes. Controlling a giant python's arm, he twisted it violently in the air, and the huge snake head turned around and bit Lin Qingyan, who had just stabilized her body, again. At the same time, he controlled the other giant python arm, like a huge battering ram, and smashed it hard at the fortress RV with a whistling sound. "Sister Suwan! Get out of the way!" Lin Nanyuan looked at the huge snake body that fell down and warned in a sharp voice. "Hold on tight!" Suwan's eyes were as sharp as a knife. She gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The huge body of the Fortress RV showed incredible flexibility at this moment. The engine roared violently, the wheels rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound and producing blue smoke, and it suddenly rushed to the front and side in a dangerous manner. Boom! The huge snake body slammed hard onto the spot where the Fortress RV had just stopped. A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and gravel and soil flew everywhere. "Seraphim! Lock onto the snake head attacking Qingyan! Interfere with it!" Suwan shouted an order amidst the turbulence, freeing one hand to tap on the screen. Buzz! The muzzle of the Seraph laser cannon on the roof lit up with a faint blue light again. The target is directly aimed at the head of the giant python that is pouncing and biting. Du Hui's face changed. He knew very well how powerful the laser cannon was, and he didn't dare let the giant python's head take it. He had to control the snake's head to stop and change direction suddenly in the air, narrowly avoiding the laser beam. The laser beam flew past the snake's body, leaving a charred mark. This momentary interference and delay was enough for Lin Qingyan. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Barrett stood up again. This time, her target was no longer the hard-to-hit snake head or joints, but Du Hui's real body, who was almost completely exposed outside the cover because he was distracted by controlling the two giant python arms. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire, like thunder, tore through the air and seemed to tear through time. An armor-piercing high-explosive bomb created by the infinite bullets, superpower, carrying Lin Qingyan's cold murderous intent and flames of revenge, instantly crossed the space. Puff! A tiny red dot appeared between Du Hui's eyebrows without any warning. Next second. Boom! His entire head exploded like a balloon filled with explosives. Red, white, and broken bone fragments mixed with brain tissue sprayed radially backwards. His ferocious expression was forever frozen in the moment of astonishment and disbelief. Du Hui's headless body stood stiffly in place for a second. Losing all support, he fell backwards limply. With his death, the two hideous and terrifying giant python arms seemed to have lost all vitality in an instant, and the crazy twisting movements came to an abrupt stop. The huge snake body shrank and withered rapidly like a melting wax figure, turning back into two ordinary human arms, hanging limply on both sides of the corpse. Shuetu's deputy, Du Hui, who possessed the A-level superpower, Hand of the Giant Python, died. Everyone on the bridge and on the road fell into absolute silence when they saw this scene. The wind seemed to have stopped blowing. Whether it was the remaining members of the bloody massacre or the scattered subordinates, who had already been frightened and hid behind the cover, or those players who were stuck in long traffic jams, anxiously leaning on the car windows to watch. The expressions on everyone's faces froze. Shocked. Horrified. Unbelievable. Oh my God! Those three women are so fierce! That female sniper can not only fly, but her shooting skills are also amazing. One shot kills one. Even a monster like Du Hui was killed. And that little girl holding up the shield, looking so fragile, managed to withstand the giant python's stranglehold. Without her, the other two would be in danger. The female driver was also amazing. She was driving and controlling the machine gun at the same time. Without strong mental strength, it would be impossible to do this. They work together so well, they're almost like one person. What kind of team is this? That guy is ridiculously strong, and these three women are each more ruthless than the last. This time, Shuetu kicked the titanium alloy plate. Exclamations and discussions spread like a tide in the traffic jam. Then, everyone's eyes were finally focused on the open space at the bridgehead with great anticipation. There, the final battle between Chung Hao and Xuetu has entered the most critical moment. The murderous intent and energy fluctuations in the air were more violent and oppressive than before. Chapter 80, Windswept Blood Mist. He saw his elite subordinates, especially his deputy Du Hui, being killed one by the three women. Xuetu's scarlet eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Waste! You can't even handle a few women, you deserve to die! He first cursed angrily, then turned his head, his scarlet eyes fixed on Chung Hao. But it doesn't matter! Xuetu grinned, revealing his bloody teeth. His smile was as ferocious as a demon from hell. After I kill you, I will personally take care of those three. I'll make them kneel on the ground, wailing and begging me. Facing Xuetu's vicious words, Chung Hao just raised his chin slightly, his eyes as calm as a deep pool of cold water. Just you? He slowly raised his hand, his knuckles crackling slightly. You, like all those dead lackeys of yours, think too highly of yourselves. Today, I will make you face reality once and for all. Arrogant! Die! Xuetu's reason was completely ignited by Chung Hao's contemptuous words. He roared wildly and kicked the ground with both feet. Boom! A deep pit with a diameter of several meters suddenly appeared on the ground, and gravel and dust shot out in all directions like cannonballs. Xuetu's entire body turned into a violent scarlet blood shadow, moving so fast that only a distorted afterglow was left on the retina. The huge machete, as big as a door panel, carried all his strength and violent rage. Before the blade arrived, the powerful momentum that could cut through everything had already crashed into Chung Hao like a real mountain. The scarlet light on the blade suddenly surged, as if to devour all the light. A-level superpower, mountain-splitting slash! Facing this terrifying sword that was powerful enough to split mountains, there was no fear in Chung Hao's eyes. The dark golden light on his right fist condensed to the extreme. At the same time, dazzling silver lightning suddenly exploded. Chung Hao did not retreat but advanced, his whole body like an arrow shot from a bow, facing the falling blood-red blade, and punched out. The body of diamond and the power of thunder, two violent energies, intertwined and merged on the tip of his fist, turning into an energy fist print, colliding with the sword light. A shock wave visible to the naked eye erupted instantly, and spread rapidly in a ring shape. The air is extremely compressed, creating a brief vacuum. Then it was filled with more turbulent airflow, making a ghostly scream. Under the powerful pressure, the ground under Chung Hao's feet cracked inch by inch, and his legs instantly sank into the ground up to his knees. But he held his back straight as a javelin and endured the terrifying force that was enough to split a truck in half. Is this your mountain slash? Chung Hao's mind moved, and a powerful force allowed him to pull his legs out of the pit. He shook his slightly numb right arm. Dark golden light flowed under the skin, quickly repairing minor shock injuries. He stared at Xuetu, his eyes sharp as a knife, and the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth became even stronger. The name is quite intimidating, but the strength, it's a little too gentle to tickle me. Little bastard! Upon hearing this, Xuetu's eyes were completely flooded with blood. I wonder how long you can keep your stubbornness. Turn into pus and blood. With a roar, the sticky blood mist rolling around him suddenly expanded and surged wildly like a living thing. Then he suddenly opened his arms, and the thick, indissoluble scarlet mist, like a living tsunami, with a pungent stench and a strong corrosive smell, swept towards Chung Hao. Wherever the blood mist passed, the air made a sizzling sound. Even the gravel on the ground was corroded rapidly, emitting wisps of green smoke. This is another A-level superpower of Xuetu, blood corrosion mist. Once enveloped by the fog, the body will be quickly eroded. The blood mist rolled up and instantly engulfed Chung Hao's figure. All that was left in sight was rolling, sickening scarlet. 100 meters in the air, Lin Qingyan saw this scene and her face changed slightly. The sniper scope was fixed on the area of swirling blood mist, but Xuetu could not be found at all. Su Wan and Lin Nanyuan in the RV also had their vision obscured by the blood mist. Ha ha ha, that kid is finished! Xuetu laughed wildly, with a hint of pride in his eyes. However, before he could finish his words and laughter, a sound like cloth being forcibly torn suddenly exploded from the depths of the thick blood mist. An extremely sharp ray of green light suddenly burst out, instantly penetrating the layers of scarlet blood mist. Call! Then, a wild hurricane appeared out of nowhere. With that ray of green light as the center, it suddenly swept out in all directions. The blood corrosion fog, which was as thick as mud and highly corrosive, seemed to have met its nemesis in the face of this sudden and violent hurricane. The wind howled, tearing, crushing and dispersing the thick blood mist. A huge gap was forcibly torn open in the swirling scarlet blood mist. In the center of the gap, Chung Hao's figure reappeared. His entire body was still enveloped in a dark golden, tenacious light, and silver electric snakes were moving and jumping across his body, dispelling the remaining corrosive aura. And in front of his raised right hand, the air twisted violently. A green wind blade more than half a meter long was suspended an inch in front of his fingertips. The wind blades were spinning at high speed, making a buzzing sound that made one's scalp tingle, and the air was cut into vacuum tracks visible to the naked eye. He gently pushed his right hand forward, and the high-speed rotating compressed wind blade at his fingertips, like a falcon that had received an order, let out an extremely sharp scream. Call out! A flash of green light disappeared in a flash. The hideous smile on Xuetu's face didn't even have time to completely transform into horror before a deadly sense of crisis that came from deep within his bones made the hairs all over his body stand on end. He relied entirely on instinct, and at the moment the wind blade was about to hit his body, he slammed the huge machete across his chest. Bite! A sound as crisp as breaking glass, but also with the twisted groaning of metal, was heard. The seemingly small wind blade hit the thick serrated giant blade, unleashing a terrifying cutting force. Sparks are flying everywhere. Xuetu only felt a huge force hitting the machete hard. His extremely thick arm muscles expanded to the limit in an instant. Even so, his entire body was still knocked off the ground by this terrifying force, and he flew backwards. Dang 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 dang! After Xuetu landed on the ground, he took 7 or 8 steps back before he could barely stabilize his body. Is this a wind-attributed superpower? How could you possibly still have the power of wind? For the first time, Xuetu's voice trembled uncontrollably. It is a fear that one's cognition is completely overturned. The body of diamond, the power of thunder, and now the wind blade that cuts through everything. This guy actually possessed 3 extremely powerful A-level superpowers in such a short period of time? No, you must die! Those 3 superpowers of yours should be mine! Jealousy and anger intertwined in his heart, and Xuetu seemed to have lost his mind. After a loud shout, a blood mist several times thicker than before gushed out from his body. They transformed into dozens of blood-red giant pythons, opened their bloody mouths, and gathered towards Chung Hao. Looking at the bloody pythons, Chung Hao was not panicked at all. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face again, and he said loudly, "Who told you that I only have 3 A-level superpowers? Burning Flame, open!" Chapter 81 Force Fusion. Following Chung Hao's loud shout, the aura around him changed drastically in an instant. A terrifying high temperature that could burn the entire world and melt gold and iron erupted without any warning. A red light suddenly lit up in the palm of his open left hand. The light rapidly expanded and spun, madly devouring the surrounding air and making a low, woo, whine. Boom! A red beam of light that was condensed to the extreme did not shoot towards Xuetu, but suddenly shot downwards and penetrated the ground beneath Chung Hao's feet. The next moment, the earth trembles. An extremely blazing red wall of fire, more than 10 meters high, suddenly rose from the ground in front of Chung Hao. The wall of fire burned fiercely, and the scorching red flames rolled and roared. Dozens of blood-red pythons formed by poisonous blood mist pounced on the fiercely looking front and crashed head-on into the crimson wall of fire. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a hair-raising sound of violent evaporation, like billions of boiling oils being poured into a pile of snow. The flame of burning embers is naturally able to restrain all filth and evil spirits. The blood-red python, which contained strong corrosive energy that was enough to melt steel instantly, was like ice thrown into the core of the sun the moment it came into contact with the crimson wall of fire. The python's body, made of blood mist, let out a shrill scream, as if its soul was burning. The huge body was melting, disintegrating, and vaporizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strong stench was instantly purified, leaving only the burnt air with a strange burnt aroma. The crimson wall of fire stood still, like an insurmountable chasm, ruthlessly evaporating and purifying all the filthy blood energy. The firelight illuminated Chung Hao's angular profile, and also reflected the opposite side, Xue Tu's face, which had instantly lost all its blood color, leaving only the pale face of boundless horror. Four kinds? How is this possible? How come he's so much faster than me in the same amount of time? At the same time, as the burning flame was fully activated, Chung Hao's aura was completely released without reservation. The body of diamond, the power of thunder, the slash of wind blade, the flame of burning embers. Gold, silver, blue, and red. The 4A level superpower lights, which symbolize different powers, are not clearly separated at this moment, but are intertwined, entangled, and resonated around Chung Hao in a mysterious way. They are independent of each other, yet integrated into one. The four-colored streams of light were dazzling, and the energy fluctuations spread in all directions like a real tsunami. Chung Hao's figure stood in the center of this four-colored halo. The aura emanating from his body appears sacred and solemn. God, a miracle! A middle-aged woman muttered to herself in a daze. Her knees went weak and she knelt down involuntarily. 4A rank superpowers. How did he do that? Another player clutched the edge of the car window tightly, his nails turning white from the force. God of War! This is the real God of War! Fanatical shouts erupted in the crowd, like a prairie fire, instantly igniting the hope of all survivors. They looked towards the bridgehead, at the figure surrounded by a four-color halo, their eyes filled with unparalleled awe and fanatical worship. Inside the fortress RV, Lin Nanuan's face flushed with excitement. Brother Chung is so handsome! Su Wan's fingers, which were tightly gripping the steering wheel, finally loosened and she breathed a long sigh of relief. His tense nerves were completely relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a proud arc. High in the sky, deep in Lin Qingyan's eyes, the ice reflected the dazzling four-color light below. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, and a barely perceptible smile of relief quietly blossomed. At this moment, Xue Tu, who was standing opposite Chung Hao, was completely petrified. The ferocity, anger, jealousy, and all other expressions on his face disappeared. All that was left was a pure confusion and fear that penetrated deep into the bones. He is proud of his 2A-level superpowers that he relies on to dominate. Mountain Slash was blocked head-on. The blood-corroded mist was completely restrained by the opponent's newly displayed fire ability, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. And now, the other party actually perfectly controls 4A-level superpowers. Although my player level is 2 levels higher than his. However, with the perfect fusion of the 4 superpowers, Chung Hao's true combat power is simply beyond his ability to contend with. What should I do, Xue Tu whispered in despair, and his hand holding the machete began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. The power he was proud of seemed so ridiculous and insignificant in front of the opponent's quadrupled divine power. It's my turn. At this moment, Chung Hao's cold voice, like the announcement of the god of death, suddenly woke Xue Tu from the abyss of unconsciousness. Chung Hao moved. There was no earth-shaking sound, just one step forward. Boom! The charred ground beneath my feet cracked again. Dark golden light burst out from his leg muscles, giving him explosive power beyond his limit. At the same time, silver thunder wrapped around it, bringing unparalleled instant acceleration. Whoosh! Chung Hao's figure left a blurry afterimage at the original place. The real body had already teleported, tearing the distance of dozens of meters between the two people. The speed was so fast that Xue Tu's eyeballs could hardly keep up with the movement. The bloody souls are all gone. The terrifying oppressive feeling that came at him, a mixture of 4 destructive energies, almost made his heart stop. He held the machete tightly in both hands and injected all the remaining energy in his body into it frantically. Hold on for me! The sticky blood mist gushed out again, but it was not an attack. Instead, it desperately condensed in front of him, trying to form a thick blood shield. At the same time, the scarlet blade light on the machete suddenly increased, and it was used as a shield to block in front of him. His huge body curled up, assuming the most thorough defensive posture. At this moment, the dignity of the boss and the pride of the A-level strongman were all crushed to pieces. Only the naked fear of death remains. However, in the face of quadruple superpowers, this hasty defense was as fragile as paper. Chung Hao is here. Above the right fist, the four colors of energy, dark gold, silver thunder, green wind, and red flame, are not simply superimposed. Instead, under his extremely exquisite control, a strange resonance and fusion began to occur. Break it for me! With a low shout, Chung Hao's fist, carrying a destructive beam of light wrapped in four-color spiral energy flow, slammed out fiercely. The target was the machete that Xuetu had hastily raised and the crumbling blood shield. There was no loud crash. There is only devastating annihilation. Laugh. The blood-corroded shield that condensed the last of Xuetu's strength could not last even half a second and was instantly burned, cut, decomposed, and vaporized. Not even a ripple appeared. Immediately afterwards, his fist slammed hard onto the heavy blade of the machete. Under Xuetu's desperate gaze, the machete broke into pieces like a fragile glass product. Chung Hao's fist, which was wrapped in four-colored destructive light, did not lose any momentum after breaking the mountain knife. It hit Xuetu's chest, which was covered with scales and had lost the protection of his sword and shield. Puff! Xuetu's eyeballs suddenly bulged out, almost breaking out of their sockets. He clearly heard the horrific sound of his sternum breaking like a dead branch. An indescribable pain, a mixture of extreme burning, violent tearing, heavy crushing, and high-frequency vibrations, instantly overwhelmed all his nerves. Chapter 82 Killing Xuetu. Ugh! Hit by Chung Hao's fist, Xuetu let out a heart-wrenching howl. His body was like being hit head-on by a battering ram, and flew backwards from the ground. Blood gushed out from his wide-open mouth. In the air, a scarlet parabola was drawn. Boom! A heavy muffled sound was heard, and Xuetu's body, like a torn sack, fell heavily on the broken concrete base at the bridge head dozens of meters away. The armor on the back knocked the hard pillar into pieces, causing it to fly into pieces and become covered with cracks. He collapsed among the rubble, with a huge, charred, collapsed fist mark on his chest, which was shocking. He struggled, and a weak gurgling sound came from his throat. Every breath brought heart-wrenching pain. For the first time, the cold breath of death enveloped him so vividly. Chung Hao's figure was like the god of death who was taking his life. Step by step, she walked towards him across the scorched and smoking ground. Although the four-colored light has mostly subsided, the invisible pressure is still as heavy as a mountain. Heh heh! Xuetu raised his head with difficulty, and there was no trace of cruelty or arrogance on his blood-stained face. All that remains is the extreme fear of death and a humble attitude of begging for mercy. The scarlet in his eyes had long since faded, replaced by a murky gray. Don't kill me! He screamed with all his might, his voice hoarse and broken, containing an unprecedented plea. I surrender! I admit defeat! Big brother, please spare my life! Please spare my life! While shouting, he used his left hand to desperately dig at the rubble beneath him, trying to prop up his body and get into a kneeling position. Finally, he used his knees to support the ground, and actually staggered and knelt down in the direction of Chung Hao with difficulty. I'll give you everything. Weapons, resources, everything. I only ask you, please let me go. His tears were streaming down his face, and his forehead hit the gravel hard, making a dull, thump-thump sound. From now on I will be your little brother. No, I will be your dog. This scene left the surrounding onlookers stunned. Especially those remnants of the bloody massacre who were hiding behind shelters and had already been frightened out of their wits. They saw that the boss, who was as arrogant as a devil in their hearts, was now kneeling on the ground begging for mercy like a mangy dog with a broken spine. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes was completely extinguished. The other players in the traffic jam were in an uproar. Bah! Weren't you just clamoring to kill everyone? Now you're kneeling faster than anyone else. What a piece of crap! He's just a coward who only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Look at him like that, it's so disgusting. I was so scared of him before. Don't trust him, sir. This kind of rubbish deserves death 100 times over. Voices of contempt, disgust, and anger rose one after another. Xuetu's humility at this moment formed the most glaring irony with his previous cruelty, completely tearing apart the last bit of his dignity as a strong man. In the fortress RV, Suwan frowned, her eyes full of vigilance. Chung Hao, don't trust him, be careful of scams. Lin Yuanyuan's big eyes were filled with disgust towards Xuetu's shamelessness, but she had absolute confidence in Chung Hao. She believed that Chung Hao would make the right choice. High in the sky, Lin Qingyan's sniper scope was firmly locked on Xuetu, who was kneeling on the ground. The cold fingertips rested lightly on the trigger. Her breathing was steady, like the most patient hunter. Chung Hao stopped 5 meters away from Xuetu. He had a blank expression on his face, his eyes as deep as a cold pond or ancient well, and he watched Xuetu's performance quietly. The humble begging and kowtowing did not stir up a ripple in his eyes. He said lightly, "People like you are better off dead." Upon hearing Chung Hao's response, Xuetu's kowtow suddenly froze. Under the lowered head, the last trace of disguised humility and fear in those turbid eyes disappeared in an instant. What replaced it was a poisonous, cold hatred and a desperate cruelty. "Then let's die together!" A hysterical roar filled with endless resentment erupted from the depths of his throat. His right hand, which had been hidden in the rubble beneath his body and condensed with all the remaining A-level blood erosion energy and original essence blood, stabbed out like a scorpion's tail sting at a speed beyond the limit, like lightning. In the palm of his hand, a dark red blood needle that was condensed to the extreme, as thin as an ox hair, but emitting a strong pungent fishy smell and the breath of filthy curses, left his hand silently. It transformed into a dark red streak of light that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, and shot straight into Chung Hao's unprotected throat. Blood marrow soul-eroding needle! This is his last resort to save his life. It is inspired by his own essence and blood, and contains the most vicious blood curse. Those who are infected will have their flesh and blood melted and their souls polluted in an instant. It is extremely vicious. He was confident that with such a close distance, and such a sudden attack, the opponent would definitely not be able to react. Careful! Seeing this scene, both Lin Qingyan and the other 2 girls, as well as the other players watching the game, exclaimed in unison. However, there was not even a trace of surprise on Chung Hao's face. Just when the vicious and cruel blood needle was about to touch the skin of his throat, Chung Hao's body seemed to have predicted the trajectory. With an incredible, almost physical-defying tiny amplitude, he casually tilted his head to the left. The movement was smooth and natural, like brushing a fallen leaf off your shoulder. Whoosh! The dark red blood needle brushed against the skin on the side of Chung Hao's neck and shot into the void behind him. Seeing this scene, the desperate ferocity and the ecstasy of imminent success on Xuetu's face froze in an instant. It turned into boundless astonishment and complete despair that fell into the abyss. His last hope, the sneak attack he made with all his might, turned out to be as ridiculous as a child's trick in the other party's eyes that seemed to see through everything. "Is this your plan?" Chung Hao's cold voice sounded, with a hint of disdain. He didn't even make any extra movements. While turning his head to avoid the blood needle, his right hand, which was hanging by his side, casually pointed its index finger forward. Above the fingertips, a point of green wind light that was compressed to the extreme suddenly lit up. Swoosh! A wind blade as condensed as substance and faster than lightning tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle that was sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. Puff! The wind blade penetrated into Xuetu's mouth with incredible precision, which was wide open in astonishment. There was no explosion. There was only a slight, muffled sound, like a ripe watermelon bursting. Xuetu's forward movement froze completely. The resentment, astonishment, and despair in his eyes were frozen in an instant. From his wide-open mouth, a thin green wind blade shot out from the back of his head, piercing through his body. bringing out a cloud of blood mist mixed with brain matter. His body shook, as if all the bones had been pulled out, and he fell forward softly. With a thump, it hit the gravel-covered ground heavily, splashing up a cloud of dust. The whole place was dead silent. The wind blew across the bridge, rolling up a few charred fallen leaves and making a rustling sound. Everyone stared blankly at Xuetu's lifeless body. He looked at Chung Hao, who was standing there, as if he had just dusted himself off. My heart is filled with indescribable shock. Gudon. Someone swallowed hard. Next second, like a volcano that had been simmering for a long time, the air erupted with discussions and exclamations. Oh my God! How did he dodge it? I didn't even see the hidden weapon clearly. And he dodged it? Just a random finger and the bloody massacre? Amazing skills! This is the true style of a strong man. Xuetu. He died like a dog. He deserved it. The sound surged into the sky, filled with awe for Chung Hao's unfathomable strength. In the fortress RV, Su Wan's tense body finally relaxed, and she let out a long breath. The look he gave Chung Hao was filled with a complex mixture of shock and relief. Lin Nanyuan patted her chest, her face flushed with excitement. Brother Chung is indeed the strongest. High in the air, Lin Qingyan slowly released her finger from the trigger. The corners of his cold lips curled up into a very faint but real arc. Amid the other players' discussions, a subtle but heart-pounding crack sound suddenly rang out in the air. It was as if invisible glass was shattering. Crash! Then, under the gazes of astonishment, several irregular black cracks appeared out of thin air above the bodies of Xuetu, Du Hui, and several other core members of Xuetu who were killed. Countless supplies gushed out, poured, and fell from the cracks like a flood that broke through a dam. Chapter 83 Harvest. With the death of Xuetu and others, the system space they were bound to collapsed, and all the items hidden inside were forced to pop out. In an instant, several jaw-dropping hills were piled up on the open space at the bridgehead. Boxes of biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, etc., are stacked like the foundation stones of a city wall. Various guns and ammunition boxes gleaming with metallic luster were scattered among them. Barrels of gasoline and diesel gave off a pungent smell. Boxes of medicine, bandages, first aid kits. There are even a lot of brand new clothes, blankets, tents, and other daily necessities. The most eye-catching thing is the several heavy alloy boxes piled on the top of the mountain, with eye-catching radiation symbols and energy scales printed on them. Those are very rare upgrade materials. The flood of supplies almost drowned the bodies of Xuetu, Du Hui, and others. The entire bridgehead area was filled up in an instant. It forms a treasure mountain that exudes temptation. Oh my God! This was all stolen by Xuetu and the others. How many people's belongings are these? I'm rich! If this... On the road, many players' eyes were wide open. Some people's breathing became heavy, and the instinct of greed grew wildly in their hearts. Some of the braver ones leaned forward involuntarily, their fingers tightly gripping the car door. However, when their eyes fell on the fortress RV standing tall next to the hill of supplies, especially when looking at the muzzle of the Seraph laser cannon on the roof, which was emitting a cold blue glow, all the restless blood cooled down in an instant. That faint blue light was like the gaze of death, silently reminding them of what happened at the bridgehead just now. That figure surrounded by four-colored divine power. Those three women who work in perfect harmony and use equally ruthless methods. The flames of greed were immediately extinguished by the cold fear. Some people who were ready to move just now were frozen in place as if they were cast under a spell. All that was left was the sound of swallowing and a pounding heart. No one dared to move, even a finger. Clean up the battlefield and return all these supplies to our system space. If there's not enough space, use experience points to expand it. Chung Hao's voice sounded calmly, breaking the eerie silence. Good. Su Wan was the first to respond, and she swiftly opened the car door and jumped out. She looked sharp as she headed straight for the energy crystal core alloy boxes printed with radiation symbols. Lin Nanyuan followed closely behind, her little face full of seriousness. She ran towards the pile of medicines and first aid supplies with a clear purpose. He quickly sorted the various medicines and bandages into categories and stored them in the system space with skillful and efficient movements. From high in the sky, Lin Qingyan landed lightly and silently. She didn't go to collect supplies immediately, but held the Barrett. His cold gaze, like a searchlight, swept across the remaining members of the bloody massacre hiding behind the bunkers and the crowd in the traffic jam in the distance. An invisible deterrent force spread out, ensuring that no one dared to act rashly at this time. Chung Hao walked straight towards the bodies of several core members. He first came to Xuetu's body. He squatted down and ignored the hideous death. His right hand was covered with a faint dark golden light, pressing precisely on Xuetu's charred and collapsed chest. He exerted slight force on his palm, and a strange energy wave penetrated into it. After a few seconds there was a slight pop sound, as if the fruit had ripened and fallen off. Chung Hao withdrew his hand, and in his palm there were two irregular crystal cores the size of longans, with a deep dark red color throughout. Inside one of the crystal cores, it seemed as if there was sticky blood flowing slowly, and sometimes it turned into boiling blood. Inside the other crystal core, energy condensed into the phantom of a blade. These two crystal cores are exactly the two superpowers that Xuetu gained after his death. The superpower crystal core condensed from the mountain-splitting slash and the blood-corroded mist. Then, Chung Hao walked towards Du Hui's headless body. He also reached out and took out a slightly smaller crystal core that was as black as ink from the flesh and blood near the broken neck. The surface of the crystal core is smooth, and there seem to be two tiny black snake shadows swimming inside. It exudes a cold, strange, and flexible aura. This is Du Hui's A-level superpower crystal core, giant python hand. Finally, Chung Hao walked towards several other corpses that were obviously small leaders and did the same thing. Soon, 8 more crystal cores of different sizes and colors appeared in his palm. Their energy fluctuations were slightly weaker, but they were still not to be underestimated. Some of them shimmer with earthy yellow light, revealing a sense of heaviness. Some have a light green sheen and carry a light breeze. Some are filled with icy cold. 3 A-level superpower crystal cores and 8 B-level superpower crystal cores. The value of these crystal cores alone is enough to drive any player force crazy. Chung Hao's movements were calm and unhurried, as if he was just picking up a few ordinary stones. On the other side, Suwan and Lin Renyuan put most of the useful supplies into the system space. There were still some insignificant remnants left piled on the ground. Chung Hao took a look and said directly, "Forget it, let's leave these things to the people behind. We'll just take up space if we carry them." At the same time, his eyes swept around, as if making an invisible announcement. "We have taken what is due to us, and you can take the rest. If we don't give it to you proactively, don't even think about touching a hair." Among Xuetu's gang, the few remaining men who had no superpowers and were of lower levels were so frightened when they saw Chung Hao looking around that they collapsed to the ground with pale faces. But in fact, these people are not worth Chung Hao's effort at all. The players in the traffic jam watched Chung Hao and his 3 companions quickly collect the piles of supplies, their eyes filled with complex expressions. There is envy, awe, and also a desire for the remaining supplies. For Chung Hao and his team, the remaining supplies were not worth wasting space on. But for others, they are precious things. "Get in the car and go!" After looking around, Chung Hao said to the 3 women. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the bridge. Under the gaze of everyone, the 4 of them quickly returned to the fortress RV. Buzz! The engine let out a low and powerful roar, and the huge body of the fortress RV slowly started up like an awakened steel behemoth. The moment the muzzle of the Seraph laser cannon was activated, the faint blue light seemed to become brighter. A cold glance swept across the entire room, carrying a silent warning. The RV rolled over the messy scorched earth and rubble at the bridge head and drove steadily onto the wide steel bridge. A faint light emanated from the rear of the car, and its speed gradually increased, until the oppressive fortress RV drove completely to the center of the bridge and disappeared in the distance. The oppressive and stagnant atmosphere at the bridgehead suddenly collapsed. "Charge! Supplies! Hurry up and grab it! Don't let those bastards get there first! Thank you for leaving some food for me," Don't push! Damn it, everyone gets a share! The remaining players rushed out of their cars and shelters like a flood, rushing towards the supplies scattered on the bridge with red eyes. Quarrels, shoving and looting broke out instantly, and the scene was in chaos. The remnants of the bloody massacre mixed into the crowd like stray dogs, trying to snatch some resources they depended on for survival. Inside the fortress RV, however, the scene was quite different. Chung Hao spread out his palms, and energy crystal cores appeared one by one. 3A level and 8B level. His tone was calm, but with a satisfied smile on his face. Although you can't gain experience points by killing players, these superpower crystal cores are also a good harvest. Chapter 84 Weird Campus. Looking at the energy crystal core in his hand, Chung Hao said, Shuetu's Mountain Slash and Blood Mist are in line with my fighting style, so I'll keep them. He reached out and took away the 2 dark red A-grade crystal cores. Then, Chung Hao turned his gaze to his 3 companions. There's this one remaining A-grade crystal core and 8 B-grade crystal cores. Divide them among yourselves. Looking at the 9 superpower crystal cores shining with different colors, Lin Qingyan's voice was the first to sound. I've already obtained the power of flying, so I'll let Nanyuan and Sister Wan decide on the A-level crystal core. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanyuan immediately shook her head like a rattle, her face full of resistance. No! My arms turning into giant snakes is so scary! So dark and scary! I don't want to become like that! She shuddered exaggeratedly, as if a poisonous snake would emerge from the black crystal core at any time. Everyone else was amused by her appearance. Su Wan's eyes fell on the pitch-black crystal core, with a hint of eagerness to try. I grew up in the mountains and have seen all sorts of snakes, centipedes, and so on since I was little. Since Qingyan and Nanyuan don't want it, then give it to me. Controlling a giant python's arm? Sounds interesting. Imagine driving and suddenly extending a giant python's arm to clear a roadblock or entangle the wheels of pursuers. How exciting! After saying that, she stretched out her hand and unceremoniously grabbed the black crystal core that exuded a cold and strange aura. For someone like her who has a strong character and strong control, this A-level ability of form change does have a unique appeal. The A-level crystal cores have been distributed, and the remaining ones are 8 B-level crystal cores. For Class B, please choose according to your respective characteristics and needs. With the help of his Omniscient Exploration ability, Chung Hao quickly marked the ability tendencies of each crystal core. 2 khaki crystal cores, B-level. Rock Skin Solidification, and B-level. Earth Spike Assault, focusing on defense or range control. 2 light blue crystal cores, B-level, Movement Acceleration, and B-level, Wind Barrier, which increase speed or create windshield defense. 1 ice blue crystal core, B-level, Ice Breath, slowing down and damaging in medium range. An emerald green crystal core, B-level, Thorn Entanglement, binding control. A silver white crystal core, B-level, Energy Perception, detects energy bodies and assists in reconnaissance. A pale golden crystal core, B-level, Golden Light Healing, accelerates the healing of minor wounds and restores a small amount of physical strength. According to each person's ability requirements and the previously allocated quantity, Lin Nanyuan took away the 4 B-level energy crystal cores, Ice Breath, Thorn Entanglement, Energy Perception, and Golden Light Healing. Lin Qingyan chose Movement Acceleration and Wind Barrier. Su Wan chose Rock Skin Solidification and Earth Spike Assault. Although B-level superpowers are much weaker than A-level. But it's better to have it than not to have it. After the distribution was completed, the 4 of them crushed the superpower crystal cores they had obtained one by one and began to gain the power within them. As the few of them mastered the new power, their strength undoubtedly increased a lot. Outside the window, the sky has completely darkened, and the thick night color has soaked the earth like ink. The powerful headlights of the fortress RV tore through the darkness and illuminated the desolate and dilapidated road ahead. In the distance, the outline of the city was dim in the darkness, like a dormant giant beast. Lin Qingyan suddenly remembered the weird school copy that Chung Hao mentioned before, and couldn't help asking. Chung Hao, can we still enter that school copy? Sure. As Chung Hao spoke, he marked the location of the school on the in-car map. At the same time, he frowned and said, "But even though I used my omniscient exploration ability to search for information about that school, I couldn't find anything useful. It's obviously like the previous hotel, bound by some kind of rule. The specific situation can only be known after entering that weird school. Suwon glanced at the car navigation and said, "Almost there. According to the coordinates, the entrance to the strange school dungeon is right at the edge of the old town area surrounded by barbed wire, at a place called Sunshine No. 1 Middle School. We expect to arrive in 30 minutes. The atmosphere in the car quietly changed as the destination approached. After more than 10 minutes, the Fortress RV slowly slowed down. It finally stopped outside an area surrounded by tall, rusty barbed wire. Beyond the barbed wire fence, several grayish-white, square buildings stood silently in the bleak moonlight. Those were several teaching buildings, old and depressing in style. The surface of the building is covered with large patches of mold and dark green ivy. The air was filled with a damp, decaying and musty smell. There is also a faint, indescribable sweet and fishy smell, which makes people feel inexplicably tight in their hearts. There was dead silence all around, no insects chirping, no sound of wind. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in the minds of the 4 people in the car at the same time. Detected that the player team is about to enter the dungeon, strange school, entrance area. The number of people allowed to enter the dungeon, 1 to 20. Instance difficulty, A+, highly dangerous. Instance background description: Sunshine No. 1 Middle School was once a vibrant school. Now an unknown curse has descended, dragging students and teachers into an eternal nightmare. The source of the curse lies deep within the shadows of the campus. Only by finding it and ending it can the cycle be broken. Clearance time limit, 36 hours. Basic reward for clearing a dungeon, 20,000 experience points per person. Based on your contribution, utility value, within the dungeon, you will receive an additional B-level or A-level superpower chest. Dungeon rules. 1. Role-playing. Upon entering the dungeon, players will be randomly assigned a campus role, student/teacher/support staff. When playing the corresponding role, they must adhere to the basic behavioral logic. 2. Nightfall. On the first night after entering, all players must spend it in the designated dormitory, student dormitory/faculty dormitory, which is also the key to obtaining the initial clues. 3. Restriction on the use of force. It is prohibited to actively use force or supernatural powers against NPCs that appear to be ordinary humans on campus, regardless of whether they are cursed or not. 4. Clearing obstacles. For beings that clearly show a dark and strange form, distorted, inhuman, and actively attacking, the use of force is allowed and encouraged to eliminate them. They are obstacles to finding the source of the curse. The cold rules and information flooded into his mind like a tide, with unquestionable coercive force. The difficulty mark of a plus level is like a blood-red warning. Role-playing, rules and regulations, mandatory accommodation, and the strangeness of the night. Every rule is full of unknown dangers. There was a brief silence in the car. There are a lot of rules and restrictions. Finally, it was Chung Hao who broke the silence and began to analyze. If we play different roles, it means that tonight, we need to separate and live with different NPCs. After saying this, he looked at the 3 women. How about it, do you want to go in? Chapter 85 Maintenance Engineering How. After hearing Chung Hao's words, the car fell into a brief silence. After a while, Suwon took a deep breath and broke the silence. He said with a firm look, "Come in. Why not? If you clear the level, you'll get 20,000 experience points and a chance to get an A-rank treasure chest. If you miss this opportunity, you never know when the next one will come." Lin Qingyan's cold voice sounded. Rules are limitations, but they also provide clues. Role-playing and forced accommodations provide a way to contact core NPCs and gain deeper intelligence. Although Lin Nanyuan's face was full of worry, she still nodded vigorously. I think we can give it a try. After all, we've just gained new superpowers, so even if we encounter some danger, we should be able to handle it. She clenched her fists, as if to cheer herself up. Seeing that the 3 women had the same opinion, Chung Hao was certain and said in a deep voice, Okay, in that case, let's go in and take a look. Remember the rules and proceed with caution. No matter what role you are assigned, you must collect information while ensuring your own safety. Understood, the three women responded in unison. After parking the Fortress RV in the parking space, the four of them left the RV and walked towards the school gate. The closer you get to the school, the stronger the damp, musty smell and the faint sweet, fishy odor in the air become. The moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, and only the street lights cast a pale halo. There is no security guard at the school gate. The four of them looked at each other and entered the school through a side door. Buzz! Suddenly, a thick fog appeared out of nowhere without any warning. The fog was as thick as substance, instantly enveloping Chung Hao, Su Wan, Lin Qingyan, and Lin Nuanyuan. Pure beauty. Nuanyuan? Sister Wan? Chung Hao hurriedly called out the names of the three women, but his voice seemed to be absorbed and distorted by the sticky fog, and it disappeared completely before it could reach half a meter. Chung Hao's heart was filled with alarm. He immediately mobilized his omniscient exploration ability, trying to penetrate the thick fog and sense the location of his companions. However, a powerful and strange force of rules, like an invisible barrier, restricted his perception to a range of less than 1 meter around his body. The thick fog not only blocked sight and sound, but also energy perception. Chung Hao suddenly realized that this was the dungeon rule, forcibly separating the players. Sure enough, the thick fog came and went quickly. After just a few seconds, the sticky fog receded like a tide, and the vision instantly became clear again. Chung Hao looked up and found himself standing in a dark and damp corridor. He was wearing a dark blue overalls that was washed pale and stained with unknown stains. Around his waist was a heavy brown tool belt, in which were inserted pipe wrenches, adjustable wrenches, screwdrivers. On his feet were a pair of muddy work rubber shoes. There is a plastic work badge hanging on the chest, which reads, Maintenance Department Employee, Chung Hao. Chung Hao. A sense of absurdity came over me. In this A+ level dungeon, the character I play is actually the school's plumber? Does he look that old? Fortunately, the surging sense of power in my body has not disappeared. Superpowers such as King Kong's body and thunder power are still there. Casting Omniscience Exploration, once again, he could clearly sense. Lin Qingyan, Lin Nuanyuan and Su Wan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at their current position. At this moment, a chat interface automatically popped up on the system interface. Dungeon Channel, Weird School. There are only 4 avatars lit up inside. Chung Hao, Maintenance Worker, Su Wan, Chemistry Teacher, Lin Qingyan, Senior High School Student, and Lin Nuanyuan, Freshman High School Student. Chung Hao immediately spoke in the channel. I'm in the faculty and staff dormitory right now, and I'm playing the role of a maintenance worker. How about you guys? Are you all okay? Almost at the same time. Su Wan. I'm fine. I'm playing the role of a chemistry teacher, and I'm watching the students during their evening study session. Lin Qingyan. I am playing a senior high school student who is taking evening self-study classes. Lin Nuanyuan. I also play a student, but I'm in the first year of high school. After reading the message, Chung Hao replied immediately. That's good. Then stick to your roles, try to blend in, and gather information. If you encounter any problems or key clues, please share them with everyone in this chat channel in a timely manner. As for safety, don't worry. My exploration ability is always active and can sense your location and surrounding conditions at any time. If I sense something is wrong, I'll warn you immediately. Good. Understood. Everyone please be safe. After receiving replies from the 3 women, Chung Hao closed the channel interface. Another message popped up on the system interface in front of him, asking him to go to his dormitory. Following the instructions, he arrived at the dormitory door. There was a sign on the door, Maintenance Staff Dormitory. He pushed open the door and was greeted by a mixture of sweat and cheap tobacco. The room is not big and has 2 bunk beds made of iron. An old wooden table cluttered with junk and tools. There were several oil-stained tool cabinets in the corner. Sitting on the lower bunk by the window was a middle-aged man wearing the same dark blue work clothes, with a slightly plump build and sparse hair. He was looking down at his phone intently, the light from the screen reflecting his greasy face. There were vague whispers and gasps coming from the phone. This is the roommate assigned to him by the system, Lao Wang. Hearing the door open, Lao Wang didn't even raise his head, but just mumbled vaguely. Are you back? There's not much work to do today, take a rest. Chung Hao calmly walked to the empty lower bunk and sat down. He picked up a greasy rag from the table and wiped his hands. He imitated the maintenance worker's tone and casually said, Yeah, I just took a look around, and there really isn't anything new. Brother Wang, is there anything new happening at school recently? Lao Wang was still staring at the phone screen, sliding his fingers across it, and chuckled twice. What's new? What the hell is new? Every day it's either the pipes leaking or the circuits tripping. It's so annoying. Xiaoqing, you've only been here for a short time. You'll understand once you get used to it. Chung Hao continued to probe, lowering his voice. I heard that things have been a bit turbulent at school lately. Did something happen before? Lao Wang's finger that was sliding across the screen paused. He raised his head, a barely perceptible flash of fear flashed across his cloudy eyes, and he looked at the door vigilantly. Then, he lowered his voice. You kid, you just arrived and you're asking about this? Bad luck. He paused, and his voice lowered, a little nervously. That's right, people died. It was in the lotus pond behind our school. First, 2 students, a boy and a girl, drowned. Less than 2 weeks later, Mr. Zhang, our Chinese teacher, also fell in. When they pulled him out. TSK. Old Wang smacked his lips, his face showing an expression mixed with fear and a hint of morbid excitement. It's really weird. The school is suppressing it and forbidding anyone from talking about it. Now the whole school is on edge, all because of that lousy sports meet the day after tomorrow. Lotus Pond? Continuous drowning? Chung Hao's heart moved. This was definitely the key clue. Just as he was about to ask for more details, the old-fashioned keypad phone that Lao Wang had placed on the bedside table suddenly rang shrilly. The ringtone was that high-pitched, 90s electronic sound. Lao Wang was startled and grabbed his phone in a panic. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression instantly became nervous. Hello? Vice Principal Lee? It's me, Xiao Wang. Huh? You're in the dorm now? Is the sewer blocked? And it's backing up? Don't worry. I'll be right over there and I promise to clear it up for you. Lao Wang hung up the phone, and the flattery on his face disappeared instantly. He put on a sad and irritable expression and said to Chung Hao unhappily, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and grab your stuff. The vice principal's dorm. Clear the sewer. What a damn bad luck. I just took a break and now I have to start working. Cursing, he dragged a rusty drain cleaner and a bundle of dirty hoses out from under the bed. Okay, Brother Wang. Chung Hao replied, silently picked up the pipe wrench and wrench on the ground, frowning slightly. Going to the vice principal's room to clear the sewer late at night? Why does this plot feel familiar? Chapter 86 Scissor Girl. Bring everything, hurry over! Old Wang urged impatiently, stuffing the heavy drain cleaner into Chung Hao's arms and picking up the bundle of greasy hoses himself. Vice Principal Lee lives on the 9th floor, room 908. She has a terrible temper. If we're late, she'll definitely get mad and yell at us. Chung Hao took the cold drain cleaner and said nothing. The two walked out of the dormitory one after the other and stepped into the dim corridor. Deep in the corridor, suppressed sobbing could be heard faintly. Chung Hao was startled and asked quickly, Brother Wang, did you hear any sound? It sounds like someone is crying. Noise? What sound? It's a cat's meow. Man, stop being suspicious and go. Lao Wang said this and took Chung Hao to the elevator. They turned a corner and saw an old, mottled iron elevator door closed. Lao Wang pressed the down button out of habit, but the elevator didn't respond. Shit! Broken again? Lao Wang cursed and stepped forward to slam the elevator door. This thing is broken. It breaks every other day. Just then, a middle-aged man in a sophisticated gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked over. His brows were furrowed, and I don't know what he was thinking about. Chung Hao glanced at him, and a line of information appeared. Zheng Ming, Vice President. What's wrong, Master Wang? Vice Principal Zheng's voice was low, but it carried the authority of a superior. He glanced at Chung Hao and Lao Wang. Lao Wang immediately put on a flattering and humble expression, even bending his waist a little. Principal Zheng, I'm so sorry. Sorry to bother you. The sewer in Principal Li's dormitory is clogged and there's severe backflow. We were asked to come over and fix it right away. I didn't expect the elevator to break down again, and we're so worried. Principal Li? A hint of imperceptible strangeness flashed across Vice Principal Zheng's eyes behind the glasses, and then returned to normal. He said in a calm tone. What's going on with Principal Li? You too. His gaze moved between Chung Hao and Lao Wang, and finally stopped at Chung Hao. Master Wang, you're an old hand, and you're familiar with elevator circuits. Please stay and see if you can handle this emergency, otherwise it will affect the school staff's work tomorrow. Let this new Master Ching go to Principal Li and take care of the sewer first. There shouldn't be any problems, right? A trace of surprise flashed across Lao Wang's face. Ah? Principal Jing, this. Xiao Qing just arrived and isn't familiar with the school. Plus, the situation with Principal Li is complicated. I'm worried about him being alone. The situation is urgent, so it's more efficient to act separately. Vice Principal Jing interrupted Lao Wang, his tone unquestionable, with a subtle urgency. Master Wang, you are an old employee with excellent skills. I am confident in leaving the elevator to you. He turned to Chung Hao and forced a formal smile on his face. Master Qing, Principal Li is in room 908. Please excuse me for running up the stairs. You should be okay, right? Okay, Principal Jing, I'll go right away. Chung Hao responded calmly without any unnecessary expression on his face. Seeing this, Old Wang waved to Chung Hao and said, Xiao Qing, Vice Principal Li's room is now in your hands. There seemed to be a sense of relief in his words. This made Chung Hao even more curious. What is so special about Vice Principal Li? Carrying the drain cleaner and tools, he turned and walked towards the stairwell entrance leading to the dormitory building. There were no windows in the stairwell, only a few low-wattage incandescent lamps overhead, emitting a dim light that barely illuminated the spiraling concrete steps. Where the light cannot reach, there is bottomless darkness, as if countless pairs of eyes are hidden. Duh. Duh duh. Chung Hao's footsteps echoed in the empty stairwell. He kept moving upwards at a steady pace, his mind highly focused. Omniscient exploration is like an invisible radar, vigilantly scanning every corner up, down, left, and right. The faint light of the diamond body flows under the skin, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. When I climbed to the corner platform on the 5th floor, a faint chill with a fishy smell suddenly hit me. The already dim incandescent lamp above his head suddenly flickered a few times with a sizzle sound. The light suddenly became dimmer and almost went out. A cold and malicious aura instantly locked onto Chung Hao. Here I come! Just like in the spooky hotel, the stairs are the favorite hiding place for those dark and spooky creatures. Chung Hao paused, his eyes like lightning shooting towards the stairs leading to the 6th floor. Under the dim, flickering light, a twisted figure slowly crawled out from the shadows of the 6th floor stairs in an extremely weird posture. It was a woman, or rather, a strange monster that looked like a woman. It was wearing a wet and dirty blue and white school uniform skirt. Its long, wet black hair, like seaweed, completely obscured its face. Only 2 pale eyeballs could be seen through the gaps between the hair. The most creepy thing is its hands. They are not hands, but 2 huge, rusty and dark brown dirt-stained tailor's scissors. Scissors replaced its forearm, and the sharp blade flickered with a faint cold light in the dim light. Its movements were stiff and strange, its body twisted into inhuman angles, and its joints made bursts of cracking sounds. It seemed to have no legs, and its lower half was shrouded in a dripping, thick darkness. Dark and weird, the drowned scissor girl. Level 30. Status, Cursed Entity. Features: Physical Attack, Scissor Cut, Resentment Shock, Water Environment Enhancement. The prompt message flashed through Chung Hao's mind. Hiss, hiss, cluck. A strange sound, like water plants stuck in a drowning person's throat, came from the ghost girl's hair-covered mouth. Suddenly, it accelerated suddenly. The darkness in its lower body surged, carrying its entire body as it swooped down like an arrow. Two huge, rusty pairs of scissors, with a sharp scream that tore through the air, cut towards Chung Hao's neck and waist. If an ordinary player faces this sudden and deadly scissors attack at a tricky angle, he will probably be in great danger. But Chung Hao is not ordinary. That's it. A cold snort sounded in the silent stairwell. Facing the huge pair of scissors that were coming to strangle him, Chung Hao did not dodge. He didn't even use the absolute defense of his diamond body. Just when the rusty blade of the scissors, filled with strong resentment, was about to touch his body. Boom! Dazzling silver-white lightning suddenly exploded around him without any warning. The violent power of thunder, like an angry dragon that had been suppressed for a long time, broke free from its restraints in an instant. Zzz. The violent electric current instantly filled the entire corner of the stairs. The two huge rusty scissors that were about to cut Chung Hao were the first to be hit. The terrifying power of thunder, with the dual attributes of purification and destruction, slammed heavily onto the scissors. The harsh sound of metal twisting and the explosion of electricity mixed together. The strong resentment attached to the scissors is like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. It was instantly torn apart and evaporated by the violent thunder. Chapter 87: The Vice Principal's Request. Crack! Crack! After the attached resentment dissipated, the two huge scissors could not withstand such a powerful thunder bombardment. The tough metal broke into pieces under the extremely hard and masculine force. The breaking of the scissors seemed to have directly damaged the origin of the scissor ghost. It let out a sharp howl, and its wet body suddenly stiffened and twitched violently. The darkness that enveloped its lower body rolled and boiled, and a large amount of smelly and turbid black water gushed out from its body. Chung Hao's eyes were cold. He opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and grabbed forward suddenly. Thunder attracts! The violent power of thunder instantly condensed in his palm. Then it turned into an extremely condensed silver-white lightning spear as thick as an arm. The tip of the spear was jumping with dazzling electric sparks, and with a sharp scream that pierced everything, it shot towards the scissor ghost's head covered with wet hair with incredible precision. Puff! The lightning spear penetrated the head without any hindrance. Dazzling lightning burst out from the 7 orifices of the female ghost. Boom! Accompanied by a dull bang. The scissor ghost's head was like a watermelon with a bomb stuffed in it, exploding from the inside out. Immediately afterwards, her entire body turned into ashes in the air and was completely annihilated. Experience points, add 300. As the prompt sounded, it rang in Chung Hao's mind. The light in the stairs seemed to stabilize a little, but it was still dim. Chung Hao withdrew his hand expressionlessly, and the lightning dancing in his palm disappeared. Pick up the drain cleaner and tools on the ground and continue walking upwards. The stairwell returned to dead silence, as if the brief and fierce battle just now had never happened. 6th floor. 7th floor. 8th floor. Soon, we arrived at the 9th floor. The corridor on the 9th floor was equally dim, but the air was even colder and damper, and the sweet, fishy smell was much stronger. Chung Hao walked to the door of 908. The door was an old-fashioned dark brown wooden door with peeling paint. He raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. With a creaky sound, the door opened a crack by itself. The light was on in the room, and a hoarse female voice came. It's the maintenance guy, right? You're here pretty quick. Stop standing at the door and come in. Chung Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he pushed open the door. When I looked up, I saw a slightly plump middle-aged woman wearing a silk nightgown, standing in the middle of the living room with her back to the door. The hem of her nightgown and slippers were completely wet, and water was dripping down continuously, forming a small puddle on the floor. The living room floor was covered with muddy sewage and emitted a foul odor. Hearing footsteps, she turned around slowly and very stiffly. According to the system information, she is Li Ying, Vice Principal Li. But at this moment, her face was as pale as if she had been soaked in water for 3 days and 3 nights, without a trace of blood. The lips were bluish-purple and slightly open. Her eyes were wide open, her pupils were dilated, and her eye whites were covered with fine bloodshot. She stared straight at Chung Hao at the door. She was soaked, with water droplets rolling down her hair, cheeks, and nightgown. The whole person looked like he had just been pulled out of the water. If I hadn't felt that she didn't show any malice towards me. Chung Hao even thought that this was not a normal NPC, but a dark and weird one. Principal Lee. Chung Hao spoke tentatively, his voice sounding particularly clear in the dead silence of the room. Why are you so wet? Vice Principal Lee did not respond, but just stared at Chung Hao with his dead fish eyes. Chung Hao had no choice but to continue asking. Then, I'm going to clear the sewer first. Vice Principal Lee then nodded and pointed to the location of the bathroom. Chung Hao said no more and carried the drain cleaner and tools. He walked around Vice Principal Lee, who was standing stiffly like a water ghost, and headed towards the half-open bathroom door. The scene in the bathroom was even more appalling. The drain of the washbasin is like a miniature fountain. Dark brown, sticky sewage mixed with unknown filth was gurgling out. The toilet was also backing up slightly and emitting a disgusting smell. Chung Hao frowned and put on the rubber gloves he found in the toolbox. Although the Vajra body is basically immune to these filths, it still needs to be isolated psychologically. He put down the drain cleaner, aimed one end of the metal hose at the drain of the sink, and connected the other end to the machine. Turn on the switch, the motor makes a dull roar, and the hose begins to rotate, drilling deep into the clogged pipe. While working, Chung Hao could feel. The cold, numb gaze behind him was always stuck on his back, like a maggot on his tarsus. Vice Principal Lee stood quietly at the bathroom door, like a puppet bloated by water, looking at Chung Hao quietly. Gulyalu, puff! As Chung Hao continued to increase the pressure, a thick stream of sewage suddenly gushed out from the sewer. At the same time, an indescribable stench, as if it had been rotting for a long time, suddenly broke out. Chung Hao immediately turned off the machine and took a step back. The faint light of the Vajra body instinctively flowed, shaking off most of the filth. He frowned and stared at the disgusting mess. At this moment, Vice Principal Lee's hoarse voice sounded without any warning. Did you see my daughter when you came up here? When Chung Hao turned around, he saw Vice Principal Lee's pale face very close to him. Those bloodshot eyes with dilated pupils stared at him intently with an almost paranoid expectation. Her daughter? Could it be that scissor girl? Chung Hao speculated in his heart, but quickly shook his head. No, I didn't see it. Seeing the disappointed expression on Vice Principal Lee's face, he asked again. Principal Lee, your daughter, is she missing? When did it happen? Vice Principal Lee's lips trembled slightly, and his purple lips opened and closed. My daughter has always been very well behaved. She just failed the last monthly exam and didn't even make it into the top 100 in her grade. She spoke slowly and intermittently, and her eyes began to wander. He seemed to be reminiscing, yet also seemed to be in some kind of confusion. I'm the vice principal of the school. How could my daughter be so useless? Her voice suddenly rose, filled with twisted obsession and hysteria. I scolded her. I scolded her harshly. I told her she was a piece of trash. She wasn't worthy of being my daughter. And then she disappeared. Her voice dropped again, filled with confusion and helplessness. My daughter is missing. I can't find her. I can't find her anywhere. After Chung Hao heard this, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Vice Principal Lee's daughter was not missing at all, but jumped into the lotus pond? And for some reason, it became weird? And this vice principal, out of self-blame, went to the lotus pond to look for his daughter and got himself soaked. How could he be either human nor ghost? After all, she is an NPC, so Chung Hao is not afraid of provoking her again. So he asked tentatively, Is there a lotus pond in the school? Will she? Lotus pond? Vice Principal Lee seemed to be deeply stung by this word, and his body began to tremble violently. His eyes instantly became extremely terrified, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. That place is horrible. I've looked for it, but I can't find it. I don't dare go there again. She shook her head frantically, and water droplets flew out of her wet hair. Suddenly, she pounced on him again, her cold and slippery hands tightly grabbing the cuffs of Chung Hao's work clothes with astonishing strength. His eyes were filled with crazy pleading. "How about you help me look for her again? As long as you help me find her. It doesn't matter if she's dead or alive. As long as I find her, I'll give you whatever you want. Money. A job. Anything. I know a lot of secrets. About the school. About the lotus pond. About the curse. I can tell you everything." Chapter 88 Lotus Pond. It seems that Vice Principally knows quite a lot. Hearing the other party's series of almost crazy words, Chung Hao's heart moved, but on the surface, he appeared very calm. Use a little force to push the other person away. Chung Hao took a step back at the same time, keeping some distance, and said in a calm tone, "Principally, calm down. I'm just a maintenance worker. Now that the pipes are unblocked, my job is done. As for the other things you mentioned, I'm a newcomer. How can I know so much? You should go find someone else." Upon hearing this, Vice Principally seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the dirty ground, hugged his knees with his hands, and began to mutter to himself again. "Xiaoyu, my Xiaoyu, where are you?" Chung Hao had his reasons for refusing. What if her daughter was the monster she had just killed on the stairs? If I agreed to her now, wouldn't I be digging my own grave? Therefore, before figuring out the situation, Chung Hao did not intend to get involved in any trouble. After packing up the tools and drain cleaner, Chung Hao quickly left the room with his things. When he reached the corridor, he looked back at the closed door of room 908 with a serious look in his eyes. Missing girl. Lotus pond. Drowning. And this vice principal whose mental state is obviously abnormal. All the clues seem to point to that place. It seems that no matter what, we have to go to the lotus pond to take a look. Thinking of this, Chung Hao walked to the end of the corridor where there was a window. He opened the dusty window and looked out. With the illumination from the distant teaching building, you can see that not far behind the dormitory building, there is an area surrounded by tall trees, which is darker than the night. There is a lotus pond. Chung Hao's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He pushed his ability of omniscient exploration to the extreme. Invisible ripples of perception, like mercury pouring on the ground, carefully swept across the heart-pounding dark waters. Just then, on the side of the pond close to the dormitory building, a white figure appeared without warning. That was a woman. She was wearing a soaked white dress. Her long, wet black hair, like seaweed, fell down, completely covering her face. She just stood there quietly, her lower body immersed in the dark pool water, her upper body slightly leaning forward, her posture stiff and strange. What made Chung Hao's pupils shrink even more was that the woman in the white dress suddenly and slowly raised a pale arm. The swollen fingers pointed straight at Chung Hao in the 9th floor window. She was pointing at herself. A bone-chilling malice, like a real ice cone, instantly penetrated the space and fiercely pierced Chung Hao's perception. Chung Hao's hair stood on end. He could even hear the silent, malicious whispers echoing in his mind. Come find me." Chung Hao's mind moved, and he dispelled the malice from his perception. However, when he looked again, the place where the woman had just stood was empty. Oh! A cold arc appeared at the corner of Chung Hao's mouth. There was no fear in his eyes, only a fierce fighting spirit that was completely ignited. "You're playing this trick on me? Then it's as you wish." Without hesitation, he picked up the tools, turned and walked towards the elevator. The elevator had been repaired by Lao Wang, and after going down to the first floor, he walked quickly. A few minutes later, we arrived at the lotus pond. Looking closely, the pool water was as black as ink and so viscous that it seemed not water but more like solidified blood. A thick layer of decaying matter floated on the surface of the water, emitting a strong stench. Chung Hao stood by the pool, and his omniscient exploration was in full swing. Invisible perception penetrates the sticky pool water and goes deep into the darkness underwater. Deep in the mud, there seems to be some huge, slowly wriggling living creature. There really is something. Chung Hao's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to investigate further, he heard a whoosh. In the center of the pond, a thick white mist suddenly rose up. The fog rolled violently and spread rapidly towards the shore. The already dim light was completely swallowed up. At the same time, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Gurgle, gurgle. Immediately afterwards, deep in the thick fog, the sticky pool water suddenly began to churn violently. 6 twisted figures slowly stood up from the surging dark pool water. They are nearly 2 meters tall, and their skin is as pale as a dead fish's belly. His body was covered with swollen blisters and slippery moss. Some parts have even rotted, revealing the dark red muscles and white bones underneath. Their heads were huge and deformed, with blurred facial features and only 2 black holes in place of eyes. A huge mouth that was split to the ear roots and covered with fine fangs was flowing with dark green mucus. They have no obvious limbs, and instead have several tentacles extending from both sides of their torsos, which constantly drip mucus. The lower body is completely immersed in the rolling water, as if it is connected with the entire pond. Dark and weird, swamp water ghost. Level 32. Abilities: Physical attack, tentacle piercing / entanglement / slapping, corrosive mucus spray, mental scream, range stun, water regeneration, gain rapid recovery ability within the pond range, water mist concealment. Just as Chung Hao was exploring these dark and strange information, the black eye sockets of the 6 water ghosts also locked onto him. They opened their huge mouths full of sharp teeth and let out a sharp scream. Immediately afterwards, several dark green slime water arrows emitting a pungent sour smell shot out from their mouths like powerful crossbows, shooting directly at Chung Hao's face and various parts of his body. Faced with this powerful attack, Chung Hao's eyes also burned with a fierce fighting spirit. "Burning flame, open it for me!" A loud shout, like a thunderclap. Chung Hao suddenly opened his arms and there was a loud bang. With him as the center, the dazzling red light erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for thousands of years. The burning flame, containing the dual will of purification and destruction, instantly shot up into the sky. The crimson waves of fire suddenly spread out in all directions with the force of a tidal wave. Sizzle! The first thing that came into contact with the flames was the several jets of corrosive mucus. The highly toxic slime that was originally strong enough to corrode through steel was unable to emit even a trace of smoke in the face of the burning flames, and was evaporated into nothingness in an instant. Immediately afterwards, several huge tentacles came with a fishy smell, whipping and entangling. Shhhhhhh. Several thick tentacles, swept by the red flames, were like burning grease, emitting large amounts of white smoke. Ah! The 6 swamp water ghosts howled in extreme pain at the same time. Their huge bodies twitched and twisted violently under the burning flames. The swollen blisters on the body's surface burst one after another. The fishy-smelling pus flowed out, and was instantly dried up by the flames. Chung Hao's eyes were cold, his hands were clenched, and he pushed forward suddenly. Boom! With a loud bang, even more violent red flames gushed out from his palm. Then it condensed into 6 extremely thick pillars of fire, which shot with incredible precision at the 6 water ghosts, who were rolling in pain in the pond and trying to dive into the water to escape. Wherever it passed, the dark pool water was instantly evaporated and vaporized. Only 6 deep gullies swirling with hot steam were left. 6 loud explosions came almost simultaneously. The bodies of the 6 level 32 swamp water ghosts, pierced by the pillar of burning flames, were like ice and snow under the scorching sun, and they were instantly carbonized and disintegrated from the inside out. Experience points increased by 1920. As the prompt sounded, all 6 water ghosts were eliminated. Chung Hao stood by the pool, with a faint red light flowing around him. His eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned the surface of the pond, which was still dark but noticeably quieter. When he saw the middle of the pond, his expression changed. Because he clearly saw that in the lotus pond that was originally full of mud, a wooden box had appeared in it without him noticing. Could this be the clue the system gave me as a reward after I killed those 6 water ghosts? Thinking of this, Chung Hao's heart moved, and a palm made of blood mist spread out. He reached into the middle of the pond and grabbed the wooden box. Chapter 89 Experimental Building. The wooden box emerged from the water, leaving behind a trail of turbid water droplets. He was held steadily by the blood mist palm and quickly flew back to Chung Hao. The blood mist dissipated. Chung Hao wrapped his palm with the power of the Vajra body, and carefully opened the lid of the box. There is no mechanism inside the box, only two things: a folded piece of paper and a key. When the folded paper was unfolded, it turned out to be a sketch. The paper is a little yellowed and damp, but in good condition. When unfolded, the painting shows a bust of a girl in school uniform. The girl had a pretty face, but her eyes held a melancholy and stubbornness that didn't match her age, and the corners of her mouth were slightly pursed. The most eye-catching thing is that she wore an exquisitely crafted bow hairpin inlaid with tiny blue rhinestones at the root of her ponytail. The painting style is delicate and realistic. In the lower right corner of the paper, there is a blurred signature that is blurred by water stains and is difficult to recognize. Along with the sketch, there is an old-fashioned brass key. The key has an ancient shape, intricate teeth marks, and a short piece of faded blue ribbon is tied at the end. Chung Hao first used his perception ability to scan the sketch, but found nothing. However, when his eyes focused on the brass key, a line of system prompt text appeared before his eyes without any warning. Clue item: key to the abandoned laboratory in the experimental building. A key that can unlock the door to the abandoned chemistry lab, room 314, on the third floor of the laboratory building. There, perhaps, lies a forgotten artifact that could reveal a partial truth. The abandoned chemistry lab on the third floor of the laboratory building? A forgotten old thing? Chung Hao's eyes narrowed. This is obviously the key clue given by the copy. In the sketch, is the girl with a bow the daughter of Vice Principal Lee? What are the old things in the abandoned chemical experiments? Looks like I need to go to the abandoned chemistry lab in the experimental building. However, before leaving, Chung Hao decided to share the clues he had discovered with his other three teammates. So, he opened the Dungeon Chat channel. All relevant information about Vice Principal Lee, the Lotus Pond, and the two items in the wooden box were sent in. After the message was sent, it was replied almost instantly. Su-Wan, an abandoned lab in the lab building? I just happened to talk to another colleague of mine. They say there was a safety incident there, and it's been sealed off. While the other classrooms are still usable, after that incident, it seems like no one, not even students or non-affiliated faculty, is allowed to enter the lab building. Luckily, I'm a chemistry teacher, and going to the lab to retrieve leftover teaching materials. Makes sense. Chung Hao, how about I come with you? Lin Qingyan, I just finished evening study and am heading to the first-year girls' dormitory. According to school rules, we're not allowed to wander around at night. Lin Nanuan, like my sister, I have to go back to the dorm. The dorm supervisor will be checking the rooms later. Brother Cheng, Sister Wan, I'll leave the investigation of the lab building to you. Okay, you can also get to know your roommates better. Sister Wan and I will go to the lab first. We'll share the specific information with you once we have it. Chung Hao replied, and then sent a message to Su Wan. Sister Wan, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the school laboratory building. Okay. I'll be there now. After receiving Su Wan's reply, Chung Hao put away the wooden box and key and glanced at the dead lotus pond. Then he flashed and rushed towards the direction of the experimental building marked on the campus map. The laboratory building is much older than other dormitories or teaching buildings. The rusty iron gate was tightly closed, with a thick iron chain and a rusted padlock hanging on it. There is a small guard room next to the iron gate. The window glass is covered with dirt, and a dim, swaying light shines through from inside. Just as Chung Hao arrived at the shadow in front of the building, Su Wan hurried over from the other side. She had changed out of her professional suit from evening self-study and was wearing a dark sportswear that was easy to move in. She had short hair that reached her ears, sharp eyes, and an air of competence. Seeing Chung Hao, she nodded slightly, then whispered. According to the information I received, the security here is very strict, especially at night. Su Wan said, pointing to the guard room. We have to deal with that janitor. So the two of them walked to the window of the guard room. Chung Hao knocked on the dirt-covered glass. Who is it? Then, a hoarse voice came from inside, with a strong sense of impatience. The window was opened a crack, and a terrifying face covered with scars, as if corroded by strong acid, appeared behind the gap. His left eye was a cloudy grayish-white. The right eye flashed with a vigilant light. His nose was crooked and his lips were broken, revealing his yellow teeth. As his eyes met with Chung Hao and Su Wan, relevant information appeared. Lucchese, the cursed one. Status: deeply polluted / mentally confused. Formerly a lab building administrator, disfigured in an accident and exposed to unknown contamination. Extremely wary of strangers and highly aggressive. What are you doing? Get out! You're not allowed in here! Lucchese stared fiercely at Chung Hao and Su Wan with his only remaining right eye, his broken lips stretched out in a threatening expression. Su Wan took a step forward and showed the teacher's badge hanging on her chest. Her voice was calm and carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. Master Lu, I'm Su Wan, the new chemistry teacher. The school arranged for me to come to the laboratory building to pick up an important teaching file. It was specially approved by Vice President Jin. Here's the approval slip. The person next to me is the school's maintenance technician. President Jing asked him to come with me to help move the equipment. She first showed her ID card. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and waved it in front of Lucchese. Lucchese stared at the paper with his cloudy right eye and saw that there was indeed an official seal on it. Just as he was about to take a closer look, Su Wan suddenly urged. Open the door quickly! Principal Jing said there's an important open class tomorrow, and a senior official from the Education Bureau is coming to inspect it. If you delay your teaching duties and Vice Principal Jing blames you, can you afford it? Su Wan's tone became heavier, with a hint of reprimand. Make full use of the advantages of being a teacher. Lucchese shuddered, as if he had an instinctive fear of Vice Principal Jing. He hesitated for a few seconds, and finally retracted his head, cursing. From the guard room came the sound of chains rattling. A moment later, the small iron door on the big iron gate, which was only wide enough for one person to pass through, was opened with a creaky sound. Take your things and leave quickly. Don't wander around in here. Otherwise, hee. Lucchese's terrifying face peeked out from behind the small door, sneering strangely. Chung Hao and Su Wan ignored him and quickly slipped in. Immediately afterwards, the small iron door behind him slammed shut with a clang, and the iron chain was wrapped around and locked again. Chapter 90: Chemical Deformation. After being allowed to pass, Chung Hao and Su Wan entered the laboratory building. The moment you step onto the first floor, a pungent smell mixed with various chemicals hits you in the face, almost suffocating you. The corridor was pitch black, and Su Wan took out a flashlight, which made it much brighter. Go to the third floor, Chemistry Lab 314. Chung Hao whispered this, and at the same time, he used his Omniscient Exploration ability. The next moment, his perception spread out like invisible threads, scanning every shadow and corner in the laboratory building. Then he reminded. Be careful with the stairs. I just encountered something dark and strange in the staff dormitory building. It might be even more dangerous here. Su Wan nodded and followed Chung Hao closely. The two walked towards the stairs, one in front and one behind, stepping on the thick dust. The stairs were made of cement, and the handrails had long since rusted and broken. The smell of residual chemicals in the air became stronger and more pungent. But the entire laboratory building was not abandoned. Under normal circumstances, this should not be the case. The only explanation is that there is something dark and strange at work. Just when Chung Hao was alert, hiss, hiss, a subtle sound like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue or strong acid-corroding metal came from the corner of the stairs. Immediately afterwards, a burning, highly corrosive aura suddenly locked onto him and Su Wan. Here I come! Chung Hao let out a low shout, and the next moment there was a whoosh sound. A large mass of sticky, yellow-green liquid with a pungent smell spurted down from the corner of the second-floor stairs like a cannonball. Wherever the liquid passed, a terrifying, sizzling, burning sound was heard. The cement steps were instantly corroded with dents. The yellow-green corrosive liquid was about to pour over the two of them. Chung Hao suddenly took a step forward, opened his arms, and completely protected Su Wan behind him. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his eyes. A layer of solid dark golden light instantly covered the whole body, as if wearing a layer of golden armor. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The yellow-green corrosive liquid was poured onto the dark gold shield. The strong acid and poison that were enough to melt steel instantly only stirred up circles of violent energy ripples in the face of the powerful defense of the King Kong body, but could not break through at all. At the same time, Chung Hao spread out his palms, and red flames gushed out. The corrosive liquid is evaporated completely in one contact. Roar! The attack was ineffective and apparently angered the monster in the shadows. With a roar full of pain and rage, a twisted figure suddenly jumped out from the darkness at the corner of the second floor. It was a monster that could barely be seen in human form. Part of its skin was burnt and carbonized black, while another part was dark red rotten flesh dissolved by strong acid. Its arms were unusually large, ending in giant vesicles that constantly dripped yellow-green mucus. Its head looked like a melted wax figure, with its features blurred. There was only a huge, cracked mouth with a sticky liquid of strange color constantly bubbling inside. Dark and weird, chemical deformation. Level 33. Status: deeply polluted / energy distorted. Abilities: strong acid corrosive liquid spray, unstable energy explosion, mental pollution, limb regeneration. Just as Chung Hao was checking this dark and strange information, the monster flashed and pounced towards the two of them. Upon seeing this, Chung Hao pushed out with his left hand, and the burning flames exploded. The red pillar of fire shot straight towards the deformed man's twisted body. It instantly enveloped the deformed man's broken body, madly burning the polluted energy that made up its body. But obviously, this level of attack is still not enough for a level 33 chemical mutant. So, Chung Hao opened the 5 fingers of his right hand. The 2 superpowers, Power of Thunder, and Wind Blade Slash, are released at the same time. The blinding silver-white lightning, wrapped in a highly compressed green wind blade, swirled out and fiercely slashed towards the neck of the chemically distorted man. With a crackling sound, a severely deformed head fell to the ground. The angry roar of the chemically distorted man came to an abrupt end. The body wrapped in flames quickly disintegrated under the stranglehold of violent energy. In the blink of an eye, everything turned to ashes along with the head that rolled down the stairs. Experience points increased by 330. As the system prompt sounded, Su-won looked at Chung Hao with shock in her eyes. The level 33 dark weirdness was destroyed so easily? Chung Hao's actual combat power is probably close to level 40. Chung Hao did not linger for long and whispered, "Sister Wan, follow me closely and continue upstairs." Su-won came back to her senses and nodded. So the two of them climbed up the stairs quickly to the 3rd floor. On both sides of the corridor are closed laboratory doors, and room 314 is located at the end of the corridor. Arriving at the door, Chung Hao took out the brass key tied with a faded blue ribbon and inserted it into the keyhole. Click! With a slight sound, the door lock that had been sealed for a long time was opened. Pushing open the door, there was a mess inside. The laboratory table collapsed and glassware shattered everywhere. Unknown stains of various colors covered the walls and ceiling. Chung Hao glanced around and, with the help of his omniscient exploration, accurately locked onto the target a relatively intact drawer cabinet that was pressed down by a half-overturned metal filing cabinet. He walked over, moved the filing cabinet, and opened the dusty chest of drawers. In addition to a few ballpoint pens, there was also a yellowed file envelope. After opening the file bag, there was no experimental report or accident record inside. Instead, it was a sketch of a girl that was very similar to the one Chung Hao had obtained before, and was most likely drawn by the same person. The only difference from that one is that the girl in this painting is not wearing a bow hairpin. Moreover, on the back of the sketch, there are 2 lines of words written. "She will come back, and I will come back too. When the time comes, all of you will die." August 1st, 2020. After reading this text full of resentment and curse, as well as the time recorded behind it, Chung Hao frowned. If the time in this game world and the real world are the same, this means that this sketch was left 5 years ago. So, who are the she and I in this text? What on earth have they experienced that makes them harbor such deep resentment towards this school? August 1st, 2020? Isn't that 5 years ago? Suwon also came forward at this time, looked at the words on the sketch and the final date, and said with surprise. So, the girl in the painting and the person who painted it came back for revenge because of what happened 5 years ago. So, are they human or ghosts now? Chung Hao frowned and shook his head. There's too little information available right now, so I can't really say. Just as the two were distracted by the text behind the sketch and tried to sort out the clues. Suddenly, Lucchese's voice came from downstairs of the laboratory building. Vice Principal Jin, why are you here so late? Chapter 91 Hiding. Lucchese's hoarse voice came from the guard room downstairs, with a hint of surprise and subtle flattery. When Chung Hao and Suwon heard this, their hearts instantly rose to their throats. The two looked at each other, and saw solemnity in each other's eyes. Vice Principal Jin. How could he appear here at this critical moment? I couldn't sleep, so I walked around to see if there were any safety hazards. Zheng Ming's voice was steady and low. He first glanced at the laboratory building in front of him, then asked Lucchese. Master Lu, thank you for your hard work. Is there anything unusual tonight? Lucchese replied hesitantly. No. Nothing serious, just... He seemed a little hesitant. What is it? Jingming raised his eyebrows and asked. 2 people just showed up. One said she was the new chemistry teacher, Suwon. The other was a maintenance worker, Chang, what's his name? He brought your signed approval slip and said he was going to move some equipment into the lab building. Lucchese seemed to have made up his mind and spoke faster. They've been in there for a while and haven't come out yet. Principal Jing, look at this. What? Jingming's voice suddenly rose, filled with shock and anger, completely breaking his usual calm and composure. Suwon? Teacher? The approval slip I signed? When did I ever sign the approval slip allowing them to enter the laboratory building at night? Ah? Lucchese's ugly face was instantly filled with astonishment and panic. But the paper that female teacher brought clearly had your seal on it. Bullshit. I didn't sign any approvals tonight. I didn't even ask them to get any equipment. Zheng Ming's face twisted and he shouted angrily. Lucchese! Are you fucking confused? No one is allowed to enter the laboratory building at night. This is a strict rule. How dare you let 2 unidentified people in? And with a forged permit? Lucchese was frightened by Jingming's momentum, and his voice was full of fear and grievance. Principal Zheng. I really don't know. That female teacher made it sound so convincing, saying it was specially approved by you, that it's needed for the open class, and that the Education Bureau leaders are coming tomorrow. How dare I delay your important matter? I just... Waste. Idiot! Jingming interrupted him harshly, his anger almost bursting through the roof. I've been made a fool of myself, and I don't even know it. There must be something wrong with those 2 guys. Maybe they're heading for that lab. Open the door for me immediately. I want to go up and take a look myself. If we can't catch them, or if something is missing. Lucchese, you can just pack up and get out. Yes. Principal Jing, calm down. I'll open the door right now. As Lucchese spoke, he took a step forward and hurriedly unlocked the door. The sound of the heavy iron door being opened could be heard clearly. Then there were the sounds of 2 people hurrying up the stairs. Oh no! Suwon's face turned pale, and she subconsciously grabbed Chung Hao's arm. They're coming! What should we do? They're normal NPCs, we can't attack them. If we force our way out, if we happen to meet Jingming, there's a real possibility that he'll expel us from the school. Doesn't that mean we can no longer perform dungeon missions? Doesn't that mean the challenge has failed? Chung Hao naturally knew this, and while his brain was working rapidly, his ability of omniscient exploration was put into use. The next moment, his expression returned to calm. Follow me! Chung Hao's eyes instantly locked onto the innermost corner of Laboratory 314. There were several tall, rusty lockers standing against the wall. One of the cabinet doors was half open, and some worn lab coats and miscellaneous items were piled inside. The space was barely enough for 2 people. As Chung Hao spoke, he grabbed Su-won's hand. "Rush to the locker in the corner as fast as you can." He pushed Su-won into the half-open cabinet and squeezed in after her. The small space was filled up in an instant. After Chung Hao closed the cabinet door with his backhand, he thought about it, and wisps of red blood mist were released. It transformed into two large hands and moved a cabinet next to them, completely blocking the front of the cabinet where they were hiding. Almost at the same time, the hurried footsteps of Jingming and Lu Keizi had already stepped onto the corridor on the third floor and were heading towards Laboratory 314. Because the space inside the cabinet is extremely narrow, Chung Hao and Su-won were almost face to face and pressed against each other. Su-won's back was pressed against the cold cabinet wall. Chung Hao's warm and broad chest was almost touching her chest. Both of them could clearly feel each other's heartbeat, and the slightly rapid breathing due to nervousness. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous and tense. Feeling the masculine scent of Chung Hao, Su-won's cheeks flushed in the darkness. My body subconsciously tried to shrink back, but was held firmly against the cold cabinet wall. Chung Hao could also feel that Su-won's soft body was trembling slightly. "They're coming in!" Chung Hao suddenly whispered a reminder, and the warm breath brushed against Su-won's earlobe, bringing a tingling sensation. For a moment, Su-won felt her legs go a little weak. At this time, Jingming and Lu Keizi had already arrived at the door of Laboratory 314. "I saw the door that was originally locked was opened." Jingming's face suddenly darkened. "How do you open this lock?" "I don't know." "I don't know either. Principal Jing, you should know that the key to this laboratory is not in my possession. It belongs to that. Lu Keizi spoke in a trembling voice, as if he was very afraid of the person who kept the laboratory key. "Humph! If anything goes wrong, you'll be punished." Jingming snorted coldly, stretched out his hands, and the old laboratory door was pushed open. Two flashlight beams shone in, sweeping across the messy ground and collapsed equipment. "Sure enough, it's been turned over." Shen Ming's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Lu Keizi was so frightened that he dared not say a word. Jingming walked quickly to the chest of drawers, squatted down and took a closer look, scanning the empty drawers with his flashlight. Then, he said in a deep voice, "The thing is gone." His expression turned extremely ugly, and there was a hint of imperceptible anxiety in his voice. Principal Jin, what's missing?" Seeing his appearance, Lu Keizi asked cautiously. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." Vice President Jing shouted harshly, stood up suddenly, and swept the flashlight like a sharp sword to every corner of the laboratory. "Search! Search carefully! They must not have gone far. Maybe they are hiding in this lab. As long as we find them, everything will still be in time." "Yes. Yes." Lu Keizi responded hurriedly, and began to shine the flashlight around. Behind the collapsed laboratory table, among the piles of broken instruments, there was a corner filled with debris. They did not miss any place where people could be hidden. Naturally, this also includes the large storage cabinets in the corner. Lu Keizi opened the doors of several cabinets, and found that there was no one inside, so he prepared to look somewhere else. Before he could even turn around, Shen Ming on the side shouted coldly, "Isn't there another cabinet inside? How did you miss it? Why don't you open it and take a look?" Chapter 92 Secret. The cabinet inside? When Lu Keizi heard Jingming's question, he was stunned at first. Then he scratched his head and explained. "Principal Jing, the cabinet door inside is blocked and can't be opened at all. Those two people can't just pass through the object and hide in there, right? What if they used another method?" Jingming was very stubborn. Without waiting for Lu Keizi to reply, he walked towards the side. Stepping on broken glass and dust, there was a clear and heavy sound. Chung Hao's eyes focused, his mind moved, and the superpower of blood erosion mist was released. Wisps of blood mist that seemed to be real spread out along the gaps in the cabinet. Then, under Chung Hao's control, it accurately attached to a glass container not far away. "Rise!" Chung Hao muttered in his heart, and the dark red mist suddenly condensed. Bang! The glass container fell over without any warning and hit the metal bracket next to it, making a loud and abrupt shattering sound. Xingming and Lu Keizi were both startled, and their attention was immediately drawn to it. Over there! Lu Keizi raised the flashlight and shouted loudly. Xingming immediately walked over quickly and checked vigilantly, but did not find anything unusual. At the same time, Chung Hao controlled the blood mist and moved slightly again. Crash! At the other end of the laboratory, a shelf filled with discarded glassware suddenly tilted and collapsed without warning. There was another loud crashing sound. What's going on? There's no sign of him! Lu Keizi sensed something was wrong and frantically swept his flashlight over there. After confirming that Chung Hao and Suwan were not there, he turned pale with fear and looked at Xingming and asked, Principal Jing, could it be those two? Nonsense! Xingming suddenly interrupted his guess, but there was a hint of irritation and doubt in his voice. He stood in the middle of the laboratory, scanning the flashlight back and forth between the two places where the sounds came from, as if thinking about something. Chung Hao took this opportunity to quietly launch the blood mist for the third time. This time, the target was a cabinet that was equally tall but with the door tightly closed, next to the locker where he and Suwan were hiding. Crunch, crunch! The tightly closed cabinet door, under the push of the blood mist, opened and closed again, making bursts of noise. In the silent laboratory, the sound was extremely harsh. Xingming and Lu Keizi's flashlights immediately focused on the cabinet door that was constantly opening and closing by itself. That cupboard door! It opened by itself! When Lu Keizi saw this scene, his voice was filled with horror. Principal Jing! Principal Jing! There's a ghost! It's them! They're back! Xingming's face, under the dim light of the flashlight, also looked extremely gloomy and ugly. He stared at the cabinet door that opened by itself, his eyes behind the glasses flashing with surprise and doubt. He clenched his fists, as if trying hard to suppress some emotion in his heart. Shut up! Where did this come from? Those two died 5 years ago. I'm warning you one last time. If you dare mention that incident again, I'll fire you immediately! Xingming shouted angrily, his words carrying unquestionable momentum and threat. After saying this, he took a deep breath, as if to give himself courage. Then, holding the flashlight, he walked towards the cabinet door that was slowly opening. When he walked to the cabinet, he suddenly shone the flashlight inside. There was only thick dust and a few worn-out beakers inside. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, but his brows furrowed even tighter. He used the flashlight to carefully scan the inside of the cabinet. He looked at the rust on the cabinet door hinges again, as if looking for signs of mechanism or human intervention. Jing, Principal Jing, how is it? Lu Keizi stood far away, his voice trembling. Xingming did not answer. He turned around slowly, a trace of fatigue and irritability on his face, and waved at Lu Keizi. There's nothing. This cabinet must have been blown by the wind. Don't be suspicious. As for that teacher and maintenance worker you mentioned, they must have run away long ago. Let's call it a night. Lock the door and increase patrols. Tomorrow morning, thoroughly check this lab and don't let a single fly escape. Yes. Yes. Principal Jing. Lu Keizi responded quickly as if he had been pardoned. Xingming took another deep look at the drawer where the documents were hidden, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Then, he said no more, walked out of the laboratory with steady steps and without looking back. Lu Keizi also hurriedly followed him out, and slammed the laboratory door shut. The laboratory fell into dead silence and darkness again. After sensing that Xingming and Lu Keizi had come down to the first floor, Chung Hao controlled the blood mist and moved the cabinet blocking the outside away. Then, he pushed open the door of the cabinet where they were hiding and walked out quietly. Both of their clothes were slightly messy, and Suwan's face was still blushing. I don't know if it's because of the stuffiness or some other reason. Chung Hao walked to the door and confirmed that Xingming and Lu Keizi had left. He frowned and whispered, "Those two guys must know a lot of inside information." Suwan heard this and said, "Why don't we just ask Lu Keizi and threaten him to tell us everything he knows?" Chung Hao immediately shook his head in denial. "That's definitely not possible. Didn't you hear the order Xingming gave him just now? To put it bluntly, they are grasshoppers tied to the same rope, sharing the same unspeakable secret. Going directly to Lucchese is tantamount to walking into a trap. Not only will he not tell anyone, he will even inform Jingming. Don't forget, we are playing a role now. When interacting with these NPCs, we cannot go beyond the basic rules of behavior. In school, confronting the powerful vice principal head-on is undoubtedly a very foolish thing to do. After listening to Chung Hao's analysis, Su-won calmed down and nodded. You're right, I was too impatient. After a pause, she asked curiously. But why is Jingming so nervous about the painting in the drawer? If it's so important, wouldn't it be better if they just took it away or even destroyed it from the beginning? Why did they leave it in this abandoned laboratory for so many years? When Chung Hao heard Su-won mention this, he immediately picked up the yellowed sketch. The girl's melancholy eyes in the painting seemed to come alive in the dim light. Then he looked at the back of the paper, the curse words filled with resentment, and frowned. That's what I'm confused about. Perhaps this thing itself is strange, and they can't take it away or destroy it because of some kind of rules. Anyway, the water in this school is deeper than we thought. The information we have access to so far is just the tip of the iceberg. Only by following the clues step by step can we reach the core secret. As he spoke, Chung Hao looked around the messy laboratory. It's not suitable to stay here for long, let's go back first. Chapter 93 The Crying Girl. After saying that, Chung Hao took Su-won and carefully went to the first floor. Chung Hao followed the previous method and released the blood mist again to create a noise and lure Lu Gizi away. Then he used the power of thunder, hugged Su-won, turned into a stream of light, and left quickly. Only after they reached a safe place did Chung Hao let Su-won go. Then he escorted her all the way back to the dormitory door and told Su-won, after you go back to your room, don't go out at night. Tomorrow, try to stay in crowded places, prepare lessons, teach, and participate in group activities. This way, even if Jingming wants to cause trouble for you, he will have to consider the occasion. No matter what, you are a teacher. Even if he is the vice principal, he can't just expel you casually. As long as we can survive the remaining 30 hours and find the source of the curse, we'll be done. Good. Su-won nodded and also reminded. You have to be careful too. After Chung Hao agreed, he turned around and went downstairs to the maintenance workers' dormitory. Pushing open the creaking door, under the dim light, Lao Wang was sipping cheap white wine with a plate of peanuts. Seeing Chung Hao coming back, he forced a smile on his face, and with a hint of alcohol, he greeted him. Hey, Xiaoqing is back? Did you get it done with Principal Li? Did you get scolded? Chung Hao walked to his bed and sat down, then sighed. Don't mention it. The sewer is unblocked, but Principal Li's condition, well, it's scary. She's soaking wet like a water ghost. She goes berserk as soon as her daughter's story is mentioned. Hey! I guessed it. Lao Wang smacked his lips, took another sip of wine, and lowered his voice. You're new here, so you don't know. Principal Li has gone completely insane since her daughter Xiaoyu passed away. She looks fine normally, but when she has an attack, she's terrifying. You missed that time. He came closer, his alcohol smell stronger. It was the day before yesterday, also at night. I think it was Teacher Sun, the sophomore history teacher, who somehow ran into her by the lotus pond. I think he mentioned Xiaoyu, and wow! Principal Li went ballistic. He pounced on her like a mad dog and bit Teacher Sun's arm, making it bleed. Teacher Sun was so scared that she asked for leave and never dared to come again. Old Wang shook his head, looking frightened. Chung Hao's eyes flickered slightly. Is it so serious? The school won't care? Manage? How? Lao Wang sneered, with a hint of sarcasm. He's the vice principal. If this gets out, it'll be the school that's embarrassed. The school compensated Teacher Sun and suppressed the incident. But since then, almost no one dares to go near the lotus pond at night. They all walk around it. You're lucky you didn't encounter Vice Principal Li going crazy tonight. I see. Chung Hao nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Li Ying's madness and aggressiveness were no secret in the school, and had even become a taboo. After chatting for a few more words, Lao Wang climbed onto his creaky bed with a burp and soon began to snore loudly. Chung Hao lay on his hard bed, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. Vice President Li and her missing daughter, the Lotus Pond, the laboratory building, 2 sketches of young girls, Jing Ming and Liu Keizi. Several clues were churning and colliding in my mind, but I couldn't find the main thread that tied them together. Just when his thoughts were in a mess, suddenly, a burst of woo-woo crying sound came from the corridor outside without any warning. The crying sound was intermittent, sometimes far away and sometimes near. Chung Hao stood up suddenly, and his ability of omniscient exploration was instantly activated. The invisible perception, like water waves, quickly spread towards the location where the crying sound came from. Soon, he sensed, a slender girl in a blue and white school uniform was curled up in the corner of the stairs on the first floor of the staff dormitory, crying softly. However, she has no physical body, but a ghost-like energy body. Is it Vice Principal Li's daughter, or the girl in the sketch? While feeling confused, Chung Hao no longer hesitated and immediately got out of bed. He gently pushed open the dormitory door and slipped out. It transformed into a stream of light and came in front of the spirit. Classmate? Chung Hao lowered his voice and asked in a calm tone. It's so late, why are you crying here alone? Are you in trouble? The girl's curled up figure froze for a moment, then she slowly raised her head. The moonlight illuminated her almost transparent face. It was exactly the girl in the sketch. Her eyes fell on Chung Hao, and she said with some anxiety, My bow hairpin is missing. It was given to me by my friend. He said that only I can wear it. If anyone else wears it, it will kill many people. When Chung Hao heard this, the details of the 2 sketches flashed through his mind. The one in the wooden box by the Lotus Pond shows the girl wearing a blue bow on her head. But the one found in the drawer of the abandoned laboratory, the girl's hair was empty. Could it be that the bow is an ominous object with cursed power? What's your name? When did you lose your bow? Chung Hao suppressed his doubts and tried to keep his voice steady. Tell me, maybe I can help you find it. The girl opened her mouth and was about to reply when suddenly, there was a whoosh sound. A bone-chilling cold wind rushed in from the corridor without any warning. The sadness and worry on the girl's face were instantly replaced by extreme fear. He's mad! I have to go! As soon as she finished speaking, the girl's figure turned into a puff of smoke. Just as she was about to disappear, she reminded again. We must find that bow, otherwise something terrible will happen. Chung Hao was the only one left in the corridor. Bow tie. Chung Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, and the clues finally became clear. But it also brought about a more pressing crisis. The lost blue bow hairpin seemed to trigger the outbreak of the curse in the entire school. Must find it soon. Chung Hao was just about to open the dungeon chat channel to share this key information with his 3 teammates. The shrill ringing of a cell phone exploded in the silent corridor without any warning. This is the work cell phone that the school provides to maintenance workers. The ringtone is sharp and shrill, with an urgency that sounds like a death warrant. Chung Hao frowned. It's so late, and you still have work to do? You really treat me like a beast of burden. Looking at the screen, the caller ID showed an unfamiliar landline number with the school's internal number prefix. He quickly pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this Xiao Chung from the maintenance department? I'm at Wang from the girls' dormitory. A sharp, middle-aged female voice with obvious impatience came out of the receiver. The water pipe in the public restroom on the 3rd floor burst. Water is gushing out like a flood. Come and check it out. Now. Otherwise, the water will flood the 2nd floor. Girls' dormitory? Public restroom on the 3rd floor? Chung Hao's mind moved. I just got a key clue from the ghost girl, and immediately received an emergency maintenance call from the girls' dormitory? This coincidence is too deliberate. Moreover, at this time, in the middle of the night, in the girls' dormitory. Okay, I got it. I'll be right there. Chung Hao responded calmly without showing any hesitation. Is it a trap? Or an opportunity to get clues? To him, it's all pretty much the same. The more dangerous it is, the closer you are to the core of the secret. Chapter 94, Drowned Long-Haired Woman. After hanging up the phone, Chung Hao returned to the dormitory and saw that Lao Wang was sleeping soundly, so he did not disturb him. He quickly picked up his tool kit and walked out of the maintenance workers' dormitory. The girls' dormitory building was completely dark, with only a dim incandescent light at the entrance. Pushing open the half-open door of the dormitory building, the smell of cheap perfume and some indescribable smell, like the fermentation of old dirt, hit me in the face. The hall was empty. "Auntie Wang?" Chung Hao called out tentatively. The voice echoed in the empty hall, seeming unusually loud, but received no response. At this moment, a slightly dull female voice came from the stairs. "Xiao Chen, right? Quick! Follow me to the 3rd floor! The water is about to overflow!" A bloated figure flashed by in the shadows at the corner of the stairs. She seemed very anxious and hurried upstairs without even waiting for Chung Hao to see her face clearly. Chung Hao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his omniscient exploration ability spread silently, while he quickly followed. The footsteps were particularly clear in the silent corridor. When we reached the 2nd floor, Aunt Wang, who was leading the way, pointed towards the 3rd floor without even turning her head. "It's the public restroom at the back. Go fix it yourself. The students are all asleep now, so there's no need to be shy. I need to go downstairs to see if there's any water leaking into other dormitories, so hurry up." After saying that, she turned around and went downstairs quickly with an agility that was inconsistent with her size. The footsteps quickly disappeared into the darkness of the corridor, as if they had never appeared. Chung Hao didn't say much and went to the 3rd floor alone. The light in the corridor on the 3rd floor was dimmer than that below. At the end of the corridor, the door marked "Women's Restroom" was ajar. The entire corridor was eerily quiet, without the sound of gushing water. So Chung Hao had doubts in his heart. If a water pipe does burst, the sound of running water should be deafening. But now, it's too quiet. This is more like a carefully laid trap entrance. He took a deep breath, and several superpower energies in his body began to flow. Pushing open the creaking iron door, a damp smell with a strong smell of rotten water hit me in the face. The space inside the toilet is not small, and most of the doors of the rows of cubicles are closed, with only 1 or 2 at the innermost end half open. The mirror above the sink was covered with mist and scale, and was blurry. A thin layer of muddy sewage accumulated on the ground. On the ceiling, there was a light bulb with per contact, flickering on and off. Every time the light bulb flickers, the light and shadow in the entire space are violently distorted. It was as if countless strange shadows were crawling on the walls and compartment doors. Other than that, there was no such thing as a burst water pipe. Chung Hao's eyes scanned every corner sharply. The omniscient and exploratory sensing power, like invisible tentacles, carefully explored this space. Soon, his perception locked onto the innermost compartment. The cold energy emanating from there is the most concentrated and dense. Just as Chung Hao was about to walk over to check what was going on, there was a crunch sound. The half-closed plastic door of the compartment opened by itself. Then, a strand of wet and sticky black hair slid out silently like a living poisonous snake. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd, and more. They stuck to the cold and wet ground, wriggling and squirming at an astonishing speed. It swept towards Chung Hao's ankle with a clear target. At the same time, the compartment door was suddenly pushed open by a force. A twisted figure walked out in an extremely unnatural and stiff posture. It looks like a woman with long hair. But her body was extremely hunched, like a floating corpse that had been soaked in water for a long time. The skin was a swollen grayish-white color, covered with dark green algae and dark brown stains. Her head was lowered, and her long black hair fell like a waterfall, completely covering her face. Dark and weird, drowned long-haired woman. Level 33. Abilities: resentful hair, corrupted water impact, drowning illusion. As the identity information flashed before Chung Hao's eyes, the countless wet, cold long hairs had already wrapped around his ankles like the swiftest poisonous snakes. At the same time, a strong feeling of suffocation and a desperate illusion of drowning, like an icy tide, madly hit Chung Hao's spirit. Chung Hao snorted coldly, golden light flashed in his eyes, and the burning flame was running at full power. The crimson flames instantly covered his entire body. His long hair of resentment, which was strong enough to strangle steel and corrode the spirit, emitted a sizzling sound as soon as it touched the flames, and turned into wisps of ashes. The illusion of drowning that had originally appeared also disappeared in an instant. A sharp scream filled with pain came from the long-haired female ghost's mouth covered by her hair. The female ghost quickly pulled back the remaining long hair, and her body trembled violently. Obviously, the burning flames caused her substantial damage. However, her counterattack came extremely quickly. I saw her lowered head suddenly raised up, opened her mouth, and let out a puff sound. A large mass of sticky liquid with a strong fishy smell, like concentrated sewage, sprayed towards Chung Hao like a cannonball. Corrupted water impact. Chung Hao's eyes were stern, and he didn't dare to neglect it. This corrupted water not only has a strong physical impact, but also contains a strong cold curse and filthy energy. He grabbed in the air with his left hand, and a dazzling silver-white lightning suddenly burst out. The power of thunder condensed into a dazzling lightning pillar as thick as a bull, carrying the magnificent power of heaven that could purify all evil, and it rushed towards the ball of rotten water. Boom! The lightning and the rotten water collided violently, causing a deafening roar. For a moment, silver snakes danced wildly and plasma splashed everywhere. The ball of rotten water filled with resentment, in front of the extremely young and powerful force of thunder, was like ice and snow melting, and was evaporated and purified in an instant. However, some cold and filthy energy still broke through the blockade of lightning, turned into icy mist, spread out, and caused the temperature of the entire toilet to drop sharply. Chung Hao's body shook, and his diamond body blocked most of the impact. But the biting cold feeling still made his movements pause slightly. Such a strong resentment! Chung Hao's mind moved. This level 33 drowned long-haired woman seems to be even more formidable than the previous chemically distorted person in this specific humid environment. The long-haired woman failed in her 2 consecutive attacks and became even more resentful. She screamed even more shrilly, and the lights in the entire toilet flickered wildly, flickering unsteadily in the scream. Countless strands of fine, wet black hair seeped out from the walls, ceiling, and even the cubicle door. After gathering together, they stretched out in a winding pattern. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was filled with countless wet black hair. They were like living tentacles, wrapping around and piercing Chung Hao from all directions. Chapter 95 Blue Bow Hairpin. Facing the wet, long hair rushing in from all directions like a black torrent. Chung Hao's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. As soon as he thought about it, the 3 superpowers, the burning flame, the power of thunder and the slash of wind blade, were activated at the same time. With a loud boom, a storm of 3 elements, fire, thunder and wind, suddenly broke out with Chung Hao as the center. 3 colors of light intertwine, 3 forces blend perfectly. The long hair of resentment that was enough to drown everything was like ice and snow thrown into a furnace in front of this fusion storm, being burned and purified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Woo! The long-haired female ghost let out an unprecedented shrill scream. Her whole body twitched and twisted violently, as if she was enduring the pain of being cut into pieces. The grayish-white, swollen skin that made up her body was carbonized in large areas by the flames. The remaining long hair was broken into pieces by the thunder and wind blades. Chung Hao didn't give her any chance to breathe. As soon as the storm subsided, he appeared in front of the female ghost like lightning. The fingers of his right hand were like a sword, fusing the energy of the burning flames and the power of thunder, condensing at the fingertips like a red-hot iron. He pointed hard at the ghost girl's swollen chest. That was where the source of her resentment was most concentrated. Break! Swish sound. The fingertips pierced precisely into the gray-black sticky core. Ah! The ghost girl's scream came to an abrupt end. Instead, there was a whimper that was extremely painful, but also carried a hint of relief. Her hunched body collapsed limply, as if all the bones had been pulled out. But what surprised Chung Hao was, as the core was severely damaged, the disgusting floating corpse form quickly shrank. A few seconds later, what was curled up in the sewage was no longer a terrifying drowned female ghost with long hair. Instead, it was a girl wearing a blue and white school uniform, with a thin figure and a face as pale as paper. Her long hair fell beside her cheeks, covering part of her face. But the eyes that slowly opened were as clear as unpolluted spring water. Filled with endless sadness, confusion, and a hint of weakness that comes from finally breaking free from the shackles. Chung Hao's mind moved. This face is obviously similar to that of Vice Principal Li, who has an abnormal mental state. You are Xiaoyu? Vice Principal Li is your... Chung Hao slowly squatted down and looked at the girl and asked. The girl's eyelashes trembled, and her clear eyes focused on Chung Hao's face. Yes, it's me. Her voice was extremely weak. She is my mother. Really? She is the missing daughter of Vice Principal Li Ying? Chung Hao quickly asked. What happened? Who hurt you? That day, my mother scolded me. The girl's voice was intermittent. She said I was ignorant, that I was only painting all day and was neglecting my major studies. I was very sad, so I ran to the lotus pond. I just wanted to be alone for a while and calm down. I sat on a rock by the pool and cried for a while. I had planned to go home after crying. Her tears silently slid down her pale cheeks. But just then, a girl in a white dress suddenly appeared. The girl's eyes became empty, as if she saw that scene again. She looked very beautiful and gentle. She handed me a blue bow hairpin and said that if I put it on, all my worries would disappear. Blue bow? Chung Hao's heart moved. I was very sad at the time, and really wanted some comfort. And that bow was really beautiful. I took it, and was just about to say thank you to her. But the moment I touched the bow, something cold suddenly penetrated my brain. The girl's voice suddenly rose, filled with despair. I couldn't control myself. My body was completely out of control. I looked at my hands and put that hairpin on my head. Then I heard a voice in my head ordering me. It said, jump. Jump and you'll be free. Then I became like that. After listening to the girl's words, Chung Hao finally understood what she had been through. At the same time, the girl's body began to become transparent, and tiny particles of glittering light emanated from her body. After revealing the truth, the remnant soul finally reached its limit. That bow is no longer with me. The girl's last words were like a sigh, full of helplessness and warning. We must find it and stop it. Before she finished her words, her figure completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Experience points increased by 330. The system prompt sounded in Chung Hao's mind, but it did not bring any joy. He stood there in silence, thinking back to what the girl had just said. Who is that mysterious girl in a white dress? Is that the girl in the sketch? The bow hairpin she gave as a gift turned out to be a cursed object that could cause others to commit suicide. With less than 30 hours left, the source of the curse has not yet been found, the bow tie is lost, and no one knows who the next victim will be. Just as Chung Hao was trying to make sense of the confusing clues, the system interface suddenly popped up. In the dungeon chat channel, Lin Qingyan's message appeared. Chung Hao. Oh no, something's happened to Nanyuan. Before lights out, I sent her a private message asking about her situation, but she didn't reply. I felt something was wrong, so I secretly went to look for her. The people in her dorm said she suddenly said something happened and left. I searched the entire corridor but couldn't find her. Chung Hao, you have the ability to detect, please help me find it. Nanyuan! Chung Hao's heart trembled, and he immediately used his Omniscient exploration ability to start searching. A moment later, he sensed that Lin Nanyuan was on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. Moreover, what shocked Chung Hao the most was, at this moment, Lin Nanyuan was wearing a blue bow hairpin in her hair. Damn it, I've fallen into a trap! Chung Hao understood instantly. The call from Auntie Wang led him to the public restroom of Building A of the girls' dormitory. It was actually an elaborate trap to deal with the drowned long-haired girl. It's not to target him personally, but to hold him back and let the cursed bow find a new host, Lin Nanyuan. Fortunately, Lin Nanyuan was in the girls' dormitory Building B, which was not too far from where he was now. Chung Hao quickly replied to Lin Qingyan. I found Nanyuan. She's on the rooftop of your dormitory building. I'll be there right now. Without any hesitation, he pushed the two superpowers of wind and thunder to the extreme. Chung Hao jumped directly out of the window and flew towards the rooftop of dormitory building B opposite. At the same time, Lin Qingyan received a message from Chung Hao. He also used his power of flying to jump over the window and fly straight to the rooftop. As a result, with the wave of an invisible restriction, Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan were blocked at the same time. Chapter 96, Moment of Crisis. Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan were almost simultaneously bounced away by an invisible force around the rooftop. It was as if he had hit a transparent, elastic wall, and fell awkwardly from midair back to the ground on the first floor of Building B, the girls' dormitory. Lin Qingyan staggered a few steps before she stood firm and eagerly grabbed Chung Hao's arm. "What's going on? Why can't it fly up? Nuan is still up there. It's a barrier restriction." Chung Hao scanned the outline of the top floor of the dormitory building with sharp eyes. The invisible perception extended like a tentacle, and instantly fed back a tough energy barrier that exuded cold resentment. It tightly wraps the entire rooftop, isolating the internal and external spaces. It's a very strong barrier, specifically targeting flying abilities. Breaking through it by force probably won't work. After all, we're in a dungeon now. Chung Hao explained and then made a quick decision. It can only be done through ordinary methods. After saying that, he quickly operated on the system interface and sent a message to Su Wan through the dungeon chat channel. "Sister Wan, send a message to Nuan immediately. It doesn't matter what you send. As long as the chat box pops up in front of her, it might help buy her some time." Su Wan, "Okay, I will send them continuously." "Walk!" Chung Hao let out a low shout and rushed into the dormitory building first. Lin Qingyan followed closely behind, her face full of anxiety. The elevator was indeed broken, so I had to go up the stairs. The corridor was dead silent, with only their hurried footsteps echoing in the empty space. The dim voice-controlled lights flickered on and off as they ran. Just as I rushed to the corner of the stairs leading to the third floor, something strange happened. "Heh heh!" A hoarse, low growl came from the shadows of the stairs above. Immediately afterwards, several twisted, staggering figures appeared at the stairs, blocking the way. They were dressed in tattered school uniforms or staff uniforms, and their skin was the bluish-gray color of a corpse. In some places, the bones were even exposed due to rotting and pus. His eyes were hollow, his limbs were stiff, but his movements were distorted and swift. A strange roar came from his throat, and he pounced towards Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan. Dark and weird, decaying zombies. Level 30. Quantity 4. Ability, Infection and Bite, Super Speed Regeneration. "Qingyan, follow me closely!" Chung Hao's eyes turned cold, and without any pause, his speed soared rapidly. Facing the first rotten zombie that pounced in front of him, Chung Hao lashed out with his right leg like a steel whip, carrying with it a sharp airflow of wind blade. Puff! With a dull thud, the zombie's head was kicked to pieces like a ripe watermelon. Smelly brain matter and dirty blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpse shook and fell to the ground with a bang. The second and third zombies rushed over from both sides at the same time. Wind blade slash! Chung Hao spread out the 10 fingers of both hands and pushed forward. Dozens of high-speed rotating wind blades appeared out of thin air. Like a meat grinder, the two zombies were instantly sucked in. Squeak, squeak, squeak! In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and bones shattered. The two zombies didn't even have time to scream before they were cut into countless pieces by the dense wind blades. Smelly internal organs and broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. The fourth zombie took the opportunity to pounce on Lin Qingyan from behind. Lin Qingyan held the Desert Eagle in her hand, pulled the trigger, and bullets immediately poured out like raindrops. Puff, puff, puff! The zombie's movements suddenly stopped, and it fell down limply. Experience points increased by 1,200. From encountering the zombies to completely solving them all, it only took a dozen seconds. The 4 level 30 rotten zombies were like chickens and dogs in front of Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan, who were firing at full power, and were killed instantly. The two of them continued to rush to the top floor without any pause. Soon, they rushed to the 10th floor, the last staircase landing leading to the rooftop. However, a rusty, heavy iron door blocked their way. At this moment, it is covered by a more condensed energy film. It has the same origin as the barrier sensed before, but it is even stronger. Lin Qingyan used her superpowers to attack, but was unable to shake it at all. "Let me try!" Chung Hao took a step forward and pushed his Vajra body to the extreme. At the same time, the burning flames condensed on the tip of his fist, and he punched the iron gate hard. Bang! With a dull thud, the energy membrane on the surface of the iron gate fluctuated violently, creating ripples. However, it absorbed most of the force and bounced it back, causing Chung Hao's arm to feel numb. "This barrier is stronger than the one outside the building. It has both physical and energy defenses, so breaking through it by force will take time." Chung Hao made a quick judgment, and his heart sank. Time. What they lack most is time. God knows what Lin Nanuan's condition is like now on the edge of the rooftop. At this moment, Chung Hao suddenly remembered the brass key with the faded blue ribbon that he brought out from Laboratory 314. An absurd thought flashed through my mind. This key can open the laboratory door that was sealed by a curse 5 years ago, so... With a desperate attempt mentality, Chung Hao quickly took out the key. Aim at the iron door, the seemingly ordinary keyhole. "Chung Hao, what is this key?" Lin Qian looked at him in confusion. Chung Hao didn't explain, and just inserted the key. Click! A sound of rotation, so soft that it was almost inaudible but like the sound of nature, was heard. Immediately afterwards, the barrier energy membrane covering the iron gate began to fluctuate violently like a bubble that had been punctured. Then it quickly becomes thin and transparent. Finally completely dissipated. Done! Chung Hao was ecstatic and pushed open the heavy iron door at the same time. The rooftop was empty. At the edge of the rooftop, on a low wall less than half a meter wide, a petite figure in thin pajamas was standing quietly with her back to them. The night wind blew her messy hair, and a bow hairpin that was shining with a strange blue light looked particularly dazzling among her black hair. "Nuan!" Lin Qingyan felt relieved when she saw the familiar figure. Then he rushed over and shouted, "Nuan! Come down quickly! It's dangerous!" Chung Hao followed closely behind, his eyes fixed on Lin Nanuan. However, Lin Nanuan turned around in an extremely stiff posture. When they saw her face clearly, Chung Hao and Lin Qingyan's hearts sank at the same time. Lin Nanuan's originally bright and clear eyes were now filled with only a thick darkness. No whites of the eyes, no pupils. At the same time, the corners of her mouth stretched upwards into a strange smile. "Hee hee. I'm free. Just jump down, and we'll all be free." A cold, hollow voice that did not belong to Lin Nanuan at all came from her throat. "Nuan! Nuan, wake up! Stop messing around and come back quickly!" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyan hurriedly called out and tried to get closer. But Lin Nanuan turned a deaf ear to them. Her dark eyes swept over them as if she were looking at two strangers. Her body began to lean forward slightly, and her center of gravity shifted outside the rooftop. "Don't want!" Lin Qingyan screamed in despair and wanted to pounce on him. Chung Hao grabbed her and said, "Don't go over there. It's too late. Leave it to me." As soon as the words fell, Chung Hao's eyes were suddenly covered with a thick layer of blood. His mental power was like a tide, instantly locking onto the space below where Lin Nanuan was about to fall. Chapter 97, Shattering the Hairpin. Just at that moment, Lin Nanuan's body center of gravity completely shifted, and she fell straight downstairs like a puppet with broken strings. "Blood-eroded mist, condensed clouds!" Chung Hao let out a low roar, and his mental strength exploded like a bowstring stretched to the extreme. Huh! Less than 3 meters below Lin Nanuan, a thick dark red mist like viscous blood plasma suddenly appeared out of nowhere without any warning. The dark red mist rolled and surged, as if it had life. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a thick, soft, huge dark red cloud. Puff! A dull and strange sound was unusually clear in the dead silent night sky. Lin Nanuan's falling body landed firmly on the dark red cloud carpet. Her thin body was completely wrapped and supported by the dark red mist. Then, Chung Hao moved his mind and controlled the blood mist cloud as if he was controlling an invisible elevator, and lowered Lin Nanuan to the ground very steadily. Until Lin Nanuan's body landed safely on the ground, the blood mist became thin and transparent, and finally dissipated completely into the night. "It's okay." Chung Hao let out a long sigh and said something to Lin Qingyan. The two of them used their superpowers and landed on the first floor. "Nanuan!" Lin Qingyan hurried to Lin Nanuan with great joy as if she had survived a disaster. He held her in his arms, ready to check if she was injured. But at this moment, something strange happened again. Lin Nanuan, who was originally unconscious, suddenly began to twitch violently. Her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, but it was still pitch black. A sharp, piercing cry came out of her mouth, which did not belong to her. "No! Freedom! Death, death!" Her limbs struggled and twisted frantically with amazing strength, trying to break free from Lin Qingyan's arms. "Nanuan! Nanuan, what's wrong with you? Wake up!" Lin Qingyan hugged her with all her strength, shocked and scared. "It's the hairpin! It's controlling her! Qingyan, stay away from it too! That hairpin has cursed power, don't touch it!" As Chung Hao gave a warning, his eyes fixed and the blood mist spread out again. With a low shout, Chung Hao grabbed the bow on Lin Nanuan's head with his right hand. Huh! A dark red palm formed entirely of thick blood mist appeared out of thin air above Lin Nanuan's head. Under Chung Hao's control, he grabbed the bow hairpin that was flashing with a faint blue light. Shh! At the moment when the blood mist palm touched the hairpin, the faint blue light on the hairpin suddenly became extremely dazzling. There was a violent corrosive sound like boiling oil poured into water. A strong and cold resentment, like a physical electric current, suddenly rebounded towards Chung Hao along the blood mist palm. Chung Hao groaned, and locked the blood mist palm with his mental power, not flinching. "Break it for me!" The blood mist palm burst out with even stronger power, and pulled violently. "Ah!" A shrill scream that was not like a human voice came out of Lin Nanuan's mouth, and her body collapsed instantly as if the spine had been pulled out. The dark blue bow that was tightly attached to her hair was finally pulled off by the blood mist palm. The moment the hairpin left her body, the darkness in Lin Nanuan's eyes quickly faded away like the tide, revealing her originally clear pupils. She coughed violently, her eyes quickly turning from blank and vacant to confused, as if she had just woken up from the deepest nightmare. "Nanuan! Nanuan!" Seeing this, Lin Qingyan quickly hugged her tightly. "It's okay. It's okay." Lin Nanuan looked at Lin Qingyan blankly, then looked at Chung Hao beside her, and the dark red bloody hand floating in the air, tightly grasping a dark blue hairpin. He asked with a puzzled look. "Sister, brother Qing, what's wrong with me?" "It's okay, Nanuan, it's all over." Lin Qingyan patted her back and soothed her softly. Chung Hao's gaze was completely fixed on the blue bow hairpin that was held captive by the blood mist palm. It separated from its host, and the blue light was no longer stable. Key clue item: blue bow hairpin containing cursed power. Description: a cursed object that carries the resentment of death and unknown controlling power. It can corrode the wearer's mind and induce suicide. "Is this the thing that almost killed Nanuan?" Lin Qingyan looked at the hairpin that exuded an ominous aura and asked with lingering fear. Chung Hao nodded. "That's it. This thing is very strange, we can't keep it." He controlled the blood mist palm and raised the hairpin into the air. At the same time, it stimulates the two superpowers of thunder and fire in the body. He held his left hand palm upwards, and a red, violent, burning flame rose up. With the palm of his right hand facing downward, the dazzling silver-white power of thunder crackled. Under Chung Hao's control, the two forces intertwined together, like two spirally entwined angry dragons, fiercely bombarding the blue bow hairpin that was imprisoned by the blood mist palm. Buzz! On the hairpin, a faint blue light burst out wildly, trying to resist the impact of this destructive force. "Destroy it!" Chung Hao shouted loudly. His eyes became even more fierce, and he stimulated the energy in his body again, and the light of thunder and fire suddenly increased several times. Boo! There was a soft sound, like a soap bubble bursting. The blue bow hairpin that was shining with a faint blue light was completely shattered by the violent power of thunder and fire, turning into ashes and drifting away with the wind. Successfully destroyed a key cursed item. Experience points increased by 1,000. The system prompt sounded in Chung Hao's mind, which made Chung Hao's heart move. 1,000 experience points. This far exceeds the gains from killing ordinary dark monsters, which is enough to prove. The curse power contained in this hairpin is extraordinary. Finally destroyed! Lin Qingyan looked at the drifting ashes and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Lin Nanyuan and asked, Nanyuan, how do you feel now? What happened? Why did you wear that thing? Lin Nanyuan leaned in Lin Qingyan's arms, her face pale. She tried hard to recall and search, then she spoke incoherently. On my way back to the dormitory, when I was almost at the door, a girl in a white dress suddenly walked out from the shadows of the trees nearby. She walked very quickly, with her head down, as if she didn't see me. Then she bumped into me. Before I could react, she hurriedly stuffed something into my hand. She said, "You dropped something," and then quickly walked away. I was a little confused at the time. I looked down and saw a beautiful blue bow hairpin in her hand. I thought she had recognized the wrong person and wanted to chase her to give it back. But she walked so fast that she disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this point, Lin Nanyuan's face showed an expression of extreme regret. I thought this hairpin was really delicate and beautiful. And when I held it in my hand, I had a very strange feeling. It felt like it should have belonged to me. I put it on my head for some unknown reason, wanting to see the effect. I don't know anything after that. There was only one voice in my head saying, "Jump and you'll be free." I couldn't control myself. It felt like my body wasn't mine anymore.